Chapter 371. Those large, dark eyes seemed to reflect death. At midday, under the blazing sun, a bone-chilling cold rose from the soles of their feet, freezing their blood. The most terrifying eye contact of their lives, and those eyes belonged to a colossal beast. No screams, no roars, no artillery fire, no battle. Teams 7 and 8 found themselves surrounded by a horde of beasts. Their mechs hadn't even had time to deploy. Trembling, they were trapped in the middle, afraid to move an inch. Star Core King Kong. Level 1 Star Beast. Little King Kong and its horde were sleeping in the jungle when this group sneaked in. Normally, this would be easy prey. It would tear it to pieces and devour it raw. But the female demon probably wanted to swallow it whole. And so, an eerie silence filled the jungle. Are we going to fight? The commander of Team 8 was Lin Xiaoya, whose name reflected his impulsive and unpredictable nature. But he was also incredibly adaptable. Realizing the situation was dire, he remained calm and immediately reassured himself and his team. In this situation, they wouldn't stand a chance fighting. Retreat. Retreat slowly. Lin Xiaoya, realizing the star beasts showed no intention of attacking, began to retreat. During this process, more and more star beasts gathered, and there were more than just the star Corvidra. Titan Mammoth. A bird's cry rang out from the sky, accompanied by the flapping of wings. Storm Flamingo. Why are they all gathered together? Lin Xiaoya was nearly frantic. He had led the charge, and now he had completely led them astray. He had to calm down. With such a large number of star beasts, the issue wasn't about elimination, but about survival. Boss, are we going to die? Don't panic, no, if we were going to fight, we would have already. The star beasts stared at them with their clear, innocent eyes. They showed no intention of attacking. Star Beast, let me see what's going on. Oh! It's other humans. A few low-level star beasts showed a hint of ferocity, only to be shoved back down by the leader's palm. Lin Xiaoya confirmed he was incredibly lucky today. His ancestors must have been kowtowing their heads in the afterlife. Pay attention, stay calm. Don't fire the first shot. Once the fire started, these star beasts would crush them into a pulp. Everyone trembled, sweating profusely, and retreated with bated breath. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Half an hour later, they finally broke free from the star beast encirclement. Without a second thought, and without uttering a word, they slammed into their mechs and sped away. Lin Xiaoya's mind was filled with terror and confusion. Why were there so many star beasts there? Why weren't they attacking? Did the Federation know there were high-level star beasts less than 5 kilometers from their camp? Wait, the Federation didn't seem to have heard anything about eliminations. What was going on? But regardless, this place was no place to linger, and they couldn't come back again. The 78th Regiment's first operation had ended in utter failure. The instructors breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had lost face, at least they had all survived unscathed. Thank goodness. Everyone knew that, frankly speaking, no one on Proxima Centauri, including the Empire, could afford to offend the Federation now. In the 9th Team's camp, those at the Foundation establishment stage had already noticed. Not fighting now. Let the newbies practice. The next 2 days saw the battle for supplies begin. Supply drop location coordinates, X, 79.03, Y, 86.7. Supply drop location coordinates, X, 138.13, Y, 111.02. Supply drop location coordinates, X, 56.8, Y, 77.4. Supply packs dropped near almost every faction, or between 2 factions. Energy, food, ammunition, and defensive equipment were randomly dropped. Those nearby were picked up immediately, or you only needed to consider the nearby star beasts. Those farther away were likely to encounter other teams. Mass casualties began. Team 11, points plus 1. Team 2, points plus 3. Team 17, points plus 1. Team 23, points plus 2. Team 8, points plus 1. Team 1, Free Border Alliance, Jiangning eliminated. Team 16, Starshine Council, Camilla eliminated. Team 22, Vulcan Trade Federation, Rex eliminated. Team 3, New Sun Union, Jin Jiayun eliminated. Team 1 eliminated. The Empire has made its move. It's the 5th day, it's time to make a move. The points leaderboard changes rapidly. Team 2, 1836 points, rank 1. Team 17, 1787 points, rank 2. Team 9, 1675 points, rank 3. Team 23, 598 points, rank 4. Team 1, eliminated. Team 10, eliminated. Team 18, eliminated. Since the Xianxing sect arrived at Xiongwu Pass, the world's attention seems to have been firmly drawn to the Federation. But no one has ever questioned the Empire's status. Step by step, steadily and methodically, they have a clear strategy. The Empire's tactics may not be the most dazzling or captivating, but they certainly boast the highest win rate. Intelligence first, precise mapping, never acting rashly. They fight like solving a math problem, every step meticulously calculated, considering the maximum return on investment. Furthermore, this is the Ring of 1,000 Stars, the strongest instance outside of the Zerg battlefield, giving the Empire a home field advantage. This year's military academy cadets have already undergone dozens of simulated training sessions here, developing their optimal tactical template. This is the most scientific warfare model of the interstellar age. In the observation hall, a unified, deafening roar of cheers swept through. Empire! Strongest! Empire! Strongest! Wherever the star map reaches, it is territory. The Empire of Kings. It seemed to be telling the world who truly reigned supreme in this star system. Arrogant, but undeniable. The 68th International Tournament saw 280 nations gather, all vying for the throne. But each time, they succumbed, returning defeated. No fancy tricks. This style of play is so solid. Li Yuanbua, who are you calling fancy? In the long run, the win rate is definitely guaranteed. The path to becoming a general is built up little by little through countless victories. Becoming famous in one battle only exists in dreams. The training volume of Empire 1 is twice that of Central 1. These are warriors truly forged in blood and sweat. Speaking of training volume, Tianyin is even more terrifying, not only more but also more dangerous. Have you ever heard of training resulting in death? Huh? We can come back next year if we're eliminated, but Tianyin will lose their lives if eliminated. So this year's Tianyin is also very strong. 2 teams, points +1. 17 teams, points +1. 23 teams, points +1. 8 teams, points +1. 3 teams, eliminated. 16 teams, eliminated. 12 teams, eliminated. 24 teams, eliminated. 2 teams, 3,012 points, ranked 1. 17 teams, 2,987 points, ranked 2. 11 teams, 1,872 points, ranked 3. 9 teams, 1,715 points, ranked 4. 23 teams, 1,698 points, ranked 5. The Empire has gone berserk. Not just the Empire, all 5 major teams except us have gone berserk. The fortifications aren't finished yet. Locks burst out laughing. With the outside surrounded like that, who would use them for? Chapter 372. He guessed the Federation was trying to slack off. Especially since one of the restless ones hadn't woken up, many people didn't want to move. These past few days, they only taken the supply packs closest to them. Su Xiong's exact words. Locks, you're still young, you don't understand us old folks. It takes us 3 days to recover from staying up all night. I'm a third-year student. Su Xiong had just entered his 2nd year. In any case, health is the foundation of everything. No rush, no rush. They really weren't in a rush. They still had time to cook. With Song Rotang absent, the cooking was taken over by Siren and Xue Lingling. Siren was doing the work, so Toledo couldn't just sit back and wait to eat. The group had become reserve cooks, their specialty being large-scale cooking. 1,000 people couldn't possibly eat like this every day, but occasionally cooking 1 or 2 meals to treat their stomachs was still possible. Coming to the competition with so much food and cooking utensils? Are you here for a picnic? Those are radiation-free vegetables, right? I never tried them before. I'm already hungry. The Commander-in-Chief can cook? Are the scions of powerful families this capable? A true all-rounder. The Vlad family of Toledo is somewhat similar to the Gu family, having protected the Federation for generations. But the Vlad family members are more involved in the military and politics, keeping a lower profile than the Gu family. Like 2 swords protecting the Federation, one in the light, one in the shadows. His father is Toribio, one of the 13 most powerful figures in the Federation. When the Xianxing sect incident occurred, he was on a state visit to another country. By the time he returned, his son had already fallen into a pit. A colossal pit. He was always ruthless and serious, and his education of Toledo was extremely strict, basically not letting him do anything except training. His family was worried he would be angry, but seeing this scene, he nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. A warrior of the Federation should know a little bit of everything. Being someone's disciple, the first requirement is loyalty. The second is filial piety. Sirens, that must be Toledo's master, said Sun, a very good teacher. Ah! A familiar sound echoed across the grassland. The beasts stirred restlessly, the ground trembled, as if something terrifying was awakening. The female demon. She's awake? Little ancestor, you're finally awake. Yuan San wasn't worried about Alice's steely body, but mainly about her mental state. Waking up, she'd become famous throughout the interstellar space, but this reputation, let's not talk about it. Ah! Su! Z! Ong! Alice rushed out of the tent, knife in hand, and began to run around, searching for the culprit. Is she angry because she was embarrassed by being drunk? She's angry because Su Xiang rescued her, and even carried her in a princess carry. She feels dirty. Didn't she care about her drunken adventures? She felt pretty cool. And her singing was great. She said she'd sing for us alone next time. As long as she's happy. Sure enough, Alice's focus was peculiar. Su Xiang had finally caught her red-handed, so of course, he had to use public opinion to seize the moral high ground first. As your second brother, I have to teach you a lesson. Getting drunk and causing trouble is a big no-no. Luckily, I was there to stop your violence in time. Open your eyes, and look at the star beasts outside. Batu. You almost broke his tusks, you tangled the Lion King's mane, and you turned Chui Chui's pink feathers into bald patches. And you stole food and hit people. One thing after another, wasn't it you who did it? Outside the camp, the star beasts huddled together, neither daring to be angry nor to speak, only trembling in fear. And another thing, we, over 500 people, chased you all the way from the entrance, a night-long raid, a huge operation, almost getting wiped out by Team 10. Several of us didn't sleep a wink all night, aren't you tired? You cultivators, how could you be tired? You're just lazy. Our energy is almost depleted. If we hadn't borrowed some from Team 10, how would Team 9 have survived? Can't you reflect on your own actions? The others couldn't help but applaud. Su, did you rehearse this scene? The veteran actress, Ms. Liang, gave you some guidance. Absolutely amazing. Heartfelt, moving, expressive, appealing to emotion and reasoning. Absolutely brilliant. Alice sorted out the situation and looked at the leaderboard. Wait a minute, 1675 points. I got over 600 Star Beast points? The gift I found became a means of transportation, saving energy? You eliminated 10 teams and replenished energy and supplies? I led you all on a run, making up for the missed time in one night. Excuse me, where did I go wrong? Isn't this great? Su Xiang, you found the bug. Did getting drunk make you smarter? Wait, you got me hooked. What about me saving you? Go to hell. You're disgusting. So many people, why would I need you to save me? Alice didn't give Su Xiang a chance to speak properly, and immediately started hitting him. You're really ungrateful. You can't tell the difference between good and bad. You don't know what's good for you. Look, this is how I saved you. Can you eat less? You're too heavy. The entire 9th team, even Toledo couldn't carry you. Luckily, Batu was there, laboriously carrying you back. The first part was somewhat plausible, but the rest was purely personal vendetta. You should thank me and Batu properly, otherwise your 5th brother's dark history will never be erased. But I already saved your drunken heroics, and sent them to everyone I know. I'm sure everyone will cherish them. You're welcome. You give me. Die. One grinned, dodging left and right, while the other fought with increasing seriousness. With this kind of fighting style, the fortifications are a waste. Wait, the fortifications weren't built for these two, were they? What difference does it make who we defend against? Other teams can't get in anyway. Put away your firearms. No, put away your melee weapons too. The siren continued. You two, get out of here and fight. Yuan San, worried that Alice would be punished, quietly asked. Senior brother, what does the sex rules say? Sparring on the field is normal. He then looked at Shuren, who was looking at the two with approval. Not bad, not bad. Master you. The two fought hand to hand, the distance between them growing larger and larger. Boom, boom, boom. The star beasts were terrified and immediately hid in their formation. They occasionally poked their heads out to see how the battle was going. They're really afraid of Alice. You can tell from the injuries. It's terrible. Meeting Alice was a complete disaster. Are we really not going to do anything about it? The sirens didn't say anything, so we don't need to worry about it. In the observation hall, Lu Cheng frowned. Is it really appropriate to start internal strife at a time like this? The Federation style this year is really indescribable, completely overturning the serious, rigorous, and aloof image of a great power built up over the past few decades. It's unexpectedly lively and playful. This is friendly sparring between teammates. The more they fight, the better their relationship becomes. Listen to what you're saying. Their defenses are completely destroyed. This is a desperate attack. You call this a good relationship? Chapter 373. At this moment, while other teams were still striving to score points, most people's attention remained focused on the Empire, which was leading the pack. Half an hour later, the battle between the two was still raging. These fortifications were well built. Yeah, otherwise we would have been in serious trouble. Everyone sighed as they looked at the mess on the ground. The star beasts beside them nodded, exchanging glances in agreement. Why do I feel like these star beasts are so smart? Yeah, they even nodded at me just now. It's not my imagination, it feels like they can almost talk. Not only that, I saw the giant elephant named Bata trying to follow Alice into the tent to sleep. Kayla is even queuing up for food. Do lions eat? No. That's the key point. These star beasts suddenly seemed quite human. Could it be that getting beaten up opened up their meridians? Just as everyone was pondering this, the siren's voice came. Dinner's ready. Stop fighting, eat your fill first. I'm starving today, so I let you off the hook for now. Hee hee, I'm waiting. Alice was genuinely hungry. How many days have I slept? Almost 4 days. Did I miss 20 meals? Her brain works surprisingly well in these situations. She even calculates 5 meals a day. Your math is surprisingly good. You're mocking me, and I have proof. Delicious, delicious. Although we can't compare to Tang Tang, these few will be my battlefield chefs from now on. The Sirens and Toledo are practically part of the cooks. Other teams, Steel Roar, Mech Warfare, Hot-Blooded Youth, and Spirited Horses. Team 9, wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, a peaceful scene, cats and dogs frolicking, carefree like immortals. Alice plays happily among the beasts every day. Old Yon, look. I have boobs too. Galaxy Lion, my name is Kayla. Kayla, looking resigned, lay with her belly exposed, completely stripped of her Lion King dignity by being petted. Lion Pride, boss, you, Kayla, don't tell the villagers what I do outside. In the observation hall, the delegation was speechless. 3 days, not a single point. Is this really appropriate? A competition, you have to compete. Even if you're strong, you can't just sit still. Everyone has heard the story of the tortoise and the hare. On the field, you still have to be humble and cautious. They know what they're doing. Li Yuan was said indifferently. Lu Cheng was completely baffled. The Federation doesn't want to win, yet they're coming up with all sorts of unexpected tricks. They want to win, yet they wish they could just lie around all day. Meanwhile, the other teams had amassed enough supplies and began their conquests. Team 2, for 1,315 points, flags, 3, rank, 1. Team 17, 3,378 points, flags, 2, rank, 2. Team 11, 3,235 points, flags, 2, rank, 3. Team 23, 3,160 points, flags, 2, rank, 4. Team 15, 1,910 points, flags, 1, rank, 5. Team 8, 1,877 points, flags, 1, rank, 6. Team 7, 1,815 points, flags, 1, rank, 7. Team 25, 1,720 points, flags, 1, rank, 8. Team 9, 1,698 points, flags, 1, rank, 9. Half of the teams on the leaderboard have already been eliminated. From the second day onwards, the Federation's points remained almost unchanged. Even the Empire found it strange. Why is the Federation so quiet? Could they have eliminated too many people and are playing defensively? No, the Federation is the only team with a full roster. The eliminations in the international tournament are broadcast in real time, but the information displayed on the screen only shows rankings and points. Nandong Ling, with his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, memorized almost all the information. Second place is us, with 870 people left. Third place is 23 teams, with 803 people. Fourth place is 11 teams, with 750 people. Fifth place is 17 teams, with 712 people. The competition is halfway through, and one team is still at full strength? Then why haven't they made any moves? Even Nandong Ling, the strategist, couldn't figure this out. If you're all intact, you won't compete or get points. What are you doing here? Team 9, come on! Let's have some fun. It's not just about competition. It's about building relationships. Alice has taken in so many star beasts, and they're always guarding the gate and helping out. Team 9 is practically on friendly terms with all the large star beast groups in the area. Want star beast points? You want to kill Kayla, Panda, Little Gold, Tristes, Bada's friends and companions? Can you really do that? Won't you have nightmares? This path is blocked, so we have to find a way to get kill points. Team 11 won't do. Eating, taking, and killing people, that's too much of a stretch. You know it's a stretch, right? Then let's go west. In the observation hall, the delegations of Team 7 and 8 were struck dumb. Fate had come full circle. Don't be too pessimistic, maybe. Maybe they can win? They just couldn't bring themselves to say that. No matter how you calculate it, the win rate is 0. Alice, having eaten and drunk her fill, should get some exercise. Su Xiong, dare to wager the honor of being second in command, and see who gets more kills. Sure enough, little Alice, still thinking about being the second senior sister. I knew you weren't giving up, still coveting my position. Normally, as an elder, I shouldn't stoop to your level, but since we're going to compete, let's go for something big. Tell me. The loser washes the other's socks for a year. Hiss. That's a pretty big bet. Not very damaging, but extremely humiliating. No way, my blood is boiling this. We must win this battle. To be fair, comparing Battle 1 and Battle 3, your concurrent reconnaissance roll doesn't count. No problem. Athron, it's up to you. Athron, I can't rely on you. Daedara, we can't lose. Daedara, the pressure is immense. Will the Peak Master beat me up if we lose? First, let me ask you, if we lose, will it just be you two washing the other team's socks, or will the whole team have to wash them? Teams 1 and 2 suddenly perked up. That's right, this is important. Alice's mind raced. No, she had to put pressure on the frontline combat personnel. Everyone. Huh? Teams 1 and 2 were just watching the show. How did they get dragged into this? Now that these two look so menacing, no one dares to provoke them. Especially after watching their duel. Wait, let's get this straight. Teams 3, 4, and 5 won't be participating. The reconnaissance team is also forfeiting. The defense team isn't participating. Wait, how are we, who aren't in the Federation, supposed to wash our socks for a year? Send them over. We have to wash them. Yes. A promise is a promise. A promise is a promise. Siren! You be the referee. Wait, are we really going to compete? Think it through. The embarrassment will be on an interstellar level. Compete. Not competing is dog-like. Yes. Compete. With heads held high and chests puffed out, the bugle call sounded. The first annual sock washing competition officially begins. Su Xiong and Alice, leading their teams, headed to their respective battlefields. Shall we go too? Sure, we're still competing. I almost forgot. Who's guarding the flag? You guys go play, I guard it. Chapter 374. Shuren spoke calmly, like an old mother waiting for her children to return home. Who is that? Shuren from the Federation. You know her? Everyone seems to treat her quite specially. How to put it? Everyone respects her. That word sounds strange here, but that's the feeling. With the leader speaking, Toledo gave the order. Depart? The Federation's points competition officially began. The team set off in a grand procession with their star beasts, leaving only Shuren and a defensive team behind. Only 100 people to guard the camp? They even took the star beasts? Is this okay? No problem. No problem? Look at those dilapidated fortifications and say something like that. 9 teams march out, leaving no grass standing. Our fighting spirit burns like fire, sweeping across 1,000 cities. The Federation delegation was as happy as a swarm of fleas. After a few days of quiet, their blood was boiling again. Is the girl who stayed behind Shuren? Yes. The Federation has too many tricks up its sleeve. Lu Chung has watched every single video of the military academy competition these past few days. Luckily, he watched them. Not just Alice, Su Xiong, there's another one hidden here, and this one, he's particularly concerned about. Capable of instantly killing a 4S. Have people from other countries noticed? Do they understand the seriousness of this matter? In the entire interstellar space, frankly speaking, even 4S Fu Yuan and Gu Jianshan, could they instantly kill each other? No. Even if there are differences in combat power within each level, instantly killing someone of the same level, it's unthinkable, and Gu Zhanting is extremely strong. Extremely strong. He has a premonition that if purely based on combat power, Fu Jiwei alone isn't enough, and even with Nangong added, they might not be able to match him. But this person was instantly killed, and she could single-handedly and easily resist a level 1 star beast. At the end of the competition, she was spotless, as if she had just started. This person is unfathomable. Terrifying. Ranked 28th in the Federation's top 100, she received very little attention in official publicity. Both she and the Federation seem to be deliberately keeping a low profile. So what level is she exactly? Could she be another 4S? Can the ceiling for 4S be this strong? Could she be the Federation's trump card that allows them to easily win? With this person hidden among their opponents, how could they not be alarmed? Adding to the Federation's actions since the start of the competition, wouldn't it make more sense if they weren't just playing around, but had a trump card and were confident of victory? Fu Jiwei and Nangong must have seen this as well, which is why they became wary of the Federation. At this moment, the unease in Lucheng was rapidly spreading. A team led by Aslan, riding a pack of star wolves, swept across the land like a silver storm. Team 2, led by Daedara and accompanied by the Galactic War Lions, advanced with overwhelming force. The star beasts' iron hooves kicked up dust as they surged towards their target like a tidal wave. Team 8, the closest to the enemy, had just finished a battle, defeating Team 6 with a 1-to-4 casualty ratio, along with Team 7. They had just returned to their camp, contentedly collecting their spoils, while also planning their next battle. Come on! We're almost in the top 5. Yeah, the top 4 seems pretty secure, but I didn't expect Team 9 to be so quiet these past 2 days. You mean the Federation? The thought of his unsuccessful attempt a few days ago left him feeling uneasy. Something feels off. Yes, there were so many star beasts so close to the camp. It was at least a giant lair. But how come the Federation wasn't eliminated as a whole? Have you heard anyone from Team 9 get eliminated? I don't think so. That doesn't make sense. Yes, it's extremely illogical. So far in the competition, all teams, including the strongest, the Empire, have eliminated quite a few people. With the harsh environment of the 1,000-star ring, countless star beasts, and the ever-watchful opponents, how could no one be eliminated? But has anyone heard any announcements about the elimination of someone from Team 9? It seems like never. The more he thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Lin Xiaoya frowned, still pondering, when suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the camp. Alarm. Suspected beast horde attack. Repeat. Beast horde attack. The silent camp erupted like a beehive bursting open. Everyone quickly went into battle mode. Reconnaissance sortie. Alert updated. Size. Small horde. Good. They're here to give us points? Heavy firepower, take position. Defensive barriers deployed. Air combat teams lock onto the horde. Urgent commands rang out as the mech warriors rapidly assembled. Energy shields hummed as they deployed, forming a semi-transparent light curtain. On the distant horizon, a muffled rumble echoed, and the earth began to tremble slightly. The horde was approaching. The horde's iron hooves thundered, each step like a hammer blow to the ground, kicking up rubble and dust, advancing like a rolling tide. Lin Xiaoya clenched his fist, his eyes sharpening. They're here. As the horde drew near, the aerial scout froze. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then wiped his lens. He even thought he wasn't fully awake. What's that? What's wrong? For some reason, Lin Xiaoya's eyelids twitched violently, and his unease intensified. Before the scout could even see clearly and confirm what was before him, an excited howl came from the back of the leading Galactic War Lion. There are people in the horde. What does that mean? There are people on top of the horde. The iron hooves and howls of the star beasts grew ever closer. Finally, they saw clearly. There really were people on the backs of the star beasts. Strictly speaking, it was people riding star beasts. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Hundreds of meters away, the beast horde stopped. 2 armies faced off, one stunned. That's Team 9? Riding star beasts? More than that. Pink storm flamingos circled in the air. Reconnaissance Team 3, led by Liang Yuing, confronted Team 8 in midair. Aside from the flapping wings of the star beasts and the low hum of energy weapons, the scene was deathly silent. The air seemed to freeze, every breath becoming incredibly heavy. The beast horde hadn't even approached, but their ferocious aura already pressed down like a tangible force. The warriors, perched atop the beast heads, exuded an overwhelming aura that made hearts pound. Team 8 stared in disbelief, countless members rubbing their eyes, trying to confirm what they were seeing. Team 9 is with the star beasts? They tamed the star beasts? This entrance? I really didn't expect it. Lin Xiaoya pieced together all the clues. The most likely explanation for Team 9 not being eliminated near the beast nest is that humans and beasts are in cahoots, but this answer was too far-fetched. He wouldn't even consider that possibility. Even now, they still couldn't believe what they were seeing. Captain, there are 23 level 1 star beasts. Over 200 level 2 star beasts. It's over. They can control star beasts, and high-level ones at that. Does that mean the star beasts will also participate in the battle? How are they going to fight this battle? They already lost in terms of momentum. Team 8, cowering, began to consider retreating. Don't worry, it's still a competition. We still have principles. Team 9 was ready to go, but Team 8 was still immersed in this unprecedented scene. Captain, am I blind? No. Then why did I see Team 9 riding advanced star beasts to attack us? Chapter 375. You didn't see wrong, I saw it too. The one riding the star wolf, isn't that Gu Zhanting? Yes. The one behind him is Yuan San, the Federation's female war goddess. I know her too. What's going on? I don't know how they did it, but it's obvious that Team 9 can control star beasts. Faced with this sudden scene, Team 8 broke down. They didn't have much time. Alice and Su Xian couldn't hold back any longer. Are you ready? We still need to rush back for dinner. Alice's words came from the bottom of her heart. She had been drunk, exhausted all night, and had missed 20 meals. One meal wasn't enough, but to the other side, it sounded like blatant sarcasm. Her temper flared instantly. Don't underestimate us. All troops, prepare for battle. Lin Xiaoya gave the order, the formation was deployed, and weapons began charging. Don't worry, we won't bully anyone. The star beasts won't participate in the battle. Squad 1, get in your mechs. Squad 3, charge. In the observation hall, everyone witnessing this scene was on the edge of their seats. The Star Beast Joint Combat System has actually become a reality? The Star Beast Joint Combat System was a strategic concept proposed by Liu Yanji, a renowned Star Beast research scholar of the Empire. He believed that if the violent energy within the Star Beasts could be effectively controlled, and a harmonic resonance could be established with them through neural waves, achieving synchronization at the consciousness level, warriors and Star Beasts could form a cooperative combat system. This would not only allow for energy sharing and amplification of combat power, but also enable the development of various tactics adaptable to sea, land, air, and space. Humanity's power would experience exponential growth. Now, this idea, once thought to require centuries and generations to realize, and a research direction that had been completely abandoned, has reappeared vividly before the world. Team 9, with so many star beasts, has already gained the upper hand in terms of sheer numbers. How can the opponents possibly compete? Surround them. Don't let a single one escape. Hearing Alice's command, the beast horde sprang into action, preparing to completely surround Team 8. I'm not talking to you guys, Kayla, Batu, take the horde and wait outside. This is a human competition, don't interfere. After a powerful roar, the beast horde relaxed, automatically and consciously setting aside, lazily yawning and wagging their tails as they watched. I told you, the kids have principles, they won't bully others. Team 8 instructor, should I thank you? Team 8 breathed a huge sigh of relief. If the star beasts were to participate, would there even be any point in fighting? From the air, the scene looked even more bizarre. People are fighting, beasts are watching. The circus has been turned upside down. Don't fight me, the kill is mine. Get lost. He's mine. Deidara, steal the kill. Athron, if you lose, you're finished. Lin Xiaoya, seriously, what are you guys doing? Are you looking down on me? They haven't even started fighting with Team 8 yet, and they already started fighting amongst themselves. Battle 1 and Battle 2 were originally friendly and peaceful, but the vice-captains were at odds, the captain was under too much pressure, and the subordinates were in a difficult position. Thus, the entire camp was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Hurry! Battle 1, charge. Battle 2, don't get entangled with them, grab the flag. The observation hall was speechless, utterly speechless. If the Empire's battlefield was orderly, meticulously calculated, and advancing step by step, then Team 9 was a chaotic mess. It seemed that ever since the sirens announced the start of the sock-washing competition, the Federation's people had gone mad. In their eyes, there was no teamwork, no command, only victory. Team 8, Universal Technology Alliance, Locke eliminated. Team 8, Odysseus Free City State, Thousand Island Jasmine eliminated. Team 8, New Zhou Tian Dynasty, Jin Yuchen eliminated. Team 9, points +1. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Commander, Team 8 is probably fighting Team 9. Fu Jiwei listened to the broadcast, watching the rapidly changing points on the leaderboard. It's one-sided. She had considered the Federation's strength, but usually a 1-for-4 or 1-for-5 exchange was the limit. But for a very long time, no one heard of any of the 9 teams being eliminated. Their strength was so real and tangible. Normal. The Federation's combat power this year will only increase, not decrease. Let's focus on ourselves first, collect points, and conserve our strength. Roger. The observation center saw it even more clearly. Even the Empire and Tianyin were taken aback. The 8 teams weren't weak. On the contrary, one of them was from last year's top 10, the Huanyu Technology Alliance. Lin Xiaoya was the captain of Huanyu. SSS level, ranked 36th in the pre-competition assessment of the StarNet. He was not only strong in combat, but also a strong commander. His characteristics were composure under pressure, calmness in the face of adversity, a balanced offense and defense, and an extremely stable mentality. This was also the reason they were able to escape safely from the beast horde last time, with an unwavering commander. With him there, he wouldn't give up until the very last moment. Thus, the offensive was organized wave after wave, advancing layer by layer. Reconnaissance and target designation, heavy firepower suppression of the vanguard, assault teams flanking and breaking through. Outer perimeter early warning, tier defense deployment, mobile forces ready to counterattack at any time, uninterrupted communication, unbroken logistics. This was textbook-level operation in large-scale warfare, standardized and scientific. Even under the overwhelming force of the Star Beast Legion, this was a gratifying result. However, what a pity! Squad 9 was utter chaos. Combat Team 1 and Combat Team 2 were locked in a bitter internal struggle, fighting tooth and nail for kills. The other squads didn't dare compete with these 2 living devils for kills, keeping their distance, occasionally firing snipers from the perimeter. Toledo, the commander-in-chief, stood far away, seemingly unconcerned about the complexity of the situation, simply letting things slide. Even so, it couldn't conceal Squad 9's overwhelming combat power. 2 teams of 200 men tore through the enemy camp's defenses like a sharp knife. In the blink of an eye, they were upon them. The audience watching the live stream felt a surge of immense pressure, as if their chests were being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. Of the 200 men, 9 were from the Xianqing sect. But even these 9 individuals generated astonishing destructive power. Lewis, the leader's in your hands. Roger. Yes, my lord. Since it's my showtime now, let me introduce myself. Yo. Check it out. The Federation's blade, the Star's dragon. The Academy's ace, codenamed Lewis, heavy artillery bombardment. Don't misspell Lewis. The rising star of Proxima Centauri. Come on. Baby. Go. Does a single rhyme count? Amidst the chaotic battle, and the barrage of artillery fire, this guy actually managed to find his own stage. A fiery red mecha with gold trim, incredibly cool, moved with rhythm and cadence, its hands slicing like blades, its letter gestures blurring into afterimages, chest pounding, hip thrusts, and a final backflip igniting the entire arena. It was dazzling, mind-blowing. Did Idol wander into the wrong show? Ha ha ha. Vice Captain, let someone else do it next time, it's too embarrassing. Su Xian wasn't just regretting letting Lewis take the lead, he was regretting recruiting him into the first peak. Why was he so foolish? There are so many military academy students in the Federation. Bro, the competition is in progress. Can we do it at a different time? You little brats, no taste. Team 8's overall strength wasn't particularly outstanding, but Lin Xiaoya, as commander, had brought out 120% of the team's fighting power. So, to catch the thief, catch the king first. Discarding the commander is equivalent to taking down Team 8. So fast. Chapter 376. Lewis's movements were frighteningly fast. By the time he reacted, 3 members of the defense team closest to the command center had already been eliminated. This happened in the blink of an eye. Lewis, with wind, fire, and earth elemental roots, wasn't considered particularly powerful in the Xianqing sect, but his greatest strength was the interplay of wind and fire, making him both fast and strong. Team 8, Odysseus Free City State, Bruce eliminated. Team 8, Deep Space Dominator, Sun Yunyan eliminated. Team 8, Universal Technology Alliance, Han Chung eliminated. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Wow, that's strong. Who is that? Lewis, ranked 97th in the Federation's top 100. 97th? Where does Proxima Centauri rank then? A little over 7,000 and he's doing this? Lewis is slightly stronger than Alice, but he didn't even rank in the top 20 in the previous Federation. By this point, he had eliminated 23 people, including 3 SSS warriors. The Federation's unexpected events kept happening one after another, dazzling and overwhelming. Team 9, Sanctuary Alliance, Calby eliminated. Team 8, points +1. Huh? Sorry, a mistake. Team eliminated, deduct 5 points. The Siren directly added a reward and punishment system. Captains, those whose team members were eliminated, go back and practice more. Su Xiong was unhappy to see his team members eliminated. Alice was sure to laugh at him. Don't just rush and head first, pay attention to left and right. How are you going to get points if you're eliminated? If your own combat strength isn't enough, you need to learn to cooperate. Trust your teammates. You need to be able to assess and analyze the gap in strength between your opponents. If the gap is too large, you should dodge or escape. In actual combat, you only have one life. Hey, your lower body isn't strong enough. Your moves are too unsteady. You need to practice more. Beautiful. Kane, you're amazing. Aslan oversaw the entire situation. Su Xiong was directing everyone's performance from the sidelines. He would occasionally finish off opponents or save teammates. The Su family watched the tall and resolute young man on the screen, their eyes filled with a mixture of shock and pride. This kid has really grown up. The spoiled brat has transformed into a towering tree. Liu Yunhua. That's right. Below the sect master and the divine beast, only he stands alone. Is this the number 1 in the Federation's top 100 this year? As everyone knows, the Federation has a 4S student. But when everyone learned that this year's number 1 wasn't Gu Zhanting, a 4S student, they were inevitably shocked and disappointed. Now, seeing Su Xiong again, it doesn't seem so hard to understand. He seems very reliable. Strong combat power, and his leadership is also outstanding. It's not surprising that he's the Federation's number 1. Looking at the data again. S-level mental strength? That's nonsense. The frontline team began direct combat, and the rear team was already close to the battle flag. Although they resisted with all their might, Team 8 still couldn't withstand the absolute difference in combat power. Before sunset, Team 8 faced the end of this faction competition. Team 8, Universal Technology Alliance, Lin Xiaoya eliminated. Team 9, points +1. Team 8, eliminated. Team 9, however, only lost 7 people. Whoa! Quick, quick! Collect the loot. The rescue team is here. There was no time to review the battle. Everyone lowered their heads and began rummaging and banging. Obeying orders, they moved like locusts swarming across the land. You guys! Lin Xiaoya was furious. Not only was he humiliated by elimination, but his own equipment was also completely destroyed. These Federation people are so greedy. I'm so angry. The organizers had specially arranged 10 rescue ships to keep an eye on Team 9. Firstly, to prevent a Star Beast riot and prepare for rescue and combat. Secondly, to observe the coordination between the Star Beasts and Team 9, trying to gather as much intelligence as possible. When the rescue ships landed, the instructors cautiously walked towards the battlefield next to the Beast Horde. It was confirmed once again that the Federation definitely had a perfect method to control the Star Beasts. The entire Team 9 was still busily looting, completely oblivious to everything else. This standard procedure had become muscle memory in the team members, so practiced it was heartbreaking. The StarNet was in an uproar. They were just fighting like madmen, and now they're working together to scavenge for supplies? This is the first time I've seen someone scavenging parts and components from another team. Do they even have time to tinker with these things on the field? Yes, they do. See Yang Cheng's armor from Federal Reconnaissance Team 2? That was taken from another team, and he's still using it. Ha ha! Charles Young, are they digging up old graves? Awesome. It's actually usable? Yes, look at Sun Qianyu's videos. He's practically always hammering and tinkering. He not only repairs, but he can also modify. I can't learn that. He's a master who can repair Nirvana. His diagnosis and solution are almost instantaneous. The most time-consuming thing. The repair process is completely the opposite of what I, a regular mech pilot, do. Yes, it's impossible. The principle on the field is to give up if it can't be repaired quickly. If you get desperate, you might not only abandon the mech, but even the warrior. However, his optimization ideas can give mech designers a lot of inspiration. See? His eyes are shining when he's taking things apart. People don't get tired when they're doing bad things. Ha ha ha. What you find is worth buying, gold and silver can't buy it. This isn't the first time the Federation has done this. Is the Federation team that poor? The way they pick up equipment is just like friends living in a garbage dump. The Federation people completely ignored the teasing and ridicule from other countries, instead displaying pride and honesty. That's right, this year's Federation's 1st and 18th military academies relied heavily on scavenging for equipment and resources in their early days. Sun Qianyu's family lived on a garbage dump, but that didn't stop him from achieving nirvana. Xue Lingling was abandoned by her family, but she rose to where she is today step by step. Our 18th Military Academy are combat stars who emerged from a garbage planet. It's said that powerful warriors are built on family background and resources, but the Federation's children have their own solutions. Yes, I'm proud of them. I'm proud of the Federation. It's said that sincerity is the greatest weapon, and a calm and collected demeanor can make those who mock blush. Yeah, poverty aside. The Federation, such a large country, still has so many grassroots military academy students reaching the international stage, which in itself demonstrates the superiority of its system. Like the Imperial team, there are very few ordinary students left. Most are from large families with military and political backgrounds. They awaken early, have abundant training resources, and have an advantage in equipment during various elections, making it easy for them to stand out. However, the Federation strives for balance, providing abundant resources and opportunities to remote planets. It's truly enviable. That's wonderful. This year, the Federation's top performer is the 18th Military Academy, from a remote, garbage-strewn planet, a genuine garbage planet. This academy is a truly bottom-tier institution, where many impoverished people live off mountains of garbage. The entire school has only 2 A-grade standard mechs. You can imagine how harsh the conditions are. Many may not know this, but before this, in the 38th Federation Military Academy Grand Competition, the first place was always held by the Central 1st Military Academy. So the 18th Military Academy's victory is a true underdog story. Chapter 377. Remote star regions don't even have military academies, let alone dream of expensive professions, like mech pilots or pharmacists. Those with slightly better conditions can only start as ordinary soldiers, while those with less talent or late bloomers have almost no chance. So the Federation's approach has fulfilled the military academy dreams of many children. Did you all notice that the Federation's radiation-free vegetable market pilot program has many unnamed stars with serial numbers? It's clearly a random draw. Resources aren't entirely biased towards A-level stars. The Federation, a little bit of pride. Think about it again. What if many geniuses, forced by circumstances, don't get a fair chance and are ultimately buried in the sea of people? The thought that remote star regions might have the opportunity to produce Xue Linglings and Sun Qianyus. Countless nations fell silent. Yes, geniuses who lead an era are often extremely rare. As darkness approached, the large group returned to camp, laughing and joking all the way. I pulled down the battle flag. I got more kills. I suffered fewer casualties. Get out of here. Want to die? Come here. 6. You be the judge who won? They were both great, okay. Hearing the siren's dismissive tone, their expression seemed to say, "Are you kidding me? Don't try to smooth things over. You better understand." Right. Get the rule straight today, we continue tomorrow. Siren, they're just looking for trouble. Never mind them, dinner's ready. Wait, we're having so much fun today. Get out my and the Ice Queen's gear. Lian Weiing, you want to sing? Then I won't be sleepy anymore. Li Yuan was sat on pins and needles. No way, that's already outrageous enough. He and Carl are practically going crazy pretending to be stupid. Ho! Ha! I stumble and fall like waves. 1,000 grievances I laugh off. I go down and up, swaying but refusing to fall. I know the secrets of wine best. The entire StarNet fell silent, speechless. The quantum computer played exciting music that echoed across the empty grassland. The beasts were instantly terrified. It was as if they had suddenly returned to that pitch-black night. The female demon, her blood-red eyes blinking and a sinister laugh echoing, arrived at their once peaceful paradise, where they had lived for decades. Then, they tragically reached a turning point in their fate, becoming what they are now. Meeting Alice meant this calamity was destined. Some fears require a lifetime to heal. What a tragedy. Not a single note was in tune, but the drunken boxing was quite good. Forced by Alice's tyranny, even if the singing was terrible, those who had to support her still had to. Oh. King of singers. King of singers. King of singers. Queen of singers. Queen of singers. Ice Queen. Next, Federation idol Lewis Collins. In the observation hall, Li Yuanhua, facing the indescribable gazes from all directions, forced a smile and replied, "After all, the rules didn't say anything about not riding star beasts, cooking, or singing." He then stabbed the organizer. Lu Chung was seriously starting to think about it. The rules for international competitions absolutely needed to be changed. But what he didn't expect was that the freshly printed new rules would be useless. On the 9th day, the national competition and the sock washing contest were underway simultaneously. Friends, Team 1 has been riding on our heads long enough. Today, right now, we show everyone who the true kings are. Team 2 will win. Win. Team 2 was helpless, but who dared to stop the female demon? Brothers, think about it. What will society say about us if we lose to Alice? Can you swallow this insult? Team 1, we can. Today, the two teams split up. Su Xiang went west, and Alice went east. The others split into two groups to follow them, to prevent the two from causing any trouble due to their irrationality. Let's go! The two, like generals on a battlefield, led their Star Beast army, high-spirited and in a grand procession. Heading east, they would inevitably pass by their old friends. Team 11. When Battle 2 arrived, over 600 people remained in Squad 11, including former zookeeper Shura. Warning! Warning! Beast Horde attack! Holy crap! Squad 9 is back. And with Star Beasts. 300 people with Star Beasts. All on alert. The reconnaissance's pupils dilated in shock. Their voices were hoarse from shouting. That woman is back. Warning! Warning! Shura! Deputy Commander. Help! Shura watched the Star Beast squad sweeping in from the dust cloud, her head throbbing. At this moment, she only wanted to ask, who drew the lots? They might as well have drawn the land next to the Empire. The Commander-in-Chief wasn't even here. If they accidentally lost the battle flag, the entire squad would have to go home early. Sister Shura. But then, Alice's excited shouts came from afar. The cheers in her voice gave Team 11 a glimmer of hope. Vice Commander, we can't win. Whether we can survive this ordeal depends on you. Shura, this responsibility is heavier than Mount Tai. You are Team 11's peace ambassador. We're counting on you. Yes, yes, give her all the food she wants. Shura, got it. Discretion is the better part of valor. Alice, I have some good food. I'm coming. The highest level of battle strategy is to turn hostility into friendship. Yeah. So, over 300 people, along with 300 Star Beasts, made a brief stop at Team 11's camp. Of course, Alice wasn't one to eat and take everything. She left Team 11 a considerable amount of food. Sister Shura, we have to go. Su Xiang and I have a competition to do. We have a lot to do today. What competition? Who gets the most kills? The kills are right in front of us. Oh no! This topic is too dangerous. So, better to sacrifice a friend than myself. The closest team is Team 15. I know where it is. Shall I take you there? Sure. The others, brilliant. Shifting the blame. No wonder she's a deputy commander. So, Shura's 100-strong team boarded Team 9's Star Beast Express and continued eastward. These Star Beasts are so useful. Obedient and energy efficient. The members of Team 11 cautiously climbed onto the Star Beast's back, both apprehensive and curious. They're so well-behaved. This was the first time they heard someone use well-behaved to describe a high-level Star Beast. On the other side, Teams 12 and 13 were eliminated by Team 11, and Team 14 was eliminated by Team 15. 2 hours ago, Team 11, with over 300 members led by Nick, was looting supplies on a mountainside between two other teams. They had just taken down the Star Falcon on the cliff, and were catching their breath before continuing to collect supply packs. At this point, their energy and ammunition were greatly depleted, and their stamina was also severely exhausted. Suddenly, boom! They were ambushed from behind. Who? Honeywell. It's Team 15. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Defend. Defend. Retreat. Retreat to the cliff first. Chapter 378. This location was right between the two teams, and the supplies weren't plentiful. Nick judged there shouldn't be any competitors. Team 15 wouldn't bother traveling this far for such meager supplies. Besides, there was a significant level difference between the two teams. The risk wasn't worthwhile. But in reality, Team 15 had no other choice. To the southeast were the eliminated Team 16, followed by Team 17. The most terrifying Team 17 this year. To the northwest were the already eliminated Teams 12, 13, and 14. Sandwiched between the third and fourth ranked teams was a trembling Team 15. Neither side was easy to deal with. But Tianyin was too ruthless. If Team 15 wanted to advance, they could only lose to Team 11. So, they traveled a great distance, leading nearly 700 men on a long-distance raid, and had been lying in wait for Team 11 for several days. They were just waiting for Nick to be nearly exhausted, then they could absorb this part of their forces and capture the flag. And they got exactly what they were waiting for. Honeywell was ecstatic. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The timing was perfect, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have 700 men, fully armed, let's see how you fight this time. But Nick, the captain of the third-ranked StarCraft team, was no pushover. Team 11 and Star Falcon had already fought several rounds, and knew the terrain of this area inside and out. He reacted quickly, manpower, energy, ammunition, terrain, and the enemy. Everything was organized and reconstructed in his mind. The attack formation was set in motion. Break through. Take off and get to the top of the cliff. Surround them. Encircle them. The melee began. Team 11, Union of Jotun, Shinchin eliminated. Team 15, Pan-Galactic Trade Matrix, Zhangpeng eliminated. Team 11, Quantum Alliance, Vance eliminated. Team 15, points +1. Team 11, points +1. Team 15, points +1. Nick organized several waves of effective defense and offense. But the opponent came prepared, with ample forces, and was fast and ruthless. The more they fought, the more anxious he became. There have been too many unexpected events this year. It's one thing to avoid Team 9, but losing to Team 15, how could he face his family and friends back in Jotun? An hour later, even the supplies looted in the chaos were almost gone. Of the 300 men, only 170 remained, having eliminated over 270 opponents. A 1-4-2 trade, but the odds were too low. Just then, a ghostly laugh echoed amidst the chaotic gunfire, growing even more terrifying. Hee hee hee. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Nick, that sounds familiar. Starcore King Kong weaved through the bushes, pounding his chest with his fists. The galactic lion charged in, trampling through the vegetation. The Titanic roared deafeningly, and the beast horde pressed forward. The warriors were terrified. Such a commotion, and a horde of star beasts was approaching? Was it a beast tide? But Nick had a miscalculation. Because the leading Titanic, he recognized it. He'd seen it just a few days ago. The one carrying Alice, with a large wound on its ear. He recognized it even if it were ashes. Sure enough. In the sky, the storm flamingos swooped down at lightning speed, countless warriors leaping from their backs. They surrounded them from all directions, immediately activating their mechs and standing before the remnants of Squad 11. Nick. Shura. Nick understood instantly. Shura had made the right choice that night. From now on, Squad 9 was an ally. Squad 11 was going from hell to heaven, while Squad 15 was the exact opposite. Boss. High-level star beasts. How come there are so many? Boss, run. It's a beast tide. No, calm down. Calm down. Withdraw from the battle zone. Retreat. The sudden change threw Team 15 into a panic. Points and the competition weren't as important as their lives. Honeywell was shaken, forcing himself to calm down as he retreated while blocking the attack. How could star beasts appear alongside humans? Not only flamingos, but ward lions and even giant elephants were carrying humans. Look at their uniforms and mechs. They were competitors in this competition. Team 9. Boss, they're from the Federation. Although it was hard to believe, the star beasts had carried this group. They put the people down on the battlefield and automatically retreated to the side. Like an obedient mode of transportation. He quickly grasped the situation. He shouted to the approaching group from afar, "Who goes there?" Team 9, Federation Alice Young. Never heard of the name. You can tame star beasts? Honeywell asked tentatively. Oh, these are unofficial members of our Team 9. Star beast, Really? Damn. How are we supposed to play like this? Do the other teams know Team 9 can tame star beasts? Does anyone outside know? Did the organizers and other countries know before the competition? How come there was no news about such a major change? Looking at the 10 rescue ships overhead, they clearly came with Team 9. He never seen so many rescue ships before. There's only one possibility. The organizers knew, and were worried about a Star Beast riot, so they deployed so many rescue forces, but they didn't intervene. They didn't say Team 9 had violated any rules. That means there's no fatal danger. The Star Beasts won't attack humans. The Star Beasts won't participate in the battle. No problem. The logic is sound. His little brain worked like a rocket, quickly grasping the situation perfectly. Sure enough, Alice spoke up. The Star Beasts don't fight. Honeywell was at least half relieved. As long as the opponents were still humans, there was a chance of victory. Everyone calm down. We only need to worry about the humans. During this standoff, Team 15 understood the current situation. These were all well-trained warriors, quickly calming down from their panic and shifting to a combat-ready state. If this were a Zerg battlefield, wouldn't one stand tall even knowing death is imminent? The aerial sentinels, facing the overwhelming Flamingo army, immediately retreated to a safe distance. While preparing for rescue and evacuation, they continuously gathered intelligence and information. Commander, there are over 300 Star Beasts. They retreated off the battlefield. Reinforcements are over 400, from Teams 9 and 11. They allied. Honeywell knew this battle would be difficult, but they were in a bind. They had no choice but to fight. Comrades, look carefully. The Star Beasts aren't participating in the battle. We have 700 men, an overwhelming numerical advantage. We have no way out. Roger that. It must be said that even a mid-tier team like Team 15 was in no way inferior to top-tier teams in terms of military expertise. The numbers are almost even. The opposing team of around 170 people is exhausted. Even their strongest fighter, Gu Zhanting, seems to be absent. As long as they don't have to worry about the Star Beasts, they have a chance. Even if they don't, they have to fight. At least, he tried his best. Team 15, Pangalactic Trade Matrix, Zhang Peng eliminated. Team 11, Quantum Star Alliance, Kawamura Ryo eliminated. Team 15, Deep Space Free Federation, Ishan eliminated. Team 11, Transdimensional Fusion Empire, Arjun eliminated. Team 9, Demographic Alliance, Krishna eliminated. Team 9, points +1. Team 11, points +1. Team 15, points +1. Team 9, points +1. Chapter 379. Keep an eye on each other, eliminating one deducts 5 points. Daedara. Left. Tessa, move aside. Thanks, Vice Captain. On the other side, Su Xiong's Star Beast Legion had already approached Team 7's camp. Alright, you guys just wait here. The leader, Star Wolf Sita, nodded obediently, leading his underlings to wait in the jungle. Bringing this bunch out like this, how can you give them a chance to train? Tighten your skin. We absolutely cannot lose this battle today. Aslan. Roger that. Follow my command. Split into 3 groups and surround it. Alarm. Enemy attack. Team 9. It's the Federation. All personnel, prepare for battle. Estimated around 300 people. Gu Zhanting isn't seen. It's Lil 11's turn to cook today. Team 7, New Frontier Pioneers Alliance, Ian eliminated. Team 7, Steel Expeditionary Legion, Valen eliminated. Team 7, Starlight Church, Singh eliminated. Team 9, points +1. Team 9, points +1. Team 9, points +1. Team 9's attack was like a storm, sweeping across the entire field with thunderous force, their points climbing steadily. Team 7 had anticipated their opponents would be strong, but they hadn't expected that with only 300 men, they could be this powerful, especially without their primary target. Overwhelmingly strong, they were utterly powerless. In Passage 2, Fu Jiwei and Nangong Ling, watching the rapidly changing leaderboard, had a fairly good grasp of the battle situation. The Federation has moved. Team 7, Team 11, Team 15? From 2 directions? 3 factions have been deployed simultaneously? Too risky. According to Nangong Ling's statistics, Team 7 and 15 still have a considerable number of members remaining. Splitting the forces into 2 groups inherently disperses combat power, already a risky move. There's still 11 teams left. Jordan was 3rd last year. Nick's predicted ranking is in the top 5. The Federation's actions are always significant. Look at the points, the Federation has the advantage. Clearly, other teams are constantly being eliminated. But reports of Team 9's elimination are extremely rare. How is this possible? How could such a failed strategy still work? From the Empire's perspective, the gap between the Federation and Yotan, the 2nd and 3rd place, isn't that large. When 2 tigers fight, one will inevitably be injured. Logically, The Federation shouldn't have the energy to deal with any other team. Especially since these three teams all have over 600 members remaining. With their main combat forces still intact, Team 2's command center fell into deep thought. In the observation hall, Liu Chung, sweating profusely, surveyed the battlefields that had sprung up across the Federation. This was far better than the pre-war assessment. It was unfathomable. He had believed the Federation was at least still on the path to catching up with the Empire. But now, even the usually arrogant Shang Jing felt a chill run down his spine. What was even more terrifying was that they hadn't gone all out. Over 300 men guarding the battle flag, 600 men split into two groups. The captain and vice-captain were busy training. That Su Xiang, when a team member was eliminated, started cursing the captain, then Kane, Lewis. Basically, cursing his own disciples. Quite imposing, acutely fierce kind of fierce. On the other side, Alice was busy cutting down and rescuing people, running around everywhere. Her speed is astonishing. Her personal score has already exceeded 700. There's never been such a high individual score in the history of international competitions. She's truly the number one on the individual score leaderboard. Second place is Kimura Yoshi of Tianjin, with 235 points. A threefold difference. This proves that even without Star Beast points, she can easily rack up kill points. And it's not just these two who are rising to the top. Athlon, Kane, Lewis, Daedara, Yang Chung. Any one of them is enough to make people gasp. These people weren't even on the priority watch list before the competition. Two vice-captains leading the charge, two different styles, but the result was the same. Team 9 was unstoppable. This year's Federation is terrifying. The Federation is divinely aided. Federation Su Xiang. Federation Alice. Federation Aslan. Federation Daedara. The Federation hasn't even fielded Gu Zhanting yet, and they already achieved this? The Federation's win rate has skyrocketed. The Federation team's mental strength levels are fake. Team 7, eliminated. The observation hall was filled with deafening silence. Too strong. Both battlefields ended almost simultaneously. Going back? Yes, come to our place. We have good food. Nick and Shura warmly invited. Or do you want to go back to camp first? Today, 18 will cook. Gu Zhanting had also awakened his culinary talent, his fried rice a true inheritance from Song Ruiteng. Alice's mouth watered, but she surprisingly remained rational. How far is Team 15? Got it, the Peak Master wasn't satisfied. Although Alice wasn't particularly shrewd, she could still do basic math. Su Xiang went to Team 7, and with the kills and banners, she definitely got more than her. Get in the car? She asked, staring at Nick and Shura. The two looked at each other. They had just taken supplies from Team 15, replenishing some of their energy and ammunition. Instinct told them that following the Federation meant there would be benefits. Go! Okay, night raid on Team 15. And Alice wasn't the only one with this idea. By this time, the sun had already set. Team 15's camp welcomed the uninvited guests they least wanted to see. Ah! Murata, you gone too far. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Giving the weak a chance to complain is already my mercy. Team 17, taking over 300 men, raided Team 15's camp before nightfall. A fight is a fight. Winning and losing are normal. But Murata and his men either treated the soldiers like scrap parts, roughly pulling them out of their mechs. They either didn't eliminate anyone or resorted to relentless torture. The cruelty of their methods was completely unlike that of soldiers. Team 17 already had overwhelming combat power over Team 15, with more people, better preparation, and more meticulous deployment. In half an hour, only a few people were eliminated, but Team 15's defensive system completely collapsed, and absolute control of the camp had fallen into enemy hands. In the observation hall, because it was an international occasion, the delegations tried their best to restrain themselves, but the atmosphere was already tense. Shengjing, are you here to compete? Our team members did not commit any fouls. Shengjing's tone showed no apology, remaining arrogant, even with a hint of barely perceptible smugness. You? The delegations from Team 15 clenched their fists, their eyes filled with anger and helplessness. We will submit an appeal and arbitration to the organizing committee. Go ahead. We're just fighting. It's not even as controversial as the Federation using Star Beasts. What do I care? Our Federation has always prioritized friendship. Look at our Team 9 and Team 11, how well we get along. Unlike some people, acting like nouveau riche, coming in with a vengeance, as if afraid others won't know you can. You? Now it was Shengjing's turn to be speechless. Sure enough, When it comes to putting someone in an awkward position, no one can beat the cunning boy's directness. Chapter 380. International competitions are all governed by death contracts. Before elimination, struggle and competition are inevitable. However, only in recent years has Tianyin resorted to such excessive and cruel methods, and it's only escalating. Lu Chung sighed. The revision of international competition rules needs to include necessary humanitarian clauses. In Team 15's camp, the remnants are still resisting. Deputy Commander Koro couldn't understand. Everyone came to compete, not to have any real mortal grudges. Especially on the Zerg battlefield, humans are all on the same side. Even if they're not teammates, there's no need to kill them all. In just over an hour, more than 12 people have suffered severe mental damage. The members of Team 17 are even enjoying this, laughing and joking. Especially their deputy commander, Kurosaki Takuya. He doesn't say a word, but almost every move draws blood. His compatriots seem to be lifeless objects to him, to be disposed of at will. His silent and sinister demeanor sends chills down one's spine. Rumor has it that the training method for high-level warriors in Tianyin is to kill their childhood friends. It sounded unbelievable then, but now it doesn't seem so incredulous. Human goodness seems to have been completely stripped away. Shangjing, is this how Tianyin teaches its students? This is the slaughter of our own people. Your actions are more despicable than those of the Zerg. In an international setting, this is a very strong statement. Watch your words. The victor is king, the loser is an outlaw. That's only fair. When humans capture the Zerg, they also exterminate them. Let me reiterate, we haven't laid a single finger on the eliminated contestants. Facing the condemnation of everyone, Shangjing only found it laughable. The understanding of fools is meaningless to me. Team 15, Pan-Galactic Trade Matrix, Hassan eliminated. Team 15, Northern Federation, Israel eliminated. Team 15, Deep Space Free Federation, Sauron eliminated. Team 17, points +1. Team 17, points +1. Team 17, points +1. The tragedy continued. Grum was tightly restrained by the two members of Team 17 inside the steel mech. The mech emitted a piercing metallic groan, the cracking joints sounding exactly like bones being crushed. His pupils contracted violently in fear and pain, and the mech erupted with a piercing alarm. Cockpit integrity 87%, 63%, 41%. Just when he thought he was doomed, and Team 15 would also perish here. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Nick, how many times have I heard this phrase today? Aside from a playful yet eerie female voice in the silent night, there seemed to be only a few faint whistles of wind. Without the sentry's awareness, the two controlling Grom, along with the heavy mech, were sent flying with two whooshing sounds. Without seeing what happened, the leading members of Team 17 were all thrown back. All that remained for everyone was the deafening crash of the mech landing, the tremors of the ground, and the shock in everyone's eyes. Who? Your grandma. Vice Captain they. The Xianxin sect members immediately recognized that more than a dozen were seriously injured, and 3 were already unconscious. Even so, Team 17 hadn't eliminated their opponent. For the first time, Alice's tone was calm yet chillingly cold. I hate the kind of people I hate most in my life. Those who treat cruelty like a game, useless trash. Zhang Xinhua looked at Alice on the camera, and knew clearly that she was angry. Under the cover of night, her figure was even harder to spot. Wearing the cumbersome mecha, she moved with uncanny speed. When she finally appeared, she was like a ghost, appearing behind Kurosaki. Don't worry, I teach you a lesson in the way you know best. The sound of the mecha exploding tore through the night, like a giant beast tearing apart metal, piercing and sharp. Squeak. Boom. Kurosaki looked down, and saw the right hand of the red mecha pierce straight through his mecha's chest, gripping his left shoulder tightly. Just a hair's breadth away, it was his heart. What terrifying power, what mech. No, what kind of person could do this to an SSS rank mech in an instant? In that instant, Kurosaki felt death so close for the first time. Overwhelmed by fear, he gasped for breath. Just as he was congratulating himself on escaping death, the world suddenly turned upside down, and his body was violently ripped from the mech. He seemed to hear a ripping sound deep within his body, as if someone had skinned his nervous system alive. Pain swept through his entire body, touching his very soul. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Fun, isn't it? I'm asking you, isn't it fun? Alice didn't stop, kicking and tossing him around like a ball. Kurosaki, deputy commander of Tenin, SSS rank, pre-battle estimated ranking 27th. In a flash, There was no chance of retaliation. How about it? Say something? A deathly silence fell over the scene as Alice went berserk. No one dared to stop her. No one dared to advise her. Of course, even Nick and Shura from the opposing Team 11 didn't think Alice was cruel. On the contrary, they thought Kurosaki deserved it. Finally, only Deidara weakly said, "Sis, don't really kill him. He was too weak to speak." "Fine, you're lucky, kid. I'm not killing anyone today." The completely unconscious Kurosaki, meeting me is your good fortune. Today, I teach you what a soldier is. Under the moonlight, Alice's resolute and decisive face was like a Valkyrie wielding a sword to judge darkness. Team 9 took over the battlefield, showing no mercy, and showing no mercy. She kept fighting, muttering to herself. This punch is called treat others with kindness. This kick is called harmony and friendship. This strike is called winning people over with virtue. This palm strike is called compassionate salvation. Understand? Speak. Understood what? Treat others with kindness. Good, recite what I just taught you 3 times. Shang Jing's face turned green. Now it was Tian Yin's turn to lose face. The education of love was embodied at this moment. On the other side of the light screen, both the Star Network and the observation hall were applauding and cheering. Well done, Alice. Yes. She just needed a lesson. The Federation is so cool. I'm a fan now. Everyone says Fu Jiwei is an interstellar Valkyrie, and look, there's another one. Only Shang Jing, who is just as smug, was now furious. The surrounding laughter, insults, and sympathetic glances felt like sharp thorns pricking him. Team 17, Tianyin Dynasty, Takahashi Ryu eliminated. Team 17, Tianyin Dynasty, Hashinahara eliminated. Team 17, Deep Blue Alliance, Coleman eliminated. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Alright now, have you felt the warmth of human society? Deidara, Peak Master, I'm so impressed. Everyone else collects supplies. Alice was very clear-headed. Team 9's accompanying rescue team arrived too quickly. If they didn't act fast, they wouldn't get anything. Shushu, rescue people. Chapter 381. Okay. One Shushu took out several hemostatic pills and gave them to the seriously injured one by one. Those with minor injuries received a healing potion. According to the severity of the injury, some received 100 units, some 300, and some 500. Those who could still move were given their own healing potion. Soon, the breathing of the dozen or so seriously injured people returned to normal, and their injuries visibly healed. Billions of viewers on the Starnet watched in disbelief. Flesh and blood seemed to grow back, so smoothly and beautifully repaired. Crucially, the excruciating mental damage was gone. There were no screams or roars of agony. It was as if the person had fallen asleep. Is it magic? What is it? She didn't give the seriously injured person a repair solution? It's a pill. What kind of pill? It's terrifying. It seems even more powerful than the repair solution? This world is magical. What could possibly have a repair capacity exceeding 500 of a repair solution? I want to know too. Is it a magic pill? This is mental damage, and it's in the acute phase. It's healed like magic. Wait, let's see what the rescue team says. The information revealed in this competition is crucial for the entire Proxima Centauri pharmacology field. Everyone thought the revelation of Xue Lingling's identity was the climax. But then you say there's more. Everyone is waiting to see, waiting for the rescue team's confirmation and judgment. Team 9 didn't stop for a moment, constantly dismantling mechs and collecting supplies, working feverishly. Ivan kept muttering, Kurosaki's armor. Get that lightsaber. Those who can't dismantle it, deplete their energy first. Hurry! Time waits for no one. In less than 10 minutes, everything was swept away in a flash. Anything usable and valuable was almost completely collected. Such a scene was rare, but the instructors had no time to spare, rushing to check on the wounded immediately. They first checked on Team 15, especially the dozen or so seriously injured. 5 minutes later, the flight monitor clearly captured the shock and disbelief in the medical staff's eyes. The federal drug issue was only revealed after the start of the competition. The Team 15 members were unaware of it. Gross recovered quickly after drinking 300 units of the drug. However, he was worried about his teammates and didn't pay much attention to himself. Teacher, how are they? Can they be cured? Don't worry. What about their mental damage? They should be fine. The accompanying medics and pharmacists were also incredulous. But these men seemed uninjured, simply exhausted and asleep. He wake up soon. Huh? Now it was Gross's turn to be flustered. What did that mean? Such severe mental damage was being treated so lightly. He only just realized that the medicine the Federation had given him seemed off. His own injuries weren't minor either. How could heal so quickly? This one is the most seriously injured. Take him away quickly. The most seriously injured. Kurosaki, and there's no medicine. They can only wait until they get out and treat him using traditional methods. Judging from the Federation's attitude, they don't care about the sky shadows. Before leaving, the instructor gave a meaningful look to Team 9, who were still helping to count the spoils. Alice, Ron Shushu. The Federation is truly full of hidden talents. After the wounded and eliminated trainees were taken away, the atmosphere began to ease. But before the remaining members of Team 15 could even breathe a sigh of relief, Alice gave a wicked smile. Take them down. The Xianxin sect members reacted the fastest. They spread out their formation, wielding lightsabers, and began eliminating the remaining soldiers. Sister, didn't you save me? The speed at which she turned her back on them was utterly unexpected. One thing at a time, I want my kills. Fine, you're keeping business separate, huh? Then let's fight properly. In Gross's eyes, facing a worthy opponent meant giving it your all. Alright, I won't bully you. Team 1 50 men. Team 11 and the rest retreated to the outer line, stowed their mechs, and watched, occasionally punctuated by cheers and shouts of approval. This was true competitive spirit. Friendship first, competition second, knowing when to stop. This was embodied in every gesture. The StarNet audience was thrilled. Before leaving to pick up the wounded, the representatives of Team 15 came to the Federation to pay their respects. Director Lee, thank you so much. These are all elites from various countries. If they all perish here, the consequences are unimaginable. No need, it's the children's own choice. A warm smile spread across his eyes, a gaze that seemed to melt away all barriers and dispel the winter chill. Leave your personal terminal number, and we still pay for the medicine. Oh, I can't accept this. He looked at you with an expression that said, you can't refuse me, which was quite amusing. These people are admirable and incredibly endearing. The fierce battle within the 15 teams didn't last long. Gross knew that this team competition could only go so far. But he had done his best, and facing such opponents was worth it. Alice Yang, is it? Having someone like her is a blessing for the Federation. Or, to put it another way, the Federation may have cultivated more than just Alice. Seeing the big picture from small details, that's the spirit of a great power. Team 15, eliminated. Team 9 heard the announcement of Team 15's elimination. Without hesitation, Alice's actions were swift and decisive. Where's the surveillance? Which one? Which one? She began searching high and low for the surveillance aircraft, then rummaged through her spatial storage. The Federation's audience was speechless. No way. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Given the 18th Military Academy's character, how could they not make a move with such a great opportunity? They're holding back their big move. A leopard can't change its spots. Pa! No, I mean, they're sticking to tradition. We're doomed. We embarrassed ourselves across the entire galaxy. What's embarrassing? It's hard-earned money. It's not shameful. Right. Keep it up. Team 9 had just finished such a glorious battle, and Alice, being a prominent figure, drew all eyes. Everyone was curious. What was she up to? Then they heard. A 3-generation secret recipe, so fragrant even the gods would nod in approval. Old Man Lee's pork jerky, the more you chew, the more addictive it becomes. She chewed while giving a front-facing demonstration of the product packaging. Old Lee's pork jerky, strategic partner of the 18th Military Academy of the Federation. New flavors available simultaneously at StarNet stores. Free shipping to 23 countries and 256 planets, including the Empire, Tianyin, and Jotun. What did I just hear? Old Lee's pork jerky? Are there any Federation members here? Can you explain? What was that all about? This is called advertising. It's a paid promotional method that uses creative information dissemination to induce cognitive, emotional, or behavioral changes in the target audience. Did I ask you that? Do you think I wouldn't see this as an ad? Paid? The Federation got paid? I really can't believe it. I'm seeing an ad during the Military Academy battle in my lifetime. Am I crazy, or has the world gone mad? The Federation is crazy. What kind of brain does someone have to think of advertising during the Proxima Centauri Military Academy Battle International Tournament? They're just smart. And a bit short on cash. Yeah. They got this wave of traffic down the drain. Old Lee has even become a strategic partner. Chapter 382. Of course, this is a partner cultivated since the early days of the 18th Military Academy. What partner? To put it bluntly, it's someone who gives Alice good food. You know so much. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. I checked, and there really is such a restaurant, ranked 5th on the Federation's food rankings. It's full of advertisements for Suziong and Alice. This isn't the first time they've done this. The 18th Military Academy was already taking on advertisements during the national competition. This time, it's probably more than just one. Advertisers would never dream of such a sinister act, reaching into the Military Academy war. This marketing method is insane. At least hundreds of billions of people across the galaxy now know about Old Manly. A perfect collaboration between the military and food circles. This ingenious move could be written into a media studies textbook. Does anyone have the contact information for the 18th Military Academy's business? No, for anyone at all? Our company is also interested in cooperation. Ha ha ha. Business is just coming in. Old Manly, the biggest winner of this Military Academy battle. Far away on the Federation's Central Star, watching his rapidly growing fanbase and orders, the little old man surnamedly has once again risen in status. Old Manly is now a well-known brand on Proxima Centauri. In the observation hall, a gasp escaped his lips. Liu Cheng's gaze towards the Federation delegation was now somewhat pitiful. You're causing trouble, and it's us who are in trouble. Li Yuanhua felt sorry for him, and weakly tried to smooth things over, saying, after all, the rules don't say we can't drink, cook, sing, dismantle mechs, ride star beasts, or do advertising. The Imperial organizers felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. Could there be more to come? All the other peaks are making money. Weapon Peak, Pill Peak, Spirit Plant Peak. Peak 1 and Peak 5 have all found their suckers. Even Xiao Xuanzi's Array Peak has started making money since Salong and Samir arrived. Alice is incredibly anxious. Peak 3 has too many people, and their expenses are too high. They need to find a way out. The path ahead is readily available. Just in time, Team 15 is eliminated. It's her MVP settlement period. That's the perfect opportunity to build her career. Amidst the stunned silence of her teammates and Team 11, Alice nodded in satisfaction. 5 million in hand. Alice can fight and make money. A 10 out of 10 genius. She's even going to wear that Chi-Bit fried chicken printed t-shirt later. Sanfeng, money. 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 Zhang Xinhua, oh no, what will history books say about this? Yang's father, who are you? I don't know you. In the Jotun team traveling with him, Nick and Shira fell into deep silence, then burst into incredulous questions. You took an ad? The Federation's various outrageous actions were already astonishing enough, but this was even more astonishing. Alice replied with a shrewd look, Little brother, you don't understand, I have a family to support. Not long after, Nick learned exactly what this family referred to. When Gross and the others were led away, they saw the group of star beasts waiting on the outskirts of the camp, and learned about the anomaly that had occurred with the Federation team. He shook his head helplessly. The world was truly about to change. Who can win? This Federation is unstoppable. They crush anyone who stands in their way. Especially someone like him. He lost fair and square. Team 7, 8, 15, and 17 have been partially eliminated, and Team 9 has begun climbing the rankings. They're moving with lightning speed, swooping up the ranks in a flash. Team 2, 4,523 points, flags, 3, rank, 1. Team 9, 3,854 points, flags, 4, rank, 2. Team 17, 3,578 points, flags, 2, rank, 3. Team 11, 3,312 points, flags, 2, rank, 4. Team 23, 3,262 points, flags, 2, rank, 5. Team 25, 1,720 points, flags, 1, rank, 6. The Federation is back. The previous apparent surrender seemed like an illusion. Team 9 is demonstrating to the world with astonishing performance. Climbing the rankings is a piece of cake. Team 9 is back in the top 5. Of course. Well deserved. It couldn't be easier. I even think. I dare not say. Rest assured, this year's first place is truly in doubt. In the 68th Military Academy Grand Competition, the Empire has never lost. It seems that since the existence of this behemoth, it has been destined to be the born king, but after 10 days of the competition, this belief has begun to waver. Although Liu Chung firmly believes in the Empire's capabilities, his serious expression and clenched fists betray his inner panic. Impossible. The Empire will always be the Empire. All the wounded were brought out and sent to the competition hospital for emergency treatment. Useless. Can't even beat a few nameless nobodies. Zhang Jing was furious, his eyes filled with malice. Tianyan's custom is, if you don't succeed the first time, you won't use it 100 times, let alone a few cripples. While other delegations were busy caring about the health of their team members, he simply ignored them. Meanwhile, the outside world reacted again. Breaking news. I heard the members of Team 15, who suffered severe mental injuries, are already healed. Those kinds of injuries can actually be healed? They definitely couldn't have been healed before, but did you see the rescue team's reaction after inspecting the scene? The seriously injured members of Team 15 didn't even need the emergency treatment pod. Yeah, when they arrived at Kurosaki, the doctors and pharmacists were swamped. In other words, Team 15 is perfectly fine. So the question is, what did Wan Shushu give them? She gave them 4 kinds of things. Repair fluids in quantities of 150, 300, and 500. Look. Exactly the same as what Xianqing Sect sells on their star network. And there's another one, which isn't a liquid. I took a screenshot. It's a black pill. What is this? Even more powerful than the cleansing elixir? Has anyone seen it? It can heal severe mental damage in minutes. I can only guess that the Federation has a new drug that surpasses current technology. 500 cleansing elixir is already terrifying enough. Isn't this the limit? Just how far has the Federation developed behind our backs? It seems like overnight, the drugs, mechs, and combat power have all broken through at lightning speed. Yes, the liberation of the occupied territories was also very sudden. In the blink of an eye, 3 were liberated. Is the Federation doing something we don't know about? This is terrifying to think about. The other teams gasped as they watched the Federation rise to second place in a single day. The previous teams were just playing around. In the 15th team camp, the eliminated players had just been picked up. Should we go back to camp now? Alice was silent. It's a bit late, or should we rest for the night and go back tomorrow morning? Alice was silent again. It seemed that deep in her memory, that annoying Su Xiang had said something that perfectly fit the current situation. Her limited intelligence began to work rapidly. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Do you know about using war to sustain war? All the teams in Team 9, East and West, except for the friendly Team 11, had been wiped out. It was very safe for the time being. Su Xiang had just returned with his team, and was enjoying a hearty meal. What? Not coming back? Hearing Siren's exclamation, Su Xiang jumped up. Not coming back? What are you going to do if you're not coming back? How can you not go home at night? A young lady must be in bed by 10 p.m. Team 9 has a curfew. Come back right now. Alice's fighting style was like a stinky sock competition. Ugh. What about a sock washing competition? Where would his second senior brother's face be? Huh? Alice cut off contact with Siren after speaking. The others gathered around, anxiously asking questions. Not coming back? Does that mean not tonight? She'd be back tomorrow morning, right? No, her exact words were, goodbye, I'm going on a long voyage. Chapter 383. She's gone crazy, suddenly getting all poetic. She just wanted to sneak away. No way, she has to come back. The competition continues tomorrow. Tell her that points gained by sneaking away don't count. It's cheating. Yes, points will be deducted. Su Xiang wouldn't stand for it. This isn't about the competition anymore. It's about the dignity of the Xianqing sect's second disciple, personally instructed by the sect leader. She said a word. Siren looked at Su Xiang seriously. Using war to sustain war. Hiss. Everyone stared at Su Xiang with strange eyes. Shouldn't those words have come from his mouth? You need to contact her quickly. No, find a master to examine her. She couldn't have suddenly become smarter. She's definitely possessed by a ghost. Wasn't it you who taught her? Pfft. Ha ha ha. The others were almost dying of laughter. Su Xiang wasn't going to be outdone. His brain started working too. It turns out, as long as you're not lazy, there's always a way. Ding! A flash of inspiration. Qianyu, where's Qianyu? He's fiddling with his equipment in the back. What's he fiddling with? It's a fire. After so long in the competition, this seemingly calm and powerful Federation number 1 player visibly panicked for the first time. The others watched his 180-degree turn and couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to killing insects, the competition was more like a picnic for the Xianqing sect members. It was rare to see Xiao Er so serious. Shuren chuckled to himself. Youth is indeed a blessing. Qianyu. Qianyu. Hurry, hurry, hurry! In Team 15's camp, a group of star beasts surrounded them, while teams 9 and 11 inside were discussing their strategy. It's not a bad idea. After analyzing the situation, the group realized that as long as Alice wasn't in a rush to get back for a good meal, leading her team to sweep along the route was the fastest way to score points. Coupled with the recent battles, the team had built up immense confidence. They weren't afraid of overwhelming odds. Supplies were in the enemy's ranks. Replenish after each capture, then conquer the next city. Capture, take, capture, 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 into a loop, but this approach was too ambitious. It's a bit like a game of Snake. They were aiming for first place. Alice, I'm the winner of the sock washing contest. What about you guys? Deidara looked at Nick and Shura. The two had some concerns. The commander-in-chief and deputy commander were both away. What about the battle flag? The remaining members of Team 11 weren't as strong as the Federation's. The risk was considerable. Just then, Alice's personal terminal rang again. After she finished her chatter with Siren, her eyes gleamed. Hee hee. We have a great idea. In the observation hall, hearing this phrase brought both surprise and hesitation. Using war to sustain war. Lu Cheng and Shengjing pondered carefully. Using war to sustain war means an army acquires resources through warfare to maintain the war effort. In most cases, this isn't a positive term, and its applicability is very limited. Using war to sustain war implies the lack of a stable rear base. The fruits of victory are difficult to sustain and preserve. But that's for emperors who conquer and defend their empires. This is merely a competition, only 14 days long. Once it's over, they simply leave, and the only thing left to defend in the rear is the battle flag. It is indeed a method, but there are two problems. Even if this force has 400 men, currently they're facing no strong, established forces, which is a favorable situation. But if they face 17 or 23 teams, whether 400 men can handle it is questionable. One loss, and the plan will be completely ruined. We easily find ourselves surrounded and attacked from all sides. And most importantly, what about the battle flag? The key to the faction battle lies in defending the flag. Assuming Team 9 continues along its current route, the next team will be Team 17, and then Team 18, clockwise. What if, at this moment, a team from the west, like Team 2 led by the Empire, launches a surprise attack on the main camp from the other side? That night, the 1,000-star ring was peaceful, but people's hearts were far from calm. Some were excited, some were worried. Alice, nestled in Kira's warm embrace, snored softly, dreaming of becoming the second senior sister. Seeing the Federation's points closing so quickly, the Empire's apprehension grew. The two teams were positioned neither too close nor too far, and with the Empire having just eliminated 4 teams, it desperately needed to replenish supplies and recuperate. It wasn't advisable to immediately engage in war with the Federation. After one night, the plan to sustain the war through war was officially put on the agenda. Let's go, target Team 17. Nick and Shura hadn't expected things to get this crazy with the Federation. Let's get the heavy lifting done before the main force arrives. Waiting for Su Xiang to arrive? Are we just going to give him points? We can't let that brat get away with it. Teams 9 and 11, less than 500 people, led 300 Star Beasts southeast. Along the way, influenced by the Xianxing sect and the Star Beasts, the group began to absorb new forces, incorporating other Star Beasts. Other Star Beasts? What's going on? Let me see. The herd grew larger and larger. The grassland was filled with Star Beasts, carrying the group forward. What a magnificent sight! However, even now, the Federation's mastery of beasts remains a mystery. Wow, that aura, the pressure is overwhelming. I still can't accept it. How come high-level Star Beasts are so docile like pets in the hands of the Federation? Every time I open the live stream, I have to rub my eyes. I think this is Animal World. This isn't just about taming 1 or 2 Star Beasts. The Federation team has control of the entire herd. If they really let them fight with their Star Beasts, even the other 28 teams combined couldn't defeat them. Let alone all the military academy corps. If they really let them take over the 1,000-star ring Star Beasts, could the entire Imperial army of Cheongwu Pass possibly match them? The thought sent chills down the spines of the Empire's high command. This is the truly terrifying aspect of the Star Beast Alliance. It's not just a surge in combat power, but the merging of the two most intelligent and ferocious races on Proxima Centauri. Could it be that they can only tame the Star Beasts, but can't coordinate their attacks? Look at that lion named Kayla, the Lion King. Alice pets her so much every day, she looks like a shadow of her former self. I bet they can. Yeah, 90% chance they hit anything. I must say, the Federation's moral standards are truly high. There's a very high chance they can do it but choose not to. Yeah, just for the fact that they rescued their opponents immediately, I'm genuinely impressed. Star Beast Alliance. When Professor Liu Yinji first proposed the concept of Battle Body, he probably never imagined it would be realized so quickly. The Federation and Tianyin are two extremes. True strength lies in protection. On this point, I unconditionally stand with the Federation. Even though I'm not a citizen of the Federation, seeing their warriors is incredibly inspiring. I like Alice, Su Xiang, Sun Qianyu, Xue Lingling, Yuan San, Siren, Gu Zhanting. Ha ha ha, your list is way too long. While the StarNet audience's attention was still focused on Alice, the Empire, and Tianyin on the other side, the Federation's main force also set off from Team 9. Huh? Are they going to catch up with Alice? Just as everyone was wondering about the next move, Lu Cheng noticed something strange. Team 9. What's wrong? Chapter 384. Li Yuanbo could practically tell what these guys were up to at a glance. Little devils, can't you consider me before you do anything? Every time they repeatedly tested the limits of the rules, it was old Li who shouldered the blame with his thick skin. Lu Cheng pondered seriously for a long time before saying, has Team 9 completely left the camp? He roughly calculated and then confirmed the coordinates of the students on the screen. Team 9's camp was indeed empty. The formation flags are left unguarded. Are you going to have the Star Beasts guard the formation flags? No, the Star Beasts left too. He looked at the surveillance cameras near Team 9's camp. He checked 360 degrees. Except for those few white tents, the entire grassland was empty. They're not defending the flag? Everything that's happened to the Federation so far has been bizarre and unpredictable, but nothing has been as illogical as this. Lu Cheng turned to look at the Federation. He's seen that expression before. Li Yuanbo knew what was coming and felt incredibly uneasy. He tentatively asked. If another team came, they'd be eliminated immediately? The other side fell silent again. Something's not right. Lu Cheng's mind raced. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. It seemed the competition was about to take a much bigger turn. A voice inside him demanded that he confirm Team 9's flag with his own eyes. Let the monitoring aircraft in. His eyes were bloodshot, an unrealistic idea flashing through his mind. Li Yuanbo sighed deeply. Humans, they just keep making the same mistakes. The Federation will, and so will the Empire. Zhuangqingzong had a general idea of what was going on. He desperately tried to control the upward curve of his lips, trying not to laugh too loudly. The monitoring aircraft, upon receiving the order, immediately flew to the tent where the array flags were placed. The camera switched, the scene changed. Right in the center, where the array flags should have been. Now empty. The observation hall was stunned. My God! Where are they? The array flags! Where are Team 9's array flags? Team 9, they weren't eliminated. Where are their array flags? Was it put in the wrong place? In another tent? Just as all the delegations were raising their questions, Li Yuanbo decided to strike first. The rules don't say you can't take the array flags. These words silenced the observation hall. Silence. A deafening roar. What did you say? What did you do to the flag? You moved the flag? The flag can be moved? Team 9 moved the flag. How did you guess they would move the flag? Of course, it wasn't the first time. Lu Cheng was already in a panic. His fingers, which were on his personal terminal, were trembling. He needed to quickly confirm whether the flag could really be moved. The staff member in charge of the equipment was stunned when he heard this question. He had never thought of it this way before. For the past 200 years, no matter how the competition format changed, the flag had always been for defense, not for moving. But the scary thing is, once you think about it this way, you find that theoretically, that thing can indeed be dismantled with a little effort. If it can be dismantled, it can be moved. The rules don't say you can't drink, cook, sing, dismantle mechs, ride Star Beasts, advertise, or move the flag. The elimination light isn't on, so there's no foul. If it's not allowed, it should have been made clear beforehand, right? A collective gasp filled the air. Even the organizers were stunned. A check revealed, good heavens. Seriously, good heavens. Regarding the flags, it only stated what could be done, not what couldn't be done. You can do that? Why not? Isn't that how the rules are? They're written down for people to follow. If you didn't write it down, you can't blame anyone else. It just means there's a loophole in the rules. And the equipment really can be dismantled. Both necessary and sufficient conditions are met. The blame is firmly placed on the organizers themselves. After the national tournament, The Federation organizers learned from their experience and added 5 more rules regarding flags. And the equipment has been improved. It can't be disassembled or moved. Any movement results in obsolescence. Ha ha ha. That's called learning from shame and striving for improvement. What the Federation went through, now it's the Empire's turn. Little brother, you still have a lot to learn. Carl is the most smug. Finally, someone understands the suffering they endured. Liu Cheng's palms were wet with sweat. The Proxima Centauri Military Academy International Competition has been held 68 times, spanning 204 years. For the first time, the rules have faced such a severe test. There are far more than just rules 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that need to be changed. Has anyone thought of playing like this all these years? No, only true troublemakers would painstakingly search for loopholes in the rules. Now, looking at it, the entire international competition is riddled with loopholes. And the biggest bug? It's here. The Federation's strategy of using war to sustain war has perfectly completed the final piece. Now, over 900 people, leading hundreds of star beasts, carrying their resources and banners, are setting off in force, ready to conquer the battlefield and seize territory. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that a nomadic tribe, whose core tactic was offense, would appear on the field, which was originally based on the principle of defense. You guys are really using cheat codes. At this time, it was only the observation hall and the general staffs of various countries who noticed this. Not many people on the StarNet were connecting the clues. The remaining 600-plus members of Team 9 rushed to Team 11. Huh? The one left behind received Nick's personal terminal and, upon hearing the plan, thought the commander-in-chief had gone mad. Shortly afterward, the sentry reported that Team 9 had arrived. After everyone understood the plan, they were stunned. What? Huh? Huh? What is it? The people are already inside. We know soon enough whether it works or not. Notify the entire army to prepare to break camp. The term break camp was completely foreign to the faction-based competition. My goodness! The competition can be played like this. Team 9's flag is right there, and they haven't been eliminated. What do you think? Having discovered this advantage, are you going to get on board? Yes. We have to. The people under Team 11 didn't know the specific plan, but they knew. This was the first time in so many years of international competitions that they were going to war carrying their own flags. People don't feel tired when they're doing something bad. Everyone was extremely excited and started packing, preparing to give their opponents and the entire interstellar space a big surprise. Looking back now, the turning point in Team 11's fate seemed to have started simply because Shura fed Alice some food. Fate. Incredibly wonderful. Sun Qianyu led the people and Team 11's mech pilots in a flurry of activity. Finally! Holy crap! It really works. Such a huge loophole, and the organizers didn't notice. The Imperial organizers were stabbed in the back again. They were furious. Isn't it against the rules? What rules? Which one? Well, not really. Team 9 has 10 rescue teams above them. If there were any real problems, the instructors would have stopped them long ago. Rescue team? You think I didn't want to? It's not written in the rules. Ha ha ha. Let's go! Let's move out. The first tactical migration in the history of the international competition has begun. Chapter 385. On the StarNet, ordinary people began to sense something was wrong. You? It can't get any more outrageous. Your guess might be right. I've been watching Team 9's live stream. The organizers even deployed 2 surveillance drones into Team 9's central barracks. That means the organizers also noticed something was wrong. Yeah. This is absolutely outrageous. I've been watching military academy battles since I was 8, and this is the first time I ever seen anything this bizarre. Outrageous, but it's actually reasonable and compliant. Yeah, damn it, this isn't even against the rules. If I were the organizers, I'd be speechless and laughing. This isn't a competition arena, it's Team 9's playground. The Federation's imagination is a black hole. What are you guys talking about? First, you can check livestream 145 to confirm the strength of Team 9 led by Alice. Then look at 267. Count the remaining forces of Team 9. You'd be surprised to find that the total number of people on both sides is 972. That means all of Team 9's members have gone to the battlefield of the 1,000-star ring. In other words, the number of people guarding the flag in Team 9 is now 0. Then switch to livestream room 37 and go back half an hour. You find that the organizers allowed this monitoring aircraft to enter Team 9's camp. And inside, there's nothing. What do you mean by nothing? Nothing means completely empty, including the flag. Finally, zoom in on any of the monitoring devices 115, 278, and 356. You find that in the running herd of beasts, on the back of a Titan, there's a red flag with the number 9 written on it. Holy crap! Team 9 has wandered off with the flag. The StarNet is in an uproar. Team 9's battle flag has grown legs. The battle flag can move and doesn't violate any rules. Team 9, going to war carrying their battle flag. The 9/11 Allied Forces. The first pure cavalry force in the history of the military academy battle. The 9/11 Allied Forces. 2 battle flags. 1,500 troops, running all over the field. An epic bug appears in the international competition. The Federation. I didn't violate any rules. The Federation switched from defense to offense, using war to sustain war. Expert interpretation. This is too imaginative, I haven't caught up yet. StarNet users. This isn't a competition, it's a game show. StarNet Entertainment. Even if it were a script, I couldn't write something this exciting. Prism. This crazy move really stunned me. Can a competition be played like this? Hundreds of billions of people online, and even more watching intermittently, were astonished. A massive influx of people poured into the live streams of Team 9 and Team 11. This also set a new record for the highest viewership in the history of military academy battles. The Federation's seemingly nonsensical thought process attracted the attention of countless national staffs and intelligence agencies. These people from the Federation are incredibly adept at utilizing the competition environment. It may seem chaotic, but they actually seized every opportunity, resources, environment, timing, and allies, without letting go of anything. On the surface, they act casually, but every step is incredibly intelligent. The 18th Military Academy, where Su Xiang is, received a 10-point tactical score from the StarNet. I analyzed the previous matches, borrowing arrows with straw boats, using one enemy to devour another, the beauty trap, the empty city stratagem. Their tactical application has reached a level of consummate skill. It's worthy of being called an excellent case study. To be honest, among the commanders I've seen, very few can perform at this level in actual combat. In large-scale battles, tactics far surpass individual skill. The Federation excels in this aspect. Compared to simply following the rules, they might be the ones who survive the longest on the battlefield. One sentence in particular is crucial. In large-scale battles, tactics surpass individual combat ability. This is why the first match in both national and international competitions is always a faction match. The larger the number of participants, the greater the test of the commander's ability. Therefore, this battle observes not only individuals, but more importantly the team. The Federation, seemingly teetering on the edge of foul play, has gained a significant advantage and initiative. If another team has 700 members, at least 200 will be needed to guard the flag during the mission, meaning their strength is 500. The 9th and 11th regiments don't need to guard the flag, their strength is exactly what it is. A solid 1,500 men. The key is not only their sheer numbers, but also the combined might of the Federation and the second and third largest powers, who are incredibly powerful. Many were sweating bullets. With delayed intelligence and unequal combat strength, what were the other teams supposed to do? Including Lu Cheng, the instructor of Empire 1. How could they break this deadlock? From a strategic perspective, the roles of offense and defense had shifted. Far away in the Empire's second corridor, Fu Jiwei noticed something amiss. Previously, I thought Team 9 was independently fighting Team 7, 8, 11, and 15, and then Team 17. But now it seems Team 15 has been eliminated, while Team 11 still has more than half its members remaining. Teams 9 and 11 have formed an alliance. Nan Dongling added. This situation is the most unfavorable for the remaining strong teams. And these aren't ordinary teams that have formed an alliance. 1,500 people. That's a lot. Team 2 now only has 700 people left. Having swallowed so many teams, their supplies should be plentiful. It seems that with perfect timing, location, and support, Teams 9 and 11 have become the biggest threat in the eyes of all the teams. We need to act quickly. Right now, the worst hand is dealt to Team 17. Shangjing watched Alice, like a grand marshal, lead her surging army closer to Team 17, and his fear rapidly intensified. Tianyin came aiming for first place. They can't afford to lose here. Su Xiang's main force got up at dawn and rushed over. Around 8 a.m. on the 11th day, in a valley 200 kilometers from Team 17. A small team of 100 was plundering supplies in the Shadow Star Serpent's lair. The Team 17 said to Team 15 last night was eliminated. they'd lost both supplies and points. Kurosaki Takuya was in the top 10 within his team. His elimination meant his opponent was also strong. Commander Kimura Yoshi planned to seize these batches of supplies and make thorough preparations before starting to rack up points. However, the team's hard work didn't last long. That same arrogant and wicked tone, and that familiar phrase, echoed eerily in the valley. Hee, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Team 17, Tianyin Dynasty, Baidalia eliminated. Team 17, Tianyin Dynasty, Chiaoxi eliminated. Team 17, Deep Blue Alliance, Gaylor eliminated. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 11, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Since last night, Team 17's mission had been constantly thwarted. Team 15, while not bad, was significantly weaker than Team 17, and should theoretically have had an easy time. But the 100-man team was wiped out, and that wasn't the end of it. Early this morning, another 100-man team was also completely wiped out while collecting supplies. At any other time, with all the teams engaged in chaotic combat, it would be difficult to pinpoint the real culprit. But now, is there even a need to think about it? Team 9 and Team 11. Did Team 9 run this far? What about the other side? The dispersed fighting force at least proves that their troops were scattered. Will they come over? Chapter 386. Too far. Yes, it's been over 1,000 kilometers from Team 9's camp to Team 17. Both teams are formidable. If they were to truly clash, Teams 9 and 11 would inevitably have to concentrate most of their forces, leaving their camp severely weakened. Such a risky move is not worth the effort. It would be better to turn around and attack Team 2. Kimura Yoshi was certain that the Federation would never go to such lengths to provoke Team 17. But his own Team 17 was determined to do the opposite, catching them completely off guard. Once they replenished their resources today, they would first destroy Yoden, then attack the Federation. Therefore, he led one of his teams out to raid for supplies, while Vice Captain Tanaka Kenta remained at the main camp. Upon hearing his team's speculation, Shangjing was speechless. How to put it? In any other time and place, he would have praised his own superb teaching abilities, having cultivated such intelligent students. But now, he was the clown. The whole internet was laughing, waiting to see the show. Team 17's retribution was already on its way. The retribution of 1,500 people. Kimura Yoshi's analysis, at least the first half, was correct. He could see it, and Fujiwei certainly could too. Is this an opportunity? Team 2's command center sprang into action. The steady approach of the first 10 days, or so, was the right move, securing the basic points first. But now, with less than 4 days left in the competition, the top 5 teams, except for Teams 9 and 11, hadn't faced each other head-on yet. Should we fight? Fight! Sparks flew through the minds of the strategists, their thoughts racing. A war between the Empire and the Federation was inevitable. If this war took place in an international competition, it would actually be a good thing. However, according to Fujiwei's prediction, the Federation is stronger this year than anyone expected. How to fight? That is the question. Just deploy your troops directly, stop dragging things out. Fujiwara Hideaki has been waiting for a long time. Teams 28, 1, 3, and 4 near Team 2 have all been cleared out. Nothing particularly strong. If they go this way, they reach Team 6, and then Team 9. Team 6 can be taken directly, but I suggest being cautious with Team 9. Ultimately, of the remaining 750 men in Team 2, 200 remain to hold their position. The remaining 550 set off, first dealing with Team 6, then using it as a base to send scouts to confirm the situation at Team 9's camp before deciding whether to launch a major offensive. If Team 9 marches straight to Team 17's main camp, the camp's forces will inevitably be insufficient, and the probability of taking it will increase dramatically. The Imperial Legion, represented by the Imperial 1st Military Academy and Cheongwu Pass Military Academy, has been able to win for so many years, and caution is a necessary condition for this. This is the first time in all these years of international competition that the audience has watched the game from a godlike perspective, experiencing such a mix of speechlessness and excitement. Except for Teams 9 and 11, all other teams are jumping into the trap. The Federation, however, has become the sole player holding the reins. Imperial Strategy Meeting. If you were in their shoes, would you have a way to break this deadlock? The Marshal's words silenced everyone, including Fu Yuan. Team 9 has gathered an exceptionally strong hand this time. Individual combat power is at its peak, with combat stars appearing one after another. Currently, half of the top 10 in the individual popularity rankings are Federation players. Alice, after a drunken outburst, suddenly appeared at the top of the rankings, completely crushing many pre-match favorites. Before the competition, everyone only knew Gu Zhanting, who had ever heard of Alice. Resources are plentiful. With the help of the Star Beasts, those who need rest can rest, and no one needs to keep watch at night. They can go wherever they want, and neither Star Beasts nor other teams can approach them. Energy is greatly saved. The only downside is that after becoming familiar with the Star Beasts, Team 9 hasn't taken many Star Beast points. A bit of a soft spot, but the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. There's also the issue of personnel. The most brilliant thing is the alliance with Team 11. Some strong individuals want to be the only ones who matter, like Tianyin. But others can accept differences and remain strong. In the long run, it's very stable. Having allies they can rely on allows them to play more freely. This approach might not have a significant advantage against strong teams of this caliber on the field. But on the Zerg battlefield, that's an international coalition. Given the Federation's command style and tactical capabilities, they could absolutely achieve a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Smart and shrewd, the Federation has elevated tactical prowess to another level. How to counter this? Team 9 has an absolute advantage. If they could face Team 2 in their current state and strength, the outcome would be close, but they chose to attack Team 17 first. In my opinion, it's a bit emotional. Along this route, Team 17, 21, 23, and 25 are all formidable. How far can they go? If they keep getting weakened, let alone Team 2, it's uncertain whether they can even reach Team 23. Also, from Team 2's perspective, caution isn't a bad thing. Taking down Team 6 is inevitable. Even if they inevitably fail to reach Team 9, at least they won't suffer any losses. Then, the intelligence from the flag will be clear. Team 9 actually made the right move. Let's see if Teams 9 and 11 can beat Team 17 first. Alice finished harvesting the valley and headed towards Team 17's camp without stopping. Hurry up, we can still have lunch after the battle. The others, what would Team 17 think if they heard this? Shangjing, he's already spitting blood, and Su Xiang, behind him, didn't dare delay for a moment. He was afraid his junior sister would widen the gap too much. Team 17 had sent out 3 teams in total. One was wiped out by Teams 9 and 11. The other 2 teams, totaling 200 people, were still outside collecting supplies. At this time, there were about 400 to 500 people in the camp. In terms of numbers, they were roughly equal to the Allied forces led by Alice. The earth began to tremble, the iron hooves of the Star Beasts trampled towards the camp, and then the battle horn sounded. Let's get to the results. This year's number 1 seed, Team 17, the most likely to be promoted, and the ruthless Tianyin dynasty, had barely a chance to resist, suffering a one-sided rout. 1 hour ago. Charge. Take down Team 17 before Su Xiang arrives. That's probably why they've been running themselves ragged all this way. The opponents didn't react until Teams 9 and 11 charged into the defensive perimeter. Everything happened so suddenly. The sentry spotted the approaching horde of beasts, mistaking it for a beast tide. And not just any ordinary beast tide, it was as if all the star beasts of the 1,000-star ring had charged straight at Battalion 17. Before the sentry could recover from the fear and shock, he witnessed that outrageous scene. People riding on the beast horde. People coming to war on beasts. It was too late. He sounded the alarm in a trembling voice. Warning! Warning! Beast horde. And enemy forces. Is it a beast horde or enemy forces? Run, run! Explain clearly. Enemy forces are on the backs of the Star Beast horde. No need for a report. The surging army of Star Beasts is already upon them. Vice Captain Tanaka Kenta, who was leading the rear guard, clearly saw it. On the seemingly endless Star Beast horde, there was Team 9. And Team 11. Team 17, who had always effortlessly toyed with their opponents, was thrown into disarray for the first time. What is this? The mere appearance of Team 9 was already a huge surprise, let alone such a spectacular entrance. They wanted to escape, but couldn't. It was too late. Chapter 387. Faced with such a massive and high-level horde of Star Beasts, defenses were like paper. Iron-hardened fortifications and energy shields were easily torn apart. A chill ran from his feet to his head, every pore on his body trembling. Tanaka Kenta finally managed to find his voice, trembling with extreme fear. Defend, defend. Would defense even work? No. Attack. Only attack. Right now, the most important thing wasn't victory, but survival. It was human instinct, but the next second, the Star Beasts abruptly stopped at the entrance to their camp. Before Tanaka Kenta could react, a group of fully armed mech warriors jumped off the backs of the beasts. Without a word, without shouting or negotiating, they led their teams into the camp. This series of actions caught Team 17 completely off guard. But warrior instinct made them raise their weapons immediately. The artillery fire began. Squad 9. Squad 9. It's the Federation. Tanaka Kenta's eyes widened in fury. Everything was starting to veer off course from his perfectly planned script. Squads 9 and 11 charged in, devoid of tactics or strategy, a pure head-on clash of brute force. Squad 17 was initially panicked, not afraid of the humans, but of the star beasts. But luckily, the star beasts weren't involved in the battle, although they didn't know how Squad 9 had managed it. But since there were no star beasts, the advantage was in their hands. Charge. In terms of pure brute force, Squad 17 was confident they wouldn't lose to anyone. Damn it! Who are you? Are you trying to kill yourself? The Heavenly Hidden Army's fighting style was ruthless and vicious. They were ruthless not only to their enemies, but also to their teammates and even themselves. Using teammates as shields, bait, and cannon fodder was commonplace. Behind the scenes, Kenta Tanaka manipulated the battle like a chess player. It was as if his teammates' mechs were merely disposable pawns, their sole purpose to lure the enemy in and then destroy them. The others were the same, each move aimed straight for the vitals, dismantling joints, piercing energy pods, like a sophisticated killing machine. Even with energy alarms blaring, they didn't retreat, instead overloading their thrusters to ram into enemy mechs, a suicidal tactic. Even with armor shattered, they would use their severed limbs to pierce the enemy cockpit, fighting to the death. What are you doing? It's just a competition, don't you want to die? The members of Tenon had signed a death pact. If they couldn't win, they would only face death upon returning. Are you Onizuka Harache? Onizuka Harache, SSS, a strong offensive player from Tenon Military Academy, ranked 3rd in Tenon's combat strength, and predicted to be 12th by the pre-match Starnet. A true seeded player. Who are you? Shin Hua-Qing from the Shin family. Oh dear! The Revenge Seeker has arrived. 8 years ago, on the Zerg battlefield, the Federation and the Tianyin allied forces fought against the Zerg army of Free Planet 378. The Onizuka family's forces used a small Federation squad as bait to inflict heavy casualties. Among them, almost the entire younger generation of the Shin family was wiped out. Now, only the older generation and younger generations, like Shin Hua-Qing, remain. Tianyin, with a simple statement that the greater good was paramount and sacrifices were necessary and reasonable, used moral high ground to gloss over the matter. On the surface, it's over, but this blood feud has been forged. If it were before, Shin Hua-Qing's combat strength would be clearly insufficient, and she would even have to actively avoid their attacks. But now, she is confident that she can first, albeit superficially, avenge her family and the Federation. Onizuka's mecha, Yashimaru, combines ancient ninjutsu with advanced mecha technology, a contradictory unity and opposition. Its appearance is bizarre, but its speed is extremely fast, and it excels at using poison. This is also the only country that openly uses poison in competitions and on the battlefield. It's unnecessary for attacking mechas, but it's a different story with people. The Onizuka family doesn't like to leave survivors. Because the mortality rate in domestic competitions is too high, there are rules prohibiting the use of lethal poisons and deadly viruses. Therefore, he switched to a highly concentrated radiation liquid that wouldn't cause immediate death, but would ruin a person's future and cause excruciating pain. Each of Yashimaru's 8 extended claws rapidly oozes radiation liquid. Even a slight scratch would render someone unable to continue fighting, or they would suffer from severe radiation sickness and be paralyzed for life. Team 11, Eurodata Community, Lux eliminated. Team 9, Detached Nations Alliance, Veronica eliminated. Team 17, points +1. Team 17, points +1. In just a short while, several people have already fallen victim to the attack. Weiji's heart was in his throat as he watched the overwhelming force approach. But now, the strong soldiers of Team 17 were unleashing their ruthless and deadly moves, forcing their opponents to either dodge or retreat. At least, they weren't completely helpless. Yashimaru's special quality was his speed, as fast as a fleeting shadow, arriving in an instant. His attacks were ruthless and cunning, difficult to resist even among opponents of the same level, let alone lower-level opponents. And Tenon had many such individuals. Years of training in using poisonous insects had yielded considerable results. Unfortunately, the person facing Onizuka possessed a superior water spirit root, and was at the third stage of qi refining. The Shin family? Shin Wanqing, Yin Kingdom Military Academy, SSS level, pre-competition estimated ranking 72nd. Far away on the Federation's central star, the Shin family members in front of the screen took a deep breath. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. They were afraid Shin Wanqing would act impulsively and get herself into trouble. Shang Jinko scoffed, overestimating herself. But what followed was not as he expected. Every attack aimed at Shin Wanqing missed its mark, easily dodged. She became serious, putting away her Xuanji mecha. What's this for? Changing mechas? Shin Wanqing took out a spare mecha from her spatial storage. What kind of mecha is that? Spare mecha? The Xianqing first generation new energy mecha, the God series, the water god Yinglong. A mecha interwoven with dark blue and ice blue hues, approximately 2 meters tall, with a dragon's head and a human body, its limbs covered in skin like armor plates. Only the finest materials and design could achieve such effortless power. The Shin family members were stunned in front of the screen. This is the mecha you made for her? No. I never even seen one before. Although the Shin family was wealthy, they also had many younger members. They had just commissioned a mecha master to build a Xuanji last year. How could they possibly have the funds and resources to create another one? Moreover, this one seemed even smaller and more agile than the Xuanji. Then where did she get it? Shin's mother fell into deep thought, recalling the purifying liquid and radiation-free vegetables her child had brought home recently. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Military Headquarters, many people recognized it. Same as Tianshu, only more sophisticated and advanced. They knew that anything the Federation could sell couldn't possibly be the most advanced or top of the line. But seeing it in person was still shocking. Moreover, if Shin Wanqing had a custom-made mecha, did other people in the Federation have one too? And? You call this a spare mecha? General, the Federation's previous combat strength. Clearly, they hadn't used their full strength yet. At this moment, Shin Wanqing's attention was entirely focused on Gazuka. You're not qualified to compete in speed. The water god Yinglong, with its core principles of fluid dynamics and biomimetic scales, combined with the characteristics of a water elemental root, emphasizes the dual nature of water, both its flexibility and ferocity. It is a highly mobile, water-specialized mech, adept at aquatic combat, crowd control, and precision assassination. These capabilities are identical to those of Yashimaru, but all the data is incomparable. Chapter 388. At first, she was dodging, her movements seemingly effortless and easy. After a dozen or so moves, Onizuka grew impatient. Given Yashimaru's strength and speed, how could so many attacks miss? He quickened his attacks. It hit! And it went deep. However, visibly, the mecha's outer shell healed automatically after being breached. The opponent's attacks didn't slow down, instead, they accelerated in tandem. Can a biomecha withstand this kind of attack? Clearly, it couldn't. Then this is strange. Why is she unharmed? A water elemental root possesses the gentlest dissolving power, which is healing. Such a small physical attack plus a tiny bit of radiation fluid posed no threat to Shin Wanqing. So close? She scoffed, her lightsaber having already pierced Yashimaru's shoulder without her noticing. Pain accompanied by a rapid buzzing sound. Warning, left shoulder armor integrity, 42%. Left arm power transmission interrupted, joint locked. Suggestion, switch to one-handed combat mode and prioritize avoiding enemy fire. After fighting for over 10 minutes, Shin Wanqing only needed one move to sever Onizuka's arm. With her right arm severely injured, even the strongest fighter would be reduced by half. From this moment on, she switched from defense to offense. She didn't give her opponent much time, simply saying coldly, 8 years ago, in that battle on planet 387, my sister was there. Then, she pierced Onizuka's energy source with her sword. She wouldn't dwell on hatred, she was moving forward. The Shin family members watching on screen cheered and screamed, and Shin's mother's eyes welled with tears. Both her sister and younger sister were her pride. Team 17, Tianin Dynasty, Onizuka Harache eliminated. Team 9, points +1. The entire StarNet was watching Team 9's battle. The Federation, with its unpredictable tactics, and the dark horse Tianin, who would win. Before the match, many were optimistic about Tianin, given their impressive performances in numerous international tournaments in recent years. After the match began, the Federation's style changed drastically, dazzling and overwhelming. Many people began to switch sides, feeling that this year's Federation might have a different performance. They thought the Federation was strong, but they didn't expect them to be this strong. Onizuka's duel with Shin Wanqing lasted less than 10 minutes, and she only used 2 moves. One move crippled her arm, the other pierced her energy source. The pre-match favorite was thus eliminated. The same battle happened between Alice and Tanaka Kenta. Your team has bad luck. These words made everyone watching gasp. In the unspoken rules of international competition, even tacit accusations are always veiled in polite diplomatic language, especially when dealing with a dominant force like Tianyin. But it's precisely because everyone secretly wants to admit it yet dares not say it that it's so insidious. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Awesome. Sis. I call you sis. She's only 21, a younger sister to many. Well, little sister, isn't what she said true? But you can't say it outright. In the previous competition, someone said Tianyin was unfair and was disqualified on the field. But only she dared to say it. Alice. A role model for us all. Shangjing looked at Li Yuanbo with a chilling gaze. The other party replied with a grin, my kid's still young, just straightforward. Please be understanding. The attitude was fine, but straightforward. Wasn't that just saying his character is bad? Is it true? You? Lu Cheng almost burst out laughing. Sure enough, it had to be these great yin-yang masters from the Federation that could break Tianyin's defenses. Alice didn't mince words with him. She was only thinking about this one thing. The siren said Su Xiang had woken everyone up at 3 a.m. to rush over here. 6 hours had passed since then. Subtracting the time spent dismantling Team 11's flags, the point-scoring session was almost over. Time waits for no one. Urgent. Tanaka Kenta didn't recognize Alice. Among the people who came today, Nick, Shura, Shen Wanqing, and Wan Shushu were all more famous than Alice, but she was the leader, and for some reason, Tanaka Kenta felt a strong sense of oppression. These uneasy feelings were confirmed after the first attack. Boom! The blow was as heavy as a titan pressing down with its full force. It forcefully pushed Tanaka Kenta's mecha, Shura, nearly 100 meters away. The mecha vibrated violently inside. It felt as if blood was about to gush from its chest. Shura took a long time to control itself before finally stopping. Tanaka Kenta's eyes widened in fury. Who was she? How could she be so strong? Before he could even formulate a countermeasure, another attack came. Boom, boom, boom. He fought and retreated. He even pulled his teammates along as a shield. You're a bad person, and you won't admit it. You? Learn some manners before the match. In the observation hall, many people couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Yuanbo sighed and said earnestly, Jing, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Then don't say anything. Shangjing knew he was definitely going to say something bad, so he decisively interrupted. But who could stop Li Yuanbo from saying what he wanted to say? He himself couldn't keep his mouth shut. Don't blame me for being long-winded, but when you come out to compete, you represent the country. Using these petty tricks makes everyone think that Tianyin is just a bunch of despicable people. That's not appropriate. Ideological education should still be the top priority. Director Li. Brilliant. Especially for a major power like the Federation, this level of sarcasm is truly high. Lu Cheng's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. He desperately told himself, we're on home turf, we can't smile. Team 9, Detached Nations Alliance, Chenny eliminated. Team 11, Obaro Data Community, Roko eliminated. Team 17, New Canaan United States, Krone eliminated. Team 17, Tianyin Dynasty, Adrian eliminated. Team 17, points plus 1. Team 17, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 11, points plus 1. Seeing the situation turning against them, Tanaka urgently called out to Kimura Yoshi, who was outside. Boss, teams 9 and 11 are at our doorstep. Kimura Yoshi, already on his way, was shocked to hear the deafening gunfire on the other end of the communication. Quickly, everyone, back to camp. The situation reversed again and again. As the 911th Regiment's battle unfolded, they gradually adapted to Team 17's reckless and shameless tactics. Team 17's decline was becoming increasingly apparent. Faced with Alice's overwhelming momentum, Tanaka Kenta was forced into a retreat. From the beginning until now, the advantage had never been in his favor. He couldn't understand it. How could someone from some obscure place be so strong? Among the people who came today, Gu Zhanting, Yuan San, Toledo, the numbers were even, and there were even many people from the diaspora countries. How could they have put the elite of Team 17 in such a difficult position? Of course, he couldn't lose here, so he began to command his team to encircle and annihilate them. But it was still difficult to resist the fact that his opponent was getting better and better. At this moment, Only one thought echoed in Tanaka Kenta's mind. It's over, just when he thought the end was near. You actually dared to come. Chapter 389. Kimura Yoshimi's entire 200-man mission squad returned to defend. Seeing the scene before him, especially with several of his elite attackers eliminated, he was furious. Since you dared to come, none of you will escape. Now it was a 400 versus 600 situation, and Kimura was confident of his absolute advantage. I show you what it means to be the one lurking behind. Nick, I'm sick of hearing that. With Kimura Yoshimi joining the battle, morale soared, and Squad 17 returned to its original state. With his command, the fighting intensified. Group 1 feints, Group 2 flanks. Detonate the spider mines when they come to their aid. Medic? Ignore the wounded, keep pushing. Dead people save more supplies than living ones. Their left flank is 2 seconds slow. Now create an opening. Group 3, surround Alice Yang. Group 4, Kitagawa, you take 5 people, and take care of that blue and white Shinwanqing. Shifun supports Group 6, take down Deidara. Team 11, Yotan Alliance, Eric eliminated. Team 17, Terra Empire, Chiba Yuki eliminated. Team 9, Sanbaya United Nations, Grills Yen eliminated. Team 17, points +1. Team 17, points +1. Team 9, points +1. Team 11, points +1. Team 17, Tianyin Dynasty, Tanaka Kenta eliminated. Tanaka! What are you doing? The vice captain of Team 17 was eliminated so quickly, the internet was abuzz with discussion. Kenta Tanaka, a renowned general of the Heavenly Hidden Army, SSS ranked 2nd in Heavenly Hidden Army's combat power, and predicted to be 9th before the tournament. He's already eliminated? He's the first one to be eliminated from the top 10. And it's only been a short time. Kenta Tanaka was eliminated by Alice Yang? Alice is even more terrifying than I thought. Are you guys out of your minds? It's only been a few days since Alice got drunk. Can she be defined by her mental strength level? What exactly is Alice's combat power? Did Tanaka make a mistake? Is the psychological pressure from being surrounded by a horde of star beasts? I saw it clearly. Tanaka played normally, but was forced into a corner later, and was even braver than in other situations. The abnormal one is the opponent. Yeah, the opponent doesn't seem to be at the level of an SS. Calling her SSS is too modest. You're exaggerating. You see how exaggerated it is when you watch her fight against Kimura Yoshi, the top SSS fighter. Kimura Yoshi's arrival briefly brought the advantage back a little. But he saw it clearly. On the surface, everyone was losing members, and the opponent had eliminated even more. But the Federation and Yotan's strong fighters were almost all intact. On his side, after being away for a few hours, his left and right arms were gone. The key is that even though Kimura and Onizuka were eliminated, they didn't replace many opponents. Couldn't they just self-destruct? Couldn't they create some value before being eliminated? Look at those guys. They didn't even have a scratch on their bodies. Useless. How can these nameless, faceless people be so strong? He was starting to get anxious and angry. After Alice defeated Tanaka, it was Kimura Yoshi's turn. Your turn. Kimura had been hiding in the rear, directing his team's battle. But now, seeing the situation, he had no choice but to intervene. They couldn't encircle him, they couldn't defeat Tanaka, and the others wouldn't stand a chance either. Even more anxious than Kimura Yoshi was Yui. He hadn't expected that even half of Team 9's members wouldn't be present to put Team 17 in such a difficult position. And they forced Kimura Yoshi out of the fray so early. This trump card was saved for Gu Zhanting. Moreover, judging from the situation, Alice seemed to be getting into the swing of things, becoming more and more excited with each battle. Kimura Yoshi, you absolutely cannot lose. What will happen to the rest of the plan if you lose here? Yui unconsciously clenched his fist. Meanwhile, over 1,000 kilometers away, Team 2 had just finished their battle with Team 6. Looking at the huge changes in the standings between Teams 9, 11, and 17. They really started fighting. How long has it been? Tanaka and Onizuka are already eliminated. The Federation. They're really strong. Almost exactly as Fujiwei expected. Team 9 took a risky move. A long-distance raid against Team 17 would inevitably weaken their forces, giving Team 2 a golden opportunity. Let's hurry, this is a golden opportunity. Team 2 quickened their pace, determined to capture Team 9's flag before they returned to camp. The Imperial team had an extremely large following on Proxima Centauri. But now, they fell silent. Because what awaited Team 2 ahead wasn't a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but an empty formation. Alice versus Kimura Yoshi. The battle began. Alice's mech, SS Red Dragon, dark red and gilded intertwined, like a crimson phantom on the battlefield. Wielding a red-tasseled spear, its tip spitting out beams of icy blue particles, each thrust was as precise as a scalpel. It moved nimbly through the enemy ranks, leaving only crimson afterimages and fatal gunshot wounds piercing their course. Both mechs were lightning fast. After dozens of exchanges, neither had won. But neither had lost. This battle situation was understandable to outsiders, but Kimura Yoshi found it hard to accept. Wow, not bad. This Alice couldn't possibly be just an SS. Even so, Kimura still discovered his opponent's fatal weakness in the brief exchange. The strongest members not only had to fight, command, and care for their teammates, but also frequently had to rush out to provide rescue. This is why, so far, the ragtag members of Team 9 haven't been eliminated. How far can they go, dragged down by a bunch of weaklings? A woman's compassion only backfires. Since you're going to take care of me, then take care of me to your heart's content. Kimura Yoshi's mecha, the yellow springs of corruption and death, wasn't most powerful in that it couldn't keep up with Alice's speed, but rather corrosion. Taking advantage of a lull in the battle, it opened the showerhead-like cannons in its chest and throat. What's that? Boom! 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 10 shells shot in 10 directions, hitting several mechas from Teams 9 and 11 not far away. The shells were fast, but their attack power wasn't strong. They turned into liquid upon hitting the mechas, but what's that? With a hiss, blackish-gray smoke rose. The thick plates of the mechas were quickly corroded through. Damn it! A scream rang out from the first soldier hit. Shin Wanqing, noticing something was wrong, quickly shouted, "Take off your mechas! Quick!" Several captains and vice-captains quickly helped the hit soldiers escape the battlefield. In just a few minutes, one of them had a deep corrosive wound on his arm, exposing the bone. What kind of liquid is this? It's so corrosive. This is a mixture of liquids extracted from the Zerg and corrosive star beasts, used to create the corrosive cannon. Specifically designed to deal with the Holy Mother. Let's see how you save people. Shoo shoo. Coming. One Shoo Shoo and several pharmacists began treating the wounded. Alice, Deidara, Nick, Shura, and Shin Wanqing were still controlling the battle. Kimura Yoshi gave them no time to react. The corrosive cannons attacked again. This time, 20 cannonballs were fired simultaneously. They couldn't let the cannonballs hit anyone else. The Xianqing sect members could only use their mechs to block the attacks. Although they had medicine, ordinary soldiers still felt a lot of pain from their injuries. Moreover, being eliminated would deduct their hard-earned points. Chapter 390. Soon, the mechs of the group were riddled with damage. Kimura Yoshi, seeing his strategy was working, unleashed wave after wave of attacks. What the hell is this? Fighting is one thing, but why ruin things like this? How long will it take to repair? How much will it cost? I'd be scolded to death by Lingling and Xia Sunsen. Hearing her grumbling with dissatisfaction, it was as if the deadly attacks hadn't bothered her at all. Kimura clearly realized that Alice didn't take him or Team 17 seriously at all. He increased the frequency of his attacks, launching attacks not only from his back, but also from his hands, gritting his teeth as he said, "You can beat me first, my red dragon." Alice was truly unhappy now. How much does she get paid for an advertisement? Is the money she earned from the military academy battle enough to repair it? No way, she shouted. Everyone back off, switch mechs. She quickly put away her battered red dragon and switched to another mech. It was also a dazzling crimson gold mecha, but its size was enormous. A beast-shaped mecha? The observation hall erupted in skepticism as people looked at the mecha. The more advanced the mecha, the smaller it was. Moreover, compared to beast-shaped, humanoid forms are the most ergonomic and suited to combat. Therefore, its appearance at this moment was even more perplexing. Is there some secret to this mecha? Of course. With Sun Qianyu in the team, how could there be an ordinary mecha? Even a dog would be equipped with a light-powered cannon. What kind of mecha is this? My new mecha, isn't it cool? It's called Zhurong. Southern Zhurong, beast-bodied, human-faced. Xianqing New Energy Mecha God Series, Vulcan Zhurong. In the name of Emperor Yin, burn away all evil. Roar, Zhurong! Sister, that's a bit melodramatic. The humanoid beast's alloy claws dug deeply into the ground. Then with a powerful stomp, the ground cracked open like lava. It then soared into the air, heading towards the direction of the corrosion cannon's attack. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk by the time everyone could see clearly, its steel body had withstood all the attacks. So fast. Not just fast. How is it unharmed? It's not afraid of corrosion? Even Shangjing was astonished. What could be immune to the corrosive venom of the Zerg? Looking at the others, Shen Wanqing's Yinglong, Daidara's Jingwei, Olga's Fushi, none of the 11 mechs were immune to the corrosion cannon. What kind of mech is that? This question pierced everyone's mind. You see, Kimura Yoshi's corrosion cannon had undergone numerous combat tests, and so far, no material could withstand it. At most, it was made of slightly better materials, just that the corrosion was slower. But the Federation's mechs, having withstood the baptism of fire, remained as gleaming as ever. Sun Qianyu, another story of using one's own spear against one's own shield, only this time the shield is more formidable. Ugh, get it off, get it off! Why do you Tianyin people love playing with snot? Alice jumped up and down in disgust, trying to get her hands on the repulsive black liquid. That's not snot. Isn't it? Why design a mech like this? It's even more disgusting than the sea monster Maya I encountered before. Your mech pilots have terrible taste. The more Alice downplayed her complaints, the more hurtful they became. Kimura Yoshi was truly enraged now, unleashing his full firepower. However, the mechs of the group were not only corrosion resistant, but their speed had also undergone a qualitative leap. Whoosh, 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 their speed was like lightning. Even the most sophisticated monitoring equipment could only capture a fleeting afterimage. Is this the speed a mech can achieve? Every shell fired by Kimura Yoshi was precisely caught. Team 17, you're in trouble. Everyone in front of the camera swallowed hard. Team 17, things are really bad. However, misfortune never comes singly. Amidst the roaring battle, a powerful shout rang out. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. The Oriole is here. The main force had arrived. Teams 9 and 11 had victoriously joined forces. Aside from the more than 100 eliminated, they now had a total of over 1,400 members, facing Team 17 with less than 600. Before the competition, who could have imagined that Team 17, the Dark Horse, would encounter such a dire situation? A massive army was pressing in, and that didn't even include the tidal wave of star beasts at the gate. Su Xiong, you're stealing my credit again. Heh, their names aren't on their heads, whoever takes them gets them. Who said that? I gave up my red dragon, and you dare to try and pick up the scraps. You scoundrel. Call me Xiao Air. You just want to mess with me, don't you? What are you talking about? Aren't we still in a stinky sock competition? You just wait. Once I deal with that snot-nosed guy on the other side, it'd be your death. Go! 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 Take the easy ones first. Each one's a point. Daidara, lead Team 2 to grab points. Team 1, get the kills. This is outrageous. 1,400 people squeezed in, meaning each person couldn't even get half a kill. The battlefield became incredibly crowded. The situation escalated further. Make way. Make way. Hurry up and get in, or you miss out on kills. Brother, don't shoot, it's me. Don't shoot friendly fire. It's too crowded, I can't move at all. I can barely draw my lightsaber. Don't come any closer. There weren't enough kills to go around. Can your team get out of here? Our team took this first. Do you think it answer if you call its name? If it does, I acknowledge it. Kimura Yoshi. Kimura was furious and exasperated. He was being used as a toy by the enemy. But he was already overwhelmed. The enemy outnumbered him, and had superior firepower. Gu Zhanting, Yuan San, Toledo, Aslan, Kane, one powerful player after another appeared. Despite the banter, the overwhelming attack was suffocating. For the first time, he was certain, even without Team 11, he couldn't defeat this group from the Federation. So long, and they hadn't even taken down Alice, and how could they have so many people? There must be over 1,000. It seems like they all come, then the opposing force is practically depleted. Then, the battle flag on the Titan's back behind the human wall gave him the answer. Battle flag. The battle flag, base and all, was lifted out. Is this possible? No foul. How did they do it? Countless questions raced through his mind, but there was only one answer. Team 9 could now conquer the land without fear of reprisal. He regretted it, he had underestimated them, and he lacked the most crucial intelligence, but at this moment, he still wanted to make one last desperate attempt. If they could carry the battle flag, could he too? Suzuki, I cover you. Find a way to dismantle the battle flag. Roger that. At this point, many in Team 17 were completely panicked. With perfect timing, favorable location, and harmonious relationships, Lady Luck has clearly tipped the scales in favor of the opposing side. On the other side, they have a strong and well-equipped army, with abundant energy and supplies. Their attitude is relaxed yet arrogant. Everyone gets a share. No one comes for nothing. No one comes for nothing. The commander-in-chief is my brother, save one for me. Su Xiang is my boss, let me go first. Didn't we agree to train the newcomers? I'm the newcomer, I go first. Sis, let me fire a shot. I've been idle for almost a week. Even training wasn't this relaxed. I won't be able to explain this when I get back. Chapter 391. The others were speechless upon hearing this. You guys are deliberately trying to maximize the taunts, aren't you? But then again, indeed, the defense team and the other teams have been doing nothing but eating and playing these past few days. The only damage they suffered was singing with Alice and Liang Yuang at night, which made their voices hoarse. But having come all this way, they have to train themselves and get points in the competition. That's what their instructors and delegation thought too. Although they haven't been eliminated for so long, it's already far exceeded expectations. But, do you even remember why you came here? The Star Beasts have become friends, so we can't fight. Alice and Su Xiang have stolen all the kills, leaving no chance to even make a move. They're practically bored to death. In previous years, even when they formed an alliance, at least half of both teams would stay at the camp. By the latter half of the tournament, the Allied forces would be considered to have over 600 men, which was already a significant number. Leading 1,400 men to attack a camp? Who could have imagined it? Who would dare to even think about it? There weren't enough kills to go around. If they didn't become more aggressive, they'd really be doomed to win by default. The honest, unassuming kids felt this was simply unacceptable. This scene is too surreal. Countries, like the Sanctuary Nation, usually only last until the end of the first week. They're living the good life now. Coming to the competition is like a picnic. Was fate already writing the script from the draw? Fate couldn't have written such a surreal script, but the Federation could. Ha ha ha. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare write something like this. The Starnet was filled with astonishment at this scene. The pre-tournament favorite, the absolute dark horse, was experiencing its own hellish ordeal. Over 1,400 people squeezed into 17 teams, including individual soldiers of B, C, and D ranks. Not only were there too many people, but even the lower-level mechs were exceptionally large. The battlefield was complete chaos. Everyone was focused on scoring points, and Toledo's desperate shouts were practically unheard. Listen to my command. Don't fight over kills. Move in, there are others behind. Battle Team 1 and Battle Team 2, stop fighting. Leave some for the brothers and sisters of Team 11. Team 11, thanks? Charge. Get the kills. If you don't grab them now, you won't get any. Toledo, fine, whatever. It's hard to lose anyway. His position as Commander-in-Chief is now just a title. Team 17, Tianyin Dynasty, Fujiwara Tatsuya eliminated. Team 17, Terra Empire, Songpa eliminated. Team 17, New Canaan United States, Carol eliminated. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 11, points plus 1. Backstage, Suzuki, along with several mech pilots, was diligently fiddling with the array flags. Is it working? It really works. Heaven knows. When he saw the opponents charging towards him with their array flags, his worldview was shattered to pieces. For so many years, no one had even considered this possibility, and now, this fatal advantage was firmly in the hands of the Federation. He was starting to resent the organizers. Why leave such a huge loophole? Was it intentional? This time, he really be caught off guard. Organizers. Writing as self-criticism won't solve the problem. They'd probably have to kneel down and apologize after the competition. Such deadly intelligence. Does the Empire know about it? It's been dismantled. Finally, Suzuki sees the last glimmer of hope. He immediately notified Kimura Yoshi at the front. Captain, it's down. Take the battle flag and get out of here. I catch up with you. Suzuki hadn't expected that in such a short time, Squad 17's situation would turn out this way. Go! But when he led his squad out of the tent and rushed to the rear of the camp, the scene before them made everyone stop in their tracks. Retreat! Retreat! It's Star Beasts. The 1,400 men had brought nearly 1,000 Star Beasts, and along the way, they had recruited many more. At the scene, the number of beasts had already begun to surpass 2,000. The high-level Star Beasts were as huge as small mountains. The seemingly endless horde of beasts completely surrounded Squad 17. They just stood there, guarding the gates, dozing off. They didn't attack, but they were already enough to intimidate all the creatures in the 1,000-star ring. Squad 17's originally spacious camp, surrounded by layers upon layers of watching beasts, looked like a small island in a vast ocean. He looked so lonely and helpless. Captain, we can't leave either. How could the match have turned out like this? This was the same thought echoing in the minds of netizens across the entire StarNet and in the observation hall. Team 17 had actually been forced into this situation. On the front lines, Kimura Yoshi clearly realized he couldn't beat Alice. Moreover, she wasn't just fighting him, but also trying to steal his kills from the guy named Su Xiong. To be precise, Alice was seriously fighting Su Xiong, while simultaneously attacking him whenever she could, but even with just that little bit of attack, he was almost unable to withstand it. For the first time in his life, he felt so angry and so powerless. Was Alice holding back just now? When did the Federation get someone like that? Get out of here, don't try to pick up scraps from me. Whoever fires the last shot gets the kill. That's the rule, go talk to the organizers. Organizers? Can I just pretend I'm dead? I marked this head, go find yours. Where? Did they write your name on him? Kimura Yoshi, tell me yourself, whose head are you? Kimura Yoshi was furious and speechless. At this moment, he was single-mindedly looking for a chance to escape. As long as the flag remained, there was still a chance to survive to the end, but the two opposite him couldn't wait any longer. Want to die? Fine, I grant your wish. Sec rule number 1, body protection. This is a competition, your head is still a head. Lose Z, does eliminating your own people count as points? Internal strife, deduct 5 points. Not only will you lose points in the international competition, but you also lose points in the sock washing competition. Siren was helpless. In this super kindergarten of the Xianxing sect, these two were the hardest to manage. They couldn't be pulled or persuaded. And the master's filter was incredibly thick. Every time, he thought these two were cultivating a relationship and completely ignored it. 5 points. Snatch them. Su Xiong, hee. I love the way you hate me, but can't do anything about it. Alice was even angrier at his smug, grinning face. 5 points, huh? I can afford to lose. Today it's either you or me. They settle all scores, old and new. And so, the situation became even more bizarre. They thought they were just messing around, but now they really gotten serious. Kimura was already dealing with the sudden attacks from the two, and now he also had to guard against friendly fire caused by their infighting. Physically exhausted. Mentally exhausted. And they couldn't even move. Seeing the situation was bad, Team 9 grabbed Team 11 and started to retreat. 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 Alice and Su Xiong are fighting. Friendly fire. Friendly fire. Retreat. Get out of here. It's not safe here. Can you two stop interfering with the other's scoring? Get out of here and fight. Teams 9 and 11 ran incredibly fast, their movements extremely practiced. Clearly, this wasn't the first time these two had pulled this stunt. The two fighters displayed enhanced speed, strength, and agility, their battle so intense that it chilled the onlookers to the bone. Every delegation was calculating. If their elite troops encountered these two, could they withstand the onslaught? Chapter 392. Kimura Yoshitaka finally realized it. Alice hadn't gone all out when she hit him. She was serious about hitting Su Xiong. Eliminating him was just a matter of convenience. Kimura Yoshitaka, a top-tier SSS rank, the captain who fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the Tianyin dynasty. He bore the weight of the rise and fall of the entire Uji people on his shoulders. His journey had been filled only with honor, victory, and the envy and praise of others. This was the first time in his life he had experienced such humiliation. Internal strife. How come they're fighting among themselves? The Federation has always. Are they really united? You said it yourself. That was in previous years. Go Alice. Crush him. Is it appropriate for them to fight amongst themselves on the field? It's not the first time. This is real close-quarters combat. Team 17's humiliation is too much. I'd be devastated if it were me. The sibling rivalry between them is even more exciting than their fight against Team 17. Alice really went all out against Su Xiong. Now I think she was actually being gentle with Kimura Yoshido. Gentle, that suits me. Is this Alice, the mother Tyrannosaurus, Yang's lyrics? Ha ha ha. Screenshot it. Just wait for her to hunt down the culprit. The Federation is really busy this year. Are their relationships that bad? Can any Federation members give a recap? They're truly a doomed couple. This is the bitter fruit of using one tiger to devour another, only it's lasted way too long. Love-hate relationship, this CP is so good. Shipping everything will only hurt you. If Shuren hadn't been keeping things in check, the arena would have been in complete chaos. Who is Shuren? She's the Federation's surprise for the whole world. Ha ha ha. That's an amazing description. Just wait, she'll scare you to death. But, is she really needed for a competition of this level? No need. I think the fact that she didn't brew a pot of tea on the sidelines is already showing enough respect to her opponent and the organizers. Ha ha, given the current situation, let alone Shuren, even Gu Han is practically invisible. To be able to turn the International Military Academy battle into this, that's quite an achievement. The two continued fighting, but didn't forget their business. Tell me, who do you choose? Ha ha ha. A dragon is charging in. Two powerful fighters from the Federation are fighting over one of my guys. I love this scenario. Can I take your place? Take me, take me. The kind where you pierce through the energy source with a single sword strike. Do you want it? Ha ha ha. I choose Gu Zhanting. I told you to answer A or B, and you gave me an or? Translation, I won't choose either of you. Although I can't win either of you. Gu Zhanting, question mark. I understand his obsession. The 5 captains probably all want to fight against 4s. But I have a question. After seeing Alice and Su Xiang, what level is Gu Zhanting at? Can he be stronger than those two? Shao Shi, I don't even dare to train with him, especially Alice, she doesn't know her own strength. Losing is a small matter, the main thing is the pain. So funny. He and she fought over him, he chose him. Give me a pen, I write it now. A melodramatic 4-way love affair in space. Character design, plot, competition. It's confirmed. This is a reality TV show. Kimura Yoshi not only has an obsession with 4s, he also has a mission. But judging from the situation, he can't complete it in the faction competition. He can only test the waters first. Gu Zhanting, are you sure? He really wanted to say, hitting him is useless. You don't dare? Gu Zhanting calculated, 4th senior brother, 9th senior sister, and 10th senior sister are not on the field. There are still 7 ahead of him, plus his junior uncle and master. I'm only ranked 10th in the team, it's no use you beating me. Although the arena was chaotic, everyone, including Kimura Yoshi, heard these words clearly. Silence fell over the observation hall. Liu Cheng's mind raced. What does this mean? Li Yuanbo remained silent again. How could he explain it? If I said his combat strength ranked 10th in the Federation, and there's a whole bunch of teams ahead of him, would you believe me? He mumbled. It means exactly what he said. Liu Cheng understood. Gu Zhanting was serious, and Li Yuanbo was telling the truth, for S's strength in the Federation team was only 10th. This thought sent a shiver down his spine, as if struck by lightning. What was known at the moment was that the Federation's publicly released mental strength test was definitely flawed. Impossible. He's ranked 10th, the top 9 are all 4s. Damn, calm down, it's impossible. Interstellar society has only had 3 4s in over 400 years. For another 9 to appear simply doesn't conform to the laws of evolution and biological development. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Federation is bluffing, playing psychological warfare. Calm down. Okay, don't think about such terrifying things. If what he said is true, then who are those 9 people? Alice, Su Xiang. No need to say more. They're on the list. Training new recruits, mentoring vice captains. Who are the vice captains? Gu Han, Yang Cheng, Lian Wang, Sun Qianyu and Xue Lingling, and the person behind the commander-in-chief, the Sirens, and one last person, the one who can single-handedly defeat a super-level 1-star beast and easily kill a 4s. Shuren. He said this name with certainty. His eyes were fixed on Li Yuanbo, afraid of missing even the slightest expression on his face. As expected, the other party was momentarily surprised. They looked like they wanted to give him a thumbs up, praising his intelligence. Liu Cheng took several deep breaths. In other words, these people were all stronger than Gu Zhanting, a 4s. Gu Zhanting's 4s wasn't fake. Although he hadn't participated in international competitions, he had played in several international competitions within the Federation. His fame in interstellar space wasn't solely due to the 4s title. His combat strength is truly formidable, then how strong must these people really be? But if that's the case, everything makes sense. Why would the Federation send 4s to compete abroad? Why can people like Xue Lingling and Sun Qianyu travel around so freely? Why isn't Gu Zhanting leading the Federation team? Because this 4s player's position in the Federation team is only in the top 10. Now Liu Cheng really wanted to cry. He always thought the Federation was still catching up with the Empire. Although they caught up faster in recent years, the gap is still significant. But now, Federation. How far have you developed? I'm scared. Lu Cheng could analyze it clearly, and Shang Jing had guessed it pretty accurately. His fear was rapidly growing. How could this be? In just a few years. What has the Federation done? And, will this affect their plans? No. We must find a way. In Team 17's camp, the battle was beginning to wrap up. Team 17, Tianyin Dynasty, Aisha eliminated. Team 17, New Canaan United States, Elizabeth eliminated. Team 17, Terra Empire, Patty eliminated. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 11, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 17 has less than 100 players left, while Teams 9 and 11 have nearly 1,200 players remaining. Several of them were friendly fire victims. One is heaven, the other is hell. Your battlefield, my battlefield, are truly different. Chapter 393. Since they want to test Gu Zhanting, then let them try until they die. Go, little 11. Kimura Yoshi went all out, fighting against 4S. This battle was the talk of the town. In previous matches, Gu Zhanting hadn't had a chance to fight seriously. However, there wasn't much suspense. Gu Zhanting, with Thanatos, dodged every projectile Huang Quanza fired at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. After a brief warm-up, a single lightsaber strike crippled Huang Quanza's right hand. The StarNet viewers were stunned by this scene. Could this be the legendary beginning? Or over? Instant kill? Holy crap! It was over in the blink of an eye. Is this the power of 4S? Is the difference between 4S and SSS really that big? Otherwise, what do you think has kept the Empire and Federation so stable for so many years? This gave me a real shock. Sure enough, 4S is still 4S, and Gu Zhanting isn't any worse than those two. Xiaoxi, he's still a little bit worse. Maybe more than that. Shuren looked proudly approving. Xiaoxi's speed training was pretty good. Give up now? How's our A-Ting? Gu Zhanting scratched his head shyly after hearing his senior brothers and sisters' praise. The battlefield was nearing its end, and just then, Kimura Yoshi, taking advantage of a moment of inattention, took out a dark red pill from his spatial storage. The pill went down his throat and entered his body, merging into his bloodstream. Thump! Thump! Thump thump thump. My heart stopped for a moment, then started beating wildly at 10 times the normal speed. The medicinal power surged through his heart and blood, a boundless force welling up from the depths of his soul. The Qi refining stage disciples could vaguely sense danger. The Foundation establishment stage disciples clearly perceived the abnormal fluctuations in blood energy, a violent aura spreading everywhere. The Xianqing sect disciples frowned and began searching for the source. Suddenly, Huang Quanza, having lost his right arm, suddenly sprang into action. He charged towards Gu Zhanting with 100 times the speed and power of before. He'd die anyway if he didn't complete the mission. He might as well make a final desperate attempt. Gu Han instinctively sensed impending danger and tried to intervene. With a whoosh, a blur of motion appeared from nowhere. It arrived faster than expected. By the time it was clear, it had easily blocked Huang Quanza's full-force attack. Boom! The instant the two forces collided, a shockwave exploded, and the ground within a 10-jung radius collapsed. The massive impact stopped everyone in their tracks. Huang Quanza was violently thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground. Silence reigned. The observation hall was deathly still. What happened? Just now. What happened? Finally, they could see clearly, in the center of the battle, that gray shadow. That's the Federation's basic custom mech, isn't it? A B-rank training mech? As the dust settled, the figure remained standing still, without even a scratch. Before them were the deep marks left on the ground, when Huang Quanza was pushed away. 100 meters away, collapsed on the ground, Huang Quanza was almost reduced to fragments. Shang Jing stood frozen in place. Clearly, Kimura Yoshi had taken that drug, yet he was still stopped. Who could withstand such speed and power? How could Kimura Yoshitoki, whose combat power had instantly increased tenfold, be injured like this? He was anxious to find out what had happened. Go back. Too fast, can't see clearly. Slow down. Replay. Slow down again. A Class B mecha? Who is that? After the speed dropped to 0.05, the image became blurry. But two blurry shadows could still be vaguely seen. Huang Quanza suddenly attacked, but was easily blocked by a Class B mecha that rushed in from the outermost edge of the crowd. All the instructors swallowed hard. Is this the speed a mecha can possess? Huang Quanza was holding back. Who is the Class B mecha? Team 9? People from the Federation? Is that Shuren? Liu Cheng looked at Liu Yunbo with certainty. Such terrifying combat power. He only witnessed it twice in his life. The first time was during the national competition of the Federal Military Academy, when a Class B mech rescued Gu Zhanting from the super-level star beast, the sea monster Maya. This was the second time, the scene exactly the same, still that cumbersome basic mech. The same person. In the entire Proxima Centauri system, only one person could do this. What did you eat? The Xianxing sect disciples could sense the repulsive, evil aura, but Shuren knew very well. Although so faint as to be almost imperceptible, the wisps clinging to the other person were demonic energy. Demonic energy. Demonic energy had appeared in interstellar space, but the source wasn't Kimura Yoshi himself, otherwise, she would have sensed it the first time they met. It was something he had just done. Shuren, wielding a lightsaber, pried open the other person's cockpit. Looking at the person inside, their life force extinguished, their life force fading to its end. You took a forbidden drug? A desperate fight to the death, and eternal damnation. Shuren happened to know this method, the demon clan's forbidden drug, the blood fiend pill. Do you know you're about to die? All the life force in his body gushed from his mouth along with the blood. Although this stuff is precious, even demon cultivators themselves don't use it. By burning away one's life force, one can increase their combat power tenfold. For every 1,000 enemy wounded, 800 of one's own are lost. He must just be a lowly lackey. Useless. Shuren's shock turned to disappointment. He probably wouldn't get any more useful clues from Kimura Yoshi. And the rescue team has arrived. They arrived so quickly. Zerg War, advanced warriors, Uji people, demons. Is everything interconnected, a cause and effect? Then the question arises, if they are truly demonic cultivators, why go through all this trouble? Where did they come from? Locals? Or transmigrated? The target is Gu Jianshan, Fu Yuan, 4 S-rank warriors. This time it's Little 11. The clues point to Tianyin. Should we go there after the competition? Or, if the target is still advanced warriors, is it just a matter of waiting, and the prey will come to us? Xianyu. Clean up the battlefield. Roger. She needs time to sort things out. On the StarNet, a massive amount of information is complex and chaotic. However, in the 5 minutes Shuren appeared, the world seemed to be paused, everything froze, even the data held its breath. Until the severely injured Kimura Yoshi was taken away by the rescue team. The screen suddenly exploded with a deluge of exclamation marks. Like a silent scream, it swept across the entire interstellar space. Who is that? A Federation member? Look at the picture. She was still on the outermost edge when Gu Zhanting and Kimura Yoshi were fighting. She rushed over in an instant. Everyone in 4S was stunned. Is that human speed and strength? A B-class mecha? The Federation has mastered the art of playing dumb to outmaneuver its opponents. Federal Team, 18th Military Academy, Shuren. Shuren, Shuren, Shuren. This name, like a wildfire, echoed in everyone's minds. This was a historic first. The legendary Shuren had begun to enter the interstellar field of vision. On site, Teams 9 and 11 began cleaning up the battlefield. They wanted to ask, but dared not, only whispering among themselves. Has she always been with me? She was in my squad, on defense. I almost forgotten she existed. She doesn't do much, just sits and sleeps. That's called meditation. Chapter 394. Ha, you bunch of blind fools. Those vice captains practically have flattery etched on their foreheads. Didn't you guys figure it out at all? They're so naive. Now that you mention it, I notice Su Xiang and Alice seem to be hanging around her all the time. They're vying for her favor, aren't they? Su Xiang, Alice. The struggle for the Crown Prince's affections has always been like this. The sirens would whisper a few words to her after finishing their tasks. I thought it was some kind of secret romance, but now it seems they're reporting military intelligence. Mainly because she doesn't command or fight. Her presence is too low-key. This real big shot is still hiding. Afterwards, someone couldn't hold back any longer and asked the Federation. Brother, what's the situation with Shuren and your team? Louis blinked his bright eyes, his face full of pride. Ah, that's our boss. Only the tip of the iceberg regarding Shuren had been revealed, but an even more violent storm seemed imminent. Sorry, Master, I was just lost in thought. It's not your fault, he took banned drugs. Gu Zhanting scratched his head sheepishly. It seemed that every crucial moment, it was his master who stepped in. No, he had to rise to power. His goal is to be equally adept in the drawing room and the kitchen. Once he grows up, he will protect the sect. 2 consecutive annihilations had shocked the world. Federal Team. Shuren. The fewer the words, the bigger the event. On the StarNet, a single name has stirred up a massive wave. Gu Zhanting's brilliance is beginning to shine, stunning everyone, but he still pales in comparison to Shuren's fleeting glance. Gu Zhanting and Shuren get a double kill. Instant kill. Suddenly I feel so sorry for Kimura Yoshi, the chosen one was instantly killed twice. Doesn't anyone think Kimura Yoshi's performance in the last match was a bit off? It was definitely off, but was the opponent right? Compared to Gu Zhanting, isn't the one after him even more terrifying? Her name is Shuren. The Federation still has a trump card up its sleeve. Why haven't I heard of her before the competition? 18th Military Academy, Mental Strength B-Level, Federation Ranking 28, Mech Pilot? She really dares to make things up. The Federation, the honest guy has completely collapsed, she's really shameless. She dares to say anything. Does she really think we're idiots? Ha ha. I thought I wouldn't see the goddess make a move. How was it? The surprise we prepared for her. This isn't a surprise, it's a shock. How are we going to fight from here on out? What kind of strength does she have? I can't even imagine. The entire intergalactic world has been set up by the Federation. Shuren checked the status of the other members of Tianyin, and found nothing suspicious. It seems we can only wait for another opportunity. Sun Qianyu shouted, don't discard the remaining uniforms yet, we need equipment. Roger. And so, the remaining 100-plus people of Team 17 watched helplessly, as Sun Qianyu led the mecha pilots of Teams 9 and 11 to slowly dismantle and repair them. This year Tianyin experienced too many firsts. The first time experiencing a level difference and a dimensional attack. The first time being used against them in the same way. The first time feeling so frustrated and powerless. The mechas are a bit ugly, but they're really high class. Not much damage, but plenty of humiliation. Do you have the recipe for the corrosion cannon? Only Kimura has that. We lost a lot of equipment fighting you guys, so let's borrow some for now. He then began to impart his experience to the other mecha pilots. Look at this. You can completely remove the armor by hitting this spot. The key is that little bit of finesse. If you attack this spot with full force, the nervous system will temporarily malfunction, reducing combat power by at least half. However, if you're slow when attacking, your opponent can easily gain the upper hand, so use it with caution. This material can be used to repair joint damage, and it's easy to handle on the battlefield. I see, I learned something. After finishing, he didn't forget to stab Team 17 in the back. Thanks, bro. You guys might not be the best, but your stuff is definitely worth it. Slash after slash. Every slash is a stab to the heart. The first was physical attack, now it's pure magic attack. It seems that ever since they encountered Team 9, Team 17's defeat was inevitable. They fought Team 15, only to be ambushed by Team 9. Catching the Star Serpent, they were ambushed by Team 9. Defending their camp, they were overwhelmed by a massive army. After the mission team returned, they were once again ambushed by Team 9. Team 9, every single round was a royal flush. Finally, Kimura Yoshi, let's not even mention him. Instructor UI doesn't have time to deal with the competition right now. Kimura Yoshi was instantly killed after using the drug. The Federation definitely has a problem. Such important intelligence must be reported. Team 17, Tianyin Dynasty, Suzuki Takuya eliminated. Team 17, Tianyin Dynasty, Kimura Yoshi eliminated. Team 17, eliminated. A distant, nameless planet. Master, our people have been eliminated by the Federation. Kimura Yoshi took drugs. Where are the people I asked for? They didn't have a chance to execute the plan. A bunch of useless trash. Team 9, for 1,972 points, flag, 5, rank, 1. Team 2, for 1,903 points, flag, 5, rank, 2. Team 11, 3,712 points, flag, 2, rank, 3. Team 23, 3,562 points, flag, 2, rank, 4. Team 25, 2,220 points, flag, 2, rank, 5. This battle displayed the Federation's overwhelming momentum. Breaking news. Tianyin is eliminated in a shocking upset. The Federation crushes the champion. The Tianyin myth is shattered. 17 teams wiped out in 11 days. The Federation is on a killing spree. Federation versus Tianyin. What happened to the suspense? On the day of Tianyin's defeat, the Federation shines with 3 stars. The Dark Horse falls. Was the Federation's strength underestimated? The Federation's combat power is fully decoded. Shuren? The second 4S? The first dark horse is eliminated. Is the Federation too strong or Tianyin too weak? Tianyin's data collapses in 11 days. The most miserable battle in history. Tianyin fans break down. The Federation's victory is dishonorable. Since Alice got drunk, Team 11's fate has been like a dream. They embarked on a completely different path to easy victory. Formerly ranked third in StarCraft, they now didn't need to think strategically, had strong allies to help them in battle, and lacked neither resources nor energy. They were reaping all the points and loot they were entitled to. Everything came too easily, catching Nick somewhat off guard. Instructor Taylor was even more speechless. 3 years of hard training couldn't compare to Shura feeding them some treats. But the problem was, why was he so happy? He couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This time, the lucky break was huge. The people of Jotun didn't know how to comment on this. They were waiting for their elite soldiers to wreak havoc, but the opponent was completely wiped out. Channel 9 was only 10 kilometers from Team 9's camp. Only 2 hours. Team 17 is eliminated. Team 2 fell into deep thought. It was too fast. Team 2 themselves weren't confident they could eliminate Team 17 in 2 hours. Moreover, according to Nangong's statistics, Teams 9 and 11 only eliminated a little over 200 people. None of the seeded players were eliminated. Something feels off. Fu Jiwei felt uneasy, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Team 17's collapse was too fast. According to her estimation, Teams 9 and 11 could only mobilize a maximum of 800 people. Even with superior overall strength and larger numbers, they shouldn't have achieved such a one-sided defeat, a 1-to-3 casualty ratio, but ever since the first elimination announcement, Team 17's broadcasts haven't stopped. Like a tsunami, their defeat was swift and devastating. Team 2 needs to be more cautious. We're about to enter the regular monitoring range, everyone be careful. Chapter 395. On the other side, in Passage 23, was Team 23, led by Omega. The team captain was Xiaoye, an SSS-ranked player, pre-tournament estimated to be ranked 6th. The team style, like her own, was low-key and steady. Before the competition, she led the team in extensive research. Fortunately, she discovered the Federation's anomaly. She had considered the Federation winning, but she hadn't expected it to be so soon. The timing and elimination situation gave a rough idea. It was a completely one-sided situation. Tianyin had almost no power to resist. As the 5th-ranked player, Omega had been consistently beaten by Tianyin for years, finding it difficult to advance even a step. But now, seeing her old rival as fragile as paper, she felt a mix of emotions. Boss, we're so far away, the Federation shouldn't attack, right? 49-72 points, 5 flags, that's enough to secure 1st or 2nd place. It's not worth risking traveling this far. Theoretically, no, but this year's Federation. It's hard to say. If the Federation really wants to advance further, there are still 21 teams blocking their way. It's not too late to prepare if they make a move. 17 teams are in the faction, with Teams 9 and 11 claiming territory. Should we continue fighting? Should we take a couple of days off? Take a break? Have you forgotten why you came here? There are only 3 days left. How can you sleep? Where's your passion? Where's your fighting spirit? Where's your desire for victory? Who's been leading everyone to karaoke until late every night? Alice went crazy, and Su Xiang went crazy too. Yes, the outcome is not decided. The passion hasn't cooled. This year we be number 1. Defeat the Empire. Sweep across the 1,000-star ring. Isn't it because they're unwilling to give up after having to wash their socks? So we're skipping dinner and going straight to the next wave? Alice changed the subject. That's unnecessary. People need food to survive. We need to replenish our energy to continue progressing, right? Little brother, being too eager for quick results isn't good. Okay, her tongue's quite something. What would the other teams think if they knew their misfortune started with a bet about smelly socks? Xiaoyu was wrong. The Federation didn't just want to go further. They wanted to sweep the entire field. The observation hall was deathly silent. They wouldn't really be. At this moment, no one dared question whether the Federation had the capability, combat strength, resources, comrades, intelligence, perfect timing, favorable location, and popular support. After decades of good fortune, the Federation had finally gotten a winning hand. Now, the delegations were starting to worry about their own teams. Especially Liu Cheng. If others can lose, can the Empire lose? If they mess this up, he'd be a sinner nailed to the annals of history. His mind screamed, intelligence. What Team 2 needs most right now is crucial intelligence about Team 9. Hurry! Fu Jiwei, Nangong Ling, we must act fast. In the jungle outside Team 9's camp, Team 2's 500 men move slowly forward. Outpost, any movement? No. Repeat. No. Something's wrong. We're only 3 kilometers away. How come we can't even find anyone to keep watch or guard? Not only the cautious Fu Jiwei and Nangong Ling, but even the arrogant and conceited Fujiwara Hideaki sensed something was amiss. Don't you guys think there are fewer star beasts in this area? It seemed they hadn't seen many star beasts since passing Team 7's camp. The only sounds along the way were the rustling of trees and the wind. Star beast, we've been incorporated. Nangong, take 50 men to scout. Roger. Nangong Ling led his men to scout and report as they went. Infiltrated 500 meters. No sentries, no heat source signals, no fresh footprints on the ground. Advanced 2 kilometers, still zero contact. Enemy camp confirmed visually. But no patrols outside the tents. Fortifications collapsed from the outside. An attack from the outside. Wait a minute, it's always Team 9 attacking others. The other teams don't seem to have come. Could it be a ruse? Let me double check. Fu Jiwei pricked up her ears, waiting for news from the front. However, the area within a 10-mile radius was eerily quiet, without a sound for a long time. Nangong Ling didn't reply, nor did any artillery fire. Her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Nangong, reply. What's the situation? Commander-in-Chief, I think you need to come and take a look. The tone on the other end of the computer was unusually serious and cold. What's going on? Confirm 9 teams are vacant. Disarm them. Lead your teams in. What do you mean vacant? Fu Jiwei's pupils suddenly contracted, her thoughts momentarily frozen. She even wondered if Nangong Ling had been kidnapped, a trap set for her. You stay here, Team A, come with me. She led 100 fully armed men, still somewhat doubtful, cautiously approaching the camp. Things unfolded far beyond her expectations. The path was clear. No sentries. No traps. No defenses. And no one. There wasn't a soul in sight. Finally, she entered the central tent of Team 9. The core area that should have housed the battle flag and been heavily guarded. Where's the battle flag? A long silence answered her. At that moment, everyone fell into a deathly stillness, unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, Fu Jiwei finally realized the importance of this matter. Immediately, she turned on her personal terminal and urgently contacted Mo Sang, who was stationed at the camp. Mo Sang, can you confirm if the battle flag can be completely removed and taken away? Mo Sang's mind was buzzing. What do you mean? Team 9's camp, no one, no battle flag. Similarly, no one has been eliminated. After hanging up, the group finally calmed down and began to review the current battle situation. The battle flag can move. Did Squad 9 carry the battle flag to attack Squad 17? If Squad 9 knew the battle flag could move, then what about Squad 11? Yes. That means Squad 17 wasn't facing the cowardly Squads 9 and 11, who had to split up to defend their camps, but a large army of over 1,500 men deployed in their entire battalion. No wonder they lost so quickly. If it were us. If. The words were barely out of his mouth before he swallowed them back. Fortunately, they chose to move east and attack Squad 17 first. What should we do next? Silence fell again. This intelligence is far too important. Important enough to potentially reverse all the advantages the Empire holds. If we had discovered it any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Imagine if Team 9, with an army of 1,500, were at our gates. Would Team 2 be confident they could handle it? The Empire members were now sweating profusely, a wave of fear washing over them. I estimate that of the remaining 7 teams in the entire 1,000-star ring, only we know such crucial intelligence. Thank goodness we came. A series of unexpected coincidences had led to the current situation. Currently, teams 21, 23, 25, and 27 are still alive. If the Federation wants to escalate the war, Team 21 will be the next target. At this moment, Fujiwara couldn't sit still any longer. Why do we always have to make arrangements based on the most extreme scenarios? Isn't it all just speculation? No, they're currently at Team 17, far behind us. Team 9 already has a very high score. It's a sure win. Is there any need to continue fighting? Su Xiang, I don't wash my socks. Chapter 396. The current assumption is that the Federation will fight its way through, wiping out all the teams? Sweeping across the 1,000-star ring? Isn't that a bit too audacious? Even my empire wouldn't dare to think like that. Alice, I want to conquer the world. Also, the distance we covered is over 2,000 kilometers. Add to that the necessary energy consumption in battle, and we simply won't have enough. Star Beast, huff huff, I deserve a share of the glory. There are only 3.5 days left. I don't think they come. And they can't come. Team 9, charge. Time waits for no one. In the observation hall, Liu Chung was so anxious he was breaking out in pimples. We finally got on the only correct path, and you're pulling us back. Fujiwara Hideaki's words made some sense. But Fu Jiwei's unease didn't seem to subside. What if they come? Can we hold out? We can't afford to gamble. Silence, deafening. Commander, should we form an alliance? Finally, the crux of the matter. The Empire originally planned to finish off Team 9, with Team 27 as their next target. But now, if they continue fighting, the final outcome could very well be cutting off all their own support, leaving them alone to face the massive armies of Teams 9 and 11. Of course, there's another possibility. Since the battle flag can move, Team 2 can certainly carry it and hide until the last minute, but as the Interstellar Overlord, avoiding battle would be beneath their crown. For the first time, the Empire is forced onto the path of an alliance. Team 21 will soon be rendered useless. Not considered. Team 25, 370 men remaining. Team 27, 358 men remaining. Team 23, 580 men remaining. Last year's 5th place finisher, Celia's Omega, is here. To withstand such formidable power, regardless of who they ally with, they must have at least 23 teams. We have no choice but to ally, and it has to be now. They can't wait a minute longer. The Empire has almost always fought alone in all international competitions. The strong are always lonely. But now, there's no other way. They've been forced into a corner, yes. Liu Chung breathed a huge sigh of relief upon seeing this. Thankfully, it's not too late. There's still hope. All of Fu Jiwei's analysis and decisions were correct. On the other side, in the 23-team camp, Xiao Yu's next target is Team 25. At this moment, she was planning to lead 3 small teams out. Suddenly, her personal terminal rang, from someone she never expected. Who did you say? Fu Jiwei from the Empire. She's looking for me? She says she has important intelligence. The high and mighty Imperial Commander-in-Chief is actively seeking her out? What's going on? What did you say? Meanwhile, the Federation hasn't stopped its advance. With only 3.5 days to spare, Alice, full of ambition and determination, was determined to realize her grand dream of conquering the 1,000-star ring. At this moment, she sat majestically atop Kayla's back, with a vast army of beasts behind her. She resembled a female lord conquering battlefields and seizing territories. Just thinking about it made her want to scream and shout for herself. This was the kind of presence worthy of Alice Young. Shuren looked at her, both cute and fierce, proud and arrogant. Little Five has grown up. Let's go! At the speed of the star beasts, they would reach Team 21 by evening, and be able to eat by nightfall. Of course, no one else could match that speed, because they also had to consider attacks from the star beasts along the way. But this problem was completely irrelevant to both teams. Team 23, Celia hung up the personal terminal, her mind still buzzing. Commander, what did she want to see us about? Brownie, you act immediately. Confirm whether the array flag can be safely removed and carried away along with its base. What? A short sentence, yet it sent a jolt through everyone. As the leader of the mecha squad, Brownie understood the importance of this matter. Without asking any questions, he immediately took action. The others stopped what they were doing and waited for Celia to speak. Did Fu Jiwei say that? Yes, she led her team to Team 9's camp, found no one there and no array flag, and after confirming the situation, she notified us immediately. Everyone was intelligent, piecing together all the information. They understood the stakes. She wants an alliance. Teams 9 and 11 have allied, their forces exceeding 1,200. If they continue their attack, Team 21 will be the next target. And after that, that's us. Yes. How will they form an alliance? They take their banners to Team 2. Not just us, but they might also have to consider Teams 25 and 27. Is it possible that Team 9 won't continue fighting? It's not impossible, but with such a huge advantage, if it were me, I would definitely continue fighting. This is the best chance in a lifetime to ascend the throne. Also, do we dare to gamble? Team 23, like Team 2, dared not gamble on their opponent's mercy. In fact, their geographical location was even more dangerous. Once these 1,200 men march down, our 600 are simply no match. The Empire is willing to bow its head and extend an olive branch, because the Alliance is not only our only way out, but also the Empire's. The deputy commander still had his doubts. Could this be a trap? I have a gut feeling it won't. Intrigue and deception aren't the Empire's, or Fujiwei's style. Given the Empire's strength and Fujiwei's abilities, there's no need. Now we can only wait. Wait for the formation flag. If the formation flag can really move, then it means the Empire has truly offered its allegiance. Half an hour later. Commander-in-Chief, it's done. It's been removed along with its base. We can take it with us after adjusting the power supply equipment. It really can be removed. Is this a bug deliberately left by the organizers? Organizers, what? Alright, everyone, pack your things. We're leaving in half an hour. Team 25. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Yining guessed that Team 23's next target was him. At the earliest noon, at the latest tomorrow morning, there will definitely be some activity. So he kept Team 25 firmly under control. Although they were facing a team led by the 5-star Guardians, he was doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. Reaching this point was already quite an achievement. It was much better than Team 17 being unexpectedly defeated. In the end, instead of receiving attacks and artillery fire, he received a sincere invitation from his opponent. What is it? Explain yourself. Similarly, Team 27's commander, Sakuntu, was also on guard against Team 25 suddenly appearing and engaging in a chaotic melee. On the other side, the absolute hegemonic empire is right beside me. I can't sleep. I simply can't sleep. What? An alliance? With me. I'm Team 27. Sakuntu. Are you sure you haven't got the wrong person? Wait. Explain. At this very moment, because of a crucial piece of intelligence, the battle situation has drastically changed. Finally. Luckily, Team 2 went to Team 9's camp, otherwise, I can't even imagine the consequences. Without this crucial intelligence, this match would have been a pure individual show by the Federation. Isn't that what it is now? The ones getting all the attention are from the Federation. All the crazy maneuvers are theirs. Ha! I can't help it, your gaze is my stimulant. I can understand an alliance with Team 23, but was it necessary to call on Teams 25 and 27? They're terrified by the flag-raising maneuver. Chapter 397. This isn't an exaggeration at all. First, Fujiwei is a cautious commander. Since they decided on an alliance, preventing problems before they arise is normal practice. Second, they need to consider the Star Beast horde. Even if the Star Beasts don't participate in the battle, their deterrent effect alone is enough to greatly boost morale. The problem is, Fujiwei doesn't know anything about the Star Beasts. How did she decide to ally with 4 teams simultaneously? It's like she has the eye of God. The answer is simple. Fujiwei watched the Federation's matches and had some ideas about the Star Beasts. This year, the Federation seems off in every way. It's perfectly normal for them to be hiding some tricks up their sleeves. The real danger is that they've hidden their trump card. The Empire can't afford to lose. They can only take the path of alliance, uniting all forces that can be united. Otherwise, in the end, they easily be outmaneuvered. At this moment, Teams 9 and 11 are leading their troops towards Team 21. Teams 23, 25, and 27, carrying their battle flags, headed towards Team 2. Team 21's commander, Adwit, never dreamed he managed to hold out until the final 3 days, and with 387 members remaining, this unexpected surprise made him so happy he did a belly dance. According to Adwit's analysis, he couldn't defeat any of the remaining teams, so we common folk are truly happy today. Today is a good day, all our wishes will come true. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. Enjoy the moment. We haven't been eliminated yet, we already won. Ha ha! We hit the jackpot. The observation hall was speechless. Just like the Federation. Looks like it's not just one team that be eating, drinking, and having fun during the competition. Ha ha ha. Jump, hurry up and jump. Adwit's dancing time is running out. To be precise. Countdown, 1 hour. In terms of dancing, Adwit is only second. My number 1 is Lewis. He's a great singer and dancer. Brother, you're killing me. If I hadn't already become a fan of the Federation, I would definitely like Adwit. He's so confident. That's not confidence, that's blind optimism. He's the only one in the entire arena who doesn't know that important intelligence. Being eliminated happily is also a good choice. There's no need to live life too clearly. Ha ha ha. Waiting for Adwit's last hour. Soon, the Star Beast's iron hooves had already entered the area guarded by Team 21. The music was loud, but the commotion of 2,000 star beasts charging in unison was even greater. Even the deaf sentinel could hear it. Something was coming. Commander-in-Chief, large-scale biosignal detected at 3 o'clock, estimated contact time 120 seconds. Identified as a level 3 star beast swarm, approximately 2,000 in number. They initially thought it was just a small, ordinary beast hide. But when the swarm appeared on the horizon, the sentinel's eyes widened in horror. High-level star beasts. The leaders were almost all level 1 and 2 star beasts, and not even the same species. The sentinel's roar and the warning system's shrill cry exploded simultaneously. Holy crap! A beast swarm. A beast tide is approaching. Alarm. Alarm. A beast tide is approaching. High-level star beasts are approaching. Holy crap! Everyone! Evacuate. Repeat. This is not a drill. Evacuate. Evacuate. What level of beast swarm could this be? Sentinel, hell level. 1 in 10 chance of death. Wait, what's that? A low, mournful roar came from beneath their feet. The rock face cracked and crumbled in silent agony. The next second, the horizon boiled. Thousands of star beasts tore through the smoke, sweeping across the wasteland like a cascading galaxy. Tall shrubs were felled, forests were leveled. Just as the sentinel was about to sound the alarm and order everyone to abandon camp, he seemed to see, on the back of a star beast, someone. A star beast, someone on its back? Adwit was already in position when he heard the evacuation order. He rubbed his eyes, thinking it was just the aftereffects of staying up all night, his old eyes blurry. The situation was far more outrageous than he imagined. Those combat suits on the backs of the beasts? What are those? He witnessed many absurd things in his life, but nothing was as unbelievable as this. Is that Team 9? And Team 11? They're riding star beasts to attack us? Adwit's first reaction was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. What the hell was this commotion? Looking closer at the beast horde, it was the organizers' rescue team. Adwit had one trait. He was exceptionally clever. In just a few minutes, he analyzed the situation. Teams 9 and 11 can control the star beasts, but we're not in danger. He couldn't defeat any of the remaining 6 teams, let alone this unexpected force. Because he couldn't win, he was even more resigned. No need to run, we can't escape. But we can think of other ways. Adwit's mind raced, his eyes darting around. Got it. Teams 9 and 11, riding their star beasts, charged towards the camp gate with an aura of crushing everything in their path. They spotted it from afar. Is that a white flag? It looks like it. Did they tear it off the tent? To see a team waving a white flag at an international competition? That's an eye-opener. Observation Hall. Unbelievable. Adwit's coach, Jabuhari, nodded in agreement. Since they couldn't win anyway, discretion is the better part of valor. Truly the kid I trained. Astute judgment and adaptability. Well done, others. What a freak. The main players of Team 21 were putting all their effort into waving the white flag, desperately trying to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. A soothing, melodious piano piece came over the loudspeaker. Adwit explained that it was to calm the enemy's heightened fighting spirit. Immediately afterward, a sincere broadcast voice rang out. Greetings, guests from afar. Welcome to Team 21. To all combat units. The current battle entropy value has exceeded the limit. According to Article 9 of the Interstellar War Convention, we request the activation of the Tactical Hibernation Protocol. What does this mean? The official way of saying surrender. Can it be like this? Why not? My Adwit never fights a battle he's not confident in. Never fight a battle he's not confident in. He won't fight a battle he's not confident in. Is that what it means? Like teacher, like student. Surrendering in an international competition, and still being so self-righteous, that's a level of skill. Impressive. At the entrance of Team 21, thousands of Iron Cavalry finally stopped advancing. Teams 9 and 11 were listening, wondering what this new trick was. Please select the following option. I. Activate the honor surrender procedure. 1. We disarm all our forces. 2. Share the tactical database and open access to all resource warehouses. 3. Play Star Song as the surrender background music. Surrender conditions. Please be gentle. Ha ha ha. What a coward. How could I not be a coward? I kneel too. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard I'm splitting my hair out. Surrender and you're giving me honor? Should we give you an award? Surrender, and you're giving me background music. Team 21 is really something. Star Song? That's very friendly. Is this a trap? If you knew the commander of Team 21, you know this is something he actually do. Chapter 398. Nick knew Adwit well. His combat strength was trash, but his brain was incredibly sharp. Team 21 had probably survived this long largely thanks to his clever little mind. Surrender? There must be a backup plan. That's good. Saves energy. Wait, there are other options. 2. Team 21 intends to hire you as a temporary special consultant for the competition. Compensation. Charge per minute. Base rate approximately 3 times the standard supply pack/minute/person. Additional conditions. Priority selection of loot. Please, Commander, move to the central command tent to play chess and strategize for the future. This year's 1,000-star ring competition was still too chaotic. Who are these people? What do you mean? It means you're paying for bodyguards. Paid mercenaries. You? Me. Him. This is a competition. Hiring bodyguards? Li Yuanhua laughed. Great. It's not just the Federation that's exploiting loopholes in the rules. The organizer? Is this compliant? No, is this legal? Unreasonable, but compliant and legal. Ha ha ha. You can do this? Li Yuanhua, why not? This isn't the first time this has happened. After all, the rules don't say you can't drink, cook, sing, dismantle mechs, ride star beasts, advertise, carry formation flags, or hire bodyguards. I knew it. The root of the problem is you. Tell me, wasn't it you? Didn't you do this before? Lu Chung completely broke down. Every single thing here skirts the bottom line of the rules, constantly pushing the boundaries. Will this ever end? Li Yuanhua was speechless. This really is the Federation's fault. Yang Chung is the best evidence. What they didn't know was, throughout the entire competition, among over 30,000 warriors, the person who understood the Federation best wasn't from the Empire, nor from Tianyin. It was Adwit. Adwit was the only SSS-ranked warrior in the Herka Alliance. He was somewhat special. His combat strength reached SSS, but his health was poor, so he could only perform at SS level in actual combat. However, he was one of only 2 people besides Su Xian to receive a perfect 10 in tactics. He was known for his ingenious strategies and almost supernatural wisdom. Because of his poor health, he placed great importance on intelligence and information. He was the only one who watched the entire Federation Military Academy competition from the Starfield tournament onwards, without missing a single match. Initially, he only noticed that the other person with a perfect score on the tactics leaderboard was a newcomer to the Federation. Out of curiosity, he decided to watch the last few matches. But once he started watching, he couldn't stop. He spent 2 weeks watching, and he was completely blown away. This year's Federation was exactly to his liking. He watched it all, analyzed it, and clearly understood where the Federation's Achilles heel lay. He had also figured out the personality traits of several key figures. Other teams were hard to say, but against the Federation, he still had some strength and resources. Moreover, the Herka Alliance's combat strength was only mid-tier among the 280 nations, but it was rich in energy mines, extremely wealthy. Therefore, the surrender plan could be considered flawless. The only surprise was that he hadn't expected the Federation to have such control over the Star Beasts. This was already the complete form of the Star Beast Joint Operations Unit. Distinguished guests, please make your choice. In front of the screen, everyone held their breath, waiting for the answer from the other side. It can't be that outrageous. They're really going to choose here? What do they think of an international competition? The answer is, it is that outrageous. Xianqing Sek's eyes lit up when they heard about the reward. Especially Sword Peak, with limited income streams, needs money for long-term development. After a brief moment of resistance, Alice shouted, Choose 2. Choose 2. I choose 2. 2, 2, 2. This shout of 2 echoed through the camp, lingering for a long time. Adwit, you got it. Ha ha. I knew it. Without a moment's hesitation. No. She still struggled for about a second. I have to say you got it. The trick is here. Federation, your sincerity is irresistible. Who is this? Adwit from the Herka Alliance. Want to transfer to our Federation's 18th Military Academy? Thanks for the big rocket from the top rank. Congratulations to Team 21 for becoming a VIP customer. The 18th Military Academy is doing well in their careers while competing. Haha, this is so entertaining. My first time watching an international competition, I don't want to skip a single minute. I strongly suspect this year's competition is scripted. Scriptwriter, I couldn't come up with such an outrageous plot. The Xianqing Sect members were the first to pack up their equipment, and the others followed suit, eagerly heading into Team 21's camp. The observation hall was utterly speechless. They thought it was another Federation conquest, a grand display of skill. Team 21 was doomed, but a stunning reversal, Adwit turning steel into silk. He turned the tide and prevented a defeat. How many more figures like this are hidden within the myriad nebulae of Proxima Centauri? Brilliant. No wonder he was chosen as the commander-in-chief by my Herka alliance. Jabuhari's admiration for his student was even stronger than Shur-An's for his disciple. If Adwit were in better health, he could definitely become a renowned strategist on Proxima Centauri. However, things are fine as they are now. Life doesn't need to be overly perfect. Everyone must be hungry, come on. It's lunchtime. Alice, right? You definitely like this. This is our Wilka specialty, Star Shark Jerky. Captain Gu Zhanting, don't let the fact that this is a nutrient solution fool you. The flavor is perfectly balanced, drink it like juice. Su Xiong, as expected of Ziwei Star, seeing is believing. Shuren, this is some specialty tea I brought myself, would you like to try some? Everyone, you are all amazing. You even conquered the star beasts of the 1,000-star ring. You're too kind. Team 21. What a wonderful person you are, brother. Birds of a feather flock together, we're kindred spirits, it's a shame we didn't meet sooner. Sit down, make yourself at home. Children, keep the music playing, keep the dancing. Guests from afar, please stay. Sure enough, according to the Federation's plan, dinner was served before nightfall. No fighting, but that doesn't matter. Songs were sung, dances were performed. The competition? We talk about it tomorrow. Meanwhile, disregarding the potential dangers, the other three teams traveled through the night towards Team 2's camp. Boss, if Team 9 doesn't come, and Team 2 betrays us again, then Team 23 would be easy prey. There's no other way, we have to gamble. Xiaoyu wasn't one to be trifled with. She left 20 people at the camp. She even knew the empty city strategy. If these people were eliminated tomorrow, it would mean she made the right choice. If not, then she'd have to play a double agent game with Team 2. How much trust could a hastily formed alliance possibly have? No matter how many twists and turns, no matter how outrageous the development, the current battle situation was clear. Teams 2, 23, 25, and 27, 1897 people, vs Teams 9, 11, and 21, 1657 people. Team 2's allied forces had the numerical advantage, but, from an outsider's perspective, the advantage was almost entirely in the Federation's hands. The StarNet predicted the Empire's win rate was rapidly declining. 95%, 89%, 65%. Even the most sophisticated quantum prediction model was stuck in a logical deadlock due to Team 9's series of questionable actions. No one could predict the outcome. For the first time in the history of the international competition, the suspense was immense. Chapter 399. That evening, the command headquarters of Teams 9, 11, and 21 held a friendly meeting and exchange. Under Sun Qianyu's guidance, Team 21 successfully dismantled their battle flag. A chorus of exclamations erupted. The three teams, secretly plotting in a small dark room, began to scheme. On the 12th day, the sun rose as usual. Less than 3 days remained until the end of the competition. Taking this route will bypass Team 22 and reach Team 23 directly, saving at least an hour of travel time. Adwit, you got some skills. Hee, our team's combat strength is average. We can only rely on this kind of clever trick. Yesterday, Siren, Toledo, and a few others thoroughly investigated Team 21's situation. It must be said, this guy is absolutely a top-tier player in tactics and strategy. Su Xiong can be said to occasionally come up with a brilliant idea. But Adwit, from the beginning of the strategic layout to the final conclusion, can control the entire situation with ease. He maximized the use of intelligence, terrain, the balance of power between his own and the enemy, resource allocation, and even the personality traits of his opponents. He truly made the best use of everything, maximizing the potential of each individual. At first glance, you might be shocked that Team 21 has survived this long. But if you know him, you find it's only natural. However, Adwit never expected that this strange encounter on the field would become a turning point in their destiny. It's up ahead. Let's charge. Team 21 was initially unaccustomed to overwhelming power. They were used to meticulously planning tactics, considering everything, and cautiously exploring their way forward. Only after regaining their composure did they begin to charge into battle with the main force. It has to be said, the feeling of absolute domination and unstoppable advance was truly exhilarating. Nearly 1,600 people, leading a horde of star beasts, swept through the enemy lines. unexpectedly. Why is there no movement? Only 1 kilometer left, and there are still no sentries or guards. This feels a bit like an empty city ploy. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, a 20-man squad from Team 23 remained at their main camp. They knew the Federation was strong and well-equipped, but they hadn't expected such a massive commotion. They knew they were cannon fodder, so they didn't intend to put up a pointless resistance. However, when the overwhelming horde of star beasts tore through the horizon, their blood froze instantly. They stood frozen in place, terrified beyond measure. This wasn't cowardice, but the instinctive fear of absolute power. And at that very moment, Xiao Yu, already near Team 2's camp, received the last communication from headquarters. Star beasts. It's star beasts. The terrified tone was chilling. Communication was lost, and the elimination announcement rang out. Team 23, New Gaia Community, Japanese eliminated. Team 23, Ember Abyss Empire, Carl Vinson eliminated. Team 9, points +1. Team 11, points +1. Team 9, points +1. Team 21, points +1. Team 23 stopped advancing. It's really here. Not only that, Team 21 wasn't eliminated, but one of our own was. Team 21 even scored. Team 21 has allied with Teams 9 and 11. Luckily we ran fast. The Commander-in-Chief's decision was right. Team 23 was still shaken. Thankful the good news came just in time. The Commander-in-Chief's decision was decisive. They now have at least 1,500 people. I must say, the alliance of Team 2 with 4 teams was really necessary. Xiao Yu didn't have time to marvel at how prescient the previous decision was. She was concerned about the last piece of information. What happened to the star beasts? Could it be a beast horde attack? But those 20 people were indeed eliminated by Team 9. Or perhaps they just happened to encounter a star beast horde when the two sides started fighting? But why were only their own team's 20 people eliminated? Star beasts. Team 9. Team 11. Team 21. Is there any connection between them? She couldn't figure it out, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Let's go! They couldn't afford to waste time. This year's Federation was too ambitious, sweeping the entire field. Truly brave. On the other side, the large group rushed into Team 23's camp, and then realized something was wrong. This wasn't just an empty city ruse, it was practically an empty city. Not only were there few people, but there were no traps and no resistance. The Sirens and Toledo exchanged glances, a suspicion forming in their eyes. To the main camp. Commander, the battle flag is gone. Supplies and weapons are gone too. Only these 20 men. The command team began analyzing the situation. The battle flag is gone. How did Squad 23 discover it was moving? And where did they go? The commander and staff were well versed in intelligence and information. Squad 23 wasn't a team that would resort to unorthodox methods. They did exactly the same thing as us. If someone went to our main camp, discovered the battle flag was missing, and copied them. Locke's idea is highly probable. Gu Zhanting did exactly that in the national championships. It's Team 2. Given the distance, it's impossible that Team 23 discovered it on their own. If they had, the two teams would have encountered each other along the way. Only Team 2 from the other direction is the most likely. Fu Jiwei went to Team 9's headquarters while we were attacking Team 17. Perfectly logical. The main force is so far away, it's the best opportunity to attack. They arrived only to find nothing. They were surprised to discover that the battle flags could move. Then, she confirmed from the elimination information that we were allied with Nick, and led a large force of 1,500 to attack Team 17. Has the Empire ever formed an alliance? No. But, if I were her, I wouldn't sit still either. The only remaining team capable of fighting against the combined forces of Teams 9 and 11 is Team 23, led by Xiaoya. Logical. So the question is, do Teams 25 and 27 know? Are they bystanders or participants? Should we make another trip to check on these two teams? If we go directly through the middle of the 1,000-star ring, we can save at least a third of the journey. I bet they formed a 4-team alliance. From Fu Jiwei's perspective, since they formed an alliance, let's go all the way. +1. Plus 10,086. The battle situation is almost clear, but a question arises. Should we still fight? No. There are still 2.5 days left. We're just killing time anyway. All 21 teams have paid. We can't let them waste their money. Su Xiang, I won't wash my socks until the very last day. Alice, I will dominate the 1,000-star ring. Adwit, no need to keep bringing this up. Not eliminating them is already a worthwhile investment. Conservatively speaking, 21 teams will be 7th in the faction competition. A huge profit. Then, let's go big. The siren stared intently at everyone. Her confident, arrogant, and sharp gaze seemed to encompass everything, as dazzling as the rising sun. On the other side, the 3 teams had already arrived at Team 2's camp, and begun setting up camp. Commander-in-Chief, Team 25 has 365 people, Team 27 has 340 people, and Team 23 still has 490 people. And Team 23's flag is missing. That's normal. The alliance is newly formed, and there's still competition between teams. It's understandable that they're wary of us. Don't be so naive. Fu Jiwei brought these 3 teams in. She was also wary of letting wolves into the house. You think our flag hasn't been moved? Chapter 400. Fine, you're all cunning and calculating, each with your own hidden agendas, while I'm just naive and simple-minded. Now, the 4 teams share a common enemy, which is why they can unite against it. If the external threat disappears, then they be firing at each other. This is interstellar space, a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. This is the Empire. All SSS rank. What an imposing presence. The troop deployment was planned by the Alliance beforehand. Calling it an impregnable fortress wouldn't be an exaggeration. The outermost layer is a sentinel defense network, with over 2,000 stealth detectors, and 50 scouts on 24/7 duty, capable of precisely detecting even a mosquito 10 kilometers away. The second layer is an equipment defense system, an automated defense zone composed of floating cannon arrays and plasma grids, easily withstanding a swarm of Tier 3 alien beasts, and the full-force blasts of mechs below S rank. A layer of fortifications composed of self-repairing alloy walls, a trap layer composed of mimicry mines, and underground shock silos. The third layer is the core war layout, a combat group composed of assault troops, fire support, and air power, plus a command center composed of 5 SSS rank commanders. Everyone carries the same amount of supplies, yet the Empire has managed to build such a complete defense and attack system within limited time and resources. This isn't a victory of resources. It's the art of using every gram of steel to its fullest potential. This steel fortress before them is the very embodiment of the Empire's strongest power. Seeing it with his own eyes, Xiao Yu couldn't help but be shaken. Team 25, Zhao Yining had just arrived, and was also observing the surrounding situation. Captain, Team 23's flag isn't here, should we go too? No need. Xiao Yu is vying for a top 5 spot. Team 25 doesn't need Fu Jiwei resorting to underhanded tactics. Team 27 raised the same question, leaving Sakan speechless. Deal with us? You're overthinking it. Team 27 becoming a member of the Alliance was already a stroke of luck. Teams 2 and 23 should play mind games, while Teams 25 and 27 should follow orders, try to avoid elimination, and score more points. With 4 teams gathered, their relationships were neither too close nor too distant, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. This is where the Commander-in-Chief needs to step in. Fu Jiwei, commander of the SSS Empire's first military academy, the top commander among Proxima Centauri's top 10 commanders, ranked 2nd in overall combat strength. In this cohort, 3 levels above and below her, only Gu Zhanting could defeat her. Possessing both wisdom and combat prowess, she's flawless from every angle, a true interstellar war goddess. In terms of background, Gu Zhanting has a 4S level uncle, and so does she. She is the 13th generation core member of the Fu family's military dynasty. After awakening her spiritual power, she was immediately thrust into various real-world combat scenarios, including the Zerg battlefield 8 years ago, when she was only 15. The girl, still somewhat naive, showed no fear. She was entrusted with a critical mission, leading a 100-strong squad from the Fu family in a bloody battle against thousands of Zerg in the slums on the outskirts of the city. She was the Empire's youngest general, with countless battle achievements and a formidable reputation. This is why, no matter how much the Fujiwara family sought to seize power, they could not surpass her. Strength, fame, and prestige, she was at the top of the list. If the Zerg battlefield were to reopen in the future, she would undoubtedly be the Empire's leading figure, able to command overwhelming support. Captain Xiaoya, Captain Zhao Yining, Captain Sakantu, our captain invites you. Team 2, Central Camp. Hello everyone, I'm Fu Jiwei. She didn't fit the stereotypical image of a space warrior. Standing under 1.7 meters tall, she lacked any overly muscular physique. Like a sharp blade sheathed, her edge was concealed yet undeniable. Her crimson pupils revealed wisdom and sharpness. The moment she stepped into the command room, all the arguments ceased abruptly. Her imposing aura, though not angry, made everyone instinctively lower their heads to obey her orders. Standing before her, Zhao Yining and Sakantu unconsciously straightened their backs. Captain Fu, hello. The command centers of all 4 teams were assembled, awaiting Fu Jiwei's instructions. Thank you all for your trust. I swear on the honor of the Empire, before defeating the Federation, there will be no infighting within the Alliance. Unexpectedly, she began with this direct statement. I also promise that before the Alliance disbands, no one from Team 23 will initiate an internal war. The same goes for Team 25. We, Team 27, will obey Commander Fu's arrangements. The gentleman's agreement was thus reached. Alright, now let's get down to business. Excuse me, has anyone here watched this year's Federation National Tournament? Xiao Yu looked around and raised her hand. I watched the last 2 faction matches and the individual matches. Fu Jiwei nodded. The others didn't understand why she was bringing up something so far in the past at this crucial moment. I wonder, Captain Xiao Yu, what are your thoughts on this year's Federation? Xiao Yu's expression seemed to say, you asked me that. Extremely strong. The others didn't understand, looking puzzled. The Federation, huh? Strong every year. She didn't say it directly, but she felt that this year's Federation was even more difficult to deal with than the Empire. As you may know, this year's Federation champion isn't the Central 1st Military Academy, but the 18th Military Academy, which almost no one had heard of before the competition. Before this, the Central 1st Military Academy had held the Federation's champion title for 38 consecutive years. The leading team has changed. The Federation's style has changed drastically. Those on the field, without facing the teams, might not have noticed. But the spectators and delegations had already noticed. It was a complete transformation. The Federation, we've been led astray. 1/3 of the Federation team are complete newcomers, and these are the core players. Unconventional, aggressive, constantly coming up with unexpected moves. Their behavior is unpredictable, yet strangely reasonable in hindsight. A bit crazy. Xiao Yu didn't know how to describe this year's Federation, and could only use this subjective word in the end. A rare unanimous agreement between the StarNet audience and the Federation members. It really is crazy. Fu Jiwei nodded, signaling her to continue. So this year, it's very difficult for us to predict the Federation's tactics. The Federation won't be playing it safe like in previous years. The Alliance needs to be prepared to adapt to changing circumstances. That's exactly what I wanted to say. The mobile flag was created by the Federation. Formulating strategies based on past methods is no longer feasible. Everyone fell silent. Many teams began to reflect on whether they hadn't done enough pre-match intelligence gathering and analysis. There's another important piece of information I need to share with everyone. Team 9, along with their underlings, came from the middle of the ring road towards Team 2. Go for it. Batu. I give you something good to eat later. Roar. Buzz. Wherever the Star Beast army went, flowers, trees, and shrubs were raised to the ground. Other Star Beasts kept their distance. They moved unimpeded. The situation was now clear. Everything looked like it was before the final battle. Team 2 versus Team 9. Empire versus Federation. Crimsonide War God, Fu Jiwei. Faction War Final Battle. Iron Walls versus Star Beast Torrent. Team 9's army presses in. Empire's win rate 67%. Federation is rewriting the probability equation. Faction War, 36 hours to go. Match point arrives. Allied Forces Melee. Chapter 401. On the night of the 13th day, the 9 Allied forces reached the outermost edge of the area controlled by the 2 teams. Commander, 200 kilometers to go. Everyone, take a break. Even someone about to hang themselves needs a breather. It's the middle of the night. Rest and recharge. Tomorrow will be the best time for training. Could they have moved? The banners might be there, but the people won't. Toledo was certain. He not only understood the battlefield, command, and people, but as someone from a military family, he also understood the international situation. Why? First of all, hiding is not an option. The Empire must fight this battle. Yes, the throne is built upon countless victories. This year has already seen too many twists and turns. The Empire must use this battle to tell the world that number 1 is still mine. Moreover, the Empire has absolute confidence because they have never lost. Lu Cheng, yes. All right. Secondly, the Empire excels at positional warfare, using impregnable fortresses to slowly wear down our forces, reduce their casualty ratio, gradually regain the upper hand, and finally swallow us whole. Fu Jiwei is an extremely calm person. The more critical and perilous the situation, the more composed he becomes. Furthermore, This year their battle flags can be moved, allowing them to attack, retreat, and even escape. They won't easily change their strategy. The Empire was already very strong, and with the Alliance, they should theoretically be invincible. But the more than 1,600 people present showed no sign of retreat, their hearts filled with pride, and their blood boiling. This time, it's their turn to challenge the throne. This time, it's a cavalry siege. Let's see if our ships and cannons are stronger, or if their walls are impenetrable. Alright, let's have a good showdown tomorrow. The final day of the competition, just as dawn broke. 2 allied teams, fully armed. Commander, there are less than 16 hours left in the competition. Will they come again? Yes. Definitely. Let me guess. Where will they come from first? East, west, north, south. From the sky to the earth, at this moment, a tense atmosphere permeated every corner of the camp. They're coming. The warning was issued for the first time from the 30-kilometer-long perimeter. The sentries didn't even need any equipment, nor did they need to see it with their own eyes. They could already feel the tremors coming from beyond the horizon, from the depths of the earth. A crimson triangle flashed rapidly on the holographic goggles. Warning! Heat source cluster confirmed. Number exceeds 2,000. Estimated contact time 360 seconds. This at least proved the attack was a frontal assault. The worst fear was that Team 9 would suddenly appear from some unknown corner, catching everyone off guard. But then tension rose again. 2,000. Team 9 had less than 1,700 people. Commander, it seems you guessed right. Another crucial piece of intelligence from Fujiwei. Star Beasts, Fujiwei, Nandong Ling, and Xiao Yu had all watched the Federation's faction competition. Among them, the 18th Military Academy's several crucial assists were all thanks to Star Beasts. For example, using swamp rats to dig tunnels and steal supplies. Using helmeted hornbills to attack Star Beast packs. Sleeping in snow bear dens to save resources. These actions were beyond the capabilities of common sense or the technological level recognized by the outside world. On a smaller scale, the Federation could control Star Beasts to provide crucial assistance. But on a larger scale, taming, riding, controlling. What if the Federation has only shown the tip of the iceberg, then? Will a combined Star Beast combat force appear this time? If so, this battle will be extremely difficult. Fujiwei is confident she won't be eliminated, but victory isn't guaranteed. Therefore, while the 9 allied forces were rushing here yesterday, 2 allied forces added 3 layers of defense to the outer perimeter of their camp. Defense and attack power were significantly increased, all specifically designed to counter large Star Beasts, in order to continuously reduce and weaken the enemy's numbers during the defensive operation. Enemy assault composition confirmed. 2059 heavy Star Beasts plus 1657 composite mechs plus 5 electronic warfare units. Mech composition. 765 assault mechs plus 367 flying mechs plus 525 defensive mechs. 178 SS rank mechs plus 360 SS rank mechs plus 374 S rank mechs plus 460 A rank mechs plus 216 B rank mechs plus 87 C rank mechs in previous years. By this point in the competition, almost all remaining units would be S rank or higher. But this year, the composition of the 9 allied teams is quite complex. A large number of low-level warriors were mixed in, which was also the opportunity for victory that Fujiwei predicted. The effective force was less than 1,000, while the 2 allied forces had over 1,400 in this segment. Comparatively, the 2 allied forces still had many points to gain. Fujiwei refused to believe that the Federation's mental power was inaccurate. It was impossible for everyone to be inaccurate. Star Beast composition. Level 1 Star Beast X375 plus Level 2 Star Beast X1389 plus Level 3 Star Beast X295 Flying Star Beast X187, they appeared. A Star Beast army. Besides ground units, there are air units too. A pink, fiery cloud-like storm of flamingos, circling and hovering, ready to attack at any moment. The sentry's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice trembling violently. Suspected Star Beast cooperative combat entities X1657. Finally someone said it. A level 1 and 2 Star Beast army. Those that fly, those that run, those that burrow in the ground. Those that swim in the water didn't come, ignoring their own safety. Charging into battle with mech warriors. Isn't this the ultimate form of the fusion of the human and Star Beast races? After 3 years, the Federation has developed to this extent? Pursuing a civilizational upgrade behind the backs of the entire interstellar space. In the command center of Team 2, although they had some expectations, they still gasped when they actually witnessed this scene. A chill ran down their spines. Their bodies stiffened. Zhao Yining and Sakantu even considered surrendering. Star Beast cavalry attacking a county town. How can they possibly fight like this? Don't panic. The extent of their fusion is another matter. Fu Jiwei's voice temporarily calmed the group from their fear. The three-layer defense was built specifically for this purpose. Let's test how far the Federation has utilized this combat model. Her eyes showed no fear, but rather a burning fighting spirit. Where are the battle flags? Have you seen them? Yes. At the very back of the beast horde, on the back of the Titan. All 3 battle flags are there. Good. A stroke of luck amidst misfortune, the enemy was complete. They hadn't split up. That means the only battlefield is the frontal battle. All troops, prepare for battle. The bugle sounded, and both allied forces assembled. Impact warning. 30 seconds. Defense matrix 98% charge. Non-combat personnel, evacuate immediately. The leading Titan, the Star Corps King Kong, and the Galactic War Lions roared deafeningly, their mountain-like bodies accelerating suddenly, their heavy armor bearing down on the first layer of defense. Impact warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. Contact. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. The command center, 30 kilometers away, felt a strong tremor. The ice blue light screen instantly lit up, briefly halting the surging horde. Spiderweb-like blue-white arcs of electricity exploded on the screen's surface, the high-frequency buzzing causing soldiers within a 500-meter radius to cover their ears. The air was thick with the acrid smell of ionized electricity, and the quantum computers flashed red alerts frantically. Then, after a brief contact and resistance, the defense matrix shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into a shower of light in the air. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. This is the power of an advanced star beast. Chapter 402. The StarNet fell into a deathly silence, as if even the data stream had frozen. All live battle broadcasts suddenly froze, and the comment section scrolling bar stopped refreshing. Hundreds of billions of viewers were speechless. In a corner, a newly sent comment hung forlornly in the center of the black screen. This isn't a holographic effect, is it? There were no replies, no comments, only the rapid heartbeats and heavy breathing of all the viewers. The astonishing scene before them told everyone a fact. When advanced star beasts swarm, even the strongest defense matrix is useless. Commander Fu. Normal, I didn't expect to be able to stop advanced star beasts with just a few defense matrices. This thing can defend against low-level star beasts. And level 1 and 2 star beasts generally don't actively attack human camps. But this situation is different. With command, the star beasts collectively attack the weak points of the defense matrix. Layer upon layer, they push their way in, the light curtains lighting up layer by layer. Shattering. Lighting up. Shattering. The horde's pace gradually slowed. Sonic jamming tower. Activated. Intelligent mine network. Activated. Drone swarm. Activated. The circular array of sonic jamming towers slowly unfolded, emitting piercing high-frequency vibrations. While unable to inflict fatal damage on the advanced star beasts, it could temporarily disorient them, causing them to collide with each other. Nanomines burst from the ground like spiders, automatically seeking out targets and detonating one after another, emitting ear-piercing roars. A massive swarm of drones swarmed out, launching an overwhelming attack on the enemy. Boom! 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 The scene erupted into chaos. Never before had a competition seen such a commotion. Trident. 3-3 formation. A deafening bird cry echoed through the sky. To everyone's astonishment, the Storm Flamingo army formed small teams of 3. They charged towards different defensive positions from various directions. One scout was responsible for observation and intelligence gathering, one vanguard to draw enemy fire, and one support to cover the other 2. They weren't just cooperating with Yang Chung, they were cooperating with each other. The entire internet was stunned. Are the Storm Flamingos cooperating in a tactical manner? I'm shocked beyond belief. Star beasts can obey simple commands, like pets, which I can understand and accept, but obey military orders? Am I blind? They can even cooperate autonomously? They don't even need anyone to command them. My God, this world is magical. This isn't technology, it's metaphysics. If the previous accidents could only be considered intelligence gathering, this event has the potential to overturn the international balance of power. At this moment, delegations from various countries, their general staffs, and intelligence departments are on high alert, afraid of missing a single detail or misremembering a single piece of information. The cooperation between other people and star beasts is usually one person and one beast. But Yang Chung, alone, commanded an army of thousands. Others commanded men and machines. He commanded star beasts. Xiao Jin attacked the left flank. Batu, 200 meters at 5 o'clock ram. Kyla, jump. The general staffs of various countries were already sweating bullets. When Liu Yinji proposed the Star Beast cooperative combat system, he never said that one person could command hundreds of beasts. At this moment, Yang Cheng, atop Cui Cui's back, resembled the king of beasts. He wasn't even using his mecha. He was the only one sitting naked on the back of a star beast. From the perspective of the other delegations, wasn't this a form of contempt and provocation? Yang Cheng, the mecha is too heavy. Cui is exhausted carrying it. Simple and powerful commands were given, and the star beasts obeyed without hesitation, cooperating perfectly. Who is that? Yang Cheng, captain of the Neptune Military Academy team, mental strength, A level. Speechless. Utterly speechless. Federal Military Academy Grand Competition, individual ranking 68. This is even more inflated. Liu Cheng is now speechless. He finally understands. Not a single word from these people in the Federation is true. They're digging traps for people to fall into everywhere. Director Liu. Hey! Can you stop being so perfunctory? Do you really think we, the StarNet audience, are fools? It really has nothing to do with me. He's not even my student. This battle was truly earth-shattering. Different kinds of star beasts from the sky. Unlike the land-based forces, these creatures, with their mountain-like bodies, sharp feathers, spear-like tails, or enormous hands, began to coordinate the destruction of defensive structures. It was as if they had been endowed with human intelligence, intelligent, powerful, organized, disciplined, methodical, strategic. This was the Star Beast combined combat formation, and it far surpassed the ultimate, fully fledged form that humanity had once aspired to. The Federation hadn't used it before, but that didn't mean it couldn't. It was probably unnecessary. The delegations from various countries watched this scene, their hearts finally at ease. The Federation. They gained not only a method of beast taming, but also the combat support of another massive race. Yang Cheng alone is worth countless regiments. Thinking deeper, how many Yang Chengs is the Federation hiding? How many more Yang Chengs will it cultivate in the future? This upheaval of perception and common sense sends chills down the spines of countless nations. This is no longer just a competition. The Federation's willingness to unsheathe its sword means it's not afraid of open confrontation. They are prepared for any eventuality. This is a cataclysmic change. The massive size of advanced star beasts is both an advantage and a weakness. Their large size makes them easy targets for sniping. Drones began targeting the leading star beasts, attacking their eyes, mouths, necks, and other vulnerable areas. Trying to hit my cubs. In Team 9, an ice blue mech assumed a bow and arrow stance. With a series of whooshing sounds, eerie blue light seemed to shoot from its fingertips. Immediately afterward, drones fell from the sky one by one. The camera focused on the falling drones, which were covered in frost and emitting wisps of cold air. The ice arrows that had pierced through them began to melt rapidly. Ice arrows? Ice arrows can penetrate drones? What kind of technology is this? Instant cooling of the mech? It's not that it's impossible, but it's extremely energy intensive. At extremely low temperatures, the hardness and brittleness of ice can approach that of metal. But the opponent is the Empire's third-generation death drone. To penetrate top-tier standard alloy? How much initial velocity would that require? Wouldn't a regular sword or gun be better? Why go through all this trouble? Liang Yueying, don't ask. The answer is the Ice Queen. I can't think about it. I'm almost singing it out loud. I'm so awesome today. Without the slightest hesitation, she continued firing arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What kind of mech is that? The Green Maiden emerges, bringing frost and snow. The Xianqing God series, the goddess of frost and snow, the Green Maiden. No need to ask, the exquisite craftsmanship, the smooth lines, and the divine radiance emanating from the coldness are exactly the same as the previously appeared Zhu Rong, Ying Long, and Jing Wei. Most likely, it's the work of Sun Qianyu. On the battlefield, amidst the clashing of gunfire, a frosty, snow-white figure gracefully appeared. Radiating a chilling, flowing light, its silhouette was like a goddess descending to earth. Beautiful and powerful. Like a walking ice and snow deity. Chapter 403. Of course, its appearance has nothing to do with the Peak Master. The design was created by Ivan, with some references to the ancient Blue Star's supernatural tales, the classic of 5 mountains, provided by Xiao Xuanzi. Can we ask about this Azure Maiden? Blaze looked at the Azure Mecha that single-handedly withstood immense pressure, tears welling in his eyes. Fu Yuan, they fought like this, and they're still thinking about buying mechas, but then again. Contact Master Sun after this is over. Okay. If it were Sun Qianyu, enough money would make them friends. Liang Yueying, S rank. That's not right. This isn't right either. None of the Federation's mental power results are reliable. Liang Yueying used spiritual power, saving energy and bullets. The Xianxing sect not only wants to fight the most beautiful battle, but also the most economical battle. Sure enough, she glanced at Shuren while she had a spare moment. That fleeting curve of his lips, the approval in his eyes, the almost imperceptible twitch of his chin. These micro-expressions from his master were clearly a silent approval. He. Flattery should be subtle and pervasive. Ms. Liang, you really gotten stronger again. Ms. Liang is so cool. Her attack style seems to have changed. The change is huge. And she's much stronger than before. I remember, the strongest in Star Ring should be Zymo, right? Yeah, Zymo is SSS rank, Liang Yueying is S. Their team is generally quite low-key. Zymo was also on the field, and he looked incredibly strong. One doesn't look like an SSS, the other doesn't look like an S, they look like two 4S. As expected of you. Star Ring Mother Tyrannosaurus. Screenshot it, I send it to her. Impossible, how could someone who can compete in international tournaments care about such negative comments? She's not that vengeful. I'm from Star Ring, Ms. Liang is notoriously vengeful. You're doomed. Ha ha ha. Mr. Liang looked at the person on the camera. They couldn't believe their unreliable daughter had grown up to this extent. Watching the migratory birds leave the nest, they felt both gratified and lost. At this moment, both the delegation and Team 2 fell silent. Their expressions were extremely serious. Yang Cheng, Liang Yueying, one A level, the other S level. Even setting aside his mental strength, he wasn't exactly famous domestically. So why did he suddenly unleash his full potential in the international competition? Yang Cheng, I'm not famous? Yang Marin is on a killing spree. The untold story of Yang Marin and other star beasts. Yang Marin, don't be greedy. Have you forgotten Shishi by the Daming Lake? Yang Marin started something and then abandoned it. Shishi, ha! Men! Chui Si, I'm here to join this family. Not to break it up. Making our lives together is better than anything else. Human and beast. Exciting. High definition. Uncensored. Yang Cheng on the field had no idea that after only a few days offline, the Chengxi CP fans had already contributed countless short essays to his story. Yang Cheng, I want to become famous in a different way. Netizens went crazy. Ha ha ha. A honey trap. I'm laughing so hard. This would be explosive in any country. I suggest you check it out. Link, XXXX. I'm on Chengxi's side. Chui Si must be a newcomer. Ha ha ha. They really picked a match. Yang Cheng's appearance actually caused two birds to fight. That's a miracle. How dare you say that about my Yang Marin? If he were a little taller, thinner, had more hair, and a higher nose, he would definitely be a handsome guy. I feel like you're insulting his appearance, and I have evidence. Every time Yang Cheng becomes popular, his fans' focus is always weird. Yang Cheng's combat strength is average, but he does have some comedic talent. You call someone who leads 2,000 star beasts against the Empire average in combat strength? If those star beasts went all out, he alone would be enough. Do you believe that? I believe it. If it weren't a competition, encountering a star beast high to this level, the only option would be to deploy warships for a devastating bombardment. Ground combat? Absolutely no chance of victory. They even named the star beasts? Of course. Rhino, Kayla, Little Gold, Batu, Trish. Why do the star beasts seem so docile around the Federation, acting like humans? You don't need to feel it, they're just very docile. According to Su Xiang and the others, they fed the star beasts purifying elixir. That radiation purifying drug? Yes, that's what they said. Is it confirmed? It can't be confirmed. Other countries don't have that much stock. Other countries barely manage to get 1 or 2 doses. They're too busy drinking them themselves, let alone feeding them to star beasts. Netizens are interested in entertainment, but the countries are focused on the power he represents. Others are strong only individually, but Yang Cheng, with so many high-level star beasts, is unprecedented. The Federation actually let someone like him compete abroad. Truly, skill and daring. Yang Cheng immediately topped the list of countries under close observation. Gu Zhanting, Shuren, and Liang Yueying, no matter how powerful they are still just individual talents. They can only influence a few legions at most. Sun Qianyu and Xue Lingling are support-type characters. Their influence is limited, but Yang Cheng is the one who can truly multiply the Federation's current combat strength several times over. I've been wondering, without increasing military spending or expanding the army, how exactly were the occupied territories liberated? Could it be that they were liberated just like that? You know what, it's possible. Speculation is piling up, and the intelligence department has started digging into his background and upbringing. But the truth is quite surprising. Before the faction competition, Yang Cheng was indeed a true A rank. Cowardly and weak. Where exactly did things begin to change? Looking at the few whose mental strength levels were questionable, it seemed they only started their transformation over a year ago, during the military academy competition. What exactly happened? Why them? There was no time to think further. The situation on the field was rapidly changing. Ivan released some small creatures from his spatial storage. Mechanical beasts? The egg-sized mechanical bodies cracked open with a snap. 8 slender metal limbs extended, and they began to crawl on the ground. Scanning, searching, burrowing into the soil, finding landmines, they tightly embraced them and compressed them. With a muffled thud, the shockwave of the explosion reverberated beneath the earth. Those watching were stunned. These little things are amazing. Soon, the battlefield was gradually cleared. The first layer of defense collapsed completely in less than half an hour. And Team 9 only suffered a few casualties. Fu Jiwei didn't expect this insignificant loss to eliminate many members of Team 9. Most importantly, it was to test the waters and deplete the enemy's energy and ammunition. Now, the water's really deep. Charge. The 9 allied teams successfully breached the first line of defense and stormed into the second. Instantly, the intensity of the artillery fire skyrocketed. Does Team 2 have that many resources? Is all the firepower in the entire galaxy aimed at me? Teams 2, 23, 25, and 27 are all here. Besides what we have, the supplies for the second half of the competition, all the other teams' loot is here. While you're eating, drinking, and having fun, they're busy grabbing supplies and repairing defenses. Such a short time, and they built a mini Chengwu Pass. Chapter 404. Several mecha families in the Empire, including the Novak family, have many members who have entered the international competition. Really impressive. This is what real interstellar warfare looks like. They pushed interstellar technology to its limits. Sun Qianyu, recalling the boy named Mo's son, unconsciously smiled with admiration. This is also why the people of the Empire prefer the Federation to Tianyin. More straightforward, more honest, and kinder. Plasma array activated. Neural pulse weapon activated. Gravity trap belt activated. Red, yellow, blue. Arcs of different colors danced, tearing the battlefield like raging dragons. Blinding streams of light intertwined and weaved through the smoke, wreaking havoc. Team 9, Detached Nations Alliance, Chao Yun eliminated. Team 11, New Sun United States, Owen eliminated. Team 21, Galactic Alliance, Charles eliminated. Last night, the Alliance redistributed personnel and supplies. A total of 12 teams, including 8 combat teams. Captain Zimo, Vice Captain, Gu Zhanting, Shen Wanqing, Yuan San, Duolong, Guhan, Aslan, Su Xiang, Adwit, Siren, Daedara, Alice, Nick, Liang Weiying, Tessa, Yang Cheng. The pharmacist and mech pilot teams remain unchanged. The command center is still Toledo. Finally, the flag team, Captain Lox, Vice Captain Shuren. At a time like this, they still have the mood for coaching? Lu Cheng's heart tightened upon seeing this personnel configuration. Whether Team 9 was risking everything or genuinely relaxed, he couldn't tell anymore. Zwankingzong. It's just a military academy competition, using so much force without worrying about injuring themselves. This is the best time to train new recruits. In actual combat, the opponent is strong, yet incredibly safe, incredibly safe, incredibly safe, safe. If Lu Cheng knew that the opponent was using the Empire as a whetstone, he'd probably vomit blood. There's another point that he's particularly concerned about. The one guarding the formation flag is Shuren. This is the biggest mystery on the field. Most people in Team 9 noticed Shuren after she instantly killed Kimura Yoshi. Lox was the same, but afterwards, he discovered that the people in the Federation had a very strange attitude toward Shuren. Respectful, reverent, docile, coquettish, vying for attention. She doesn't act like a classmate, more like a teacher. She doesn't talk much, but she's clearly the center of the group. The occasional glances she gives are full of kindness and appreciation. What exactly is her position in the Federation? Federation. We dare not give her a position, but regardless, Locke knows that with her here, the flag is secure. Fu Jiwei also noticed. You mean her? Yes, it's her, Shirin from the 18th Military Academy. The one who instantly killed Gu Zhanting. B-level mental strength, mecha pilot? Fujiwara Hideaki was initially dismissive. But seeing the configuration of the 9th team guarding the flag, doubts and apprehension began to grow in his heart. Even the most foolish person wouldn't entrust the most important flag to a nobody. The flag guard in the 2nd team is Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling, ranked 3rd in interstellar space. 1st, 2nd, 3rd teams. Attack the main weapon. Entering the 2nd level, Toledo began to give orders. As the vanguard of squads 1, 2, and 3, Gu Zhanting, Yuan San, and Gu Han's mission is to open up an offensive path, destroy defensive nodes, and paralyze the enemy's defensive matrix. When it comes to paralyzing defensive equipment, the Thunder Spirit route is invincible. In terms of attack and destruction, light and darkness are second nature. The 3's attack power is perfectly suited for the vanguard. However, this is a competition, they only need to leverage a bit of speed, plus their own mental strength, and they're already moving like they're in an empty field. So fast. So strong. The Empire's elite soldiers watched as the impenetrable artillery barrage was torn apart like paper by the 3, their fortifications crumbling one after another. The command center fell into an eerie silence. This is the Federation's strongest force they've been waiting for. They should have known better than to expect it. Gu Zhanting and Yuan San are the Federation's number 1 and 2 figures. And Gu Han is the captain of this year's top-ranking team. Previously, the entire StarNet's attention was focused on Su Xiong and Alice. Gu Zhanting only made a brief move. Now look. The attack formation organized by just 3 people is already suffocating. The Federation people, seeing this, unleashed their ultimate mockery. The 4S you wanted is here. Ha ha. How is it? Satisfied? Our Captain Gu was busy cooking before, otherwise he would have already taken you down. Now that we're actually on the field, you're not happy. Satisfied or not? Say something. The Vanguard team begins attacking the defensive structures. The other teams also charge forward with their Star Beasts and Warriors. Teams 4, 5, and 7 deploy on the left flank. Teams 7 and 8, the mech divisions, flank from the right. The remaining units maintain echelon formation and advance towards the center. Watch out for the right flank. Watch out for the flanks. Watch out for the flanks. Don't just rush forward. Team 2 is ahead, not some weakling like Team 17. Team 17, did I call you a liar? Don't clump together. Spread out. The forwards are pushing too far. Retreat and regroup. Maintain formation. Minimize eliminations. Minimize eliminations. We haven't even seen the enemy yet. This trip wasn't easy. Protect yourselves first. Cover each other. Cover each other. How many times have I told you? If you're not strong enough, rely on your team. Anyone who runs off again, I send them to the mess hall to carry the big pot. Stop just shooting. Pay attention to reloading intervals. Lewis, stop posing. The shells are about to hit your head. You guys are the worst class I ever coached. Su Xiong huffed and puffed, throwing down the words. The others, ? Aren't you only a second-year student? Who else have you coached? Though inwardly resentful, no one dared to disagree. In terms of actual combat, no one can compare to these people. Their combat strength is formidable, and their combat experience. Where did these second-graders get all that training? Li Yuanbua. Probably from the 5 million or so Zerg from Serene, Qing Huyuan, and Urbos. The squad, as the basic combat unit, is commanded by a squad leader. The leader and vice leader will be interspersed among them, providing guidance and rescuing people. The other delegations from the Alliance were incredibly excited. This trip was worthwhile. Not only were they protecting the people so well, but they also provided hands-on, on-site training. Is there a better opportunity for learning and growth? Next time, let's be teammates with the Federation again. On the other end of the monitoring line, the command center of the 2 allied teams looked grave. Now I know how they managed to protect so many people. In the usual practice of military academy battles, the weaker team is just cannon fodder and kills for the stronger team. But the Federation is different. They even save C and D-rank soldiers, and they're doing on-site training. Military academy wars have been going on for centuries, and some people actually have the time, energy, and inclination to do this kind of thing in a competition. Do they even know they're here to compete? Do they know there are winners and losers? Trying to protect people, huh? Firepower array. Saturation attack. Neutron beam cannon activated. Antimatter bombardment cannon activated. Nanometer swarm missile activated. Main gun group locks onto target. 3-round salvo. Fire. Attack coming. Defend. Dodge. Team 11, Jotun Alliance, Cliff eliminated. Team 9, Sand via United Nations, Korchin eliminated. Team 21, Omega Consensus, Erica eliminated. The 9-team coalition eliminated over 300 people, reducing their numbers to 1290. But similarly, the second layer of defense is already starting to crumble. Chapter 405. The scorching bullets tore through the sky, the deafening explosions shattering the earth. The barrage of fire was so dense that not even a bird could escape. Hiss! This firepower is outrageous. Is this a competition? Anyone who didn't know better would think the Fourth Zerg War had begun. Su Xian looked at the more than 20 members of his team, who had been eliminated, heartbroken. He's now too afraid to provoke Alice, lest she bring up the sock-washing contest. The StarNet is stunned by this explosive scene. I haven't seen anything this terrifying since the Battle of Cheongwu Pass. You're telling me this is a competition? This firepower is a bit excessive. No rules were broken, right? Laughing.jpg. It feels like the fighting has reached a fever pitch. How can it not be? Look at the enemy's formation. If the Empire doesn't go all out, they lose. I never seen a competition where the surveillance cameras were blown away. Honestly, I never seen a competition with over 2,000 star beasts participating. This is inherently unfair. It's all about skill, isn't it? This is interstellar space, this is a competition, there's no absolute fairness. As long as there are no rules, strength is justice. Right, organizers? At Empire organizers, can I just pretend I'm dead? Not long after, the second layer of defense collapsed completely. The 9 allied squadrons finally stepped into the third layer of defense. Before them stood 2 allied squadrons led by the Empire, the absolute overlord of interstellar space for centuries. Above the sky, the shadows of drones blotted out the sun, reconnaissance aircraft swarmed like locusts, their wings reflecting cold signal light. On the ground, anti-aircraft and heavy firepower turrets gleamed with an icy blue light, the assault squadron's power armor glowed a bloodthirsty dark red, and the defense squadron's energy shields formed an endless wall of blue light, mechs of all sizes stretched as far as the eye could see. And behind them came the Empire's renowned Abyss Combat Mech Regiment. A uniform array of dark mechs, each taller than a man, marched forward in perfect unison. Fully armed and ready for battle. Like a colossal black abyss beast, its jaws agape, poised to tear its enemies to shreds. This force, in any battlefield, would be a nightmare fit for hell. But now, Team 2 faced a combined force of 9 teams, perched atop the Star Beasts' backs. Fu Jiwei's goal was to use a dense barrage of fire to drive away most of the Star Beasts, and reduce their numbers to less than half, before reaching the third layer of defense. Unfortunately, with the captain and vice-captain watching, Team 9's attrition rate was slow. The Star Beasts were neither driven away nor suffered any losses. A black tide of 2,000 high-ranking Star Beasts emanated a suffocating pressure. That chilling aura would make even the bravest warrior tremble instinctively. If it weren't for the blue engines of the rescue ships still silently flashing on the horizon, she probably wouldn't be considering victory or defeat at this moment, but rather how to gracefully concede defeat. The first 2 layers of defense hadn't achieved the effect Fu Jiwei desired. The combined combat power of the Star Beast Alliance was far greater than she had imagined. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Team 2. If the opposing force consisted of 2,000, 4,000, or even 6,000 people, she could still win, but 2,000 high-level Star Beasts. Once they started fighting recklessly, Fu Jiwei couldn't even foresee a single chance of victory. But could she retreat without a fight? No. Behind her lay the supreme honor of the Empire. Even on the perilous battlefield of the Zerg, retreat was not an option. This battle was inevitable. Everyone was waiting for Fu Jiwei's command. Just then, Yang Chung. Alice. Toledo shouted. Batu, lead the Star Beasts and retreat. Our battlefield is next. Tritus, you go first. Tritus lowered Yang Chung from the air. Batu then led the Star Beast army away reluctantly. Hurry up, we give you something good to eat when it's over. Whoosh. The horde buzzed, echoing throughout the 1,000-star ring. The monitor shot down from the sky, over 2,000 Star Beasts, looking back every few steps, moved until they were 20 kilometers away before stopping. They didn't immediately relax, but watched from afar, ears perked, their eyes filled with worry and vigilance. It seemed that at the mere command of the frontier, the beast horde would immediately charge into battle, ready to sacrifice their lives. Bang! What have you done to my Empire Star Beasts? They only been here a few days, and the bond has grown to this extent. This sudden, abrupt turn of events caused an uproar, leaving everyone utterly astonished. The battle was already at its most intense, and Team 9 was actually willing to abandon their sure win trump card. If the Star Beasts left, with Team 9's current numbers and resources, they would immediately be at a disadvantage. What were they thinking? So noble, then I must humbly praise your virtuous conduct. And then, without hesitation, take them down. This thought process, I can't understand it. They really let the beast horde go? What kind of new age chivalry is this? No! Team 9 really are knights. Star Beast cavalry. They said military academy students are all dirty-minded, but suddenly raising the moral standards so high makes us look despicable. Our federation has a bottom line, okay? Damaging defenses is acceptable, but if we really use Star Beasts the whole time, it's not a fair victory and it's meaningless. If I hadn't seen them stealing supplies and using tricks, I would have believed them. Abandoning Star Beasts, then 1200 versus 1800? If it were me, I would never give up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reach the top. Victory is everything. Who cares about methods? The competition itself is about using your strengths to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. Star Beast combined combat is compliant and reasonable. I don't understand the Federation's approach. A decision-making error? Xianxing sect. Showing off with Star Beasts? Then what was the point of my trip? The two allied teams breathed a huge sigh of relief. What a relief, especially for teams 25 and 27. Zhao Yining and Sakantu were practically beating the drums of defeat. It's not like they're risking their lives. Why fight 2,000 Star Beasts to the death? No joke, one beast on the other side could drown them with a single spit. Now it's alright. The sun is shining, the rain has stopped. I'm back to normal. Their goals are 1. Hold the line and try to survive to the end. 2. Don't let teams 2 or 23 kill them. The alliance is fragile. The most important thing is to guard against your spouse. 3. Pick up the scraps, get some more kills to improve their ranking. The situation has undergone a stunning 180-degree reversal. Fu Jiwei paused briefly, a playful smile appearing on her lips. Such an opponent ignited a fierce fighting spirit within her. Nangong, prepare to evacuate. Roger. The battle flag was the bottom line, better safe than sorry. Moreover, that last vestige of unease in her heart hadn't completely vanished. Attention all troops. This is the final battle of the faction competition. Open fire freely. The Summit War had begun in full force. This was also the largest ever in the history of the international competition, 1897 vs 1198. A torrent of steel collided with a deafening roar, the earth trembling and cracking under the weight of 1,000 tons. The skyline was torn apart by artillery fire, hundreds of mechs opened fire simultaneously, and missile exhaust flames dyed the sky crimson. Chapter 406. Azure pulse beams and crimson railgun shells intertwined in the air, the resulting electromagnetic pulses paralyzing communication systems. Melee combat hordes fought frantically, lightsabers, ion axes, quantum oscillating hammers, and arc whips clashing and sparks flying. Speed-type mechs darted through the wreckage, their high-frequency vibrating blades targeting vital joints, a cracking sound followed by a red alarm. Elimination notifications echoed, announcing the exit of mech after mech from the arena. Team 21, Seraphim Alliance, Fong Wani eliminated. Team 2, Pan-Europa Union, Yen Shou eliminated. Team 11, Yoden Alliance, Jardel eliminated. Team 9, Sanvia United Nations, Li Xinglan eliminated. Team 25, 7th Iteration Protocol, Watson eliminated. Team 27, New Hague Star Alliance, Kamaya Rin eliminated. The two allied teams suffered heavy losses. The notification sounds were so loud they couldn't even announce the names. Team 9, plus 1 point. Team 2, plus 1 point. Team 21, plus 1 point. Team 23, plus 1 point. Team 11, plus 1 point. Fu Jiwei's prediction was spot on. The 9-team allied forces had a large number of low-level warriors left, and under the overwhelming force of their opponents, the elimination rate was accelerating. Of course, if the Xianxing sect wanted to protect its members, they could certainly do so using their spiritual power. But since they were here for training, they couldn't cover everything. People had to grow on their own. Therefore, these excessive points. They were quickly eliminated. After being eliminated, the players didn't show the expected frustration or disappointment. Instead, they were excited. They excitedly shared their achievements in the faction battle. We actually made it this far. This is something I can brag about for the rest of my life. I got a kill on Team 23. I fought Team 2. I actually managed to snipe against the Empire. The Empire is really amazing. I didn't even last 3 moves. Omega was also amazing. Xiaoya's last sword strike was clean and crisp, without a single unnecessary movement. Today was definitely the highlight of my life. My family must have seen it, right? My heroic figure riding on the back of the Galactic War Lion. I named it Overlord. I wonder if I ever have the chance to fight alongside it again. Being grouped with the Federation, the matches were all fast. So happy. Every day is a surprise. In the end, the Federation is still the best. Our team's Yuan-san is incredibly fierce. Hee hee. Captain Gu saved me several times. I'm a little embarrassed. Several of our team's assists were thanks to the guidance of the Sirens. He's really amazing. He's just a bit fierce when he's disciplining people. Next time, it would be great if we could be grouped with the Federation again. Ah. Next time, they'd probably all graduate and become first-class generals. No one doubted this. The Federation's captain and vice-captain this year, with their level and combat skills, would be outstanding anywhere. In other small countries, they would definitely be star generals. Given time, commanding armies and becoming renowned figures is only a matter of time. What a pity we're not from the same country. If there really is a war, who's lucky enough to fight alongside the Federation? But I kept Suziong, Aslan, and Kane's personal computers, promising to visit them in the Federation later. Me too. Me too. Ha ha ha. Those who came to the competition were all rivals, yet they unexpectedly made good friends. What they didn't know was that this competition was merely the beginning of a strange and wonderful connection. The eliminated contestants from other teams, hearing this conversation, felt a pang of bitterness. Is being with the Federation really that good? The rescue team's teachers, carrying a cargo hold full of water, felt an even more complex mix of emotions. At this moment, the Federation was like a lighthouse standing amidst the sea of stars, its radiance guiding hearts wherever it went. If they were truly on the battlefield, who wouldn't want comrades they could entrust their lives to? 9th Allied Forces, 1198, 1087, 921, 803, 650. 2nd Allied Forces, 1897, 1780, 1653, 1462, 1305. Half of the 9th Force has fallen. Lu Cheng clenched his fists, his eyes fixed intently on the numbers of both armies. The good news was that the remaining strength of the 2nd Force was twice that of the 9th. The tension finally eased. At least up to this point, things were developing in the direction Fu Jiwei and the Empire desired. He silently prayed. The situation is still under control, the Empire's advantage remains. Not using star beasts is indeed a deliberate forfeiture of a great opportunity for victory. Li Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He was just praising us for being fair. If we actually used them, would you still be laughing? Lu Cheng glanced at the members of the federal delegation. It seemed, no matter what happened, these people showed no signs of tension. They ate and drank as usual, joking and laughing. Was that relaxed attitude due to indifference to winning or losing? Or did they believe victory was inevitable? Little Schwanzi, shall we cast a divination? Come! She took out 3 copper coins, a crystal ball, and several tarot cards, and began to tossing them while muttering incantations. Heavenly secrets are unpredictable. Quantum mechanics. Luck is blocked. Time travel. Financial fortune is unclear. Metaphysical manipulation. Lack of romantic opportunities. Virtual reality. What are you doing? Technology and metaphysics have merged. I call it cyber divination. Well, in Interstellar 425, the mountain-moving sex methods have been inherited and developed by Little Schwanzi. How is it? Xian Yuan Heng Rizhen, Tian Yu Ji Yin Sheng. This divination presents auspiciousness. Blessings are bestowed by heaven. If the Xianxing sect were serious, they certainly couldn't possibly lose. But those outside the arena had no idea how much effort they intended to put in, or whether they even wanted to win. After hearing Xiao Xuanzi's words, the group quickly activated their personal computers and got to work. What are you doing? Adding bets for Team 9 on the StarNet. You can do that? Carl stared at Xiao Xuanzi in surprise. If they could do this all the time, wouldn't they never have to worry about money again? I can't. Xiao Xuanzi smiled bitterly. Her wealth palace already had problems. Gambling? It would backfire and make her incredibly poor. What about them? Personal behavior, it has nothing to do with me. Then I bet a little too. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Yuanhua and Carl led a group from the Xianxing sect to begin gambling. Lu Cheng, everything went black. This is outrageous. Shouldn't we also regulate off-field activities from now on? No eating, drinking, playing cards, fortune-telling, gambling. My rules are riddled with holes. 1251 versus 679 people. By now, most of the weaker players in both teams have been eliminated. What remains are the elite among the strong. Look at the leaderboard. Team 2, 5,406 points, flag, 5, rank, 1. Team 9, 5,312 points, flag, 5, rank, 2. Team 23, 3,882 points, flag, 2, rank, 3. Team 11, 3,862 points, flag, 2, rank, 4. Team 25, 2,340 points, flag, 2, rank, 5. After the Star Beast left, Team 2 regrouped. The Empire and Omega began a killing spree, while Teams 25 and 27 took advantage of the situation. Match point reached. 679 vs 1251. The Federation's biggest mistake. The Star Beast's withdrawal. Tactical error or spiritual victory. The Federation's deliberate withdrawal of the Star Beasts leads to an Imperial counterattack. Expert commentary on the idealistic dilemma of the Federation's command center, suggesting the next edition be named the Interstellar Mother of Goddess League. Withdrawing the Beast shows martial ethics and grace. Losing the championship and crying for the trophy. Prism. Chivalry can't bring a trophy. Federation versus Empire. Who will win? 1 versus 2. Can the Federation break through the Empire's line? Empire's winning rate soars again. Can the Federation make a comeback? Chapter 407. The entire StarNet was cheering for their respective teams. It seemed that everything that had happened before was a prelude to the ending. Now, the match had truly begun. Everyone was waiting to see if the Federation could break through such unfavorable circumstances. But look at the opposing team. They weren't flustered at all. Even Team 11 and Team 21 were the same. It seemed that as long as the Federation members were still alive, the passion in their hearts would continue to boil. Toledo made a decisive decision. Qianyu, reduce your numbers first. Roger. The delegation members were stunned. Reduce your numbers? How? The remaining players were all strong. Even one-on-one was dangerous, let alone one-on-two. Most of the team members were currently struggling. Should they call back the Star Beasts? For victory, it made sense, but contradicting oneself would be a bit undignified. At the Imperial Military Headquarters, Fu Yuan, who was watching the match, felt a pang of anxiety. Others might not know, but those connected to Nirvana did. Sun Qianyu of the Federation could operate dozens of mechs simultaneously. As expected, no sooner had Toledo given the order than Sun Qianyu pulled out 5 beast-shaped mechs, each over 5 meters tall. Theoretically, each person could only bring one, but with a team of 1,000, squeezing in several mechs was incredibly easy. That's a spare mech? It looks like it appeared during the national competition? The design seems different, but the color and frame are still recognizable. There's an extra one. Xuanqing's first-generation new energy mech. Divine Beast Series, Azure Dragon. White Tiger. Vermilion Bird. Black Tortoise. Qilin, the Azure Dragon of the East, its azure scales reflecting a cold light, its head lowered, a faint, thunderous energy hum emanating from its throat. The White Tiger of the West, its silver-white body, its claws gripping the ground, its steel claws gleaming with a chilling light. Floating in the southern sky is the Vermilion Bird, its crimson wings unfurling like flames, as if even the sky itself is about to be ignited by the heatwave. The Black Tortoise of the North, ancient defensive runes appearing on its dark green tortoise shell, ready to deploy an absolute barrier at any moment. Qilin, resembling a deer, with an ox's tail, horse hooves, and a single horn, its sound resonating like the yellow bell, appears only when a king is supremely benevolent. A platinum gold Qilin stood in the center, lightning crackling between its horns, its quantum mane shimmering with faint, iridescent rainbows. In the center of the battlefield, 5 divine mechs stood proudly, as imposing as mountains. An eerie silence fell over the observation hall, time seemingly frozen. It was as if the mechs alone exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, inspiring awe and fear. You Federation. Call these backup mechs? I almost forgotten what that means. Backup means something you can use temporarily if the main mech breaks down, right? Their equipment performance is inferior. They're not used often, so they're not well broken in. They're the kind of backup mechs you only use as a last resort. The Federation's problem-solving approach is so different from ours. Let me explain to my Federation friends again. Backup means something you have on hand, not something you hide away and only use when you need it most. Let's take a look at the mechs worn by certain Federation members. Military customized mechs, second-hand standard issue mechs, patched up mechs that have been repaired and modified countless times. And then you pull this out for me. Speechless. Does this mean that previous opponents weren't worthy of their good mechs? It seems that's true. Liang Yuang's previous mechs were mediocre too, but then you saw it. Qing Nu appeared. One arrow pierced my heart. This isn't just ordinary concealment, it can be called the biggest deception of the century. From now on, honesty has nothing to do with the Federation. Okay, so the question is, he pulled out 5 mechs, how does he plan to use them? Who will pilot them? Himself. Common sense in interstellar spaces. Mental power is strong but fragile. A person can only pilot one mech at a time. You can't pilot a mech above your level, and generally, it requires entering the cockpit and operating with complete concentration. A warrior using a mech is a single-threaded task. So what exactly is this scene before us? Sun Qianyu knelt on one knee atop the Qilin's alloy skull, his 5 fingers digging deeply into the quantum main between the armor seams. Rainbow light surged along his mechanical armor, and the two completed a synchronized mental link. 4 beasts followed closely behind, charging towards their opponent. Iron cavalry trampled the sky, 5 gods cleared the way. What kind of magical scene is this? Can he control 5 mechs simultaneously? Impossible. His mental energy would explode. Unless it appears to be 5, but is actually just 1. The 5 mechs are connected via electromagnetic waves. But then, the 5 mechs should perform the same actions, only copying, not coordinating. What's the use then? Shocked and confused, everyone stared at Sun Qianyu in the center of the arena. Then, they saw him charge into the small team led by Sakuntu without hesitation. 5 divine beast mechs displayed their unique abilities on the battlefield, cooperating seamlessly yet fighting independently. The battle was fluid and exhilarating. Soon, the elimination announcements rang out. Team 27, New Hague Star Alliance, Johnson eliminated. Team 27, Ninely Sea Kingdom, Fei Yang eliminated. Team 9, Points +1. An eerie silence filled the entire internet. Impossible. Impossible. No, possible. Can he really control 5 mechs simultaneously in coordinated combat? Fu Yuan, far away at the Imperial Military Headquarters, fell silent. Because? There were more than 5. He even guessed there were more than 50. It's also possible. The Federation has more than one person capable of this. Sure enough, Ivan, not far away, also started rummaging through his pockets. A familiar scene reappeared. 5 humanoid mechs appeared. Wrathful Vajra. Bodhisavior, the first generation of Xianqing new energy mechs. The 5 Sacred Mountains gods. The Eastern Sacred Mountain God, with its black and gold heavy armor as majestic as a mountain. Capable of gravity control, and possessing the ultimate technique of pressing down on Mount Tai. The Western Sacred Mountain God, with its silver-white streamlined armor and wielding a particle vibration blade. The Southern Sacred Mountain God, with its crimson armor flowing like magma and capable of releasing 2,000-degree plasma flames. The Northern Sacred Mountain God, with its icy white composite armor and shoulder-mounted Xianing cooling cannons capable of instantly freezing opponents. And the Central Sacred Mountain God, with its earth-yellow ultra-dense armor and foot-mounted shockwave conductors capable of shaking the earth. Don't tell me. There's more? It's not just the 2 mechs, there's also Yang Cheng. The 4 ferocious beast mechs awaken. Tao Tai, Chaos, Qiongqi, Tao Tai. The moment the 4 gray-black mechs were brought out, the arena seemed to fall into the underworld, a chilling and eerie aura assaulting the senses, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Yang Cheng. Mechanical beasts are still beasts. Even without star beasts, Yang Marin, will still dominate the field. The king of beasts, with his 4 ferocious beast mechs, plunged headlong into Team 25, led by Zhao Yining. Team 25, Dark Iron Expeditionary Force, Ning Ning eliminated. Team 25, Heavenly Law Holy Covenant, Kafka eliminated. Team 9 points. +1. Lu Cheng's chest heaved rapidly as he tried to calm the panic surging within him. If it were just one person, it could be explained by coincidence or extraordinary talent, but 3 people? The Federation absolutely possessed the secrets of multi-threaded mech piloting and even telekinetic projection. He wasn't even sure if he was using those terms correctly, because such technology was considered unscientific until today. Chapter 408. He turned to look at Li Yuanbua, tentatively asking, "Is there anyone else who can do it?" The other man's mind raced. Shuren was definitely an answer. Many people had taken Sun Qianyu's classes, and they all knew a little bit. It's just that a lot of the mecha inventory had been sold, so, seeing his complicated expression, Liu Cheng guessed most of it. What about controlling star beasts? Brother, don't ask, I'm afraid you can't handle it. Beast control is a basic course in the Xianqing sect. It's tested. In our Xianqing sect, I'm the only one who failed this whole year. Liu Cheng knew very well that in the previous 13 days, the Federation had never truly shown its fangs. The drunken Alice, the infighting Su Xiang, Gu Zhanting and Shuren who defeated their enemies in one move, Sun Qianyu, who had recovered from Nirvana, Xue Lingling who could create top-tier potions. Everything shown was just the tip of the iceberg. But now, he truly realized. The Federation's foundation was like a bottomless abyss. Beneath the calm surface, his heart pounded wildly in his chest. Looking down at his palms, he noticed they were already soaked with cold sweat, shimmering under the lamplight. Even with the advantage in his favor, his tension and fear hadn't lessened in the slightest. Countless times before, he and the Empire behind him, along with countless experts and advisors, believed that the Federation was still far, far behind the Empire. This gap would likely take at least decades, even centuries, to close. But now, he clearly recognized that the Federation had caught up, and it was already very close. Perhaps, it had already changed mechs. At Toledo's command, the entire Xianqing sect brought out their so-called spare mechs. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Big Dipper, the 20 constellations, all made their appearance. Technology and mythology intertwined and collided in the same space-time. The Federation's former mech legion was a cold, steel torrent, gray-black, dark blue, and emerald green, with a serious, matte finish, sharp edges, industrialized, precise, and restrained. Each mech was a cog in a standardized war machine. Now, the entire arena seemed to tremble at the arrival of the gods of Yin. Mechs of various colors and styles, dazzling and beautiful, unleashed different kinds of light with bizarre and uncanny moves, like a violent aesthetic forged from mythology. What is this? My God! Eastern Divine Realm. Stop with the fancy stuff, I want to see the results. Before the words were even finished, the results were in. Team 2, Pan-Europa Union, Yin E eliminated. Team 25, 7th Iteration Protocol, Jack Ma eliminated. Team 27, New Hague Star Alliance, Carl Vincent eliminated. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. As the Xianqing sect disciples changed their uniforms, Team 9's battlefield underwent a stunning transformation. The opponent's elimination speed skyrocketed. So fast. Not just fast. So strong. This is SSS level, not some lowly A rank or lower. What terrifying elimination speed. Still 1 versus 2. I don't understand. Who would play the pretending to be weak trick on this level of competition? You should be worried about how the Federation can still hide against so many teams. With a whoosh, the mech, thousands of meters away, arrived in front, solidly blocking Zhao Yining's attack on Yang Cheng from the gap. Thanks, 6th brother. You're welcome, 8th brother. After the ferocious beasts entered the fray, Yang Cheng was surrounded and attacked. He was busy fighting when Siren helped him take a bullet. A new mecha? Who are you? Federation, 15th Military Academy Siren. What is this mecha? It's called Fushi. This mecha was truly bizarre, half human, half beast, with a snake's body and a human head, jade-colored armor, and a Bagua energy core embedded in its chest. I've seen humanoid and beast forms before, but such a peculiar appearance was truly a first. Aurelia Alliance, Aurelia National Academy Zhao Yining. Nice to meet you. Please. Zhao Yining had never heard of the Sirens. Not even once. Among all the Federation's combat stars, there was no such person's name or information. In other words, he wasn't considered top tier in the Federation. But just based on the speed at which he charged forward, and the force with which he blocked that attack. Unexpectedly strong, every punch and kick, every move, ordinary and unadorned, that was the most basic military boxing and combat techniques in the entire interstellar space. But that little bit of speed, and that little bit of strength unleashed a power that was difficult to withstand. Every dodge was perfectly timed, just enough to avoid the attack, without wasting a single ounce of energy. No flashy effects. No exaggerated explosions. Every move of Fushi was as natural as the growth of an ancient tree. Zhao Yining had tried his best with tricky attacks, unleashing instantaneous strikes from all sorts of blind spots, using his proud, deadly moves, but they were all easily dodged, caught, and counterattacked by the opponent, but the Siren seemed to Have a god's eye view. It seemed that he could easily predict and control everything that happened in this space. Not only could he withstand full-force attacks, but he could even find openings to rescue and assist nearby teammates. Soon, Zhao Yining's mech was panting heavily, and it was riddled with damage. But Fu Xi on the opposite side remained calm and composed, handling the situation with ease, as if the battle had only just begun. No, this was already the 14th day of the competition. Realizing this, Zhao Yining was suddenly filled with shock. The intense tension and fierce schedule had left every player on the field nearly exhausted. Their minds and bodies were stretched to the limit, including the Empire. But Siren's performance was as relaxed and natural as on the first day. Not just Siren, many in the Federation seemed to be in the same state. He wasn't sure if the outside world had noticed this, but this was not normal at all. He needed to revise his statement. Siren wasn't just strong, he was terrifyingly strong. Moreover, he hadn't even used his full strength. Siren, winning too easily makes everyone uncomfortable. The other side lost face, and he couldn't explain himself. Zhao Yining, should I laugh or cry? Siren, captain of the 15th Military Academy, SS-level mental strength? Don't look at that piece of junk. The Federation's mental strength test is inaccurate. This inaccuracy is too exaggerated. Zhao Yining was unwilling to accept it. He had come this far. Since he couldn't win with pure combat power, he had to utilize the battlefield environment. He wanted to save people. Let's see how he did it. He turned his gun, accumulating the mech's energy, and fired a miniature collapse bomb at the area where the 9th team of soldiers were concentrated. The key ingredient of this thing was a specialty of Aureliano. It was incredibly fast, and the explosive energy was precisely at the critical value allowed in the game. He needed an opportunity to launch a critical attack from behind while the Siren was saving people. Sure enough, the Siren realized the shell was wrong and rushed towards rescuing its own people. Zhao Yining was fully focused, seizing this only opportunity. He sprang up from behind. He delivered a full-force blow to Fu Xi. What is that? Chapter 409. That's a tail? It's grown out? It's normal for mecha parts to be retractable. Many materials can be bio-based, but Fu Xi's tail. It's not biomimicry, not nanofiber simulation, but a real vine. A thick, dark green vine, covered in thorns and leaves. Suddenly it sprang up, instantly extending, like a giant python tightly coiling around Zhao Yining's right hand, as he thrust at the Siren. It tightened more and more. You could even hear the ear-piercing sound of metal being compressed, and blinding sparks bursting from the joints. The texture, the grain, it's clearly not a product of technology. It's a real plant. That's an alien plant? The observation hall was filled with one shock after another. Lu Cheng confirmed it was a high-level alien plant. It looks like the vine of the evil passion fruit. The leaves, the thorns. It seemed familiar. The evil passion fruit. That name has appeared incredibly frequently in this match. You guys wouldn't be. Lu Cheng looked at Li Yuanbo from the next delegation, his extreme fear replaced by deep apprehension. The other man's eyes flickered, his face full of guilt. That's right, if we contain the star beasts. What about the alien plants? The reasons for the tyranny of these two creatures are the same. Could the Star Beast Alliance combat bodies evolve into Alien Plant Alliance combat bodies? Damn it! I can't live like this anymore. Warning, right arm hydraulic system overload, current pressure 287 MPa, exceeding the safety threshold by 242%. Recommendation, immediately disarm or initiate emergency escape. Zhao Yining's mech erupted with a sharp roar. Xiang, stop. Passion fruit had almost broken Zhao Yining's right arm. Suddenly being loudly stopped was truly aggrieved. It had already been very restrained, otherwise, it could have instantly exploded the opponent's heart. The dark green vines slowly loosened their grip on the mecha arm, their tips drooping like a scolded little snake. The spikes on the surface slightly retracted, slowly shrinking back onto Fu Xi's tail, as if in silent protest. It clearly just wanted to help. Seeing its reaction, the Siren's heart softened again. It's alright, it's alright. It's not your fault, you did a good job, come back. Now, everyone finally saw clearly. Fu Xi's tail was still a tail, the vines had quietly retreated onto it. The colors were similar, and the mecha had been constantly engaged in combat, making it impossible to distinguish them. The time Alice was drunk? My alien plant from the 1,000-star ring? Lu Cheng was almost going berserk. Star Beast. Alien plant. Is everything from the Federation fragrant? Meanwhile, the Siren was still trying to comfort her little seedling. The soft voice sounded particularly abrupt in the deafening roar of the stadium. Occasionally, she would give a little warm, green spiritual energy. Xiang, hee hee, I made a profit. At this moment, Zhao Yining had finally recovered and charged forward with a killing move. However, the Siren had also almost finished their attack. 25 teams, Aurelia League, Zhao Yining eliminated. 9 teams, points +1. His mecha had lost one arm, and even with all his remaining strength, he couldn't withstand a casual attack from the opponent. Siren, is it? However, even an unknown figure can be this powerful. Federation. Has the Empire discovered this? Zhao Yining's faction match is over, and the Starnet welcomes a new CP. Siren and Xiangxiang, hee. This is kind of sweet. I'm being conservative, sister. I'm dying from this. My whole face is blushing, and my heart is racing. He's so doting. Ah! This is the first time I've seen a mutant plant act all cute and aggrieved. Your CP is a warrior, and a mutant plant? CPs can be unpopular, but not weird. Oh my god. Mutant plants are actually a bit like star beasts, no pets? Mutant plants can obey? And even cooperate in battle? Can those alien plants also cooperate with star beasts in combat? The truth is out, sister. I boldly predict that the Federation has not only tamed star beasts, but also alien plants. Hiss. What exactly has the Federation been doing behind our backs? New technologies are coming out one after another, like in Geyser. This is terrifying. This isn't just ordinary technological progress. It really feels like a civilization ascending to a higher dimension. A civilization ascending to a higher dimension. This phrase carries considerable weight. However, there was no mockery, no teasing, only lines of ellipses and a long typing. Status. Other delegations were either studying Sun Qianyu and his group's multi-threaded operations, analyzing the Federation's new equipment, or researching star beasts and alien plants. This competition brought too many shocks and shocks. The Federation's bombshells kept piling up. All countries are in for a busy time, but Fu Yuan has already grasped the key to the problem. Write down the names of everyone who changed mechs. Starting with those 3, without exception, I need to know everything about each of them, their lives, abilities, battles, everything. And their mechs. Parameters, performance, characteristics, all of them. Special abilities of certain individuals, such as piloting star beasts, alien plants, or those whose combat power exceeds the measured values of mental strength. Especially her. He pointed to Shuren, who was lounging in the corner. Fu Yuan had already clearly sensed that something was wrong with the Federation. Purifying elixir, repairing fluid, radiation-free vegetables, star beasts, alien plants, mechs. Everything was being upgraded and iterated. Civilization ascension. Singularity. Technological leap. These words began to appear in his mind one after another, but the source of everything was Sun Qianyu sold a set of Beidou series mechs to the Empire. During testing, the Imperial Research Institute and Equipment Department discovered that the power exhibited by the mechs far exceeded the measured data. Whether in attack or defense, it contained entirely new, unseen, and undefinable energy. It was incredibly powerful, yet in a form never before seen. Furthermore, the account receiving the money wasn't from any official Federation organization, but the Xianqing sect. Coincidentally, he had actually heard of that name before. In the various events of the past 2 years, in the overlooked clues. Purifying elixir. Repairing fluid. Radiation-free vegetables. All seemed to bear the mark of this name. Initially, he thought it was just a shadowy organization that the Federation couldn't openly use. But now, thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem like it. Back then, someone had suggested, and there was some evidence to suggest, that the first to liberate Selene might not have been an official organization at all. This speculation was scoffed at, simply because, apart from the Empire and the Federation military, no one believed a third party could possess such formidable combat power. But what if this premise itself is flawed? What if a mysterious force, transcending the existing system, truly rose within the Federation? This is precisely why the Federation's fighting style has drastically changed. Compared to the Federation soldiers' rigorous, serious, and disciplined style, this group is relaxed, casual, yet incredibly powerful. They might even have acquired new energy. That's why they suddenly achieved so many astonishing results. Not a breakthrough in a single area, but a comprehensive, multidimensional upheaval and transformation. Is it possible that a completely new civilization has suddenly been grafted into the Federation? Chapter 410. The thought struck him like lightning, sending shivers down his spine. He knew how absurd his idea was, but all the clues seemed to twist and point towards this crazy possibility. Although he and Gu Jianshan were sworn brothers, in this position, he had to consider many more things. He needed more time and evidence. Team 2, Pan-Europa Consortium, Yuan Baihan eliminated. Team 25, 7th Iteration Protocol, Fengqiuli eliminated. Team 27, New Hague Star Alliance, Chu Xinghe eliminated. Team 21, Seraphim Alliance, Sterling eliminated. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 11, points plus 1. Team 21, points plus 1. Losses. And soon, the elimination lights representing the two allied teams lit up. These were all top-tier prodigies, who survived to the last day of the competition. Just changed equipment? Yes. Just changed equipment. As everyone knows, equipment can increase a warrior's combat power from 100% to 120%. That's a huge boost, but the foundation of everything is the warrior's own strength. That means the Federation is hiding much more than just a little bit. So the first 13 days were just for fun. 9 allied teams, 650, 635, 598, 575, 51. 2 allied teams, 1287, 1103, 973, 789, 658. Holy crap. At this point, can they still turn the tide? Less than half an hour, almost even. They really lost a lot of people. About 30 people changed their equipment, and 3 of them used cheats, and then the 2 allied teams started to crash and burn. I wouldn't have believed this before today, let alone in previous years. The Empire won't have problems, right? For 100 years. I believe in the Empire. But the entire StarNet, including the fans of each team, was stammering and hesitant. The outcome of the match had long exceeded everyone's predictions. Everything was uncertain. Fu Jiwei had certainly noticed the Federation's extraordinary combat strength, but she wouldn't underestimate them. Surround him. Standing before Gu Han was the first elite squad of the Imperial Abyss Combat Mech Regiment. Each year, the Empire selects 20 combat elites from its regiments, forming 3 squads for specialized training. All were SSS-class custom-made Abyss mechs, using top-tier materials and technology, possessing exceptional resistance to extreme environments. For example, on the Zerg battlefield, even corrosive blood and slime couldn't harm the Abyss mechs in the slightest. Their weapons and defenses were also laboratory-grade, unmass-produced technology, and most importantly, this team wasn't fighting alone or simply commanding, it was a true collaborative operation. Like the Zerg, all the warriors were under a unified command. The AI entity Zero. It linked all the Abyss mechs together. The 20 mechs shared a single killing intent. It's equivalent to having 20 pairs of eyes, 20 sets of defenses, and ammunition depots. It can be locked onto by the first mech, and any other mech can launch an attack. In team battles, you never know which mech will attack you with what method. 360 degrees, above and below, impossible to defend against. Moreover, this year's cadets are all SSS rank. Gu Han isn't facing 20 mechs, but a behemoth of the Abyss with 20 pairs of eyes. You really think highly of me. In the Abyss Squad's encrypted channel, Zero is sharing opponent information. Target, Gu Han, Captain of the 18th Federal Military Academy. Mental Strength Assessment, S rank. However, based on publicly available combat data analysis, please formulate an attack strategy using the 4S method. Speed, 10 points. Attack power, 9 points. Agility, 10 points. Tactics, 9 points. Note, immune to lightning. Squad leader Bai Yin is the captain of the Abyss's first squad, and the vice-captain of the Cheongwu Pass Military Academy. She excels in both command and offense, ranking 7th in Interstellar rankings before the competition. Gu Han, on the other hand, was ranked 67th. On the surface, the difference is enormous. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but Bai Yin is not one to underestimate her opponent. Her task is to obey orders, complete the mission, and achieve victory. The 1v20 battle begins. Since that's the case, respecting the opponent is also a way to prepare for the fight. 9 Heaven's Thunder Pivot stirs, Jade Crown shakes the sky. A new mecha? A lightning-type mecha specially crafted for Junior Uncle. 9 Heavens, 2 meters tall, its scales don't look like metal, but rather like living creatures covering its skin. Slender and light, yet brimming with boundless power. It's matte, dark in color, like a midnight thundercloud, subtly revealed subtle purple electric currents flowing across its surface. In fact, Sun Qinyu and Ivan had designed quite a few things. A lightning bolt, a lightning seal, a lightning chisel, Thor's hammer. In the end, they only received one comment from their junior uncle. You guys watch too many movies. He politely declined, leaving only this sword. The spirit sword Purple Cloud? The greatest truths are simple. Their junior uncle's strongest weapon was himself. The sword was merely an aid. At this moment, he was surrounded by Bai Yin, the team leader. Gu Han. In this competition, this newly crowned champion captain had shown far too little of his face. Let me see what level the Federation's #1 captain is at. In the observation hall, everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the large screen. Li Yuanhua thought to himself, even a general wouldn't seriously fight a few kids. If his identity is restored later, it would be a real embarrassment. A seasoned general pretending to be a student fighting students on the field. Although my junior uncle seems indifferent to fame and fortune, he actually has a very strong sense of image. It begins. This is an artistic duel of range and destruction. Bai Yan's assessment of Gu Han is that he is immune to lightning and has the strongest melee combat. Lightning mechs exist in both the Federation and the Empire. The characteristic is that both the user's weapon and the opponent's mech need to be able to conduct electricity to unleash maximum attack power, although most mechs are made of alloy and meet this condition. But the Abyss. It has taken this problem into account, because the Thousand-Star Ring is frequently hit by thunderstorms and magnetic storms. The Abyss is precisely Gu Han's nemesis. Is that so? Generally, the range of melee combat is within 1,000 meters. Beyond that range, any attack is easily detected, defended against, and counterattacked by the opponent. So, Abyss Team 1 just needs to stay more than 1 kilometer away, using ranged attacks against melee. You can't hit me, but I can easily crush you. Under overwhelming firepower, we just need to wear you down until you're eliminated. Light Energy Cannon. A wave of firepower. 20 high-energy particle beams simultaneously locked onto each other, a blinding blue light piercing through the center of the battlefield. The intense light dissipated, and Jioshio was already standing leisurely outside the blast radius. No one saw how it moved. No afterimage, no sonic boom, it seemed even the air itself wasn't disturbed. On the deep black armor, the flowing lightning patterns remained as still as night, without even a scratch. Move! Move! This speed startled Bai Yin. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 locked on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, load quantum homing missiles. Everyone else, suppressive fire, confine the target to the kill zone. Boom! 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 Chapter 411. Such intense firepower just to eliminate one person. That's going too far. In the observation hall, many even wondered if it was necessary to be so vigilant about just one person like Gu Han. Yes. Fu Jiwei had a list in her mind, and she had to be extremely careful with the people on it. This newly appointed champion captain happened to be at the top of the list. Her plan was to reduce the enemy's numbers to 1:3 before launching a coordinated attack on the key target. But unexpectedly, the opponent changed their tactics, and her side started losing kills. The reason for the losses was simple. Those on her list. What a bizarre cycle. The most urgent task was to eliminate some of the core combat force. Otherwise, as long as they protected them, Team 9's advantage would continue to expand. The first target was Gu Han. Team Abyss 1 was no pushover and quickly entered combat mode. Bai Yin and Zero coordinated the operation. The reconnaissance team aimed at the target and gathered information on the opponent. The assault team handled close combat. Heavy firepower provided long-range attacks, and several others provided fire support and defense. For example, Zero can now directly connect to the personal computers of everyone in the team, calculating and determining the optimal attack position. It determines that the 18 o'clock position behind Gu Han is a blind spot, presenting an attack opportunity. Then it quickly calculates the optimal attack position and the probability of success, assigning the task to a heavy artilleryman located in the northwest corner. Without needing any commands, Zero directly activates the mech with the highest privileges. The entire system is interconnected and automated, making real-time judgments with a success rate as high as 99.99%. This is also Abyss's forte. Almost none of its subordinates escape its grasp. With a whoosh, the cannon had barely left the barrel when Gu Han sensed it. He quickly dodged, the shell exploding at his feet. A huge crater was left behind with a deafening boom. Missing, target evacuated. This fighting style is interesting. Everyone can be the eyes, and everyone can be the main attacker. The commander-in-chief and AI calculate and issue missions based on the battlefield situation. Some missions don't even require human execution. This allows for better surprise attacks. This is an innovation in strategy and technology, and compared to ordinary team battles, it can definitely achieve a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. A 20-person squad can even unleash the combat power of a 100-person squad. Perhaps the Federation could learn from this kind of thinking. As the saying goes, those in positions of power should fulfill their responsibilities. Sonwin thought so too. The Xianqing sect is developing rapidly, and the number of disciples will continue to increase. But among the general public, most people do not have spiritual roots. Cultivation and technology, both paths must be walked well and steadily. Even the sect leader himself hasn't completely abandoned other things just because he's a nascent soul cultivator. The numerous interstellar books in the scripture pavilion are the best proof. So what needs to be learned still needs to be learned. Gu Han looked at the huge shell crater. Luckily, he used some spiritual power at the last moment. Otherwise, even if he hadn't been injured, Jiu Shao would have had to take the hit for him. This is a brand new mecha. If it gets scratched or bumped, Sun Xinyu will be heartbroken. Recalling those puppy-like, bright eyes, "Junior uncle, how did you break it?" No. It can't be broken. Fu Jiwei's expression gradually became serious. It had dragged on for too long. Gu Han was far stronger than she had imagined. He wasn't struggling particularly hard. Dodge and weave, he accurately found a gap in the barrage of fire, perfectly avoiding attacks from all directions. Once or twice was fine, but it happened every time, making the battle increasingly stalemate. Bai Yan and Fu Jiwei frowned even more deeply. 20 SSS-rank soldiers were already a multiple layer of protection. The goal was to eliminate opponents as quickly as possible, then snipe the next target. The plan itself was flawless. A 99.99% success rate. Could it be that they encountered that 0.01% chance? How come they were now locked in a bitter struggle? They were throwing artillery fire like it was free, but there was no effective attack. Gu Han figured it out. The biggest problem with this tactic was the extremely rapid resource consumption. In short, it was trading resources for speed, so instead of rushing to eliminate opponents, he was using himself as bait, depleting the Empire's energy and ammunition. Seeing things were going wrong, Bai Yan decisively changed tactics. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 switched to melee. 5 fully armed men approached Jiu Shao, while the rest provided cover. The 5 men pulled out their phase-shattering cannons. At this close range, they couldn't possibly miss. And indeed, they couldn't. Gu Han was like an eel, slippery and unpredictable. Boom, boom, boom. Agile and swift, he dodged with homing missiles, the ammunition either knocking down trees or hitting friendly forces. Team 2, Pan-Europa Union, Natlay eliminated. Team 25, 7th Iteration Protocol, Brad eliminated. Team 2, Empire, Diesel eliminated. Team 9, points +1. Team 9, points +1. They even lost their own men. We might really have run into that 0.01%. As time dragged on, Fu Jiwei gave Abyss Team 2 a wink. Right now, they were busy fighting Yuan San. Team 2 and Team 1 gradually merged, creating a 40-2 situation. Strangely, fighting Yuan San was just as difficult as fighting Gu Han. There might be two 0.01% chances. Yuan San, Federal Alliance Peace Military Academy, Captain, SSS, ranked 4th in individual combat power. A true seeded player, aiming for 2nd place in the Federation. Yuan San, aspiring to 2nd place? You dare say that? I wouldn't dare listen. She was also one of those who changed mechs. The month of early winter, its god is Xianming. Xianming represents the god of winter, in charge of cold, decay, and symbolizing the return of all things to their dormancy. Pitch black, the armor plates are as sharp as if carved by a knife, without any superfluous decoration. Every line exudes a bone-chilling cold. It wasn't as solemn and majestic as Jiu Xiao, but rather possessed a chilling, oppressive aura, as if capable of devouring everything. And look at her fighting style, cunning and unpredictable, stealthy movements, highly efficient damage. Yuan San's background is self-evident. She's a melee fighter, likely having received training on the front lines of secret operations. But even if you figure out her fighting style, whether you can break through it is another matter entirely. Theoretically, as long as Abyss Teams 1 and 2 can keep both of them at the ranged attack line, slowly wearing them down, there will always be a chance of victory. The problem is, Bai Yan, did you hit them? No. She was speechless. She led 20 people for half an hour and hadn't even touched the opponent's clothes. Now with 40 people, she thought it was going to be a stomp, but it turns out, both teams have fallen into a trap. Did they hit any of our other teammates? No. So the question is it because they genuinely can't hit them? Bai Yan's intuition told her that the opponents didn't want to hit, not that they couldn't, But why? This is a competition, regardless of who they're targeting. Can't they at least get started? She's starting to get angry. Wasn't it supposed to be one S and one SSS? I'm SSS too. Why do I feel so weak? Chapter 412. On the Abyss's communication channel, the one practically exploding with rage was Team 2's captain, Le Chuan. After so many years, and countless real battles, this was the first time he felt so utterly speechless and powerless. The artillery fire couldn't stop, but it was all for naught. It felt like the Abyss had come to set off firecrackers. Just to hear the noise. Both teams have firepower coverage. I refuse to believe we can dodge this. Against melee fighters, the Abyss's strategy remained primarily ranged. The melee range of a normal mech is 1,000 meters. Beyond that range, any attack is easily defended and countered. Therefore, the Abyss team increased the distance and began using long-range fire. But there's a prerequisite: the mech's movement speed is normal. If the speed could be increased to 2, 3, 5 times that of a normal mech, then, would the so-called melee range still exist? In martial arts, nothing is invincible. Only speed is invincible. After a deafening roar, the elimination announcement rang out. Team 2, Empire, Chioya eliminated. Team 9, points +1. Sonic boom? The Abyss squad's long-range fire hadn't even been fired yet, and one of their main combatants was eliminated, and instantly. In the blink of an eye. Chioya eliminated? Chioya from the Empire? How was she eliminated? Didn't see it clearly. The mech was so fast it created a sonic boom. Team 9, points +1. Yuan San. Was it Yuan San who did it? Zero type, yes. Did you see how she attacked? Didn't see it. But was that a sonic boom just now? Yes. The mech broke the sound barrier during ground combat, and the pilot was unharmed. This seemingly minor breakthrough rendered ranged and melee combat meaningless. At this speed, everything within 100 miles was melee combat for that Xianming mech, and melee combat was Yuan San's comfort zone. Bai Yin felt a profound sense of powerlessness. She began to wonder if this mountain was insurmountable. Xiaoyi remained unsettled for a long time after being taken away. He sat blankly in the rescue team's cabin, completely stunned. After a long while, he finally blurted out a curse word uttered with sudden realization. They're playing with us. Xiaoyi was no ordinary soldier. He was the 4th-ranked soldier in the Empire, the captain of the Imperial 2nd Military Academy's team. An SSS-ranked soldier, he had been selected to enter the Abyss before even enrolling, and his individual combat strength ranked 17th in the Interstellar Galaxy. He was a true member of the top 20 in interstellar warfare, but this prodigy was instantly defeated after just one appearance. Was the gap between him and Yuan San really that big? Yuan San, the fewer the words, the bigger the story. A single sonic boom ignited the entire internet. The entire trending topic had only one name. Yuan San, the Federation's goddess of war. Yuan San, from a very young age, she began learning from her father. Shooting, combat, environmental tactics, stealth and camouflage. She was intelligent and hardworking. Originally, she was to follow in her father's footsteps, becoming a special agent and contributing to the Federation's secret front. But at the age of 14, the results of an SSS-level mental strength test led her from darkness to light, making her the captain of the Alliance Peace Military Academy. She became the Federation's goddess of war in the eyes of the people. She received countless favors and adoration, but the roars of the Zerg wouldn't cease because of the title goddess of war, until she met that girl. I am the goddess of war. Yuan San almost burst out laughing. Goddess of war wasn't a compliment. A goddess of war was destined to die on the battlefield. That small, wondrous connection led her to someone who truly appreciated her. You are my most outstanding disciple. She embarked on a completely different path. Later she learned, fate didn't only offer the option of heroic sacrifice. It turns out everyone can live to see tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after that, and even the distant future. In the observation hall, the highly anticipated seated player finally made his grand entrance. But as always, you're all unhappy now that he's actually here. Was that a sonic boom? Created by the mech? Yuan San? Supersonic? The mech can actually withstand that? Hiss. A normal mech. No way. Supersonic speed is possible in a vacuum, but that's ground combat. It boom. What about Xianming? Only the Federation can explain matters concerning the Federation. Li Yuanbo frowned. These people were asking questions again. I'm just a rough guy. I don't understand mechs. Okay, I have to find Master Sun. After Yuan San opened fire, Abyss Teams 1 and 2 went into overdrive, their attacks escalating significantly. Junior uncle, shall we fight? At this point, there were less than 8 hours left in the competition. That's about enough. Let's reduce the number of players first. Okay. Watch out. Bai Yin shouted. She had a lingering worry that the two people opposite her might have a backup plan. How much of their strength did they actually unleash? 80%? 100%? Or perhaps 60%? If they really got serious, could the Abyss withstand it? Before the competition, she couldn't even imagine anyone lasting 3 moves against the Abyss team's 20 SSS rank members. But now, she feared she herself wouldn't survive 3 moves. Yuan San was even more terrifying than the legend suggested. And Gu Han? Unfathomable. When did the Federation gather such a group of monsters? Team 2, Empire, Cthulhu eliminated. Team 2, Empire, Jinya Jin eliminated. Team 9, points +1. Team 9, points +1. Pay attention to formation, defend. Defend? However, the two of them accelerated across the board precisely to reduce their numbers. Defense is futile. Team 2, Empire, Chunzi eliminated. Team 2, Empire, Yui eliminated. Lu Cheng's terror continued to grow. His prized Abyss squad members were utterly helpless against Gu Han and Yuan San. They were all top-tier SSS ranked. How could this be? He suddenly recalled Gu Zhanting's words. I could only rank 10th in the team. Gu Zhanting could only rank 10th. He looked at another battlefield not far away. Abyss Team 3 and Fujiwara Hideaki's Akagi squad were besieging the so-called 10th place. Gu Zhanting's mecha was the sun goddess Shiha. It sounded cool, but currently he only needed one function: speed. Shiha transformed into a dazzling streak of light, traversing the battlefield. The Abyss couldn't accurately track its trajectory. All that could be seen were golden fireballs exploding everywhere. Is this the speed a mech should have? Team 2, Empire, Ling Yuchen eliminated. Team 2, Empire, Zhong Yin eliminated. Team 9, points +1. Team 9, points +1. New energy mechs are logically different from other mechs. Ordinary mechs are designed to enhance and amplify the speed and combat power of warriors. But the Xianxin sex mechs are designed so that cultivators won't fall apart due to excessive speed or strength during combat. But regardless, the battle situation is truly astonishing. The Abyss mechs, nurtured with massive resources and seemingly invincible, are beginning to fall from grace. Chapter 413. These 3 Abyss combat teams comprised more than half of the entire Empire's quota. Strictly speaking, they were selected from the Empire's top 100. They underwent intensive, real combat training beforehand. They were being cultivated as strategic strike units for the military, a sharp blade in the Empire's hands. Not only were they strong in team combat, but any member was a top-tier interstellar fighter, a combat star. But the opposing side only had 3 people, and they fought like this. Not only was Liu Cheng unable to accept it, but the Empire's high command was also finding this result unbearable. Even if they wanted to criticize, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. Everyone knew that this year's Abyss rookies were arguably the strongest in history. The problem isn't with the Empire. Team 2, Empire, Jessica eliminated. Team 25, 7th Iteration Protocol, Lydia eliminated. Team 2, Empire, Jean Ren eliminated. Team 21, Galactic Alliance, Karachi. Team 9, points +1. Team 9, points +1. Team 11, points +1. Team 2 is experiencing massive losses. Not just Team 2 itself, but specifically the Empire is suffering losses. At any point in history, who would have imagined the Empire being so thoroughly defeated? One of the 3 eliminated is from the Empire. Team 9 Allied Forces, 512, 489, 440, 399, 367. Team 2 Allied Forces, 623, 590, 543, 489. How did things turn out like this? This question echoed simultaneously in the minds of the Empire's citizens, coaching staff, and high-ranking officials. A phenomenal lineup, all SSS level, with top-tier resources and equipment, and a command and strategist ratio far exceeding its peers, perfect timing, advantageous location, and harmonious teamwork. Just hours ago, the 2 allied teams were secretly gloating over their overwhelming advantage of 1800 versus 1200. But alas, the battle has turned out like this. Almost tied. A closer look reveals that the core of the 9-team alliance is the Federation, and the Federation's backbone lies with those who changed their mechs. These are the rising stars who have stole the show in this competition, capturing countless eyes across the galaxy. Su Xiong, Shui Lingling, Sun Qianyu, Alice Yang, Gu Han, Siren, Yang Chung, Liang Weiing, Gu Zhanting, Yuan San. Many names, some familiar, some unfamiliar, are tearing apart the old rankings with overwhelming force. The roar of steel and the thunder of engines as the mechs led by Xianxing sector through the battlefield like primordial beasts. Galloping horses and soaring spirits, this is the spirit of youth. Who in the world doesn't know you? The Federation. They gone all out. It's even. It's even. The numbers are tied. At this moment, the 2nd Allied Forces, 335, 2nd Force, 140, 23rd Force, 118, 25th Force, 45, 27th Force, 42 people, the 9th Allied Forces, 335, 9th Force, 205, 11th Force, 125, 21st Force, 5, 9th Force still has 200 people. 9th Force? How come there are still so many people? Forgot about the sock washing competition? The vice captain and captain were both rescuing people, so it's normal that so many survived. The most terrifying thing is that the Federation still has 97 people left. You mean snatched? You mean snatched? 97. I remember each country only had about 100 participants, right? Right. That means, after 14 days of competition, with star beasts, alien plants, terrible weather, the 9 teams causing all sorts of trouble, the opponents sniping at us, and countless team battles for supplies, the Federation's 100-person team has only eliminated 3 people. These words struck like a hammer blow, instantly silencing the entire internet with a suffocating stillness. Jotun has 49 men left, Omega has 43. Look at the Empire, with such strength, they only have 63 left. Those 63 men would be considered a monumental achievement at any time in history. But 97? Are you kidding me? Your team has done so much without suffering any casualties, and the Federation isn't a coward. They really go when things get tough. They're all charging to the front lines, fighting and rescuing. You're telling me 97 people are still around on the last day? No, it's not the last day. There are only a few hours left. Almost everyone from the Federation is still jumping around on the field. I haven't counted the heads, but I don't really remember any of our people being eliminated. Yes, one of them seems to be from the 4th Military Academy. Who? Someone from the champion team was eliminated. Who eliminated him, and how? Where is he? Federal 4th Military Academy, Li Qingshan. In the observation hall, everyone was confirming the accuracy of the data. The shock of 97 is no small feat. The survival difficulty of the Ring of 1,000 Stars is already hellish, and with the demands of competition and the restrictions of the rules, the difficulty increases exponentially. Historically, the nation with the most surviving members on the final day has always been the Empire. But the number has never exceeded 50. Before this, at least half of each nation's team had already been eliminated. Now, with 4 hours left in the competition, the sun has already begun to set. The arena has already exploded several times, but the 97 members of the Federation are as energetic as fleas in a house. It's true. Who were the 3 eliminated? Now the normal has become the abnormal. Everyone else survived to the end. How did you guys get yourselves eliminated? Sure enough, a team battle of 1,500 people is risky. Friendly fire is easy. The 3 never dreamed they'd be eliminated by their own teammates. Alice hit me. I was standing too close to Su Xiang. I was the opposite. I got shot. Li Qingshan, is this Ying's test for me? Liang Weiing, male protagonist. Go to hell. What? I died so unjustly. It's a bit embarrassing. I'd be laughed to death when I go back home. I want to laugh myself. I hope this doesn't get out. Just pretend we don't exist. A few more people will appear later, we blend in naturally, and this will be over. You know, I know he knows, heaven knows, earth knows. Don't mention it when we get out. Pretend we left the arena together. Yeah, good brother. We share the hardships. Ha ha ha. Is there anyone more unlucky than this? Eliminated by their own teammates. All 3 of them? All of them. What about Li Qingshan? He was eliminated by Liang Weiing. What a tragic injustice. Eliminated by Su Xiang and Alice? Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. It's not so bad that friendly teams are eliminated. Other teams might also be eliminated. The bad thing is that the Federation only has these 3 still outside. And you know what? They already been in the rest area for 3. Good heavens. Nobody dares to go to the observation hall, afraid the Federation will find out they've been eliminated. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. What a well-known only heaven, earth, you, me, and him knows situation. 312.6 billion people online. Okay, so 2/3 of the entire intergalactic world doesn't know. The Federation's 3 idiots are hot. The Federation has too many survivors. Not only that, but Doran, Tessa, and those small fry have actually survived until now. And Lox from the Sanctuary is guarding the flag. Chapter 414. The camera cut to a glimpse. It was called the Flag Team, but it was really just a handful of people. Shuren, with Locke and the 2 kids from the Sanctuary Kingdom, sat leisurely on a small hillside, using a folding stool, watching. I was looking at the scenery on the bridge, and the people looking at the scenery were looking at me on the bridge. I'm speechless. What kind of attitude is this? If this were someone else, I would probably call them arrogant, but this is Shuren, so it probably means, "Kids, go play, I watch the house." Who is this? Never heard of him. He has no presence. Shuren has no presence, only the relaxed feeling of being able to turn the tide even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Shuren? Is he strong? Let me put it this way. Did you see the Mechshia fighting against the Abyss Team 3 and the Akaji squad? That's the Federation's proud 4S. Gu Zhanting. I know that. He's incredibly powerful, probably the most powerful I've seen so far. That's why the Empire sent so many people to surround him. Yeah, good to know. Gu Zhanting wouldn't last a single move against Shuren. What did you say? Are you kidding? Seriously, there's video evidence. She showed off her skills before, but I wonder if there will be another chance to see the big shot make a move. Usually, if Shuren makes a move, something bad is bound to happen. Right. She should just enjoy her tea. These small fry don't warrant the big shot's involvement. Small fry. The Starnet is a mix of truth and falsehood, with many conflicting opinions. But the Federation's rise against the odds is an undeniable fact. The Empire is panicking. Fu Jiwei asked herself, throughout the entire match, did she make a single wrong move? Yes, every analysis, decision, and judgment she made, even from a godlike perspective in hindsight, would be considered the optimal solution at that moment. But now, Team 9 still has 205 people. The Federation still has 97 people. The Empire only has 63 people left, and judging by appearances, some of them, like those 3 just now, don't even have a guaranteed win against a group of 1. This year's Federation is an extremely tough nut to crack. Get out of the way. Adwit, leading Team 21's 4 last remaining members, is making a final, desperate struggle. If even one person survives to the end, the flag points belong to Team 21. Of course, if they can't hold on, then the flag will be given to the Federation as a favor. It's better to stick with what you know. Just when he thought his faction match was about to end abruptly under Xiao Yu's chillingly sharp long sword. Ting! At the last moment, the sword was blocked. Standing before him was a 2-meter-tall, ice blue mech. The Wind God Flying Blade. Are you alright? I'm fine. Protecting VIP clients is the first principle of doing business. If you don't want to fight anymore, go stay with Lox. It's safe there. Huh? Adwit was taken aback. This match? Is it appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Su Xiong even felt that Adwit was good in every way, except he lacked the awareness of a VIP client. It made him feel uneasy taking so much money. Didn't you pay? Service until the end of the match. Brother, everyone thought it was a joke, but you really went all the way. The Federation is so busy with competitions and making money. But even with only 5 people left, we still have to fight. If we just coast through and go back, we'd be drowned in the spittle of our fellow countrymen. We want to contribute. Okay, just call me. Adwit swore this was the best money he ever spent. Su Xiong? The dark blue mech opposite him clearly recognized him. You know me? Yes, the Federation's number 1. After a brief standoff, the tense atmosphere suddenly eased. Now that you mention it, it seems so he. Right? He's number 1 in the nation overall, even more impressive than Ah Ting. He almost forgotten about it. No, when someone achieves success, they should show it off a bit, otherwise they forget their glorious achievements in time. He go back and have the director think about it carefully, and write a biography of Su Zi. It will record how he went from being a bottom-ranked F-class student to number 1 in the nation. Anyone else can skip this book, but not Alice. Yes. That's it. Alice, listen to this. She even knows I'm number 1 in the Federation. I'm a celebrity. Alice, did you hear that? Me. Number 1 in the Federation. Su Xiong. Xiao Yu thought Su Xiong probably had some mental issues. She just mentioned his name, and he's already acting like this. He seemed pretty outgoing in the national competition, but this shamelessness now. Are you sure he's number 1 in the Federation? Omega, shall you? It's an honor to meet you. Please. A new conflict begins. This is the Susu I know. We can't let him steal the spotlight all the time. He needs to be a bit silly and a bit foolish, otherwise I feel unbalanced. You bunch of fake fans. Ha ha ha. Don't forget your roots, you're a comedian. Spreading joy and love. Alice heard this, but she was busy scoring points. If she couldn't be number 1 in the country, she'd be number 1 in the interstellar world. She calculated that no matter the team score, her individual score would definitely be in the top 3. Once the competition is over, she can finally sit on Su Xiang's head and shit. Right now, she can't alert him. Let that silly Chun continue to have his fun for a while. She guessed half right. She wasn't just in the top 3, she was number 1. 801 points, dominating the competition. She broke the international individual scoring record that had stood for centuries. The previous record was 503 points. Second place went to Su Xiang, with 432 points. Third place went to Fujiwara Hideaki, with 421 points. A truly dominant number 1. This was also because later on, unable to kill the star beasts, she could only score points based on kills. Otherwise, she could have scored over 2,000. The match continued, the entire area filled with the roar of artillery and billowing smoke. Fujiwara Hideaki led Abyss Team 3 and Akaji Squad, a total of 30 men, to snipe Gu Zhanting. Go! 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 Full force on the left flank. Defend the right flank, he's about to break through. Push forward. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Surround him. Surround him. This guy must be taken down. Can't you guys see? How come you can't even stop one person? Young master, it's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. We've been fighting for half an hour, and you haven't even scratched him, yet you expect to block his attacks? The most important thing is to know your own limitations. This 4S. We really can't handle this. Ting, time's almost up. Okay. The moment Toledo finished speaking, everyone sensed Gu Zhanting's change in attitude. His speed was so fast even the equipment couldn't keep up. Where is he? Here he comes. Block. Defend. But against true light speed, all attacks and defenses seemed so powerless. Team 2, Empire, Adams eliminated. Team 2, Empire, Klovik eliminated. Team 23, Omega, Shakira eliminated. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 9, points plus 1. Team 11, points plus 1. Chapter 415. Nangong, take the battle flags and leave. Fu Jiwei knew they couldn't wait any longer. The current situation was the most difficult one the Empire had ever faced. Since the 9 armies pressed in, Nangong Ling had already retreated to 5 kilometers west of the camp. Their 10-man squad carried 4 battle flags, supposedly just in case. But no one expected that, with such a 1 in a million chance, they would actually be prepared. At this moment, Nangong Ling's eyes were bloodshot. A major problem had arisen on the field. His mind raced, meticulously calculating the battle situation on all sides. Scattered fragments coalesced. The heads of the 2 teams, especially the Empire's teammates, were being eliminated too quickly. They hadn't faced each other directly, but the speed of elimination terrified him. The commander-in-chief felt they couldn't hold on any longer and needed to protect the battle flags. Had the Empire already reached this point? How could this be? However, no one could answer his question in a few words. For members of the battle flag squad were from the Empire, and the other 3 teams each had 2 members. Deng Zhuo, the vice-captain of Team 23 Omega, was also present. What seemed like an insurmountable situation turned into a sudden, dramatic shift. He didn't miss the sudden seriousness in Nangong Ling's eyes, who had appeared calm on the surface. This is bad? Very bad. Go! Before the others could react, Nangong Ling decisively gave the order. The 10-person team, in their mechs carrying 4 battle flags, began their retreat. Breaking news, Empire evacuates. Empire emergency transfer of battle flags. Empire collapse? From full-scale defense to strategic retreat? The Federation's ironclad forces grow stronger with each battle. Expert commentary on the Empire's evacuation. Pessimism could lead to strategic collapse. Empire's chances of victory plummet. A 50-50 match between the Federation and the Empire? The military academy battle may usher in an epic change. The media exploded, the audience went wild, and the delegations fell silent. For the first time ever, the Empire was forced to abandon its camp and flee. This was the Ring of 1,000 Stars, where the Empire held a significant home field advantage. The current battle lacked the assistance of star beasts and the use of cunning tactics. It was a pure contest of strength, man versus man, under these conditions. In less than 8 hours, the commander-in-chief ordered an emergency relocation of the battle flags. That meant, at least Fu Jiwei himself judged, they might lose. This thought exploded like a supernova, sweeping across the entire interstellar space. All factions were dumbfounded. The Empire was still the same Empire, but was the Federation still the same Federation? No one dared to believe the Empire could lose, but everything seemed to be developing in the most unpredictable direction. Imperial Military Headquarters, Supreme Strategic Meeting. All the high-ranking officials watched the live broadcast of the competition in silence. All SSS-rank personnel, dozens of star students, 3 Abyss squads, the most advanced tactical system, the most expensive mech equipment. How could a seemingly invincible hand have turned into this? Fujiwara's chest churned with rage, unable to be vented. Because his own genius son was also on the field, leading the number 30 elite soldier, and was utterly defeated by Gu Zhanting. Who could he blame? Blaming his son was still blaming the father, wasn't it? We need to be prepared, Fu Yuan said. In this situation, the Federation hadn't even revealed its trump cards yet, but the Empire's decline was already evident. Victory and defeat are common in war. Accepting victory and defeat with equanimity is the mark of a great power. There's no first time, but we must face the first time. The Empire will still be the Empire, but after the Federation's full rise, what should the Empire do? That's the question a leader should be considering. Fushi darted across the arena like a golden flash, heads falling rapidly in his wake. Why? Why can't 30 SSS-rank fighters surround him? Kato, you on the right, I on the left. Firing the miniature collapse bomb. Roger. Fujiwara Hideaki was frantic. Why was a 4S-rank fighter so difficult to defeat? He had come to establish his authority. Only by taking down Gu Zhanting could he suppress Fu Jiwei and Nangang Ling, giving the Fujiwara family more influence at the top. Therefore, he brought his entire Abyss squad, plus 10 members from the Akagi Military Academy. All of them were top-tier fighters, elites among elites, just to take down this one person, but almost an hour had passed, and he hadn't even touched the hem of his opponent's clothes. Fushi's speed was so fast it hurt his eyes. What kind of person is this Gu Zhanting? He wasn't like this last year either, so he decided to go himself. The miniature collapse bomb's explosive yield was at the maximum allowable threshold for the competition. This was the strongest weapon he could use against Gu Zhanting. Full team crossfire coverage of the target area. Block all his escape routes. Kato, you break in. Gu Zhanting had already taken down 8 out of 30 men. The remaining 20 began to interweave fire to suppress Shia's movements, controlling it within a limited area. Now, Kato! Kato had no ranged attacks. Given Gu Zhanting's speed, ranged attacks were essentially useless. There was only one way for the collapse bomb to accurately hit its target. Kato's mecha, Kyoheim, seized the opportunity to rush behind Gu Zhanting. He didn't attack Shiha immediately, but instead extended 8 long legs, tightly gripping Shia's limbs and torso. Gu Zhanting is entangled. What is he going to do? In the observation hall, Lu Chum already sensed something was wrong. Stop! No! Boom! A blinding white light suddenly tore through the battlefield, followed by a massive mushroom cloud carrying a scorching heatwave that shot into the sky. In that instant, all the figures fighting on the field seemed to have been paused. Blades hung in midair, cannons drooped, even breathing was clearly audible. The Empire's people were also shocked. Fu Jiwei rushed out of the tent alone. She was filled with unease. Could the Fujiwara family really be trying to use the competition to kill Gu Zhanting? Take down 4S, swallow the Federation. This is a military academy battle. It will cause international disputes, even war. No. Absolutely not. Given the Federation's strength, it would only result in mutual destruction. If only she had known, no matter the pressure, she wouldn't have entrusted Abyss Team 3 to Fujiwara Hideaki. The arena fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The Imperial cadets were on pins and needles. They hadn't been told they were going to fight the Federation to the death. Nor had they been told they were going to kill Gu Zhanting. Had Kato eaten a poisonous mushroom? However, the Federation cadets, the ones involved, showed no reaction whatsoever. No fear, no panic, no worry. That was Shiha. Even if she couldn't dodge it, could she not withstand the explosion? The instant the explosion occurred, a golden 5-pointed star flashed past, tightly enveloping Shiha within it. The Quantum 5 Elements defense array could withstand an explosion of 500 tons. The developers themselves had conducted live-fire tests multiple times. As for the specific scenarios in which these tests were conducted, that was not for outsiders to know. And this miniature collapse bomb was approximately 150 tons. It was equivalent to setting off a giant firecracker. Of course, no blast injuries didn't mean there were no other damages. As the smoke cleared at the epicenter of the explosion, Kyle and Kato were both torn to pieces. Shiha, though bearing numerous scratches, remained intact, its skeletal structure undamaged, even the deck undeformed. The only sound throughout the arena was Gu Zhanting's incessant grumbling. What the hell did that thing throw? My ears are going to go deaf. He had finally managed to calm his ears from the loud bang. He glanced at Kato, who was barely clinging to life at his feet. What are you doing? It's just a game, not a death game. He threw the bomb. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't foul. Chapter 416. When the Federation competes, they always stop short of direct confrontation. Their guns are never pointed at ordinary people. The higher the rank of a top warrior like Gu Zhanting, the less likely they are to trample on life. But the Empire? Was this intentional? Surface protective paint were 3.5%. 3 layers of repair required. Big Qianyu, Shiha is scratched so much. It needs to be repainted. You could tell that little 11 was extremely aggrieved. Shiha didn't get many opportunities to appear, and now it's even damaged in battle. It's okay, this is easy to repair. Little Schwanzi in the stands proudly puffed out her chest. The Quantum 5 Elements defense array, she and Samir worked on it together. Designed specifically for mechs, it's the ultimate barrier for a warrior's life. But the soundproofing issue definitely needs improvement. The entire star network was stunned. A collapsed bullet hitting him squarely on the forehead, and he's still standing and talking? Wait a minute, KO next door is almost dead. Gu Zhanting is completely unharmed, and Shiha is almost undamaged. He seemed a bit angry, and quickened his harvesting pace. You gone too far. As everyone knows, Gu Zhanting, the 11th disciple of the Xianxing sect, is only a naive and innocent character within the sect. Team 2, Empire, Rukawa Sakura eliminated. Team 2, Empire, Omar eliminated. Team 23, Omega, Diggo eliminated. Team 9, points +1. Team 9, points +1. Team 11, points +1. In the observation hall, Lu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. If Gu Zhanting really had an accident on Empire territory in this way, he would be impossible to escape the blame for. He turned to look at Li Yuanbo seriously, promising firmly, we will investigate. The other man's face was no longer playful. It was now filled with a chilling intensity. You better not. Although he knew his son wouldn't be hurt, it didn't mean he wouldn't be angry. The reason the Federation didn't immediately erupt was that they knew something about the internal situation of the Empire. In the current Empire, the Uji people were a veritable privileged class. And the Fujiwara family was at the very top of that class. Judging from Fujiwei's expression, she was unaware of the situation, and it probably wasn't Fu Yuan's faction's doing. It's also possible that the Fujiwara family wanted to act, but only wanted to win the competition, and something went wrong. Li Yuan would guess part of it. The Fujiwara family did want Gu Zhanting. But he had to be alive. They themselves hadn't expected the suicide attack to happen. This sudden turn of events sparked a massive online discussion. It's just a competition. Is it really necessary? Has the Empire been infected by Tianyin? What kind of suicide attack is this? You're soldiers, not terrorists. Only country bumpkins like to fight to the death. We city folks know when to stop. Can you stop insulting country bumpkins? Learn from the Federation. Do you really understand the spirit of competition? Do you understand the professional ethics of soldiers? This isn't something our empire started, is it? Hasn't Tianyin always done this? So you think it's right? Why don't you learn the good stuff? You only learn the dregs of other countries. It's just a competition. It feels like they're aiming to kill people. Well, you see the essence of the matter, isn't it? They just want to take over the Federation's 4S? That way, only one major power will have 4S in the future. That's it. No need to worry about strategic balance anymore. From now on, we can rest easy. Don't say that lightly. Even in a competition, ammunition usage is regulated, just like the Federation Star Beast Alliance combat units. We didn't break the rules. Look closely. Fujiwei rushed out without even using her mecha. Clearly, she didn't know this would happen. That further illustrates the problem. She, as the commander-in-chief, can't control the situation. Could the Empire's current predicament be due to internal discord? Internal discord, that's not entirely wrong. But the way things turned out, it doesn't really have much to do with the Empire itself. Although I'm from the Empire, I think Kato is from Uji, so it makes sense. Yeah, those who know, know. How dare you? Whatever the Uji Lord does is right. You commoners shouldn't talk so much nonsense. What did we Uji people do to you? Why are you being so sarcastic? I shut up, afraid the celestial dragons will come through the internet and kill me with collapse bombs. %7% hashtag asterisk and Uji people, stop it, go back to your homeland, don't come here to wreak havoc on the Empire. We were originally brothers with the Federation. During the Zerg War, the two interstellar heroes saved so many people. You're just being nosy. This caused an uproar online. The Federation has always had a good reputation, and in this match, they helped and saved people, so their public image is perfect. Kato's earth-shattering explosion not only sent him flying, but also splattered blood all over the Empire's face. Empire. Reputation ruined. Initially, it was the Federation and the Empire arguing, but others couldn't stand it and joined in criticizing the Empire. Then it escalated into an internal Empire-wide argument, with everyone collectively attacking the Uji people. But some people remained oblivious. Imperial Military Headquarters, Supreme Strategic Meeting. Fujiwara Sawa stared intently at Fujiwara Hideaki's next move on the screen. Fujiwara, shouldn't you explain the current situation? Explain what? It's just a normal match, using compliant ammunition to attack the opponent, right? What's wrong with that? If Gu Zhanting dies in this match, what do you think the Federation Military Headquarters will do? Song asked. We don't need to do anything. Tomorrow, the Empire will cease to exist. The most terrifying force is right here on your field. But in reality, if the Xianxing sect didn't exist, then, with Gu Zhanting dead, all the Federation's legions would immediately assemble. A war between great powers is imminent. Tomorrow morning, it's the Proxima Centauri Interstellar War. That's because they lacked magnanimity. The competition was all about signing death warrants. Fujiwara Sawa did want Gu Zhanting, but not a dead Gu Zhanting. Kato, more trouble than good. Fu Yuan noticed the fleeting pentagram halo during the explosion. Something protected Shiha. Could it be related to the strange runes and energy on Tian Shu? That's the key point. What could withstand a 150-ton explosion at such close range? Its defensive power even surpasses the strongest defensive matrix. It's something entirely new. Something that common sense and science can't explain. Fujiwara, come back. Fu Jiwei, worried that the situation would worsen and affect the international situation, ran all the way from the camp to the battlefield. However, some people were unmoved. Fujiwara Hideaki rushed forward, another miniature collapse bomb in his hand. He was already fired up. He refused to believe that the mech was tougher than his ammunition. But in a head-on confrontation, Gu Zhanting wouldn't give him any chance. He channeled his spiritual power and, with lightning speed, snatched the miniature collapse bomb. He quickly stuffed it into the gap in the mech's chest cavity, slammed it down, and packed it in. Then, he dodged. Boom! Now it's all good, the Empire's troubles are resolved. Fujiwara Sawa jumped up from his stool. His fists bulged with veins, his eyes fixed on the screen. Hideaki. Ammunition compliant, normal competition, I believe you can accept this result. Fu Yuan said indifferently. The smoke cleared, leaving only the shattered mech and the bloodied Fujiwara Hideaki. Fu Jiwei breathed a sigh of relief. At least, this incident gave the Federation some explanation. Throughout the Empire, from civilians to soldiers, the vast majority shared the same belief. Civil war between humans should never exist. Moreover, the opponent was their comrades, who had fought alongside them against the Zerg, those they had entrusted with their lives. Chapter 417. Team 2, Empire, Kato Junji eliminated. Team 2, Empire, Fujiwara Hideaki eliminated. Team 23, Sioya eliminated. Sia eliminated? Who did it? Federal Su Xiong. The Federation is so strong, really so strong. The scales of victory seem to have tipped to the other side, at this moment, with all 7 battle flags still intact. The Empire's elite soldiers, the core figures believed to have survived to the end, began to be eliminated one by one, their numbers steadily decreasing. Team 2, 64 members, Team 2, 45 members, Team 23, 12 members, Team 25, 5 members, Team 27, 2 members. Team 9, 83 members, Team 9, 83 members, Team 11, 12 members, Team 21, 3 members. Of the 9 teams, 83 members, 75 are from the Federation. This year's Federation is unbelievably strong. Terrifyingly strong. It seems no storm can shake their momentum. On the final day of the competition, there are less than 3 hours left. Many of them are still in the same condition as on the first day. Speed, power, and agility are undiminished. There is no sign of fatigue or sluggishness. Win or lose, we must accept it calmly. Fu Yuan knows the outcome is already decided. In the vast star field of Proxima Centauri, the Empire has existed for over 400 years. For over 400 years, the Empire has been the undisputed hegemon. Shame breeds courage. Only by bravely accepting defeat can progress be made. Of course, nothing will change because of the outcome of a single competition. The Empire remains the Empire. An empire forged with the blood, effort, and sweat of countless people. However, some didn't want the competition to end. Suddenly, without warning, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Something terrifying seemed to be sweeping in from afar. The monitoring aircraft flashed red, and a sharp alarm blared on the public channel. Highest red alert. Confirmed energy fluctuations of the Super S-Class Star Beast Tide. All combat units must immediately initiate emergency evacuation procedures. Repeat, all combat units evacuate immediately. Attention! This is not a drill. All personnel evacuate immediately. It was too late. There was no need to wait. The original 2,000 Star Beast army was only a few kilometers away, and the dark, overwhelming horde was visibly swooping down. The leader, Batu, was no longer the gentle and kind figure he once was. His eyes had become fierce vertical pupils, burning with a violent, murderous light. The tidal wave of beasts, carrying a storm of death, charged forward with a chilling, all-consuming momentum. Xianyu, junior brother, save them. Now! Roger. Rewind 5 minutes. Among the students, someone crushed a pill. It was a potent beast-attracting pill. But the taste and preparation method were different from those of the Xianqing sect. Strictly speaking, it was different from the common methods of cultivation sects. It had a bloody smell, the aura of demonic cultivators. When Shuren discovered it, the alarm sounded simultaneously. This wasn't an ordinary beast tide, but an epic beast tide where high-level star beasts gathered, their level and number 10 or even 100 times more terrifying than a normal beast tide. Moreover, other star beasts nearby were following the scent, continuously arriving. Its destructive power would only intensify over time. Batu, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Little Jean. My little Jean, I always had the best faith in you. Stinky baby, wake up. It's your mother. Michaela, what's wrong with you all, my baby? Alice rushed to the front of the beast horde, shouting as she retreated, trying to persuade and tame the beasts. Unfortunately, to no avail. Fine. Not a single one can be hurt. Shuren was the only one who could still laugh in this situation. Luckily, they were star beasts, not spirit beasts, otherwise she would have had to hide at this scale. Therefore, the Xianqing sect had to both defuse the beast tide and prevent the Empire's army from attacking the star beasts to rescue people or for self-defense. That meant speed was crucial. The speed of rescuing people had to exceed the speed at which the rescue teams could organize an attack. The beast horde stretched horizontally for several kilometers, seemingly endless, charging from south to north. Countless monitoring aircraft in the air were shattered by the impact. The earth groaned under the trampling of the beast horde, and Xianqing sect disciples swept across the battlefield like wisps of smoke. Everyone. West slope. Full speed ahead, evacuate. Before the words were even finished, Fu Jiwei's vision blurred, and Shihi's mechanical fingers gripped her shoulder armor. She hadn't even had time to open the mecha before she was hauled 100 meters into the air. But it wasn't over yet. Before her, a swarm of flying star beasts, like a black storm tearing through the sky, roared so violently they shook the very soul. In that life-or-death moment, whoosh! Shihi activated its full power, the mecha transforming into a golden streak of light, carrying Fu Jiwei as it hurtled backward from the center of the black tide. She looked back, still shaken. The ground beneath her feet, the Empire's central camp, was now razed to the ground. Shihi? Gu Zhanting, the Federation had saved her. West, on the hillside 5 kilometers away. Xianyu. His mech is damaged. Mo Zhang's mech was damaged in the battle, but now, it was too late. Go! Don't worry about me. Hearing the voice, Luban Puppet rushed over at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Disconnect? Quick! Mo Zhang followed the instruction and disconnected the mental link. Sun Qianyu smashed the hatch with a hammer, pulling him out and grabbing him. Go! The rescue ship had just landed, and before all the rescue could be completed, the horde of beasts arrived. Just in time, the Empire's instructor Yunzhou and Xiaoya, who had just been eliminated but hadn't been taken away, were left behind. The Horde's iron hooves were close at hand. Just when they thought they were doomed, suddenly an ice blue mech grabbed the two. With a whoosh, it rushed towards the western hillside. Feng Lian? Su Xiang. Until Yuan San, piloting Xianming, dragged the last two trainees onto the hillside. Over 100 trainees, whether they rescued themselves or were rescued, were all taken to high ground in the distance. Is everyone here? Team 2. Team 9. Team 11. Everyone's here. Everyone's here. Phew? Thank goodness. Yunzhou suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the trainees are all right. The beast tide came too fast and too suddenly. Looking at the place where the battle had just taken place, it was already submerged by the black tide. The boundless beast tide was still rushing forward with all its might. A narrow escape. Just now, the Federation's reaction speed was so fast. Their movements were so skillful. As the instructor who witnessed the whole thing, he had thought the Federation was one of the strongest among the trainees. Just now, his reaction wasn't even as fast as the Federation's trainees. But the crisis wasn't completely over. Wait, that direction. Fu Jiwei looked in the direction the beast horde had rushed out. That was the route the flag team had taken. She heard a girl calmly giving instructions. Guhan, Siren, Yueying, rescue them. Let's go together. Fu Jiwei wanted to lead a rescue team. After all, they were teammates from the Empire. You guys stay here. Wait, I get a rescue team. It's too dangerous. It's alright, instructor. Leave it to us. Outsiders wouldn't be able to make a difference in the Xianqing sect. Shuren's expression was gentle, but her tone left no room for argument. Yunzhou nodded subconsciously. It seemed like listening to her was the right thing to do. Guhan and the others' mechs immediately took off, flying towards the direction of the second flag squad. Su detained Fujiwara Masashige. He used a beast-attracting drug. Chapter 418. What? Beast-attracting drug? Everyone gasped, their eyes flashing with shock and doubt. What's a beast-attracting drug? Is the beast tide related to the beast-attracting drug? There's a drug that can trigger a star beast rampage? Of course. The beasts are so well behaved. They wouldn't have suddenly gone berserk without the drug. You're so mean. Alice, seeing the others still trying to struggle, punched Fujiwara Masashige without a word, making him see stars. If any of the beasts are injured, I take full responsibility. No sis. Shouldn't you worry about us first? You tricked me like this last time, and I even got a disciplinary action. Fujiwara Masashige tried to argue, but Alice didn't give him a chance to speak, giving him a sound beating. Su Xiang immediately subdued Fujiwara Yuki, who was also trying to resist. The others were still completely bewildered. Could a beast tide be artificially induced? You Fujiwara family, you're really something. Fu Jiwei finally couldn't hold back, pointing the finger directly at the Fujiwara family. The Empire and the Federation's Fujiwara family were essentially one family, with an incredibly close relationship. How could the events of today be unrelated? This mess involves both the Empire and the Federation. But the biggest root of the problem likely lies with Tianyin. Qianyu, guard this place. Roger. Alice, Yang Cheng, Samir, Shui Lingling, come with me. Shuren led the group to prepare to leave. Wait, where are you going? The rescue team is almost here. Yunzhou panicked. The situation was already this bad. They couldn't afford to let any more students get hurt. We must stop the beast tide. Shuren stood there quietly, uttering a single sentence. It was as if they were talking about something as trivial as eating and drinking, yet it sent chills down everyone's spines. Now everyone noticed. When the incident occurred, the first to launch a rescue were all from the Federation, and the one who gave the order was the girl before them. Who is she? What's her name? What is her status in the Federation? She seemed to have been absent from the previous battles, but she was directing all the rescue efforts just now. She even captured Fujiwara Masashige. Fu Jiwei was now certain of her suspicions. The Federation's spiritual leader was none other than Shuren, hidden in the shadows. Who is she? Shuren from the Federation. Shuren. 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 This name echoed in the minds of all the trainees present. I'm wondering, how can we stop such a beast tide? Yes, can a beast tide be stopped? But inexplicably, they believed Shuren's words. Calling Command Center. Calling Rescue Ship 1. All trainees have evacuated. A total of 154 people, including myself. Current coordinates, 34.0533 degrees north, 118.2458 degrees east, on the hillside west of the arena. In a valley 30 kilometers to the west, Nandong Ling led a 10-person team, escorting the battle flag. The earth began to tremble, growing stronger as it approached. He sensed something was wrong and switched from walking to full-speed flight. The team was in the valley, and it was difficult to determine which direction would lead them away from the danger zone in a short time. Intuition told him to go uphill. Faster! Up the mountain! But the beast tide came too fast and too fiercely. At the critical moment, several unfamiliar mechs suddenly appeared, grabbed the group, and flew them in the opposite direction. Visibly, the beast horde instantly engulfed the valley. Even 2 minutes later, all 10 of them would have been mincemeat. A beast horde? How could there be a beast horde? Federal mechs? Who are you? Guhan. It really was someone from the Federation who saved them. By the time Nandong reacted, they had already been brought back to the hillside west of the arena. Nandong. Commander-in-Chief. Are you alright? Captain Xiaoya. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Less than half an hour later, the 2 allied flag squads were brought back unharmed. Also brought back were their 4 flags. The Federation's actions are too thorough. Ah! Siren, you brought this back too? In case the competition continues. At such a crucial moment, you still have the energy to worry about the competition. Is the competition even important? The championship trophy is completely insignificant compared to the Federation's rescue. The atmosphere on this scene was extremely awkward. They were originally adversaries, locked in a fierce battle, and suddenly things turned out like this. The Federation not only saved people, but even saved the battle flag. Such noble character makes everyone else seem so lowly. Nandong Ling finally figured out what was going on. The beast-attracting medicine caused the beast tide? The Federation saved you, then rushed over to save us? And then 5 people said they went to stop the beast tide? He recognized every word, but put them together, he couldn't understand, especially the last sentence. 5 people went to stop the beast tide. Listen to this, is this even human language? A beast tide of this magnitude, even 500,000 people might not be enough. How to stop it? Stop it with their lives? Use love to influence them? Persuade and educate them? Subdue the beast with virtue? Subduing beasts with virtue? Martial virtue? Sun Qianyu casually interjected, and he was serious, but the others heard it differently. Brother, are you serious? Those are your people. It's this late, and you're still trying to be clever? Such an outrageous thing, and you just let them do whatever they want? Has the Federation eaten poisonous mushrooms too? Didn't you stop them? Well, given the situation at the time, Shuren said it should be okay. Fu Jiwei also felt that it didn't make sense at all now. But what was wrong with her brain back then? Why didn't she desperately stop them? Oh, it's okay, they'd be back in a bit. The Federation people were the most relaxed. Now Yunzhou, Fu Jiwei, and Nandong Ling all felt that the Federation truly had seen the world. Calling Command Center. Calling Rescue Ship 1. Current rescue point, 160 people. 5 Federation cadets are going to intercept the beast tide. The command center breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that everyone had evacuated, but it seemed something strange had infiltrated. 5 people? Intercepting the beast horde. Yunzhou, did you eat poisonous mushrooms too? Requesting emergency support or evacuation plan. Over. We probably don't need rescue. We can retreat first. Sun Qianyu spoke evasively. He wasn't worried about his own people's safety, but he was afraid of being exposed and having trouble explaining later. People who aren't good at lying are most afraid of having to cover up their lies. On the other side, Shuren and his group of 5 put away their mechs halfway through, switching to cultivation mode. In less than an hour, the beast horde had already covered over 100 kilometers. Once the beast tide reaches this level, it's no longer swayed by the will of even 1 or 2 star beasts. Madness, ferocity, murderous intent, unstoppable force, crushing everything in its path. Even a brief moment of lucidity couldn't halt their advance. Because behind them lay an endless sea of beasts, a single step slower, and they would be trampled into mincemeat, leaving no trace. The tragedy lay here. The leaders, Batu, Kayla, Little Gold, were the first to be affected, perhaps because Alice had fed them purifying liquid and radiation-free food, and thus they were the first to awaken. The problem was, the beasts were awake, but they couldn't stop. The beasts were going to die. Who the hell was so cruel? Drugging the beasts had truly had the worst luck imaginable, and they were still charging in the front row. Wah! Help! Chapter 419. The 5 beasts led the way, running and crying wildly. Just then, a voice, bringing a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow, echoed from the sky. Batu. Xiao Jin. Kayla. Ah! The female demon is here. Help! Wait for me to save you. Hold on. Hurry, female demon. The beast's legs are numb. They can't run anymore. Kayla has also sprained her ankle, limping but daring not to stop for a moment. Shurin and the others rush forward for another 10 kilometers. Samir, help me set up the formation. Master isn't here. We can't let the sect leader down. He pulled out his equipment from his spatial storage and began setting up the array's core. Star banners, star core fragments, innate spiritual materials, sun star eyes, moon star nets, compasses. Sect master, all complete. The night was as dark as ink, the wilderness devoid of light, save for a cold crescent moon hanging in the sky and the distant tremors. A clear, steady female voice pierced the night. Southeast position, wind rises. Southwest position, fire appears. Thunder position, thunder arrives. Southwest position, earth is solidified. Mountain position, mountain is sealed. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning words became law. The cold, hard combat uniform could not conceal her goddess-like figure. The steady voice gradually rose in volume. All the stars in the heavens, heed my command. The main banner arrays the Milky Way. The secondary banner illuminates the 8 wastelands. Sun and moon, twin stars guard their positions. Billions of gods and demons transform stars into arrays. Open! Countless star banners suddenly rose from the ground, standing in midair, emitting dazzling white light, weaving into a net of light in the night sky. The hibiscus tree blazed with the raging flames of a golden crow, and the dew of the laurel tree condensed into the frost of an ice phoenix. All the banners trembled simultaneously, and the array patterns spread like living things. The main banner shot out dazzling beams of light that connected, while the secondary banners released fine silver threads to fill them, instantly forming a star cage that enveloped the heavens and the earth. The shimmering cage stretched out, covering the farthest reaches, all the way to the edge of the beast tide. Formation complete. It's here. The black tide surged in, the painful howls of the star beasts echoing across the land. Little 9. The divine beast guarded the battlefield. The night suddenly froze. 9 fiery tails slowly unfurled like crimson lotus flames. Crimson demonic flames ignited from the void, illuminating the entire battlefield like a dream. Vertical pupils snapped open, seemingly reflecting the ancient stars, accompanied by a low, beastly roar from the ends of time and space. Roar! The might of the divine beast. Disperse. Stop! The voice shattered in the silent night like ice shards falling to the ground. 2 words as light as a feather, yet they caused countless star beasts to tremble violently, their crimson pupils suddenly contracting. The 9 tails swayed gently, each hair radiating the absolute pressure of a god. A sliver of clarity finally appeared in the chaotic eyes of the star beasts, then transformed into utter terror. It was as if the million-strong beast horde behind them was merely a bluff. The fiery red figure before them was the true source of fear. Lingling. Received. She took out the Taishu soul-suppressing pill, crushed it into powder, and used her spiritual power to transform the pill into mist. Wind spirit technique, 1,000 threads guiding. The pill mist, carried by the wind, scattered into every corner of the beast horde. The beast horde finally awoke. Their pace began to slow down considerably. Shurin wanted more than just to stop the beast horde. She wanted to minimize their injuries. Otherwise, why go through all this trouble? Final step. Star orbit reversal lock, all spirits forbidden. Heavenly secrets obscure the sun, time, and space freeze. Seal. In an instant, golden chains shot out from the star banner, ancient restrictive runes inscribed on the chains, emitting dazzling light. Chains crisscrossed, forming a vast, all-encompassing net of laws that bound the roaring star beasts. Divine beast pressure. Array sealing. Elixirs and soul-forming pills, a 3-pronged attack. Thousands of star beasts submitted beneath their feet. The beast tide stopped. The epic beast tide, stretching for hundreds of kilometers across the mountains and plains, finally halted its advance. The rescue team was struck by flying star beasts at the very first moment of the tide, forced to evacuate immediately. Fortunately, none of the trainees were injured. But their good fortune was compounded by a report from the ground that 5 people had gone to stop the beast tide. The captain of rescue ship number 1, Asgard, who was also the commander of the cloud boat, was utterly bewildered. What the hell? 5 people? Like a mantis trying to stop a planet-destroying cannon? He ordered the other rescue ships to the rescue point to confirm the trainees' safety, while he led 3 rescue ships to search for the 5 people from the outer perimeter. The rescue team, being in the midst of it, truly felt the power of the beast tide. It's terrifying. I never seen a beast tide of this scale before. I guess this is the only time I ever see one. There's never been such a terrifying beast tide in history. An S-class beast tide, the number of level 1 star beasts doesn't even exceed 100. This level must be beyond S-class. The rescue ships dared only to stay far away, not daring to approach at all. They didn't even dare to make too much noise, for fear that the beast horde would turn on them. Yunzhou said the beast tide was caused by the students taking drugs? Is that possible? I don't know. I never heard of any drug that can cause a beast tide. If the drug is real, the high-level star beast horde led by the Federation happened to be nearby. As soon as the drug was released, they arrived very quickly. That makes sense. So, the Star Beast Alliance's combat units are a double-edged sword. But the ones rescuing people are also from the Federation. The ones saying they stopped the beast tide are also from the Federation. Asgard's expression gradually turned serious. This matter had far exceeded the control of the rescue team, the organizers, and even the military. With this method of searching, even if they found the people, they couldn't save them. Why act without authorization? Even if all the troops from Qingwu Pass were mobilized for a beast tide of this level, they couldn't withstand it head-on. They could only divide and conquer it. What are these 5 people doing? They should know when to play the hero. Suddenly, for some reason, Asgard's heart skipped a beat. Immediately afterward, a team member shouted, "Sir! The beast horde! The beast horde has stopped!" It really stopped. What happened? Following behind, the rescue team watched helplessly as the roaring, charging beast horde slowly slowed down. Finally, they stopped advancing. Was there a net of light just now? It flashed by. Did you see it? Some saw it, some didn't. It was just a fleeting moment, impossible to trace. Only the recording equipment detected faint energy fluctuations before the herd stopped. But this was a beast tide, inherently chaotic, and couldn't be used as evidence. The rescue team followed the herd forward, cautiously approaching. Good news. The beast tide had indeed stopped. The violent chaos in the star beast's eyes was replaced by clarity and gentleness. Their expression was exactly the same as when the Federation led them. Why did they suddenly stop? What happened up ahead? The star beasts all faced the same direction, as if in reflection and worship. Strange things happen every year, but this year there seemed to be more than usual. Asgard continued forward, finally finding the end of the herd. Star beasts covered the mountains and plains, surrounding a loud, booming voice in the very center. Alice's voice was stern and pained as she reprimanded, "You can't even withstand a little bit of the medicine. Don't go out and say you're my child. It's too embarrassing. How many times have I told you? The most important thing for my beasts is to resist bad temptations. And you, stand up straight. Little Gold. At ease. Attention. Hands up. You're the one running in the lead. Although no one or beast was injured, we still suffered huge losses. Do you know? We almost won the race just now. We were so close. I still have 3 commercials to read." Chapter 420. Alice pounded her chest in frustration. That easily attainable 15 million. Now, well, it's all ruined. See, you were all wrong, weren't you? The 5 leaders stood at attention, looking aggrieved, listening intently to Alice's reprimand. Behind them, a large group of star beasts didn't dare breathe. The beasts couldn't understand what the humans were saying, but they listened. The beasts didn't understand hierarchy or order, they only instinctively knew that the aura emanating from the red fox was utterly annihilating. And, 8th brother. Were you wrong? Huh? How is this also my fault? Alice looked at Yang Cheng's expression as if to say, what else could it be? Fine, the beast's fault is my fault. I will definitely strengthen my ideological and anti-drug education in the future, and never give the enemy an opportunity. Actually, what he wanted to say was, the beast's fault. How could this escalate to the level of a peak master? But this is Alice, don't try to reason with her, her reasoning is the only true reasoning. Among the tens of thousands of star beasts, the only sounds in the silence were the voices of these 2. This scene, this conversation, was simply too bizarre. Asgard rubbed his eyes 3 times. He slapped his head hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming. You saw it too? Yes, we saw Alice Yang from the Federation, educating the star beasts. Seeing someone arrive, Xiao Jiao immediately retreated into his spatial dimension. The rescue ship circled several times in the distance, only daring to land after confirming it was truly safe. Asgard had never been so confused in his life. What on earth was going on? How could the beast horde appear and then disappear so suddenly? The 5 people stood unharmed before the horde of beasts, one of the girls still incessantly lecturing, scolding the star beasts. Could this really be some kind of persuasive lecture? You're kidding me. She must be dreaming. He led his fully armed team, cautiously approaching. Although individual equipment was useless against a horde of this size, having guns at least gave them some peace of mind. Sir! We're here! This shout nearly scared the rescue team to death, my little devils. You're not afraid of death, but we are. His biggest fear right now was being torn to shreds by the Star Beast horde for stepping out with his left foot first. But the anticipated conflict didn't happen. The horde automatically and spontaneously parted like a tide, making way for them. Asgard swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and walked towards the 5 people. He walked with his heart pounding under the watchful eyes of countless beasts. Are you all right? I'm fine. They already reflected on their actions, and won't gang up on each other again. Gang up on each other? What the hell? Is that how you define a super S-class beast tide? Do you think this is a street brawl? Okay, you need to seriously reflect on your actions and behave like proper beasts, understand? Disperse, disperse. Wait! Asgard, I haven't said anything yet. Such a huge matter hasn't even been investigated. At Alice's command, the beast horde scattered in all directions, running for their lives. They were afraid that if they ran too slow, the female demon would be a minor matter, that Red Fox was truly terrifying. One look would give them a lifetime of nightmares. Asgard wanted to call a halt, but then he thought, wait a minute, leaving tens of thousands of high-level star beasts here. Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? They should be scattered. Scatter quickly. The top-tier beast tide, destined to be recorded in interstellar history, appeared inexplicably and vanished just as inexplicably. Asgard was speechless. What was he going to write in his report after today's commotion? He still didn't understand what had happened. Perhaps it really was as Alice said, that persuasion and education had reformed the Star Beast horde? Pshaw! Nobody believed that. At the rescue point, shortly after the rescue ship landed, all the Star Beasts in the area had already fled south. The area was safe after being cleared out. The rescue team began checking on the trainees and verifying the situation. But not long after, the Star Beasts are back. Quick! Emergency evacuation. Wait! Something's not right. Clearly, the Star Beasts were completely different from before. During the Beast Tide, the Star Beasts were ferocious and violent, all twisted together like a rope, charging forward uncontrollably. But now, they were scattered, their eyes clear but tinged with fear. They scattered in different directions, more like fleeing for their lives. What on earth is going on? Everyone remembered Sun Qianyu's words. It's alright, they be back soon. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, he said matter-of-factly, it should be resolved. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, rescue ship number 1 returned with its crew. Holy crap! They're really back. Where's the Star Beast horde? Although they had all seen them, they still wanted to confirm. They went home. They were tired after running all day. Good summary. Don't summarize like that next time. Who's tired? The Star Beasts? Making such a commotion, and then just leaving? No, it's better that the Star Beasts left. Things happened so fast, everyone's brains were fried. How did you solve it? How could we solve it? We laid out the facts, reasoned with them, and gave them some cleansing elixir. Did they listen? Yes. Alice said very seriously. The others? They're really trying to fool us. Do they think we're idiots? You better explain yourself clearly, or I won't sleep tonight. Alice began to boast about how she had given the Star Beasts a legal education. For example, maintaining personal integrity, actively resisting bad temptations, not abusing drugs, not engaging in group disturbances, etc. While she was spouting this nonsense, everyone's gaze was subtly fixed on Shuren. She remained calm and composed, but they could no longer look at her as an ordinary student. Today's events demonstrate that this woman is the true mastermind behind the 18th Military Academy, and, whatever method she used, she stopped the Beast Tide. With someone like her in the Military Academy war, is there even a need for the competition? The Federation has probably already given them a huge leeway. It's nearly midnight now, and the competition can't continue. Furthermore, the 1,000-star ring has been offline since the Beast Tide arrived. The last footage the live stream could record showed the surging Beast Tide as a backdrop. Shuren's command, Qianyu, junior brother, save them. Now! Then the screen went black. The outside world lost all contact. I heard, just heard, that an epic Beast Tide has erupted in the 1,000-star ring, and the outcome is grim. Brother, spreading rumors is illegal. Then how do you explain the Star Network going down? How many times has the Star Network gone down in all these years? Thousands of monitoring aircraft, for the international competition have all crashed. And the authorities haven't responded yet. I don't know about others, but based on my understanding of Sharon, she wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. Something really serious must have happened. The beast tide might be true. We're at the Cheongwoo Pass laboratory, and tonight's monitoring data is extremely alarming. Everyone thought the equipment was broken. I mean, extremely alarming, the highest level ever recorded. Help! The students are still inside. What's going on with the authorities? At Empire at Proxima Centauri Military Academy War. Chapter 421. Online, public sentiment was running high, with various opinions circulating, especially among the delegations of the last few teams still on the field. The observation hall was in complete chaos. Instructor Liu, how's the rescue going? Have the children come out? Our Celia didn't board the rescue ship. Have we found her? How could there suddenly be a beast tide? Weren't those star beasts already under the Federation's control? It shouldn't be related to the Federation. The number of beast tide has already exceeded 10,000. Hearing this number, the delegation members' hearts sank even further. The scale was beyond the control of even the rescue team or the military. Could something have already happened? Don't worry, everyone, there's some news from the front lines. The Cheongwoo Pass garrison is almost here. He said this, but Lu Chung had no confidence at all. This level of beast tide was something even textbooks hadn't seen. Let him handle it. Even if he brought over 1 million troops, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. But he couldn't panic now. He couldn't let anyone see it. Shang Jing, standing nearby, secretly rejoiced. It would be better if they all died. But then he thought, no, the target is still in the competition. If people die, they won't survive either. Finally, news came from the competition venue. Calling Command Center. Calling Command Center. All rescues completed, no casualties, the beast tide has been effectively controlled. Threat eliminated. On its way back. Over. Great. Is my Celia there? The last one eliminated? Where's Gu Zhanting? Lu Chung was stunned, because the person asking this wasn't Li Yuanhua or Carl, but Shang Jing. All safe. Wait, what beast tide did you say? It's under control. Sir, the energy reaction has disappeared. The beast tide has stopped. The monitoring personnel in the observation hall also noticed. The crimson energy cloud, raging like an apocalyptic tornado, was disintegrating at a visible speed. Lu Cheng's expression grew increasingly grave. Controlled? How was it controlled? I don't know how to explain. Alright, come back. This competition had been full of unexpected events. Especially on the last day, with all sorts of conflicts surrounding the Federation, the Empire, and the Fujiwara family. Sir, what about the competition? Lu Chung took a deep breath. He didn't know what to do either. That evening, the Empire and the Proxima Centauri Military Academy jointly released a message. Announced that the contestants had encountered a Super S-Class beast tide attack at the competition venue, but all were safe. The competition results would be announced separately, as soon as the organizing committee finished its discussion. That same evening, the organizing committee and the Imperial military conducted a thorough investigation of the Thousand-Star Ring overnight. It was confirmed that the beast tide had been completely dispelled, and there were no safety hazards whatsoever. Judging from the traces at the scene, the source was indeed near the 2nd Battalion at the time. The Federation says it's because Fujiwara Masashige used drugs, highly likely. Drug traces were indeed detected on him. Experiments have been conducted. Even a tiny residual odor can trigger a star beast rampage. And the effect is astonishing. Even more terrifying is that this isn't the first time this drug has appeared in the Federation. It first appeared at last year's Star Domain competition, and was subsequently listed as a banned substance. But according to Li Yuanhua, the drug formula is not the same as the one recorded by the Federation. Regarding the beast-attracting drug, the Empire can't obtain any useful information. The people, the drug, the witnesses, the testimonies, everything is from the Federation. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the Federation's account is likely true. Although the blame lies with the Federation, the person involved is surnamed Fujiwara. If investigated further, it might even lead back to the Empire itself. Therefore, a conclusion cannot be reached in the short term. The end of the beast tide was even more sudden. Like a giant train suddenly breaking mid-speed journey. The location was right where the Federation's 5-person team was found in Asgard. There were no signs of violent confrontation, and neither the star beasts nor the humans were injured. So the question arises, the beast tide could not have been eliminated or stopped without external intervention. What exactly did those 5 people do? The Federation rescued so many people. They couldn't interrogate them, only ask politely. But asking would be pointless. How did you know Fujiwara Masashige used the drug? Shuren, I saw it. How did you stop the beast tide? Shuren, just like Alice said. Alice slammed her hand on the table, startling her battle-hardened superior. Her eyes gleamed with anger, her entire being filled with righteous indignation. The situation was incredibly dangerous. Those thieves actually drugged the beasts. Instructors, can you believe it? How could such despicable people exist? My little gold, Kayla, Batu, Trish. They're so well-behaved and adorable, they wouldn't even harm a rabbit. Commander, well-behaved and adorable? Are you sure you're talking about those high-level star beasts that almost leveled the 1,000-star ring? We finally managed to reach the front lines, after a tremendous struggle and risking our own safety. Commander, to put it simply, what happened next? Alice, unlike some people surnamed Sue, I'm always ready to go for it. We charged fearlessly to the very front of the thousands of beasts. Commander, and then? Alice, to display the bravery and selflessness of Federation soldiers. Commander, Alice, what a pity it wasn't filmed. Could you help me find out if there were any other cameras nearby that happened to capture my heroic figure? My dad would really like to see it, as would my brothers and sisters at Xingyo and the 18th Military Academy. Federation viewers also really like me. My StarNet account has 1.58 billion followers. The important thing is, Su Xian must see clearly. Whose power truly resolved this human catastrophe? 80,000 words omitted here. Commander, back to the main point, how was it stopped? Alice, hey! You asked that? You should have said so earlier, look at this. What's going on? How am I supposed to know which part you want to hear without asking clearly? Commander, Alice, it was an accident, put yourself in their shoes. Commander, put yourself in whose shoes? In whose situation? The star beasts? Alice, yes. The beasts accidentally took drugs. It's wrong, but they didn't mean to. Like when I accidentally got drunk a few days ago. When I sobered up, I admitted my mistake, and it didn't cause any irreparable consequences. Everyone forgave me. See, it's that simple. Commander, can you find someone else to interrogate me? I have a headache. Alice, what else do you want to ask? I give you a good chat. Commander, I don't want to hear it, I want to go home. After questioning all night, the commander wanted to end the interrogation, but Alice wouldn't let him. She wanted to continue. She finished all the snacks, was bursting with energy, neither tired nor hungry, and was perfectly ready to chat with the Imperial officers about the ups and downs of her journey. Did you get anything out of them? No. They chatted all night, drunk 8 cups of coffee, mostly just descriptions and emotional outpourings. The useful information was practically zero. What she revealed was less than what they knew before they even asked. Did you run into a master? Not really. Chapter 422. At first, they thought this girl was a master of counter-interrogation, but later the commander discovered she was genuinely naive. Alice, I'm going to cause trouble. Her thought process is different from most people's. She only says what she wants to say, regardless of whether you want to hear it or not. Shuren felt this trip was worthwhile. She discovered Xiao Wu's hidden skill again. Xiao Wu was the most suitable one to be interrogated among them. She didn't need to hide anything. She naturally avoided all the key points, without needing to lie at all. Xiao Wu's special skill, evading the question. Alice, am I that good? Shuren, yes. Then I must have a good talk with Su Xiang. Yes, yes. Your second senior brother has the right to know. The entire Star Network barely slept all night, waiting for a result. Proxima Centauri Military Academy Battle Organizing Committee. Due to a sudden Super S-Class Beast Tide invasion, in order to ensure the safety of all personnel, after emergency assessment by the competition committee, it has been decided to prematurely terminate the first faction match of the 68th Proxima Centauri Military Academy battle. According to Article 13, Section 7, Force Majeure Clause, the final rankings for this competition will be based on the real-time points before the Beast Tide outbreak. The competition results are as follows: 9 teams, 6,012 points, 6 flags, ranked first; 2 teams, 5,676 points, 6 flags, ranked second; 11 teams, 4,362 points, 4 flags, ranked third; 23 teams, 4,282 points, 4 flags, ranked fourth; 17 teams, 3,578 points, 2 flags, ranked fifth; 25 teams, 2,940 points, 3 flags, ranked sixth; 21 teams, 2,440 points, 2 flags, ranked 7th. Further arrangements. The award ceremony will be held after the ranking matches. The venue and time for the ranking matches will be announced separately. All participants who completed the race can collect their commemorative badges and souvenirs from the Imperial 1st Military Academy's Administration Office today. We sincerely apologize for the unforeseen circumstances and express our gratitude to all staff and participants who cooperated with the evacuation. Special recognition is given to the Federation teams that actively participated in the rescue efforts during the Beast Tide. Their heroic actions will be recorded in the tournament yearbook. The tournament committee reserves the right of final interpretation. Proxima Centauri Military War Organizing Committee. November 24th. StarCraft 425 attached. Real-time score screenshot before the Beast Tide. After a sleepless night, the decisive moment has finally arrived. Although as the competition entered its second half, various signs had begun to hint at the possibility of change. But when the gavel truly fell, the entire planet Proxima Centauri still descended into unprecedented madness. For the first time, another name was finally engraved on the championship trophy. The Federation. A night of historic birth. Empire. The throne collapses. The fall of the Empire's undefeated myth. Sudden event in faction match. Super S-Class Beast Tide erupts. Federal teams rush to the rescue. Bloodbath against the Super S-Class Beast Tide. Federal teams hold their ground to the death. Line. Full record of the Beast Tide rescue. Shocking. Military Academy competition forced to interrupt. Beast Tide crisis approaches. Official announcement. Faction tournament results valid. A stunning reversal. Final battle report of the faction tournament. The Federation makes a comeback to win the first championship. Breaking news. 6,012 points. The Federation shocks the faction tournament to win. A historic moment. A new record is born in the faction tournament. The Federation's first championship score is 6,012 points. The Empire comes in second place. 5,676 points. Prism. Full recap of the faction tournament. If it weren't for the Beast Tide, the result might have been different. Are you blind? Without the Beast Tide, the Empire would have lost even more miserably. Yes, anyone with eyes can see that since yesterday afternoon, the advantage has almost entirely been in the Federation's hands. Didn't you see that those Federation guys didn't even scratch their matches by the end? 60-12 and 5,676 are worlds apart. In a battle between experts, even a 1-point difference is enough, let alone a difference of over 300 points. When has the Empire ever been left behind by such a large gap? The Empire's best performance was a gap of over 1,000 points between them and the second-place Federation. This year, it's the other way around. It's here. It's normal that you can't accept it. I find it hard to believe too. But if you review the match from the beginning, you find that the Federation's victory is perfectly normal. Yeah, incredibly solid. There wasn't much luck involved. I think the Federation has been holding back. That's the scariest part. This is only the faction competition. What about the ranking matches later? Will the championship really change hands? Before the match, I was full of criticism, but now, it's hard to say. The Proxima Centauri Military Academy War, this year is the 68th, held every 3 years, and has been running for over 200 years. The Empire has always been number one. Without exception, and it's always been an absolute number one by a large margin, but this year, it's the other way around, without any preparation from the entire interstellar population, including those of the Empire and the Federation. A sudden and dramatic change has occurred. The championship is about to change hands. Public opinion is rife, and various speculations are rampant. There's also a crucial piece of information, the extraordinary ending of the faction competition, the Beast Tide. This official announcement is packed with information, first explaining the Beast Tide issue that the public is most concerned about. A Super Beast Tide did indeed occur. No casualties, but this Beast Tide data is unprecedented. Over 2,000 level 1 star beasts. It seems all the star beasts in the 1,000-star ring have come. Indeed, the 9 teams circled around, the Federation collecting star beasts, and the star beasts collecting star beasts. Like a pyramid scheme recruiting members, the ranks kept growing larger and larger. By the time Fujiwara Masashich was spreading the medicine, almost all the remaining star beasts in the vicinity had gathered. This Beast Tide can be said to be unprecedented, and likely never to be repeated. It's truly the largest in history. How could such a strong Beast Tide suddenly erupt? I don't know. Usually, Beast Tides are caused by extreme weather, sandstorms, earthquakes, or beast migrations, But yesterday, the Thousand-Star Ring seemed quite calm. The details of the Beast Tide are not for outsiders to know. But the official statement is clear. The Federation actively participated in the rescue. I heard they not only participated in the rescue, but all the trainees were rescued by the Federation. Really? Look carefully, the official statement says the Federation team actively participated in the rescue, not assisted in the rescue. There's only one possibility for this. By the time the rescue team arrived, everyone had already been rescued. Yeah, the Beast Tide came too fast and too fiercely. The rescue team was barely able to protect themselves. It was the Federation team on the scene who reacted quickly and saved everyone. Information guaranteed. My friend from the Imperial team told me. He praised them to the skies. I can't believe it. Such a terrifying Beast Tide, yet their first thought was to save lives, and they accomplished it with 0 casualties. The Federation soldiers' conduct and moral standards are truly remarkable. I believe that in any unexpected situation, with them around, ordinary citizens would feel quite safe. Amazing. I thought they were just the most skilled among the trainees, but they proved incredibly reliable in this life-or-death situation. Many national delegations have praised this act highly, including the Empire. Of course, this is a life-saving act. And they didn't just save ordinary people, but the next generation of leaders from various military groups. This is not just an ordinary rescue. It's the first time in the entire history of interstellar sports that a champion, before being crowned, has proven what a true guardian is. It proves the old saying, the greatest power is not forcing opponents to their knees, but for inspiring everyone to stand shoulder to shoulder. Chapter 423. After leaving the arena, all teams were taken back to the Empire's first military academy. In the face of life and death, winning or losing seemed unimportant. A life-or-death Beast Tide had brought the teams closer together. If it weren't for you guys, I really can't imagine what would have happened. Being praised so directly made Su Xiang quite embarrassed. Hee, we're all friends. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. This was the first time she'd been called a friend by an opponent. Can I add a personal terminal? Come find me in Omega. We have lots of good food here. She probably already knew that to bridge the gap with the Federation, money and good food were both necessary. Add. Welcome to our Federation. Looking at the boy in front of her, 1 second, she was angry about being eliminated by him. The next second she was saved. Her feelings were a bit complicated, but the Federation felt so warm. It seemed to possess a special magic that could tightly unite everyone around it. Directly, I express my gratitude verbally first, and Yotan will send formal diplomatic documents and gifts later. Oh, so grand. Absolutely, this is no small matter. Yotan's next generation of leaders are all here. Without the Federation, total annihilation is possible. Then we accept your kind offer. Besides, this battle was fought brilliantly. Without this unexpected alliance, Yotan might not have lost, but they certainly wouldn't have won so easily. Nick and Shira gained valuable experience and broadened their horizons in this battle. Most importantly, given the Federation's current capabilities, cultivating good relations is absolutely the best policy. Finally, only the Empire remained. The Empire's situation was the most complicated. Fujiwara Master Chief's interrogation wasn't going smoothly. He only said that the beast-attracting drug was bought on the black market, and that he used it because he was unwilling to accept the competition ending like this. He avoided the important points, refusing to mention anything else, making it impossible to find any other loopholes. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Hideaki was still in critical condition, and the Fujiwara family's higher-ups were constantly stirring things up, clamoring for revenge. Fu Yuan was utterly speechless. What revenge could he possibly seek after reaping what he sowed? The Federation team had saved so many students. It could be said that the Federation had stabilized the entire situation. At this critical juncture, if the Empire made even the slightest move, it would absolutely be another story of the farmer and the snake. The Empire's reputation would be nailed to the pillar of shame. Moreover, there were still many things about the Fujiwara family and the Beast Tide that hadn't been clarified. Fu Yuan was doing his best to maneuver regarding the higher-ups, but there was a lot more communication among the students. Thanks, Qianyu. You're welcome. When we get back to school, would you like to visit our mecha lab? Really? There should be quite a few experimental mechas and classified technologies there, right? Of course. With you here, what's there to keep secret? This wasn't something Emosen said himself, but rather something Blaze from the equipment department said. With just one Tian Shu, the Federation is at least 20 years ahead of the Empire in mecha technology. More exchange would actually benefit the Empire. Go away. This battle didn't cause any major conflict between the Federation and the Empire. their relationship seems to have become even closer. I'm sorry about Kato and Fujiwara. What's it to you? The first thing Fujiwara did upon returning to school was to see Gu Zhanting. After all, it was my team, but I still want to thank you. You're welcome. In just a few days, the Federation's dormitories were bustling with people. Li Yuanhua and Carl were utterly amazed. The Xianqing sect's ability to cultivate relationships was truly exceptional. The outside world was still buzzing about the dramatic turn of events in this competition. At this moment, the organizers suddenly announced. The time and location for the ranking matches were set. So fast? The 14-day competition had just ended, and each team had already rested and needed adjustment. Especially this time, there were quite a few seriously injured players, and many had equipment malfunctions. So usually, there's at least a 1 to 3 month interval. Li Yuanhua found it strange and pressed for more information. The organizers' reasoning is that the arena is like a battlefield. If the Zerg come, they won't give us time to prepare. That made sense. But it felt too rushed. The time is in a week, the location is Guishu City. Why choose that place? What's wrong with it? Guishu City is on the border between the Empire and Tianjin. It used to be an uninhabited planet. Star beasts, alien plants, and harsh weather were minor issues. Before the Interstellar era, it was a famous ancient battlefield, and the broken ruins left by ancient civilizations still remain. Historical records show that spacetime becomes distorted in certain locations on that planet, and the disappearance of people, beasts, and ships is common. Guishu City was once known as the end of the world. In recent years, with the exploration and development by the military, research institutions, and aristocratic families, a city and residents have emerged. But looking at the entire interstellar space, there are so many places. Why choose this one? Shuren and Gu Han listened to Carl's explanation and fell into deep thought. The heavenly hidden border? The Zerg forbidden zone? Neither of these sounded good. On the other side, each team's delegation had questions and concerns, and Fuyuan was no exception. Why choose this place? This was a collective decision by the organizing committee. Since we chose this place, we've definitely taken all necessary precautions. Moreover, we've done a lot of research and development on the Guishu over the past few years, reducing the risk factor. As warriors, we shouldn't be afraid of danger. If we don't even have this much awareness, what kind of next-generation leader are we? Fujiwara Sawa responded righteously. Fuyuan had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he had no substantial evidence to overturn the decision. Moreover, this time, most of the Imperial Council sided with Fujiwara Sawa, and Fuyuan was powerless to resist. But regardless, the competition a week later was already decided. That evening, Fuyuan and Gu Han communicated the situation through an encrypted channel. Most of the rescue team are my men, but once we reach Guishu City, things will get out of control. Gu Han, upon hearing this, knew something was wrong. Don't worry about the competition itself, I'm worried about what happens outside the competition. I hope we're overthinking it. The two talked for a long time. Early in the morning of December 1st, Star Calendar 425, all teams, delegations, interstellar media, military observer groups, organizers, and rescue teams boarded Imperial ships and departed for Guishu City. You can stay at Cheongwu Pass. Okay. Shuren left a portion of the Xianqing sect at Cheongwu Pass. At the same time, he left a small gift for the Empire and collected a small amount of interest. Sun Rang, far away in the Federation, stayed on the Central Star with his new disciples from the Zhongwu Hall. With 10,000 ships setting sail simultaneously, the main force entered the Guishu area in less than half a day. Chapter 424. The warship broke through the atmosphere, drawing ever closer to the ground. Vast primeval jungles, weathered ancient battlefield ruins, roaring mining areas, and neon-lit cityscapes came into view one after another. Guishu City is rich in resources. It was developed and built in recent years, with a population of over 10 million. The warship landed at Guishu Airport, and the crowd immediately erupted in excitement. This was the first time this small place, Guishu, had welcomed a truly international superstar. It's the Military Academy battle team. The online rumor said the ranking matches would be held here, and it's true. The Imperial team. Ah! It's Captain Fujiwara. Captain Nangong Ling from Cheongwu Pass. Nick from Yoten. It's the Federation. Gu Zhanting. That's Su Xiang and Alice. Yuan San. The goddess of war has arrived. The Tianjin team has arrived. Huh? Kimura Yoshi? Has he recovered from his injuries? Upon hearing this name, the Xianqing sect members immediately stopped in their tracks. Shuren turned his head, and saw Kimura Yoshi in the crowd. Although it was only a glimpse from afar that aura. Shuren had originally planned to visit Tenin after the competition, but now it seemed unnecessary. This trip would definitely not be fruitless. Fujiwara Hideaki is here too. Sure enough, the UG people who had clashed on the field were all healed. That chilling, sinister aura was unlike that of ordinary humans. Like spirits returned from hell. Others were also discussing. How did they recover in just 1 week? Did they use medicine provided by the Federation? Many people thought to themselves that the Federation probably wouldn't want to help Tenin. Is it only the Federation that is medicine? Tianyin has it too. Li Yuanwu didn't reply. The price of fate's gift was already implicitly marked. Hurry! It's about to begin. Can the Empire still make a comeback? Hard to say. In previous years, the competition was usually between 2nd to 5th place. This year, Prism didn't even dare to issue a prediction. Prism said it's a 50-50 chance. No one dares to say the Empire will win, but judging from the faction competition, it's even more unimaginable that the Federation will lose. Fujiwara Hideaki and Kimura Yoshi are both healed. And Onizuka Haru. It seems the Federation isn't the only one secretly developing potion science. However, these people don't seem to be in very good condition. That's normal. Such severe injuries, according to common sense, would be impossible to heal from the loss of mental strength, let alone be able to compete in such a short time. A comparison clearly shows that those who took the hemostatic pills on the field have obviously recovered to their pre-injury condition. Their complexions were rosy, their blood and energy abundant, and their spirits high. But these UG people, though seemingly recovered, were pale and bloodless, their eyes devoid of any vitality, resembling walking puppets. This is the first time the ranking competition has been held in Guizhou. Isn't it said there are space-time rifts there? Won't it be dangerous? Probably not. This time, the Deep Space Special Forces went along. Sure enough, following behind the national teams and delegations, the Imperial Deep Space Special Forces landed, consisting of 30 ships from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd regiments. Learning from the lessons of the faction competition, this rescue operation saw comprehensive reinforcements in logistics and garrison forces. What a massive operation! It's mainly because of the faction competition incident. Otherwise, it would probably be the same as previous years. Feynman, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the Deep Space Special Forces, was pondering the orders Fu Yuan had given him. Keep a close eye on Tianyin and the Fujiwara family. Beep! Amidst the intense anticipation, the final ranking match of the 68th Proxima Centauri Military Academy battle officially began. At this moment, no one could have imagined that this epic clash of military academies would become a historical spectacle, and after this, a cataclysmic change would occur. 280 teams entered the arena from different entrances, traversing over 1,000 kilometers of resource competition and intense battles, ultimately vying for the battle flag on the ancient battlefield. Move out! Toledo commanded, and the Federation team began their advance from entrance number 167. It must be said, the Empire truly lives up to its reputation as the world's leading power. Even a remote planet is incredibly rich in resources. Not long after entering the arena, the Xianqing sect discovered 2 high-grade spiritual herbs and traces of spiritual ore. The Federation was delighted. This trip hadn't been easy, and they hadn't come solely for the competition. Crimson Pearl Orchid? That's Heavenly Heart Lotus. Take them all. Remember to preserve the roots. We can cultivate them back home. While other teams were frantically rushing about, the Federation calmly began harvesting resources. They even discovered a small energy mine. Damn! A level 3 energy stone. Can we take it? This should belong to Guizhou or the Empire. Did the competition rules say we can't take it? No. Then it's a necessary resource. Dig. In the observation hall of Guizhou City, Lu Cheng gritted his teeth. Why didn't they discover this energy mine sooner or later? Of all times, the Federation had to find it. Guizhou's mining team has been here for so long, how could they have missed this? After this competition ends, he keep an eye on the organizers, and make sure every single loophole in the rules is plugged. The Federation stayed here for 3 whole days. They practically emptied the entire mine, filling every available space button. Sun Qianyu took out the 5 divine beasts just to carry the ore. Hee. Not a wasted trip. None of us came for nothing. Let's go, it's time to set off. Yang Cheng and Alice raided a nearby Star Tiger Den, mounted their star beasts, and began their journey towards the ancient battlefield. Meanwhile, other teams had already looted several rounds of supplies, and over a dozen weaker teams had been eliminated. Clindia United States, eliminated. Cavial Alliance, eliminated. Nemesis Alliance Republic, eliminated. Tianyin Dynasty, points +1. Empire, points +1. Jordan Alliance, points +1. After a day of rapid travel, they finally encountered their first battle. Huh? Someone I know. The Republic of Qiushan. The unlucky team that led Team 10 in the last match. The one that got eliminated after Alice raided their base. History does repeat itself. When bad luck strikes, even drinking cold water can cause problems. When Captain Zheng Zirong saw the draw results, he blurted out a curse. Who drew these lots? Did you step in shit? 2 matches in a row, and the Federation is next door. It's like the heavens are against us. They had specifically drawn a 3-person reconnaissance team to keep an eye on the Federation. Only after confirming that the Federation was mining did they dare to participate in this resource-grabbing battle. But this wave of resources was too large, attracting 12 teams. Once the melee starts, it's hard to stop until a winner is decided. This delay gave the Federation time to catch up. When all the teams saw this year's top seed enter the arena, they immediately stopped firing. The atmosphere on the field was extremely awkward. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Fight? Fight the Federation? What's the worst that could happen? Don't fight? Will the Federation let them get away with it? How can we admit defeat so smoothly and naturally, while still retaining a shred of dignity? Chapter 425. Captain Zheng Zirong of Qiushan, looking at the relaxed and composed Federation team before him, nervously swallowed. He racked his brains, desperately searching for a way out. Finally, he stammered, "Federal comrades? Can we not fight? We don't need the supplies." Qiushan really didn't have much money. They couldn't learn Adwit's tactics. Wasn't sincerity supposed to be the only surefire way to win? Zheng Zirong threw pride to the wind, mustered all his courage, blinked his starry eyes, and finally admitted defeat. But the Federation had its own way of thinking. Alice blurted out whatever came to mind. "You have 1, 2, 3, 4, more than 10 teams. How am I supposed to get points if I let them all go? I'm aiming for first place this year." "Then let me go, okay? You can take half of my supplies." Qiushan's instructor, Han Daoxian, looking at the upright young man he had personally trained, abandoned his idle image and went all out. What a mess. An honest man has been forced into this situation. The other teams were stunned. Could this really happen? Better to sacrifice your own than your friends? Then I be second. I be third. And so, everyone rushed to beg for mercy. They knew very well that even a 12-team alliance might not be able to defeat the Federation. Discretion is the better part of valor. Beg for mercy when you can. Now the Federation is the one with the headache. The Federation's fatal weakness: they respond better to soft tactics than hard ones. Plus, they have a certain fate with Qiushan's team. Yung Jae-young, a tragic fate, huh, but this is a competition. A dilemma. I brought some goodies this time. Our Qiushan specialty, Star Shark Jerky. Alice was stunned. Oh no, the enemy has discovered their weakness. And so, the imminent battle suddenly ceased, and everyone was at peace. Zheng Zirong was also very clever. He couldn't let the Federation suffer losses. "Sis, want to get some points?" "Yes. I have intelligence." He raised an eyebrow slyly, feigning mystery. "What intelligence?" "I know where the next supply drop point is." "How do you know?" "Hee hee. To be honest, when we came here, weren't all our ships docked at Guishu Airport? According to reliable intelligence, I guess 10 of them are supply ships." "Tell me more." "You should have said so earlier, brother. I wouldn't be sleepy if you had. The main purpose is to deploy supplies, and which type of ship is most suitable." Zheng Zirong whispered slyly to Alice. "I installed surveillance devices on a few of them." The people around gasped in shock. "Brother, you're really daring." "Hee hee, I learned that from you guys. The rules don't say it's forbidden, so it's allowed." The organizers: "Damn it, this round is all about me. I still have a few coordinates. Let's get there early, lie in wait, and the points will come right away." In the observation hall, Lu Cheng was dumbfounded. Everyone was speechless. You little brat. The helplessness and anger that had accumulated since the faction competition finally erupted. He immediately launched into a tirade against the organizers. You didn't even know there were surveillance devices on the supply ships. The organizers, Who would have thought they'd be so audacious as to target the supply ships? Previous competitions focused on protecting against star beasts and alien plants. Now they have to protect against students? Rules? To hell with the rules. They can't protect against anything. One rotten apple spoils the whole bunch. There weren't this many troublemakers in previous years. It was the Federation that started this bad trend. So, starting from day 4, the 13 teams formed an alliance. Following the intelligence provided by Zheng Zirong, they led their Star Beast army to various supply points to ambush the enemy. Seraphim Alliance, Fang Yuru eliminated. Pan-Europa Union, Yen Song eliminated. Sandefjord United Nations, Li Zhuer eliminated. 7th Iteration Protocol, Carlson eliminated. New Hague Star Alliance, Guan Guling eliminated. Tianyin Dynasty, points +1. Empire, points +1. Jordan Alliance, points +1. Federation, points +1. Qiushan, points +1. Zheng Zirong finally understood what it meant to go from hell to heaven. Before, they were opponents, now they were allies. No, strictly speaking, they were subordinates. Following the Federation meant there was plenty to eat. This saying wasn't just empty talk. The She-Devil's hits really hurt, but if you're on her team, she'd definitely be the first to stand in your way. Jung Jae-young thoroughly enjoyed riding on the Star Beast's back. He really wanted to shout, "I'm the king of the world." Meanwhile, the Empire began rapidly reaping rewards from another direction, their score soaring and firmly securing their position at the top of the leaderboard. Public is public, private is private, but the Empire cannot lose. The Empire is holding its breath. Of course, after so many years as champions, it would be hard for Fu Jiwei to accept losing to them. The Empire is still the Empire, not letting go of any opportunity to score points. But the Federation style is quite entertaining. The Federation easily unites other teams. They get along well with everyone. Ha ha ha, wasn't it Alice who subdued them? Look at Zheng Zirong's sycophantic behavior. Qiu Shan's instructor, Han Daoxian, couldn't bear to look at the online discussions. Has this kid been forced into a second personality by the Federation? Feynman, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the Deep Space Special Forces, had been keeping a close eye on the Fujiwara family and Tianyin. The Fujiwara family was doing well. Currently, they all followed Fu Jiwei's commands and were trying to score points, which seemed normal. But on the other hand, Tianyin was being far too low-key. Normally, they should have been dominating the battlefield. This time, however, upon entering the competition area, Kimura Yoshi led his team straight towards the ancient battlefield. They ignored supplies, Star Beast points, and kill points. Is Tianyin planning to fight their way to the finish line and wait for their prey? Day 7 arrived, and the results on the leaderboard were largely as expected. Empire, 765, rank 1, Federation, 712, rank 2, Jotun, 650, rank 3, Omega, 608, rank 4. Tianyin, 198, rank 207. This time, it was Tianyin who was acting strangely. The competition entered its second half, day 11, and the main force was less than 100 kilometers from the ancient battlefield. Tianyin had already stopped at the 50-kilometer mark, pacing back and forth in the jungle, seemingly searching for something, or perhaps, are they setting a trap? Tianyin's point difference was simply too great. Was this a last-minute attempt to pull off a decisive comeback? But with such a large point difference, and all the remaining teams being strong, was this a strategic miscalculation? At that moment, fog suddenly began to rise in the jungle. Command Center report. Dense fog has suddenly appeared in the current mission area, with horizontal visibility reduced to less than 80 meters. Warning, the fog severely interferes with visibility, communication signals, attenuated by 30%, and the effectiveness of drone reconnaissance. Fog. This fog rose a bit too fast. Feynman frowned. Just a moment ago, the sky was cloudless, and the affected area was right around the ancient battlefield. The live stream began to flicker, with static and noise appearing intermittently. Weather station, how long is the fog expected to last? Expected 2 to 3 hours. How many rescue teams are nearby? 15 rescue ships. Chapter 426. Hearing the number, Feynman felt a little relieved. Had he been overreacting? Shuren, however, thought differently in the thick fog. Toledo? Check the radar and locators. Toledo, upon hearing Shuren's words, immediately began checking the equipment. He then saw the radar display showing erratic signal sources, and the locators becoming extremely unstable. It's malfunctioning. Is it because of the fog, or could there be another reason? Have everyone gather around. Shuren's serious expression immediately alerted Xianqing sect. Visibility decreased, the atmosphere became tense, and something seemed to be lurking in the fog. Fear surged. 12 teams, over 1,000 people. Suddenly, screams and sounds of fighting began to emanate from the outer perimeter. Boom, boom, boom. You? Ah! Get into your mechs. Everyone prepare for battle. Toledo gave the order. Other teams, move inwards. The Federation guards the perimeter. Everything seemed normal, but a vague unease crept into their hearts. Su, 700 meters at 7 o'clock. Su Xiang released his divine sense. Someone was indeed coming. He drew his lightsaber and rushed over at top speed. Clang! A flash of blue light. The two sword lights collided violently, the exploding sword energy sending all the spectators within a 10-meter radius flying. They retreated dozens of meters before finally regaining their footing. This was the first time Su Xiang had encountered such a strong opponent, but when he saw the mecha on the opponent's body, the insignia on it, Kimura Yoshi? The fact that he could recover from severe injuries in such a short time, his strength surging to an inhuman level, was already strange enough. Even more terrifying was the black mist swirling around him had almost solidified, writhing and churning like living things. Are you sure you know what you're doing? That must be the demonic energy master mentioned. The ghostly, malevolent aura is 100 times more sinister than the one emanating from Labu. Su Xiang's tone was unusually serious as he pointed his sword at Kimura Yoshi. But he only received a hoarse reply, like a roar from hell. I kill you! Attacks came from all directions through the thick fog. The sounds of battle and screams rang out simultaneously. The attacks were fierce and swift, far exceeding the level of the competition. The power and speed displayed by these Tianyin people were beyond the comprehension of others. You're playing with your lives in this competition. Zheng Zirong was puzzled. Tianyin and Qiushan were, after all, neighboring countries with a good relationship. In the past, they would give each other some face when they met on the field. Why are they so ruthless today? Counterattack. Open fire. The two sides completely erupted into battle. The allied forces, with their numerical advantage, began to fight 3 against 1, 4 against 1, and even 5 against 1. In their minds, even if Tianyin was strong, he was still at a normal level. Several of them fighting one would have a fairly high chance of victory. However, the opponent's combat power had increased exponentially, and his attacks were deadly from the start. He specifically targeted the head, neck, and energy core. Kurosaki's sword was about to pierce Zheng Zirong's heart armor. At that moment, he couldn't dodge in time, and only one thought echoed in his mind. It's over. The next second, listen. Alice's red-tasseled spear accurately deflected Kurosaki's sword tip. This wasn't attacking her underling, it was a slap in the face to Alice. Zheng Zirong gasped for breath. The 1 second of escaping death leaving him drenched in cold sweat and unable to move. Are you alright? I'm fine. Get inside. Be careful. Something's wrong with Tianyin. Not just a little wrong, it's extremely wrong. They're not after points, they're after lives. Although Tianyin's style has always been aggressive, it's clear this time they're not here for the competition. Everyone retreat. Federation people, go. Ordinary soldiers can't withstand it. Moreover, these 12 teams aren't top-tier teams. Only Xianxing sect members can handle it. Qifeng technique. Su Xiang formed hand seals, a pale blue light emanating from his fingertips. Within 3 zhang around him, the mist spontaneously formed a spiral vortex. As if guided by something, the dense fog first transformed into thousands of silver threads, slowly dissolving outwards, like a receding tide. Before everyone could even wonder, the true nature of their opponents was revealed. People from Tianyin. Wait! Is that a rescue team? Are they here to rescue us? It doesn't seem like the rescue team should be involved yet. Something's not right. The next second, a chilling scene unfolded. The rescue mechs, which were supposed to maintain order, slowly raised their guns. They began indiscriminately firing at the regiment. Are they insane? Everyone's minds went blank. A complete void, instant chaos erupted. Why was the rescue team attacking the trainees? Get out of the way! Those are miniature collapse rounds. The sound of ammunition charging suddenly rang out, and a scarlet alarm flashed on the mech screen. Sun Qianyu, Gu Han, and the others shoved aside the surrounding soldiers. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion swept across the arena, scattering debris and metal fragments everywhere. In the observation hall, the instructor's face turned deathly pale. Is that Alva's rescue team 6? What is he doing? Lu Cheng and Feynman jumped to their feet, their eyes wide with shock. They hurriedly contacted the frontline rescue teams. They wanted to confirm whether this was a mistake or something else. Calling Rescue Team 6. Calling Rescue Team 6. Evacuate the arena immediately. Repeat, evacuate the arena immediately. Sir, busy tone. Call again. After 3 attempts, the communications officer reported in a trembling voice, Sir. They cut off communications. Something's happened on the arena. The arena was now in chaos, and the Empire was facing an unexpected encounter. Because the artillery fire was coming from within their own ranks. Fujiwara, what are you doing? The Empire had just fought a regiment of over 600 men, and they were exhausted. Fujiwara and his 20-odd men suddenly sprang into action, opening fire on their own side. Just a few of you? Yes. Rescue Team 7 began descending overhead, unleashing hundreds of fully armed rescue personnel, who pointed their guns at the Imperial team. You? Are you rebelling? Fujiwara realized the gravity of the situation. She had initially thought the Fujiwara family was attempting a peaceful evolution, merely a power grab. But now, this was treason. History is written by the victors. A similar nightmare was unfolding across the arena. The once noisy arena descended into utter chaos. The teams competing were caught off guard by the rescue team's sudden barrage of shots, leaving them no time to defend or retaliate. In an instant, cries of despair filled the air. Feynman slammed his fist on the control panel. External communications have been cut off. Team 6-13 has defected. It was planned and premeditated. What are they trying to do? Such a large-scale operation couldn't be simpler than this. Just as Feynman was about to mobilize the Deep Space Special Forces to intervene and suppress the rebellion, even worse news arrived. Sir, at 1523, Special Forces Team 3 suddenly opened fire on our defense zone, suspected of defection. As the highest-ranking officer on the scene, Feynman and Liu Chung exchanged a glance. They both saw the shock and fear in each other's eyes. In all the years of the military academy wars, this was the first time such a major blunder had occurred. Even the most elite war machine under the Imperial Military Command, the Deep Space Special Forces, had seemingly joined the rebel camp. Notify the Guishu garrison. Feynman's voice was as cold as ice. This isn't a rebellion. This is war. Chapter 427. You take command and do your best to quell the situation. I report to headquarters. Since the dense fog appeared, the live broadcast had been intermittent, and the Imperial military might not receive the news immediately. Urgent battle report. Urgent battle report. Imperial Supreme Command Center, this is Deep Space 1. A sudden rebellion has occurred at the Guishu Arena. Rescue Team 6-13 have turned against the competition and attacked the participants. Deep Space 3, after losing contact, has attacked the rear teams. Coordinates X-114, Y-782, Z-09, S-Class energy fluctuations detected, suspected activation of a weapon of mass destruction. Before the battle report could finish, a sizzle sound came from the other end of the computer. It's down. Activate the quantum encryption communicator. That won't work either. Guishu's external communication signals must have been cut off. Try the subspace beacon. That won't work either. External communication was cut off, but the cameras inside the arena were still on. Despite the intermittent signals, Feynman could still make out the Fujiwara clan, Tenon, and the several rebel units, all more or less connected to the Fujiwara clan. General Fu must have already noticed some signs, but he didn't expect them to be so audacious as to launch a direct war. Where's Shangjing? Sometime during the day, Tenon's men had all left. Battle reports from the front continued to arrive. Report, confirmed rebel force exceeds 2,000 plus combat units. Mech Model Titan 4. Equipped with plasma cannons and energy shields, currently 5 firing points are firing simultaneously. Requesting firepower to clear them. Unidentified ship signal detected over Guishu. 2,000 mech troops, and suspected enemy warships rushing to their aid. This is serious. Unable to contact headquarters, Feynman became the Supreme Commander. The observation hall transformed into a temporary command center. He spoke solemnly into the arena's emergency broadcast channel. Attention all units, this is Commander Feynman. The Guishu Arena has entered a state of war. The following units have been confirmed to have defected. 1. Rescue Team 6-13, Identification Code. Red mark on right arm, number 6-13 2. Deep Space Special Forces Team 3, Mech Paint Scheme. Black and gold stripes, identification text. 3. Authorization of the All-Domain Combat Protocol. Free engagement rules are in effect. Target identification requires no further authorization. All magazines can be emptied. Attention, this is not a drill. From now on, you are not trainees, but soldiers. Activate the stadium emergency plan. Sound the alarm. Activate all wartime defense shields in Guishu City. Get all civilians into the underground bunkers. Liu Chung, organize the evacuation of on-site personnel back to the city. Rescue Teams 1-5, Proceed to position D3. Do not fire without my order, or you will be treated as rebels. Fearing there might be rebels among the rescue teams, Deep Space Teams 1 and 2 open fire at full speed. Suppress Team 3 as quickly as possible. Yes, sir. All orders were issued in sequence. But Feynman's unease did not diminish in the slightest. Rescue teams were unavailable, leaving only the garrison to rely on. But he had to consider the worst-case scenario. What if the garrison also had problems? And if they couldn't contact headquarters, the battle would be incredibly difficult. There was an even worse possibility. Mobilizing the garrison would leave the city vulnerable. What about the civilians? The garrison couldn't be fully committed to the competition. Mobilize the 1st to 6th regiments of the local Guishu garrison to the field. Initiate enemies' friendly identification and dynamic verification. If suspected rebels are detected, treat them as hostile and open fire immediately. He glanced at the national delegations in the observation hall. These were all instructors and coaches. Together they formed a formidable fighting force, but using this group still carried a risk. The situation is urgent. Are you all willing? I go. Me too. My students are still inside. Alright, follow me. The Guishu observation hall itself was a military outpost, fully equipped. The instructor team exceeded 1,000 people, fully armed. Gentlemen, the situation is urgent. We leave the students in your care. Roger. The instructor team also entered the arena. Warning. 23 unidentified ships detected approaching. Balance. Gamma 215.7. Distance. 0.8 light seconds. Speed. 0.15 c. Enemy warships. For super flagship class stealth motherships, 7 Titan class heavy cruisers, 12 battleship class high-speed assault ships. Ship characteristics. No IFF signal, abnormal energy signature, suspected cloaking interference. The garrison fleet hadn't even had time to take off. Boom! A kilometer-long golden spear of light crashed down from near-Earth orbit, like a divinely hurled spear of judgment, instantly tearing through the clouds and slamming into the blue defensive matrix. In an instant, the world lost its color. A violent shockwave exploded in a ring, the blast wave hundreds of meters high sweeping across the land like a raging sea. It could be clearly seen and felt from hundreds of kilometers away. At this moment, both the troops on the field and the residents of Guishu were awake. This was real war. Reinforcements. Enemy reinforcements. 6th-15th Regiment of the Guishu Garrison. Board the ship immediately. Target. Unknown vessel. Unlimited firepower authorized. Fortunately, the Guishu Garrison has obeyed and executed orders, showing no signs of defection. However, the bad news is, how long can the protective shield withstand such intense multi-point attacks? The enemy target is unclear, their numbers uncertain, and reinforcements are unpredictable. This will be a tough battle. At the same time, at the Imperial Cheongwu Pass, why is the signal intermittent? Is the dense fog affecting the signal? Surely not. The 1,000-star ring magnetic storm was still broadcasting normally. Wait, I think I saw a rescue team? Isn't it normal to have a rescue team on the field? No, the rescue team seems to be fighting the Federation and the Empire? Am I seeing things? No, it really is. That's the instructor's dark blue standard mech. The internet is down. What exactly happened on the field? At the Imperial Military Headquarters, Fu Yuan stood in front of the screen, his brows furrowed. Contact Feynman to confirm the situation at the arena. Before the communications officer could even dial the personal terminal, a piercing air raid siren blared across the sky above Cheongwu Pass. Beep beep beep. General. General. There are rebels. A sudden explosion has occurred at the Cheongwu Pass garrison. The first layer of the defense matrix has been activated, and an unidentified warship is approaching at high speed. What? Not just the Empire. The Federation too. An emergency broadcast suddenly blared across the entire territory above the central star. Star Destroyer cannon track lock detected. Impact countdown. 300, 299, 298. Seeing the last scene before the live broadcast of the arena was cut off, Songwon already sensed something was wrong. Unexpectedly, the flames of war could even reach the Federation. Total war alert. Unidentified fleet detected breaking through near-Earth orbit. The first layer of the central star defense matrix is charging. The orbital cannon array has entered automatic interception mode. Civilian evacuation routes are open. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. All combat units immediately enter level 1 combat readiness. The siren ripped through the city's sky, and the entire city instantly descended into frenzied chaos. On the streets, people fled like a flood breaking through a dam, The aerial roadway was completely paralyzed, hundreds of flying cars collided out of control, and the entrance to the underground shelter was packed with people. Planet Destroyer terminal guidance confirmed. Impact countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 0. Countless people witnessed this apocalyptic scene. Chapter 428. A torrent of dark red energy swept across the sky from deep space, and the blue defense matrix surrounding the central star suddenly lit up. Distributed energy deflection system activated. The energy barrier unfolded like a giant shield, bursting into dazzling light the instant it made contact with the star-destroying cannon. Countless energy arcs surged wildly, attempting to resist the divine attack. Impact load approaching threshold. After a suffocating energy standoff, the beam of the star-destroying cannon finally dissipated like the receding tide. It held. Yes. It held. Great. There was no time to cheer and scream for this brief victory. The second strike came. Star-destroying cannon trajectory lock detected. Impact countdown, 120, 119, 118. Where are we? Legions 1 to 10 are expected to arrive on the battlefield in 20 minutes. Good, firing code. Leave no one alive. The Central Star garrison, which had been urgently launched, had already entered combat with the enemy ships. In space, energy beams rained down like a storm, a network of destructive firepower interwoven with beams of various colors. However, the enemy had clearly been planning this for a long time. The fleet's numbers far exceeded expectations, its formation formidable, its firepower fierce. The garrison fought valiantly, but was still suppressed, only managing to hold back the enemy's vanguard fleet, buying time for the rear. The chaos on the ground continued, with bombardment after bombardment of planet-destroying cannons falling like thunderbolts. The 12 energy stations in near-Earth orbit simultaneously overloaded, gushing forth streams of blue-white plasma that flowed into the defense system like veins. Impact load exceeds threshold, activates second layer of defense matrix. The attack was swift and fierce. Soon, layer after layer of defense was breached. What's the situation on the ground? 90% of the residents have entered underground bunkers, and the remaining personnel are being evacuated by emergency forces. Where are the reinforcements? Legions 1 through 10 are expected to arrive in 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Marshal, the bunker gates will close in 180 seconds. Please follow me into the underground bunker. Wait a little longer. Marshal. There's no time. It be alright. It definitely be alright. 10 minutes, the defense matrix probably won't hold, but... Songwon felt a faint hope. Warning, defense matrix integrity reduced to 2%, core overload, unrepairable. All units, note this is the final announcement. The defense shield will completely collapse in 10 seconds. Exposed areas on the surface will be subjected to direct orbital bombardment. Unevacuated personnel should immediately seek deeper bunkers. The cracks from the explosion of the 9-layer defense matrix spread, like a spiderweb finally. Boom! The 9th layer pierced through. The final broadcast, like the sound of hell, echoed throughout the central star. Inside the underground bunker, an oppressive, deathly silence reigned. Fear and helplessness permeated the air. People clung to those around them, praying incessantly, tears streaming silently down their faces. In space, the enemy ship's main cannons blazed once more. Crimson beams, carrying death and despair, hurtled towards the central star. On the ground, the defenders had only one thought: it's over. At this critical moment, the sky brightened further. 365 illusory stars descended, casting silvery pillars of light that intertwined to form a three-dimensional star map in the heavens. They withstood the catastrophic torrent descending from the sky. 9 golden, dragon-shaped phantoms burst forth, spiraling upwards, their breath spewing spiritual mist that gradually eroded the planet-destroying cannon's energy. Using the principles of metaphysics, they directly confronted the might of an interstellar star-destroying cannon. 9 heavens mystic star-controlling array ground troops. Space forces. Civilians who failed to reach their shelters in time fell silent, mouths agape, Adam's apples bobbing, yet no sound came out. Mortal bodies, yet they witnessed a miracle. Was that a dragon? What was that? I didn't see it wrong, did I? You saw 9 dragons too, right? They saw it, and they were terrified. Was it a holographic effect? A holographic effect blocked a star-destroying cannon? Even a fool could see that was impossible. Could the war and defense be just special effects, and we're just part of a drill? The problem is, the tremors beneath their feet weren't fake. We're already dead. Is this an illusion? Science and common sense could no longer explain what they were seeing. Everyone had only one thought. The Federation has summoned Chiron? This is interstellar war, not a myth. At the central military headquarters, Songwen shouted from the bottom of his heart, "Yes! I knew it! Master Xiao Xuanzi! You are my God! On behalf of my whole family, the entire Central Star, no, the entire Federation, thank you." Although the Federation might not necessarily lose in a direct confrontation, if the defenses were breached at this critical juncture, the casualties would be uncontrollable. The price the Federation would have to pay would skyrocket. "Marshal? What's that?" "Adult matters, children shouldn't meddle." "Marshal, I'm 59, only 2 years younger than you." The others snapped out of their daze. Songwen knew exactly what it was. And he knew that thing had a high probability of withstanding a planet-destroying cannon. That's why he had been waiting all along. A small number of high-ranking members of the Xianxing sect, privy to the inner workings, already had their suspicions. This was clearly not technology, but metaphysics. They had heard that Selene's formations could withstand the Zerg, but witnessing it firsthand left them utterly shocked. "Yuan Jing, did your teacher explain how to use it?" Only now did Yuan Jing snap out of his daze. Back then, the Marshal had gone to great lengths to get Xian Lingzi to switch majors and shift his focus away from weaponry. He had even allocated a special fund to set up formations for hundreds of key units. The other party was very happy at the time, saying, "Having taken on such a large order from you, as VIP clients, I give you some freebies. This 9 Heavens Profound Star Control Array is similar to a protective shield, just in case. Better safe than sorry." "Zuan Lingzi, no, Teacher Xiaoxuanzi, your similar is very different from what we thought. It even included a dozen cores and a defensive array for a military planet. Those 9 dragons were the so-called freebies." Right. "How do I use it?" "Teacher gave me an instruction manual." "Where's the manual?" Hurry! Songwen didn't quite understand Xiaoxuanzi's array instruction. The only thing he remembered was that arrays, like protective shields, require energy. The enemy forces haven't been eliminated, and the attack continues, requiring a constant supply of energy. Spirit stones. We need spirit stones. Such a massive energy attack will consume spirit stones. The array's core on the central star is conveniently located on the top floor of the military headquarters, next to the Marshal's office. Others? ? What is this? What is the Marshal talking about? What is an array? What are spirit stones? This little dark room is so important, and you haven't even activated the chain. When did the military headquarters get something like this? How is it stronger than a protective shield? Who is Xiao Xuanzi's master? But at this moment, the two opposite them have no time to explain. They can only watch as the Marshal and Yuan Jing begin fiddling with the stones and the strange talismans. "Master, you're so kind. You left so many spirit stones." Ha. Attack! I can defend until next year. I sit back, sipping coffee, and watch you fight. Let you piece of trash, attack my central star. You be exhausted? This 50,000 yuan is the most worthwhile money I ever spent in my life. Chapter 429. Give the teacher a bonus. Yes. When she comes back, I give her a bonus personally. I give her all my allowance this year. Ha. The two laughed wildly. Their backs were ramrod straight. The enemy's planet-destroying cannons continued to fire. The 9 eerie golden dragons appeared and disappeared, yet they could extinguish the crimson, death-laden cannon fire. Everyone was greatly puzzled but also deeply shocked. "Marshal, do you have time to explain to us?" "Yes, of course I do. I have plenty of time. But wait, let's first check the situation on the other planets." Sure enough, at the same time, 12 planets of the Federation were attacked to varying degrees. And these planets, coincidentally, all possessed the so-called freebies. Hee. For the first time, the Federation's highest-ranking officer laughed so lewdly. So this was the feeling. In a word, awesome. Teacher Xiao Xuanzi deserves a medal of bravery. Notify the army, fight freely, don't worry about the ground. The Federation lacks everything, but not defense. God bless our Federation. No Xianqingyao Federation. In any case, for the short term, the Federation's crisis was under control. There was still room for a counterattack. Back to the Empire, Qiongwu Pass. Where's the Fujiwara family? They're all gone. This was the center of the world, the decisive battleground of the Third Zerg War. Having learned from the previous defeat, the Empire had done a lot of work over the years. Strong troops, well-equipped, and heavily fortified. However, this time, the rebels infiltrated from the highest levels. Once internal chaos erupts, it becomes difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Moreover, The mole is suspected to be a key figure in both the Empire's military and political circles. Even a single piece of intelligence in Fujiwara's possession could breach the Empire's Achilles heel. Enemy warships are overwhelming, their attacks surging like a tidal wave. They are directly targeting the weakest link in the defensive matrix. A 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an anthill. Even though Fu Yuan had made some preparations and activated emergency defense mechanisms immediately, the evacuation of civilians has begun, and space and ground operations have commenced simultaneously. But as the bombardment of planet-destroying cannons rains down, the protective shield is gradually becoming increasingly fragile. Warning: planetary shield integrity below 5%. Expected to completely fail in 30 seconds. Countdown begins. 30, 29, 28. General, we can't hold them off any longer. Get into cover. However, at that very moment, from the very center of Cheongwu Pass, this steel fortress, the colossal warship once worshipped by millions of people suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Its 100-kilometer-long alloy armor crumbled inch by inch, revealing a spiritual veined skeleton flowing with runes within. The cannon barrels twisted and reformed, transforming into 72 floating spirit swords, their blades wreathed in eerie blue lightning. The power core collapsed into a Taiji core, beginning to operate at breakneck speed. Finally, the soul-nourishing wood left behind by someone nurtured the AI who had fought bravely, sacrificing itself to protect humanity, and then slumbering for 8 years. After the light faded, the only Sky-class warship in human history vanished. In its place was a little boy named Zeus, and a spirit sword named Nirvana. The warship had become a spirit. The flames of war raged, and the explosions were deafening. But the sheer scale of Nirvana, the radiant light it emitted, and the commotion of its disappearance were extraordinary. Phoenix Nirvana. The world was abuzz. That's Nirvana? Nirvana is glowing? Isn't it not fully repaired yet? Sun Qianyu had repaired the core, but the outer shell and weapons systems were still being perfected. Therefore, Nirvana couldn't actually enter combat mode immediately. But now, a colossal warship occupying a quarter of the city, covering an area of 8,000 square kilometers, vanished into thin air right before their eyes. As Nirvana's commander, Fu Yuan sensed something and hurriedly looked in the direction of the glow. Far away, through the reconnaissance lens, he saw the boy, like in mythology, riding a flying sword. He was flying into space, heading towards the direction from which the planet-destroying cannon had struck. What's that? A boy? Standing on a sword? Is it some kind of supersonic flight equipment? Isn't that a bit too fast? 0.3 C? Can flesh and blood withstand that speed? The boy looks familiar. How could he not look familiar? He fought alongside Nirvana for over 10 years. Fu Yuan recognized him at a glance. He just couldn't believe it. One day, the AI-powered figure inside the spaceship he piloted would stand alive before him. This was a small gift Sharon left for Cheongwu Pass. Let me introduce it. When technology collides with metaphysics, data resonates with the soul, the strongest weapon of the interstellar age is born. The heavenly treasure. Nirvana. And its spirit. Zeus. That's Zeus. Fu Yuan said with absolute certainty. Which Zeus? The AI Zeus of Nirvana. Did you add holographic effects to Nirvana? But the reconnaissance camera can not only see images, but also measure energy fluctuations. Energy entity confirmed. Unknown high-energy life form alert. Clearly, that wasn't a special effect. Boom! A man and his sword, like a retrograde meteorite condensed from trillions of kilometers, tore through the atmosphere with a blazing white streak, flying into deep space. General, has our Nirvana cultivation come to this? Fu Yuan, How is this possible? 8 years, and we still can't get it right, and we expect to create a myth? A 10,000-meter-long Sky-class warship collapsing into a 3-foot-long green peak? Artificial intelligence evolving into limbs and flesh. It's simply a fantasy. Fu Yuan thought of a bizarre and outrageous but logical possibility. If the Empire can't do it, then could it be the Federation? Sun Qianyu? Everyone was filled with questions. Having exhausted all their efforts, they couldn't find an explanation for all this from hundreds of years of interstellar technology. Could it not be Zeus? Its original design was based on a real person. So you mean, a 7-year-old child, relying solely on their physical body, flew at half the speed of light, broke through the strongest protective shield in the entire galaxy, and single-handedly entered space? That makes sense? Okay, that's even more unscientific. Unknown entity, speed 0.5 C, energy reaction exceeds threshold. The massive energy triggered Cheongwu Pass's defense system, and a sharp alarm sounded. But then, System access in progress. Friend or foe identification protocol activated. Authentication successful. Access target. Sky-class warship Nirvana, Core AI Zeus. Access registration. Highest. Takeover protocol in progress. Core defense system. Lock released. Cheongwoo Pass all-domain weapon system. Access override complete. Garrison command link. Forced requisition in progress. It really is Zeus. Silicon-based life has become carbon-based life? All-channel broadcast announcement. Attention, all combat units of Cheongwoo Pass. And my beloved commander. This is Zeus, the core AI of Nirvana. From now on, you are under my command. Chapter 430. A youthful yet clear voice, tinged with arrogance and high spirits, seemed to be filled with deep disdain for his opponent. A surge of emotions welled up within him. Fu Yuan almost couldn't hold back the tears welling in his eyes. He had once wondered, if Zeus were to stand before him one day, would he look like this? A brave, confident, intelligent, and slightly arrogant young man. He didn't know what extraordinary encounters Zeus had possessed, but at this moment, his confidence was overflowing. This is the highest command center of the military. I am Fu Yuan. He paused briefly. Welcome back, my comrade. Zeus's orders were transmitted through the information network to all locations. Defense matrix, energy allocation adjustment, disable hedgehog mode, activate turtle shell full system defense mechanism. Target coordinates, X765, Y120, Z24, main gun Thor's hammer charging countdown, 30, 29, 28. Electronic warfare units, activate spectrum interference and quantum virus injection, first peel off the skin of the stealth carrier. Garrison teams 1 to 3, guide the enemy main ship to the target area, teams 5 to 8, contain other forces. The troops cooperated seamlessly, and the orders were executed one by one. It worked. But what will he do next? Isolate the main ship? Then he have to launch an attack, right? All forces are luring the enemy, who will attack. At this moment, Nirvana and Zeus are like a small boat in the vast space, seemingly weak and helpless, but it seems everyone has forgotten. That tiny thing is actually the only Sky-class warship in the entire interstellar space. The ultimate weapon of war in human history. Furthermore, a destined person bestowed upon him a sliver of immortality. All units, leave the target area. Now! Only one enemy strategic aircraft carrier remained. Weapons began charging, all cannons aimed at the man and his sword. Videos from various angles were transmitted from different warships. The scene was incredibly bizarre, because this was a true example of using a planet-destroying cannon to kill a mosquito. Fu Yuan swallowed hard. He didn't know what Zeus wanted to do, but inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming excitement. Then, Nirvana automatically flew to Zeus's side. There was no air in space, but everyone could see it clearly. Energy, almost tangible, was brewing and flowing, seemingly about to erupt at any moment. Sword transforms into a rainbow. Zeus seemed like a different person? No, a different eye? No, that's not right either. What is he now? This doesn't look like interstellar warfare. It's more like a martial arts novel or a mythological story. The tiny figure moved like lightning, instantly closing to within 1,000 meters of the warship. With a single swing of the sword, 72 sword lights split into beams, locking onto the warship's key nodes, engines, shield generators, weapon arrays. The sword light poured forth like a galaxy. There was no sound in space, but the sporadic explosions were clearly visible. Sword formation locks the ship. The 72 sword lights suddenly materialized, flying in different directions, radiating dazzling light. Swords clashed with swords, lights with lights, intertwining, chains tightly binding the enemy flagship. 36 swords suppressed the warship's energy core, while the other 36 sealed off its maneuverability. The warship was trapped in a quagmire of spiritual energy, struggling to move even at maximum power. Zeus created the Xianqing Nirvana 72 sword formation. After a brief silence at the military headquarters, someone finally found their voice. I must have gotten out of bed wrong today. That's Zeus? That sword must be Nirvana, right? The plot makes sense now, doesn't it? It should be firing cannons, shouldn't it? What kind of sword is it using? General, did you send Zeus to a magic school for further studies? No, is this a fantasy novel? Fu Yuan could see something was wrong, but... Good heavens! How was he supposed to know what was going on? He felt like he had just woken up. Finally, someone swallowed hard in horror and blurted out a question that resonated deep within the soul. General, we're in an interstellar society now, right? Fu Yuan, yes. I built every single brick and tile myself, under the stunned gazes of countless people at Cheongwoo Pass. A white rainbow pierces the sun. The 72 swords merged into one, transforming into a 1,000-foot-long giant sword, its blade wreathed in chaotic lightning. A sword slashed down directly at the enemy ship's engine. A single sword strike chilled 14 provinces. Boom! The explosion illuminated the entire Cheongwu Pass. A little boy, carrying a sword and completely unprotected, charged into space alone. He unleashed techniques defying scientific explanation, then detonated an invisible mothership 10,000 times his own size. This was all too surreal and bizarre. Common sense crumbled, faith began to crumble, and true change had only just begun. The boy opposite the flame smiled wickedly. He hadn't yet adapted to this fighting style, otherwise, he could have been even cooler and more stylish. Next. Meanwhile, in Guizhou City, a defensive matrix was activated to resist the attack of the planet-destroying cannon. Most of the garrison was tied down by enemy ships, leaving them no time to attend to the competition. Extraplanetary communications were cut off, with only intermittent short-range internal communications remaining. After the 2,000-plus instructors entered the ancient battlefield, they discovered the situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. Enemy ships landed continuously, air power steadily reached various firing positions, and the number of enemy troops on the ground steadily increased. The competition had fully transitioned into ground warfare. At the Federation's location, under Toledo's command, an attack formation began to be organized. Chiu Shan, hold the left flank. Caviel, watch the right flank. Silver Alliance, long-range fire suppression. Federation, close-quarters combat. The 13 teams quickly coordinated. The sounds of artillery fire and battle cries filled the air. This was the battlefield, and Yuan San was unleashing her full firepower for the first time. There was no time for mercy. She delivered a precise, fatal blow to the enemy's chest. Theoretically speaking, the enemy shouldn't even have the strength to retaliate, they'd be lucky to survive. But after several attacks, something's not right. Something is definitely not right. The Federation cadets in close combat all noticed. Immune to injuries? No. It seems they're invincible. Some of the enemy soldiers were covered in wounds, with fatal injuries to their necks or chests. While not immediately killed, they should at least be completely incapacitated. But their movements didn't falter at all. On the contrary, they fought with increasing ferocity. This was no ordinary feat. The crimson demonic energy emanating from their bodies suggested they had ingested something or were being controlled. Several possibilities flashed through Shuran's mind. Blood demon pill, corpse puppet soul refining pill, or perhaps blood refined corpse soldiers, controlling so many people at the same time. The mastermind behind this must be incredibly powerful. But these methods only. They can unleash combat power several times greater than ordinary people in a short time, but they will quickly bleed to death. In other words, these people are merely tools for the enemy to achieve a certain goal quickly. With such a large force, the enemy is determined to succeed. This time, it must be dragged out until the big boss is lured out. Otherwise, in the vast interstellar space, if the enemy fails, they may lie dormant and return after decades or centuries. Also, if she's not mistaken, this is only the first wave of troops. This battle may not necessarily need to be fought slowly, but it must be won slowly. Immortal? There's no such thing as true immortality. Attack the head, try the heart. Chapter 431. If it were a demonic puppet, destroying the command center would be enough to paralyze its body. Upon hearing the order, other teams began to provide support, and the Federation's main force launched a melee attack. Zhuangqingzong, wielding his spirit sword, charged forward and began indiscriminately slaughtering enemies. Neck is no good. Heart is no good. Okay. Headshot. Attack the head. It's not a mecha, the enemy's head needs to be completely destroyed. Roger. Oh my god, this is terrifying. They're like zombies from a post-apocalyptic novel. Who's so foolish as to turn living people into this? The Undead Legion has arrived, drastically increasing the difficulty of the battle. The level of war has risen again. Other firing positions have also gradually noticed that the enemy's situation is not right. Attention all units, target's defenses are abnormal, probing weakness analysis. What the hell? This thing can still move after taking 3 of my plasma cannon shots? Switch to armor-piercing rounds, try again. Switch to vital strike mode. Prioritize attacking the head optical sensors, neck transmission joints, and core power compartment. Attacks on the mech are useless, aim for the head. Need to penetrate the target's head. Increase ammunition. This is getting tough. We could have fought them in a one-on-one situation. Now, not only is the ammunition consumption exceeding expectations, But we even need to maintain a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 firepower ratio to effectively control the situation. The Empire, Jotun, and Omega are barely holding on, but the other teams are quickly falling into a slump. Instructor. Support. Support is here. Instructor Team 1 calls Command Center. DH-13 area confirmed. Olivia has 22 seriously wounded, urgently needing medical care and air evacuation. Instructor Team 2 calls Command Center. DY-24 area confirmed. Europa has 17 seriously wounded. 7th Generation Protocol has 36 seriously wounded. Battle reports came from various locations. Bad news. In just 1 hour, over a third of the troops were seriously wounded. Good news. No deaths so far. Reinforcements have finally arrived. Instructors, be careful, they're unkillable. Headshots are necessary. The newly arrived instructors quickly discovered that a significant number of enemy soldiers had become pure killing machines, inhuman. In other words, the enemy forces were divided into 3 categories. 1. Ordinary combat units, whose average mental strength was lower than the trainees, but whose numbers were enormous. 2. Combat puppets, the Undead Legion, powerful yet devoid of pain and fear, capable of continuous attacks until their heads were blown off. They could follow simple commands, had a single attack pattern, and few tactical variations, but their numbers remained vast. 3. Elite Undead, few in number, but extremely powerful, some visibly surpassing SSS rank. For example, Kimura Yoshi and Fujiwara Hideaki, both currently identified as Uji natives. The mastermind's identity was becoming increasingly clear. The situation on the battlefield was far more complex than Feynman and the instructors had anticipated. However, thanks to effective intelligence analysis and rich combat experience, they quickly organized an attack formation. The weakness of ordinary enemy troops lies in their reliance on equipment supplies and command. Team A prioritizes destroying enemy heavy weapons. Establish crossfire points. Snipers keep an eye on the enemy commander. Against combat puppets. Team B, switch to high explosive rounds, aim for the head and joints. Melee teams, prepare, if quick headshots are not possible, sever legs to restrict movement. Against elite undead, only targeted point-to-point attacks can be organized. Nandong, cooperate with me to deal with Fujiwara Hideaki first. Roger. Fu Shiwei could see clearly that Fujiwara Hideaki was no longer the original SSS. The enemy forces continue to increase in number. Eliminating even one undead enemy soldier requires at least 1 or 2 warriors. Elite undead are tying down the strongest combatants in each team. The troop strength is severely imbalanced. Aside from the Federation and Empire struggling to hold on, other teams are quickly finding themselves in dire straits. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Medical team. DH-16 area is under heavy fire. 3 seriously wounded soldiers require urgent medical evacuation. FT-36 area defenses are about to collapse. Armored units have breached the defenses, requiring ground and air heavy firepower support. Coordinates. All communication units. The enemy is jamming channel 1-6. Please switch to the backup encrypted channel immediately. In the command center, Feynman slammed his fist on the command console. Just now, through intermittent communications, he learned a small amount of information about the outside world. According to current intelligence, more than 11 countries across interstellar space, including the Empire and Federation, and more than 40 planets have been attacked. The battles at Cheongwu Pass and Guishu are the most intense, with the enemy's invasion intensity reaching crimson. Guishu was the first planet attacked and is currently the only one to have entered ground combat, and the area of ground combat is limited to the arena. A thought flashed through Feynman's mind. The purpose of the space war isn't invasion, but to tie down the reinforcements of major powers, especially Cheongwu Pass, as the host country has a close geographical location, sufficient troops, and the highest probability of receiving reinforcements. This is a feint. A large-scale attack, but no ground combat. If this assumption holds true, then is it possible that the ultimate target of this war is Guishu, or more specifically, the arena? The thought sent chills down his spine. What could possibly be a target for the enemy on the arena? Combined with the fact that Guishu had suddenly been chosen as the arena before the competition. The competition, Guishu, combined, the enemy's target was the trainees. Only the trainees. Or perhaps some of the trainees. The most crucial question arose. What would they do with the trainees? What kind of earth-shattering conspiracy could drive the enemy to use all-out war and ultimate weapons like the Undead Legion? He dared not think about it. Time was of the essence for him. The biggest problem now was that headquarters reinforcements couldn't arrive, and most of the garrison was defending the city and dealing with enemy spaceships. There were simply no spare troops to deploy to the arena. He hated it. How utterly depraved could they be to wage such a large-scale war at the cost of so many civilians and soldiers? At the Federation's engagement point, Shuren constantly monitored the battle situation on the arena. They couldn't fight too quickly, and they needed to minimize casualties. Seeing that the other firing positions were struggling to hold out, she began to issue orders. Hurry up! Upon hearing this, the Xianxing sect disciples increased the strength and speed of their attacks. Keep Kimura Yoshi alive. This guy is crucial. What if he has any clues? Gu Zhanting, fighting Kimura Yoshi, began to strike at a leisurely pace. He wouldn't deliver a fatal blow, but he also couldn't let him injure others. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like walking a dog. Seeing this situation, everyone else, including the supporting instructors, was stunned. Wait, so they were holding back before? Federation students, this is war, not a competition. But it seems that as long as Shuren is there, everyone will unconsciously revolve around her and obey all orders. Soon, the enemy's numbers rapidly decreased, and the troop ratio dropped to below 1-to-1. The Federation's firing point was currently the only firing point with a controllable situation. It was somewhat easy. The instructors arrived, short-range communications on the field were restored, and Feynman received the status comparison of all positions. Live battle report from the ancient Battlefield Federation team's firing point has an A-level firepower density and an A+ defense rating, stable and controllable, making it a viable counterattack point. Empire team's firing point has an A-level firepower density and a B-level defense rating, yellow alert, with the defense rating continuing to decline. The remaining teams' firing points have firepower densities ranging from B to C, with their defense ratings all dropping to D, on the verge of collapse, requiring urgent reinforcements. Chapter 432. Stable and controllable? Still capable of counterattacking? The number of enemy troops on the ground has exceeded 3,000. This is the most severely attacked of all the firing points. How did the Federation manage this? Feynman and Lu Cheng stared intently at the glaring A+ rating, as if trying to burn a hole in the screen with their gaze. Commander-in-Chief, the Federation team is preparing to reinforce other firing points. What? Is the Federation team unstoppable, with no upper limit? Feynman realized with a start. Without reinforcements, without miracles, then the Federation is the only living eye in this dead-end game. Command received, authorized to conduct cross-regional reinforcements. Maintain communication links and report the battle situation every 30 minutes. Several figures flashed through the air like lightning, instantly dispersing to various parts of the battlefield. The instructors were still processing the girl's words. Supporting the various firing points, I'm enough here. I'm enough, enough, enough. Not only is the Federation well hidden, but this girl is even better. Ah Ting, you come with me. Gu Zhanting hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. He could roughly guess that the enemy's target was him. It's up to you. The safest, and only, place in the entire interstellar space was beside Shuren. Handing his nephew over to his senior sister, Guhan turned and stepped onto his battlefield. The New Hague Alliance's engagement point. 2 teams and a training team of less than 50 people were fighting against more than 500 enemy soldiers. At this moment, it had reached the final life-or-death moment. Captain Cliff looked at his teammates fighting hard and his seriously wounded comrades. And on the communication channel, calls for reinforcements continued, but they never arrived. Despair had set in. At least, if one day someone remembered his name, at least he had died in battle. Whatever the enemy's purpose, at least he had tried his best, and died a worthy death. Amidst the chaos, some still pinned their hopes on rescue from Command Center. Instructor, hasn't the reinforcement arrived yet? Only tense breathing, and a long silence filled the communication channel. Reinforcements might not come. Despair and resolve permeated the entire battlefield, but the artillery fire did not falter. This was a soldier's instinct. Hold the line, fight to the last man, before the earth is stained with blood. Never let the enemy advance an inch. Just then, a figure fell like a meteor, the shockwave blasting away enemy soldiers within 10 meters. From the smoke and dust, a black mech stood tall, its iron sword gleaming with a chilling light. Reinforcements have arrived. Although there was only one. The instructors and trainees looked at Xianning illuminated by the artillery fire. That's from the Federation. Yuan San. Command the wounded to retreat, trainees to defend, instructors to coordinate with my attack. A calm and clear female voice rang out. It was as if this were just an ordinary match. everything under her control. New Hague paused briefly, then quickly began coordinating the attack. There was only one reinforcement, but her resolute figure standing in front of the artillery fire, her calm tone, inexplicably ignited boundless hope. Who remembered that before entering the Xianxing sect, our little 13 was once the #1 commander among the Federation's top 10 commanders, and ranked 4th in interstellar individual combat power, a future leader of the Federation, capable both in battle and commanding troops. Head. Heavy firepower, headshot. A ghostly figure moved with unpredictable speed, traversing the battlefield with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Clang. 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 In a flash, she faced the overwhelming killing intent alone. A blade flashed, like a silver moon piercing the sky, one person's skull pierced, blood not even splattering. A cold light flashed again, and another person's head exploded. The enemy ranks instantly fell into chaos. Today, she truly witnessed what lightning speed meant. In just 10 minutes, she single-handedly reversed the entire battle. Cliff dragged his wounded body, his pupils trembling violently. Is this speed and attack power that a human can possess? 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. Wherever that ghostly figure went, the enemy ranks collapsed like wheat fields plowed by a thunderstorm. Are you kidding me? Even the mech's motion capture can't keep up with her blade flashes? Is this physical training pushed beyond biological limits? Is this the Federation's Yuan Saiyan? She's not even the most prominent member of the Federation this year. Mom, I think I'm seeing a god. At the Jotun engagement point, the Allied forces, including instructors, number over 500, while the enemy, 800 plus. This battle has reached a dead end. The main cannons of the airships began charging, the deathly blue light illuminating pale faces, all electronic devices emitting static. Nick and Shura thought they were going to die here today, until the fiery red Zhurong descended from the sky. That excited and vibrant voice sounded incredibly abrupt amidst the desperate gunfire. Yet it filled them with boundless hope. Shura! Let me handle this. Decades later, Shura recalled the best thing she ever did. On a whim, she asked, I have something delicious, want some? Alice Yang's dashing entrance. Red cannonballs weaved through the flames of war, relentlessly reaping enemy lives. How could Alice Yang of the Federation be so strong? At the Seraphim Alliance's point of attack, most of the surviving weaker teams had gathered. Including the arriving instructors, the total number exceeded 1,800. But they still faced double the enemy forces, the Air Force, and the Undead Legion's overwhelming force. Seraphim's instructor, Lin Ling, gave the final order. Instructors provide cover, trainees evacuate. Their eyes were filled with unwavering resolve, they were prepared to die. Just then, the earth began to tremble. Star beasts. A beast horde. A beast tide is coming. Why add insult to injury when things are already hopeless? What is this? A buy one get one free promotional package from hell? But then, someone suddenly noticed. Wait! The one leading it looks like Batu from the Federation. Batu, the name Alice always mentions. A ferocious appearance. A level 1 star beast that carried the formation flag and stole the show in the faction competition. Yes, it's Batu himself. Batu, this Elephant King is here. Wait a minute. How come a star beast from the 1,000-star ring is in the ruins of Return? Chirp. A clear cry pierced the dark clouds of the battlefield like a sharp sword. Above the sky, amidst the glow of artillery fire, the Storm Flamingo, a first-level star beast with a wingspan of 30 meters, swooped down. That's Trish. This is the first time in my life I heard a high-level star beast's cry sound so beautiful. It's Yang Chung from the Federation. Reinforcements have arrived. It's the Star Beast army. Roar! The beast horde swept across the battlefield like a torrent, the earth cracking beneath their iron hooves, the air trembling from their roars. The enemy's steel lines crumbled like fragile paper walls in the violent collision. Giant elephants trampled mechs, flamingos tore through fighter jets, and star corvidras wielded their iron claws, tearing through the defenses. In an instant, the battle situation reversed 180 degrees. Only now did everyone clearly realize that the Star Beast army in the faction battle was truly gentle and obedient. Back then, they were probably just playing house with children. Chapter 433. Energy level, SSS plus, threat assessment, unmeasurable. Suggested action, $, hashtag and asterisk the war AI has crashed. In the command center, listening to the report and watching the red to black energy orb erupting from the beast tide, everything exploded. Those are the star beasts of the 1,000-star ring. How did they get to Guishu? Did the Federation transfer the beast tide here? Magic? I knew it, the script was off from the start. What a fantastical beginning. Sure, and left a small gift, and of course, collected some interest. Liu Chung and Feynman were filled with questions. The space button can't hold living things. And it can't hold so many large inanimate objects. Transportation? How big would that spaceship be? Nirvana? Impossible. Stealing star beasts and then warships? Are you kidding me? Nirvana, hee. Please call me Xianqing Sect's heavenly treasure, within the ranks. The Federation developed an invisible portal? In the transmission talisman, Sure An's command came again. Yuing, have Tong assist with command. Roger. With a thought from Ms. Liang, Tong, who hadn't been allowed to roam for a month, finally saw the light of day again. Ah! Are you ready to welcome my grand entrance? At different points of engagement, a white phantom gradually solidified. Communications were cut off, surveillance was extensively damaged, and the battle raged on. Tong had no physical form, was intangible and untouchable, and possessed technology higher than interstellar space. It was a lawless, absolute cheat code, crushing everything. Sizzle sizzle, the previously interrupted internal and external communications began to gradually resume, and so did the live stream. Commander, hee. Move your chubby little hands. It proudly puffs out its plump little chest. Millions of viewers on Proxima Centauri, are you ready? The curtain of a new era is about to rise. Omega Firefight Point. The sky suddenly splits open, a sword flashes with frost. Feng Lian's figure streaks across the sky like the aurora borealis, his icy blue sword light sweeping across the battlefield, tearing apart enemy lines wherever it goes. That's right, this is the script he's written for himself. Turn the tide. Save the world. All cameras, all eyes, must focus on him alone. He can avoid the limelight, but he absolutely cannot lose to Alice. In the sky, the white ball's broadcast is deafening. Omega Firefight Point. Allied forces 365 men, 55 seriously wounded. Su has arrived. Xiao Yu only then noticed something strange in the sky. More like a living organism than a monitor or communicator. What is that? She murmured into the communication channel. Did you call me? Captain Xiaoya. The white ball of fluff appeared suddenly in front of Xiaoya, startling her. You know me? I know everyone. Turning to look at its previous spot, it was still there. There were two white balls of fluff. What kind of technology is this? The commander's exclusive secret technique. Shadow clone. It made a showy hand seal, transforming into a 10 by 10 ball of fluff. This was its first dazzling appearance in interstellar space. It couldn't miss a single moment of showing off. Commander, your mission is to win this war, while I need to make my presence felt and solidify my advantageous position within the Xianqing sect. I must make the sect master realize that the commander isn't just sitting around doing nothing. At the point of conflict between the allied powers, Lox's gaze was suddenly drawn to that impenetrable white ball of fur amidst the flames of war. It was impossible not to notice, because that thing's music was incredibly loud. Almost as loud as the artillery fire. You'd think it was a school sports meet. Clang. 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 A resounding bugle call was followed by the inspiring Athletes March. Hold on for 2 minutes, rescuers are on their way. Although he didn't know how many rescuers there were, the commander's relaxed voice and cheerful tone gave Lox a glimmer of hope. Oh! They're here. Sixth Prince. This was a sort of direct superior of the commander. Even the way he addressed him was laced with flattery. It's a system integrator who's read tens of thousands of workplace strategy guides. Not only is it logically sound and management savvy, but it also possesses a deep understanding of workplace etiquette. It's Fushi. The Federation's sirens. Xiang helped save them. The 1,000-star ring wasn't just stolen by star beasts. The evil passion fruit has gone all out. This time, it's truly evil. Countless vines as thick as giant pythons burst from the ground, growing wildly, entwining, strangling. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dense, thorny jungle, submerging the enemy's steel torrent in a writhing green hell. ST-08 engagement point. New Sun 178 men, Shin Wanqing, Lewis are in position. DH-01 engagement point. Devia 97 men, Aslan is in position. K-16 engagement point. Sanvia 356 men, Junior Uncle is in position. At different engagement points, white balls of fur appear, along with Federation soldiers moving at lightning speed, bearing the weight of 1,000 men. Commander-in-Chief, communications restored. The live stream is back. Feynman and Liu Chung looked at the familiar faces on the screen. Great. The children are all alive and well. Tears welled up in the eyes of this tough guy. Who restored the communication? Did headquarters fix it? The word no was left unspoken. Feynman noticed the same white figure appearing on different screens, including the Central Star and the Cheongwu Pass battlefield. What is that? The war AI began analyzing. Unknown life form detected. Appearance. A spherical object approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, seemingly freely deformable, infinitely replicable, and capable of space-time jumps. Energy reading, abnormal. Mass paradox. The entity exists, but its weight randomly jumps between 0 kilograms and infinity. Warning! Warning! Target not from an interstellar system. Suspected high-dimensional civilization or unknown cosmic-level life form. How did this war turn out like this? High-dimensional civilizations have even surfaced? That familiar question returned. Commander, we're still in an interstellar society, right? Okay, the war movies turned into a sci-fi movie. The white figure in the live stream performed a 360-degree spiral somersault, and then hovered steadily. She winked her big, bright eyes at the camera, a classic idol wink. Her playful demeanor and lively tone made it hard to believe this was still a war zone. Hello, valiant warriors and interstellar viewers. I am your battlefield reporter. Commander, bringing you real-time battlefield updates from 40 planets and 87 firing positions. Chapter 434. Commander, how about it? Pretty professional battlefield command, huh? Also, Sec Master, Marshal Songwon, General Fu Yuan, Zeus, Commander Feynman, if you need to relay orders or make emergency communications, please let us know. We will provide you with the fastest battlefield intelligence service 24 hours a day. Dominating the world, I roam freely, admired by all. A hero's entrance can't be without background music. The inappropriate music reached every live stream port that was activated via the network. In the Central Star Wars zone, space warfare was already within the control of the Federal Army. In the headquarters building, in the strategic conference room, everyone wanted to stare a hole through Songwon's wrinkled old face. Marshal? That thing knows you? What is it? How many things have you been hiding from us? We're all terrified. Can't you at least let us know a little something to reassure us? He stood alone, defiant against the accusations. It doesn't matter. Just know that if the sky falls, someone will hold it up. Seeing the situation turning against him, Songwon started shouting. Marshal! Marshal, are you calling me? Like magic, the white ball of a figure suddenly appeared, startling everyone. Oh! I just wanted to ask if everyone is alright. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Does the Sec Master have any instructions? Oh, we just need to defend the Federation. We take it slow. It's still early. Thank you for your hard work. Salute. The old man and the young boy exchanged military salutes in front of everyone. Speechless. They're so familiar, yet they're pretending not to know each other. Everyone's minds raced, and they came to only one conclusion. The Marshal was secretly raising an alien civilization behind the backs of the entire Federation. And who is the Sec Master? This person is clearly ranked first. Why should the Marshal listen to her? Finally, what does it still early mean? The Undying Legion has already appeared, and you say it's still early? Say it all now, what's next? But at least for now, facing such a dire situation, the Federation seems surprisingly well prepared. Cheongwu Pass War Zone, 160 kilometers outside the atmosphere. Cheongwu Pass War Zone, Military Command Center. General, they're calling you. That thing recognizes you. When Fu Yuan was called out, he seemed frozen in place. What exactly is it? No offense intended, just a question. Are you sure this wasn't something your own people secretly created? Fu Yuan turned to Blaze in the equipment department, solemnly confirming, could it be that the Research Institute updated its AI model without informing you? Blaze's expression was simply speechless. He knew exactly what his subordinates were capable of. Technology is about upgrading, not evolving. Look at the data on the white ball of data on the panel. It's definitely not something of this era. General, the communication lines and live broadcasts were most likely also set up by this thing. It even said itself that it can provide combat intelligence services. Right. It can connect communications and data across all battlefields. Finally, someone grasped the key point. Communication and combat systems between different countries were originally designed to be incompatible, even deliberately kept technologically isolated to prevent infiltration or exploitation by the enemy. But now, with total war breaking out, all nations face the same enemy. Communications are severed, command structures are paralyzed, and fighting alone will only lead to defeat. The emergence of the White Dumpling is not merely about connecting battlefield intelligence. It truly enables interstellar combat coordination. It can synchronize all combat forces, intelligence, and information, and uniformly deploy the military forces of all nations, merging previously fragmented combat systems into a highly efficient war machine. It's a truly interstellar-level joint combat command system. This statement was a wake-up call. If the war continues to escalate, the white ball could very well become the key to victory. Realizing this, the Imperial High Command fell silent. This thing is definitely not an Imperial product. Look at the order of the roll call. Sec Master? Marshal Song 1. There's a 99% probability it came from the Federation. Now it depends on whether the Empire can confidently entrust its back to the Federation. This decision must be made with utmost care. This is tantamount to exposing all of the Empire's intelligence, secrets, and weaknesses to its potential biggest competitor. If the war ends quickly, this will be the Empire's biggest strategic blunder. Commander, whether it's exposed or not makes no difference to me. The strongest interstellar AI is neither the Empire's nor the Federation's war AI, nor Zeus, the core AI of the strongest warship, but StarNet. This information sharing and interconnected AI was created through the collaborative efforts of hundreds of countries and the commanders. Its power is roughly equivalent to billions of star networks. If no immortal had traveled through time, the system would have been the only dimensional reduction attack in the interstellar world. It really only looks weak. Just then, a message from Zeus came through the war AI system. Has the enemy information in the Cheongwu Pass war zone been updated? Coming. Super flagship level space mothership X3 main weapons, antimatter main gun X18, phase torpedoes X108, threat level, 5 attack strategy, high firepower, low mobility, priority focus fire. Titan class heavy cruiser X6, plasma cannon X20, missile array X120, threat level, for attack strategy, weak armor, flanks vulnerable. Attack strategy, interfere with communications, need to be paralyzed first, but I'm here, no big problem, just do your job. Even Zeus's takeover authority requires identity verification. The system thus appeared magnificently and quietly in the Cheongwu Pass war AI. Fire prevention, theft prevention, even the Federation. All those precautions were in vain. They come and go as they please, needing no permission at all. From the moment the Federation appeared, the Empire has been completely exposed to it. Fu Yuan looked at everyone seriously and said firmly, I have a premonition that the war has only just begun. I suggest setting aside our disputes and uniting against the foreign enemy. The Empire has been infiltrated to this extent. Who knows how many years of planning this has been going on? The enemy definitely has more tricks up their sleeve. And with the Federation in its current state, it's really hard not to be convinced. After a brief silence, voices gradually rose from the crowd. I agree. Agreed. Me too. Then, how do we find it? This shot should be in the central square. Shall we set off to find it now? General Fu, are you looking for me? Commander, what era is this? Even carriages and mail are slow? Ready to be called at any time? Said we call you if needed. Oh, that's what it meant. Suddenly I feel so out of touch. This guy is a higher dimensional life form. The military. He can come and go as he pleases. Classified information. He can see it as he pleases. I was just struggling for a long time about whether to give the commander a back door. Now it seems, he was just politely asking. Chapter 435. In the Federation's underground bunker, listening to the artillery fire outside and feeling the earth tremble, everyone was quiet yet tense. Suddenly, exclamations rang out. The live stream is back. The crowd activated their personal terminals, and a deluge of information flooded in. In just half a day, the outside world had been turned upside down. The war has begun. And not just one country. My God. The Empire has opened fire. It's even more intense than here. Eliminating a potential enemy. At least it proves the Empire didn't do it. Holy crap, who's that boy above Cheongwu Pass? Has the Empire's technology evolved to this level? It's the arena. Guishu has entered ground warfare. Our Federation teams are supporting various battlefields. The crowd looked at each other, all reading the same shock in each other's eyes. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, then erupted in joyful cheers and shouts. Well done, kids of our Federation. Go Warriors. What's that white thing? It's like a live sports broadcast. Suddenly I'm not nervous anymore. I feel like we can definitely win. The Federation will win. Long live peace. Yes. Long live peace. Please don't die. These words immediately drew a barrage of ridicule. Pa! Pa! You jinx! If you can't speak properly, shut up. Kids of our Federation are blessed. Indeed, those who can embark on the path of cultivation are overflowing with good fortune. The live broadcast simultaneously played on the underground bunker of the Imperial Military Headquarters and on the large screens in the central square. Live stream resumed. War has broken out. Ground battles have begun on the field. What do we do? So many enemy troops. The Fujiwara family. I knew they weren't good people. Kimura Yoshi. Is Tenon the culprit behind this war? Ha ha ha. Gu Zhanting is teasing a dog like this. Serves him right. Huh? Are those star beasts from the 1,000-star ring? Yeah, those leading ones. Aren't they Alice's lackeys from the Federation? Not only that, but there's also that evil passion fruit. Damn. My home's been raided. So what if they were raided? Good luck. How did the Federation manage to get the star beasts there? I don't know. Aren't there plenty of strange things happening in the Federation? Then what about the strange things happening in our empire? Like the little boy wielding a sword to cut down a ship in space. The moment the live stream started, shattered worldviews began to impact everyone in the interstellar space. The prologue to a new era has arrived with a bang. At the G09 engagement point, the Imperial Allied Forces and their instructors, a total of 540 people, besides the Federation, this is where the enemy's firepower is at its most intense. More than 2,000 enemies are appearing one after another, with air forces constantly arriving. In this critical moment, Fu Jiwei displayed formidable command and combat prowess. Over 500 people wiped out more than 1,000 in half an hour, but this brief advantage came to an end. Enemy reinforcements arrived too quickly. Captain Fu, we can't hold on much longer. Hasn't the reinforcement arrived yet? The reinforcement probably won't arrive. Suddenly, the battlefield, amidst the sounds of artillery fire and shouts, erupted with the screeching of metal. Fu Jiwei watched Fujiwara Hideaki, who was fighting with increasing ferocity. Speed, power, agility, all increased exponentially, and he was fearless. Without fear. Fu Jiwei and Nan Gongling fought side by side for over an hour, exhausting all tactics and strategies, yet they couldn't find a way to defeat their opponent. What exactly did the Fujiwara family do to elevate this person from near death to a level even a 4S couldn't reach in such a short time? The unease in her heart was rapidly amplifying. If the enemy continued to reinforce at this moment. But turning her head, the boundless worry in her eyes turned to joy and excitement. Imo sang beside her had already shouted, Xianyu. Ivan! Coming, coming! Behind the two was an army of countless mechs and puppets of all sizes. Fu Yuan, you said you could only control a few dozen? It's hundreds of thousands. Imo Sang was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes reddening, yet she still complained relentlessly. Your mechs are over the quota, that's a foul. Alright, you can report me after we're done, okay. The new energy mechs crushed the enemy ranks with overwhelming force. After enduring countless heavy artillery barrages, not even a scratch was left. Swarms of miniature support mechs swept across the battlefield. They silently approached enemy mechs, damaging their key components, and could even self-destruct when necessary. Large swaths of enemy troops fell like harvested wheat stalks. The Xianqing Sex mech army was truly an undead legion. Captain Fu, coordinate with me to control Fujiwara, he can't die yet. Roger. At the same time, as soon as the live stream resumed, the entire interstellar media flooded in like a torrent. Especially when they saw the battle situation at Guishu. Factional tournament, the Federation, went easy on us, didn't they? Was it easy? We call this a flood discharge. Is there even a need to continue the competition? After such a major war, you're still thinking about the championship trophy? It's not a question of winning or losing, but rather, if the war ends, are any of your other nations, including the Empire, confident they can fight the Federation? To put it bluntly, can your 280 teams united defeat the Federation? Literally, this statement is absurd, but no one refuted it. Almost the entire interstellar space remained silent. Interstellar societies, facing the ever-increasing threat of star beasts, alien planets, and insectids in the vast expanse of space, always wage large-scale warfare. Elite units like the 4S are used to fight against high-level star beasts and queens. In the face of a full-scale invasion, they exist more as commanders and spiritual leaders. National machinery, military equipment, AI command matrices. The cornerstone of victory is technology, resources, industry, and strategic coordination. Following the previous 3 Zerg wars, this is a truly comprehensive war within humanity. Theoretically, small-scale reinforcements are utterly ineffective. Not to mention the strength of a few individuals, on a battlefield ravaged by constant artillery fire, it's a drop in the ocean. Previously, Many strongpoints on the Guishu battlefield were on the verge of collapse. But after the Federation forces began providing support, the tide of battle miraculously began to turn rapidly. The strength displayed by the Federation forces this year has exceeded everyone's predictions. This is truly a one-man army. At this moment, high-ranking officials from various countries are staring in disbelief at the live broadcast and battlefield data on the unified network. And the pop-up notification. Invasion level detected. Combat unit accessing the war zone. Shared vision activated. Federation Central Star invasion level. 3 stars main threat. Sky Shadow Fleet 7th to 12th enemy composition. 3 super flagship space carriers. Chapter 436. Defense System Assessment. Space Defense. Space Shield. 0%. Completely damaged. Planetary Defense. 9 Heavens Mystic Star Control Array. 95%. Operating status. Ground Defense. Planetary Automatic Turret Array. Online rate 98%. 108 aircraft shot down in the last hour. Garrison Forces Federal Legions 1st to 10th. Full strength. Skyfire Special Forces Regiment equipment details. Tactical instructions. Everyone had a question mark in their minds. Is this what we can see? Isn't this data a bit too detailed? Aren't we afraid that hostile countries will take advantage of the situation? Federal. Come on. Especially this 9 Heavens Mystic Star Control Array. It doesn't sound like something from a scientific system. The Central Star shield is notoriously strong. A completely destroyed shield proves the attack is hellish. But how can this array still maintain 95% operational status? What is this? So powerful. But then, their smiles faded. The battle situation and combat strength data of the invaded cities, such as Yotan Kalban, Omega Central City, and the Aurelia Alliance were all analyzed clearly. Even the remaining ammunition on each warship, and the number of secret troops stationed in each mountain stronghold were known. This data was something even the captain might not be able to monitor in real time. This is true real-time data sharing across the entire battlefield. Every weakness of the enemy was clearly marked. Every bit of our own combat strength was calculated clearly. Wait! We can see this, but can Tianyin see it too? No, we can still distinguish friend from foe. The sudden appearance of the commander startled everyone. The high-ranking officials of various countries stared blankly at the eerie white ball, their minds racing through everything that had happened that day. The war began. Communications were cut off. Live broadcasts resumed. The white ball appeared. Battlefield data became transparent. All nations' secrets were laid bare. In the face of this thing, forget secrets, there was no privacy whatsoever. The hearts of the high-ranking officials sank to the bottom. This was the most devastating national security problem in the history of civilization. But the leader's next words made everyone realize that worrying was useless, and that they had no other choice. Marshals, commanders, please allow me to remind you that the first wave consists of ordinary enemy troops, mainly composed of the main combat units of Tianyin and its affiliated countries. The second wave is the Undead Legion, which is currently en route to various war zones. High-ranking officials from various countries. Huh? We're going to have to fight a ground war too. Fu Jiwei and Nangong Ling, fighting 2 against 1, barely managed to hold off Fujiwara Hideaki. They also need to deal with such an undead legion, but the bombshell wasn't over yet. What has appeared so far is merely the enemy's advance force. If this can't be stopped, the next wave will be the formatting of human civilization. Then, it uttered a single word, this word. Froze in the air instantly, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. A word that sent chills down one's spine to the very depths of one's soul. Are you serious? This is only the 3rd wave. There's more? Yes, there's a 4th wave. Are you sure? This is a battle for the survival of humanity. The commander isn't joking. The probability of this is over 97%. This wasn't a questioning of the intelligence provided by the commander, a high-ranking figure. In the more than 400 years of interstellar society, I simply cannot think of anything more despairing than the Zerg War. Looking at the white ball of fluff before them, its chubby, round face held an air of unwavering confidence. But its expression lacked much panic or fear. It seemed to possess the air of someone who had won a decisive victory from afar, strategizing with complete mastery. Its reaction subtly calmed the tension of many. According to the overall forecast, this war will involve at least 4 waves of enemies. This is just the beginning. Unaffected war zones will soon be engulfed in flames. This is not an exercise, nor a localized conflict, nor a power struggle between major nations. It is a true war for the survival of humanity. Please prepare yourselves. My assistance is not because I need your help, but because I hope that all nations can set aside their disputes, cooperate, and defend their own territories, preventing the Federation and the Empire from becoming distracted. The words were harsh, but undeniable. If the war truly escalated to that point, the overall situation would not only be a timely aid, but would also elevate combat capabilities to another level. But its ultimate purpose was, don't distract the Federation and the Empire. It was certain that the two great powers could defend their own battlefields, and even have the resources to aid other countries? Could it be that the Empire and the Federation weren't displaying their full strength? You have secretly broken through to the atmosphere these past 3 to 5 years? What is the fourth wave of attacks? This is neither your concern nor your concern. You only need to worry about the first 3 waves of enemies. Why? Based on my estimation, the fourth wave of enemies won't appear on a large scale. Where will they appear? Most likely, it will be the Federation and the Empire, and moreover, it's not something you or ordinary countries can contend with. Nations. What kind of enemy is this? It's terrifying. The carrot-and-stick strategy has worked. Finally, it's time to address the concerns of other nations. Of course, understanding everyone's worries, the Union has prepared an Interstellar Joint War Data Security and Mutual Trust Agreement. During this period, only military data directly related to the current war, troop deployment, equipment status, battlefield dynamics, will be accessed. No political archives, economic intelligence, or citizen privacy of any nation will be extracted or stored. Within 72 hours of the war's end, all non-core tactical records will be deleted, backdoors will be closed, and data will not be provided to any nation, including the Federation. Agreements like this are only good for honest people, not for dishonest ones. But this higher-dimensional civilization can go wherever it wants and see whatever it wants. The fact that they're willing to reason with us is already a testament to their good manners and politeness. And there's a keyword. Federation. You're from the Federation? How could this not be surprising at all? Something strange has appeared on the battlefield. Besides the enemy, it can only be the Federation. Sort of. But as you can all see, we Federation people don't like war. On the field, the Federation team is still constantly rescuing students from other countries. From them, you can already see a hint of pacifying the world. If one day the entire interstellar space needs a leader, the Federation is indeed the most trustworthy. The Empire was, of course, the former leader, but now, it hasn't cleaned up its own mess, and the risk is far too high. Moreover, all countries know in their hearts that they have no choice. Some people are still unwilling to give up and continue to ask. One last question: who is the fourth wave of enemies? What do you plan to do? The leader didn't answer their questions directly, but instead said mysteriously, open your eyes and take a good look. A new era is about to begin. Other major powers signed agreements and joined the joint operation. On the large screens of all national command centers, a line of large text appeared. At 15 hours 36 minutes and 7 seconds on December 5th, Star Calendar 425, the Interstellar Joint Defense Agreement officially came into effect. Chapter 437. And so, these scenes unfolded. The New Athens Alliance opened all jump points, urgently rescuing the nearby scattered fleets under attack. A 100-person team from the Omega Research Institute rushed to the neighboring Terran Empire, transporting a large quantity of artillery and ammunition while repairing and reinforcing the enemy's space shield. The Serafini Alliance opened the EcoArc, providing shelter and relocation for nearby refugees. Planet 67 on the border of Devia. Open jump point 890, let the Federation's 75th Fleet in. The Pan-Europa Union, just in time for a military exercise, had half its garrison absent from the capital, Sindravi, and was on the verge of its shield breaking. This is the Jotun 3rd Mobile Fleet, Sindravi Garrison. Your shield reading is plummeting. Hold on, my main guns are already red hot. After a deafening roar, on the surface of Sindravi, countless eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. So it turns out, there's more to life than just suspicion and war between nations. This is the true meaning of a shared human destiny. At this moment, there are no nations. No races. Only humanity. This day, this moment, will be forever etched in interstellar history. The Imperial military, under the coordination of Tonha Zeus, issued and executed orders one after another. General, the situation on the 23 invaded planets of the Empire is basically stable now. The biggest problem should still be with Guaishu. Guaishu, perhaps, doesn't need our attention. He looked at the situation on the field, especially the area where Shuren was located. The place most severely affected by the war was now the most under control. All the trainees and instructors have received the Federation's protection. This is an immense favor. How's the investigation into the Fujiwara family going? An hour ago, shortly before the attack began, 3 ships departed from Airport 3, heading towards Tianjin. Fujiwara Sawa's position is too high. Years of infiltration have corrupted too many of the Empire's key departments and soldiers. Fu Yuan still has a worry in his heart. Have all the traitors been eliminated? He's not afraid of the enemy declaring war with real guns and cannons, but he fears a covert attack. The Empire's high command is grinding their teeth in hatred. This is treason. Whether it's true or not is no longer important. What matters is victory and revenge. The Empire has stood strong for so many years. It's not to be trifled with. Notify the Cleaners. The Cleaners, the Empire's underground organization, an elite force specializing in covert operations, are the Empire's darkest dagger. Such a major event has occurred. The Empire must make a statement. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood, war for war. But, General Fu, the situation is far from what you imagine. I suggest you wait until after the battle to decide whether to act. If it were an insider advising him, Fu Yuan would absolutely ignore it, but this was the command center, currently the strongest command center surpassing even the Interstellar era. Who would have thought this thing was a female supporting character conquest system a year ago? Is there any intelligence we don't know? You find out soon enough, but for now, please don't fight a losing battle. Throughout the entire interstellar space, apart from the Xianxing sect, no one knew what kind of enemy they were facing, or how meticulously their opponents had planned to reach this point. The Fujiwara family, the Uji people, the Tenkaku, the Zerg. According to Shuren's speculation, this grand scheme began to unfold long ago, at least a century ago. The Uji people were the tools, using interstellar migration to control energy, minerals, medicine, and other industries, infiltrating various countries and seizing resources and power. They saw what they wanted, high-level warriors. Then, through war, they weakened their power and captured them alive. The fact that they could use demonic puppets on a large scale on the battlefield, and that blood-fiend pills and beast-attracting medicines appeared, indicates that the mastermind behind the scenes was very powerful, at least no weaker than her. But it's been over 60 years since the first Zerg invasion. This creates a contradiction. The emergence of demonic cultivators was a devastating blow to the interstellar world, yet it dragged on for so long, and they even cultivated a large race as tools. Combined with the environment of the Guishu ancient battlefield, abundant water, supplemented by wood, energy veins, and the resentful atmosphere of the ancient battlefield. The answer is almost obvious. Shuren's lips curled into a smile. She knew what the other side was planning. This game finally had an answer. General Fu, whatever actions you take, you must wait until after the war. The magnetic yet calm female voice on the encrypted channel between Guishu and Xiongwu Pass attracted the attention of all the high-ranking officials in the Empire. That voice, it sounded somewhat familiar. Who are you? My name is Shuren. This is not an enemy that a simple nation can deal with. Wait for the answer to be revealed before making a decision. Shuren? Shuren from the Federation's military academy. This is the only human who can appear silently in the war AI. And what kind of enemy is one that neither a nation nor its war machine can contend with? Her sudden appearance, and those words sent chills down the spines of all the Empire's high-ranking officials. How can I trust you? Listen to the boss, don't act rashly. We won't have enough manpower to rescue her. Boss? The commander's boss. Is she a cadet from the Federation? Yes, that's right. Commander, listen to the boss. The boss has a way. After the commander finished speaking, Zeus interjected. Zeus, she's your boss? Too quick to speak. When did you two meet? Just a few days ago. Zeus has only been awake for less than a month. So you acknowledged her as your boss? Short time doesn't mean shallow fate. A connection made online, cherish this bond, ever heard of that? Who wants to hear this nonsense? Where is the boss from? He was met with a long silence. Zeus. You changed. You're no longer just mine. Zeus has developed his own personality, he avoids the important issues, hides the truth, and even lies. Fu Yuan has a bold guess. Could Zeus's transformation be related to this boss? Also, the leader suddenly went from being serious to being incredibly obsequious. These two now look like two lackeys. This Shuren should be the one listed before Imperial Marshal Tsang when in the leader's report. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The title boss didn't sound like it belonged to the military, it sounded more like it belonged to some non-military organization. It was rumored that the liberation of the Federation's occupied territories wasn't officially carried out, but by some third-party force. Throughout the entire competition, sure and strength was unfathomable. Could she represent this third party? Good heavens! Who kind soul hid their trump card in the school team and sent it abroad to participate in the competition? But intuition told Fu Yuan that he had to, and could only listen to her. Okay. With the addition of the unified command, the information barrier collapsed, and all 265 countries in the interstellar space achieved resource coordination and intelligent logistics scheduling. The efficiency and effectiveness of the war were greatly improved. Darkness fell, and then again, the fighting never stopped. The night was illuminated like daylight. The 24-hour battle report arrived. Chapter 438. 24-hour global battle report. Overall battle situation assessment. Controllable advantage. Federal Central Star. Severely damaged 11 enemy motherships. Enemy casualties 87%. Successfully intercepted 412 enemy landing craft. Imperial Cheongwu Pass. Sunk 26 rebel modified warships. Annihilated 45% of rebel manpower. Imperial Guizhou City. Severely damaged the Tianjin 7th Fleet. Cleared 17 orbital drop sites. Yotan, Korea. In just one day, the scales of victory had tipped in our favor. Fu Yuan looked at the data on the screen, a bittersweet joy mixed with satisfaction. Especially Guizhou, the earliest and strongest invader, the weakest in Imperial forces, and the most heavily armed enemy. But the results were astonishing. The 2367 mech kills in a single day were practically a mech graveyard. Of these terrifying numbers, 1/3 were from the Undead Legion, and these were achieved through 1v1 ground combat. These kids, no, these warriors, are incredible. One day. Fu Yuan's throat tightened. Just one day, from the brink of collapse to a full-scale counterattack. The tide had turned, the Federation would go from follower to being looked up to. 2 more hours passed, and many battlefields began to wrap up. Some nations were already preparing to celebrate. But the leaders of various countries dared not relax in the slightest, leaving aside the possibility of an unknown fourth wave of enemies. The third wave the commander spoke of was no joke. On the Guizhou battlefield, 80% of the space enemy ships were destroyed. Most of the ordinary enemy forces had been wiped out, with only about 3,000 Undead Legion soldiers still resisting. All teams, drive the enemy into the D12 area. Instructors and trainees at each firing point acted under the commander's command. Our forces overwhelmingly outnumber the Undead Legion, a decisive advantage. With Xianxin sect disciples present, the warriors had no worries and fought with unparalleled ease. Team A ranged fire coverage. Team B attacked the head. Team C finished them off. Are we going to win? Kimura Yoshi and Fujiwara Hideaki were driven into a corner. Neither of them dreamed that, having gained immortality, they would find themselves in such a predicament. Sun Qianyu and Gu Zhanting had been toying with him. Unable to win, unable to die, and unable to end the battle. Everyone was excited, victory was in sight, however. Don't let your guard down, it's not over yet. Another hour passed, and the enemy still had over 1,000 men left. The team finally reunited at position D12, the finish line of this competition. The ancient battlefield. Known as a desolate wasteland of millennia-old yellow sand, before the interstellar era, for tens of thousands of years, countless historical civilizations were destroyed by constant warfare here. Yellow sand filled the sky, the wind whipping up fine bone dust. Huge sword marks and craters remained on the rocks. Rusty weapons lay at the riverbed, crumbling into iron filings at the slightest touch. Even under the blazing sun, the wind was biting cold. As night fell, the wind carried the sounds of war drums and horns, the clash of armies, and seemingly the whispers of the dead. The Xianxin sect disciples exchanged knowing glances. The yin energy soared to the heavens, death locked the dragon veins. A chilling aura shot from their feet to the top of their heads. In Xiao Xuanzi's words, this place. The feng shui was terrible. The entire interstellar world witnessed this scene in the live stream. Is it almost over? Over 10,000 trainees alone. The enemy only has 1,000 left, 10 against 1. It's a sure thing. Finally, it's almost over. What's the casualty situation? Is everyone alright? Is the next step to fight our way back to Tianjin's old base? Yes, yes, yes. Overestimating themselves, if they had even a plate of peanuts, they wouldn't be this drunk. Before everyone could even start cheering and celebrating, the spatial environment data on the dialogue interfaces of various war systems and commands began to subtly change. Has the spatial curvature increased? In the Imperial Command Center, Fu Yuan stared at the figure that had unknowingly risen from 30% to 56% and was still rapidly climbing. 67%, 98%, 150%, For 60%, 786%. In just a few seconds, the data changed too quickly, everyone's minds were in chaos. As the spatial curvature fluctuation broke the 1000% mark, noticeable noise began to appear in surrounding communications. Sizzling. Even with the best efforts of the command center to stabilize it, several major war zones still experienced extremely strong quantum interference. In an instant, the universe seemed to have been muted. The atmosphere began to deteriorate rapidly. After a brief disconnection, sharp alarms sounded intermittently on the channel. Third, attack. Beep 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 beep. Sizzle sizzle. Highest, alert, alert. Spatial curvature, fluctuation. Zerg channel. Central star, Cheongwu Pass, Guishu, Sindrave. Hundreds of planets observed abnormal data and visible, cosmic radiation, like silk being crumpled by an invisible hand. The asteroid belt suddenly accelerated, spiraling towards a point in the void. This phenomenon wasn't the first time it had appeared, but the fourth time in history. Outside the atmosphere of each planet, a ghostly, eerie green rift opened out of thin air, as if hell were opening its blood-red maw, about to devour the entire planet. Space has been torn apart. Everyone swallowed hard in horror. That abyssal maw writhed like a torn biological membrane. A hellish roar and scream erupted as countless gigantic limbs began to surge forth. The Zerg. It's the Zerg. The third wave of attack the leader had spoken of. The fourth Zerg invasion in interstellar history had become a reality. The interdimensional invasion channels are open. All channels were open, and communication finally stabilized. The highest crimson alarms on all planets blared with a piercing roar. Universal emergency mandatory broadcast. Highest crisis response, Zerg attack. Zerg attack. Zerg attack. The Zerg interdimensional invasion has been confirmed. All civilians must immediately enter shelters. Entrances and exits will be permanently closed in 10 minutes. Until the end of the war. Attention! This is not a drill. This is not a drill. All combat units in position. In accordance with the Interstellar Joint Defense Agreement signed by 265 nations, the leader will forcibly take over all planetary defense matrices and space-class strike weapon systems. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Chapter 439. As all planetary weapon systems unlocked, the antimatter energy core activated at high power, all non-essential energy was diverted to weapons, civilian power systems shut down, defensive shields began to hum under overload, and the mechanical clicks of firearms disengaging their safety mechanisms echoed. A shared voice resonated in the hearts of the warriors. Are you ready? Always ready. Next, they will fight for the survival of humanity. Takeover complete. May survival and glory be with you. The commander's voice resounded through the starry sky, cold and majestic, echoing above every planet. The screams of the Zerg descended from the heavens, drilling into everyone's ears. A thick, viscous fear permeated the air. Even through the live broadcast screen, one could almost smell the corrosive stench of the Zerg slime. The wormhole continued to tear open, widening and expanding, its depths unfathomable, like an abyss. The Zerg are coming. The swarm, like countless living meteorites, erupted from the wormhole, carrying death and despair towards the ground. This was not war, but a countdown to the end of the world. Global announcement. Proxima Centauri's spacetime curvature has collapsed. A spatial tear signal has been detected. Zerg invasion confirmed on 10,842 planets. 10,842. Everyone stared at the number on the screen, their eyes wide with horror. In the Third Zerg War, only 1,389 planets were involved in the war, and 128 ultimately fell. In the underground bunker, no one screamed, no one moved, even breathing froze. Only a chilling fear crept up everyone's spine, up their necks, into their pores, and froze in their veins. People's pupils dilated to their limit, yet they couldn't see anything. Fingers spasmed unconsciously, some people dug their palms raw, yet felt no pain. Those who experienced the Zerg War, survivors from 8 years ago, veterans from 26 years ago, legendary commanders from 49 years ago. Their pupils were shrouded in nightmares of the past and present, unable to move. Meanwhile, the warriors fought on the front lines. In space, all fleets opened fire on the wormhole. Die! Don't stop firing. Our families are on the ground. Even if I die here today, I will never retreat a single step. The commander methodically began executing optimal commands. All units, maintain fire support, but avoid self-destruction. All fleets, move away from the stratosphere and ionosphere. The fireworks are about to begin. The commander's voice was calm, resolute, and confident, briefly bringing clarity to the fear-stricken crowd. Planetary shield full power activated. Core pulse shield activated. Iron Dome long-range defense system activated. Near-Earth orbit antimatter mine belt activated. Abyssal echo gravitational wave oscillator activated. Corona Fury stellar cannon activated. Burning Heaven core pulse charging. Countdown 10, 9, 8. All cannons unlocked. Fire. With a resounding fire. On orbit, the main cannon arrays simultaneously lit up, incandescent beams piercing the dark space, evaporating wave after wave of Zerg in the light. On the surface, millions of self-propelled artillery roared, the flames from exploding shells merging into a continuous expanse, as if the Earth itself was howling and burning. In space, swarms of antimatter missiles attacked like bees, each hit exploding into a ghostly blue flower of destruction within the Zerg swarm. The Zerg charge halted at this moment, their bodies twisted and cracked in the intense heat, finally exploding completely. War machines roared, cannons blazing across the sky. It was as if they were unleashing all the energy and ammunition accumulated over centuries. The long silent live stream was suddenly broken by a mournful cry. Billions of stars echoed simultaneously. We don't want anyone to sacrifice themselves. Eternal Empire. Eternal Federation. Long live peace. Human glory endures. At this moment, the system ushered in its most glorious moment since its inception. Who could have imagined that the female supporting character system would become the key to saving all of humanity? It operated tirelessly, focusing intently and precisely analyzing the flood of battlefield data, methodically organizing the encirclement of defense, attack systems, and the space fleet. The tactical plan had been iterated to version 9784, the logistical supply route shortened by 0.7 light-years, and the firing interval of the plasma cannon array compressed by 0.03 seconds. Like a never-ending war machine, it strangled wave after wave of Zerg forces in their infancy. The system, it's not just Ms. Leon who's taking the heroine route. It knows that humanity needs the victory of Spark to dispel fear and ignite hope. Central Star Zone Battle Report. Interception window. Zerg Vanguard Swarm completes 70% full system interception and saturation strike. High-temperature particle cannons incinerate approximately 16,000 charging explosive Zerg swarms. This battle performance is textbook excellent. The results are many times better than expected. The calculation module constantly refreshes the data. Countless Zerg offensives are precisely extinguished. The system knows that only by eliminating as many enemy troops as possible can it gain more advantages and time for the ground forces, increasing the chances of victory by several percentage points. In the all-domain channel, Tong's voice became playful, tinged with a hint of boasting. This operation's efficiency increased by 12.7%, ammunition consumption decreased by 8.3%, Zerg manpower annihilation rate 78%. Exceeded targets. Boss, how did I do? You're great. Shuren's tone was cheerful, praising without reservation. Hee hee. Sixth Prince, how was my performance? This month's KPI, a plus. Siren's serious voice was full of praise. Oh ho! MS. Leon. Ms. Leon. Not bad. A short boastful message, and 3 people were pulled in. Zeus, is this the philosophy of the Xianqing sect? I learned something. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, this conversation seemed so strange and abrupt. Yet, it was like a shot of adrenaline injected into everyone's hearts. Fear seemed to be paused, and the live stream finally erupted into chaos again. Who is that? Who is it talking to? The boss? Is this boss the one we talked about before? AI has a boss? Who is the Sixth Prince? And who is Ms. Leon? To be honest, these voices sound so familiar. The people of the Federation reacted immediately, searching their minds for the owners of the voices. Chapter 440. The authorities are hiding a lot of things. I actually hope the country is hiding its strength. At least then, humanity still has hope. There must be. We haven't lost yet, have we? The battle has only just begun, and the results reported just now were excellent. Yes, it's even stronger than the StarNet. This system's autonomous decision-making ability has already exceeded the scope of interstellar technology. I never heard of any country's AI being able to forcibly take over another country's defense and attack systems. If it weren't a Zerg battlefield, but a war among humans, wouldn't everything be in chaos? That boy at Cheongwu Pass who single-handedly cut down 5 warships and can float in space is the most bizarre. Not only that, the Central Star's protective shield has long been broken. But those 9 dragons. You can compare them to other cities. The major planets of the Federation, the places where anomalies appear have the strongest defenses. You can see it with the naked eye. Compared to technology, it seems a bit mystical. The Zerg swarm crashed into the protective shield, unleashing an icy blue aura. Roaring, howling, torn to shreds. But the reinforcements surged forth like waves, endless and continuous. More and more escaped, breaking through layers of defenses, heading towards the ground. Supreme SSS level alert. Zerg have entered near-Earth orbit. Estimated contact time, 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Ground forces, prepare for battle. Guishu Arena. Kimura Yoshi, watching the Zerg army gradually break through the defenses, laughed triumphantly. Reinforcements have arrived. Kimura Yoshi, you colluded with the Zerg. Except for Xianqing sect, who was prepared beforehand, the others were bewildered and shocked. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Try reasoning with me after you survived? Fu Jiwei's mind raced. Did you bring the Zerg here? She couldn't see the other person's expression, but Kimura Yoshi didn't deny it. Did Tian Enran instigate the first 3 Zerg wars? Humph. A soft sneer said it all. What good will that do you? What are you trying to do? How can ants understand the thoughts of gods? Kimura Yoshi didn't bother explaining to these people. Only a sentence from the crowd caught his attention. Whether they are gods or demons is still unknown. Hearing that word, his pupils dilated. That was Shuren, the Shuren who eliminated him in one strike. What did she know? Lingling. Roger. Xue Lingling took out boxes of supplies from her storage space and distributed them to different teams. This is a hemostatic pill, to be used when you're about to die. There's also a repair fluid and nutrients, everyone share. About to die? The words are crude, but the meaning is sound, though your words are certainly ominous. And this, defensive talismans, explosive talismans, the instructions are all out there, hurry up and distribute them. The Federation Academy had seen scribbled talismans before, but these explosive talismans? Is this a new product from the Xianqing sect? Oh right, it's not for sale. He wanted to ask how they got them, but after looking at Xue Lingling, he didn't say anything. Fu Jiwei held a pile of things Xue Lingling had given her. The Federation anticipated something bad would happen. They made many preparations. Defensive talismans? Can withstand one fatal attack below SSS level? Just this one piece of paper? Instructions. Stick it on your body? What is this thing? How can it be so unscientific? This last one is even more outrageous. Explosive talisman, equivalent, 50,000, 200,000, 1, 000, 000, 000, 2, 000, 000. Holy crap. 5 million? Did they write the wrong unit? Fu Jiwei's hand holding the talisman trembled, afraid of accidentally hurting her own people, but then she thought, can a scribbled talisman unleash such a huge amount of energy? Are you serious? Xiao Xuanzi hasn't had a moment's rest, accumulating countless space buttons for explosive talismans, and Li Yuanbua, he can't sleep soundly without at least 10 or 8 boxes in his space. Lingling's sweatshop has been running day and night. Guessing the possibility of war, how could the Xianqing sect not make any preparations? And Kimura Yoshi, who was being led around, saw it. That's it. That thing was very familiar to him. His pupils constricted, his gaze fixed on Shuren. No way. At the same time, bad news came again from Guishu and the Empire. Alarm. Alarm. Central Star Sky Fortress, Iron Curtain Protection Center, Camp 12. Cheongwu Pass Abyss Watch Station, Earth Core Great Wall, Camp 35. Guishu Energy Center, Garrison Camp. Protective forces have detected a large-scale rebellion. Boss. Ground support is needed. Fu Yuan slammed his fist on the holographic sand table, shattering the projection. The worst fears had come true. The rebel problem hadn't been completely resolved. The traitor would attack the defenses and energy fortresses, opening the floodgates for the Zerg. The defenses could easily collapse from within. Furthermore, the battlefield was indistinguishable between friend and foe, making combat difficult. Although he had taken precautions beforehand, triple biometric authentication, dynamic combat passwords, and the Shadow Commander system, a full-scale screening would still take at least 2 weeks. Oh! I sent someone over. Shuren finished speaking and, without time to explain, began making arrangements. Su, you take Yi Feng and Director Li to oversee Guishu City. Alice, go to Cheongwu Pass to meet up with the other disciples. Junior brother, Siren, you return to Central Star. Qian Yuying, return to Yoden Korea with Nick. Yang Chung, Yuan San, lead the Beast Horde to Omega Sky City. Roger. Just in case, all key cities to be invaded need to have Xianqing sect disciples present. After hearing Shuren's deployment, 2 questions arose in the minds of the others. First, How are you going to identify traitors? Second, how are you going to get there? The battle is extremely fierce, and the distances between countries are vast. Even the fastest interstellar shuttle takes half a day to arrive. Will it be enough time for everyone to arrive? Samir. Here he is. Boss. Samir, Chi refining level 6. Normally, interstellar teleportation arrays are very difficult for someone of his level. But when a formation is combined with a touch of quantum mechanics, mysticism plus technology will unleash infinite possibilities, ethereal charm, hidden technological edge. He tossed out 5 high-grade spirit stones, a spatial anchoring stone, a superconducting spirit crystal, star core energy. He's going all out. He's practically emptied the entire array peak's coffers. If it weren't for an emergency, he wouldn't have used these things. The incense for the formation hissed as it burned, his fingers forming hand seals at a dizzying speed. What's he going to do? A shamanistic ritual? It seems that ever since the shuriken began, something's been amiss with the Federation team. Someone tested it with the Undying Legion, and those 50,000-ton explosive talismans were actually real, even more effective than a light-powered cannon. Just a piece of paper, thrown out, and it's a headshot. On second thought, the Federation's anomalies must have started much earlier. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, all their actions are defying common sense. But now, something even more unscientific is happening right before our eyes, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chapter 441. The 100-meter-long circular platform suddenly lit up with dazzling starlight, 9 star tracks intertwining into a net beneath their feet, distorting space like water ripples. Atop their heads, the phantom image of 9 rotating stars appeared, starlight cascading like a waterfall. Chaos returns to order, constellations open the heavens. Heaven and earth are the guide, time paves the way. Yin and Yang reverse, the void proves the Tao. 9 luminaries star shuttle quantum teleportation array, activate. What the hell is that? Everyone present had at least 10 question marks above their heads. Our Interstellar Express. Samir replied seriously. Brother, are you taking advantage of me because I never ridden a car before? Alice. Coming. Alice skipped and hopped, leading a group of people into the circle of light. The Tao of heaven is boundless, 1,000 miles in an instant. Let's go! The words had barely left her lips when she vanished. Everyone rubbed their eyes, staring blankly at the eerie circle of light. I see. I see. I look and look, Nangong Ling, lend me a pair of discerning eyes. Let me see this chaos clearly, plainly, and truly. Brother, are you performing magic? Immediately afterwards, groups of disciples entered the array plate and disappeared, entered and disappeared, entered and disappeared. Undecided? Quantum mechanics? But even Newton would be scratching his head. What kind of bizarre development is this? It must be because I woke up in the wrong position today. Imperial Military Command Center. General, could it be not technology? It's obvious, everyone's not blind. Defense talismans, explosive talismans. A piece of paper can possess the power of a spider mine or even a planet-destroying cannon. Those 9 dragons aren't illusions of protective shields. They're collectively called the 9 Heavens Profound Sky Star Control Array. Just now, a few stones, a few pieces of paper, an incense stick, a few words, and some light. It must be something like space travel. 9 luminaries star shuttle quantum teleportation array. This isn't a term from the interstellar era. Looking up at the sky above Cheongwu Pass, Zeus, working tirelessly alongside his commander, was fighting. He was wielding a green sword, cutting through the swarm of insects 7 times. Small in stature, but immense power. It far exceeds the boundaries of science. Purifying elixir, radiation-free vegetables, combat power surpassing mental strength. If you consider it from a metaphysical perspective, it makes sense. When all the inconsistencies are combined, a term hidden in the cracks of time suddenly popped into his mind. Xianxing sect. Could the so-called leader be an organization that promotes feudal superstition? At the last wave. Junior brother, be careful on your journey. Senior sister, see you after the battle. His gaze, like burning stars, was fixed on Sure-En's figure. It was she who ignited the spark in this vast starry sea, bringing boundless hope. And now, the general has his own battlefield. His own responsibilities. At this moment, he is no longer Gu Han, the military academy student. He is General Gu Jianshan of the Federation. Grandmaster, you can go now. Uncle, the Federation is in your hands. Gu Zhanting believes that this time, they will not lose. The formation activates, and Gu Han steps onto the platform, his face gradually revealing its true form. His features are sharp and hard, like those cleaved by a knife and axe, each angle bearing the marks of battle. Below his brow, two sharp gazes, as cold and resolute as the glint of stars. The face recognized throughout the entire galaxy. Gu Jianshan. The Empire, the Federation, Jotun, Omega, even Tianyin saw it. The entire interstellar space was in an uproar. General Gu is still alive? Gu Han is Gu Jianshan. Holy crap! I'm speechless. Let a general compete. The Federation is really capable of this? Now that you mention it, I finally caught an active duty soldier participating in a military academy battle. He's breaking the rules. Ha ha ha! Is this the time to talk about this? General Fu, you knew all along? The chief of staff was pleased but not surprised by Fu Yuan's reaction. I've been cooperating with General Gu in investigating the Fujiwara family. Have you found anything? Currently, we can only confirm that the target is a student, but the plan remains unchanged. We defend our own battlefield first. At this moment, Fu Yuan was 200% certain that his strongest ally had played his biggest trump card. Gu Jianshan guards the Federation, sure, and charges to the front lines. There's hope. Absolutely hope. Am I seeing things? I must not have slept well. I saw General Gu's face. You're not seeing things. The next second, above the central star, against the backdrop of surging Zerg and endless artillery fire, a circle of light flashed. The dark matter engine emitted a deep roar, like the first battle cry of an ancient behemoth awakening. Buzz! The black humanoid battle armor stood in midair, its 2-meter-tall body seemingly bearing the weight of the entire galaxy. On the deep-sea titanium alloy base, liquid blue light flowed like blood, every line breathing. The composite armor surface was engraved with antimatter buffer runes, faintly glowing a ghostly blue in the darkness. Amidst the billions of steel torrents on Proxima Centauri, this name could instantly freeze the clamor of the entire battlefield. The Federation's only 4S mech, an eternal legend of war. Poseidon. General Gu. He's really back. I knew it. Missing is just missing. Who poured cold water on me back then? Come out here, kneel down and apologize. Great, he's alive. The general has come to save us. What? The Federation's high command, and the people could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down their faces as they cried their hearts out. Marshal, you knew all along? All right, I've seen it all. Some people know everything, but they don't utter a single word. In the past 2 days, Songwon had experienced everything from war to victory, from hell to heaven. The old man had endured too much misunderstanding and public condemnation. He finally understood Liu Yunbua. This blame was hard to bear. But General Gu is back. And he's even become an immortal. A rising star has appeared, and the morale of the army is solidified. Inside the command center, cheers erupted like thunder. Our Federation's general is back. A shout instantly ignited the will of the entire battlefield. The new recruits suddenly realized that their trembling hands had become as steady as rocks. Long-lost smiles appeared on the rough faces of the veterans, their fingers unconsciously stroking the metals on their chests, murmuring softly, "Our backbone is back." The medics clenched their fists tightly, tears glistening in their eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. At this moment, hope burned hotter than tears. Everyone was waiting for Gu Jianshan's first order. Sun Rang, who had been assisting in the evacuation of civilians in the city, appeared. Master Uncle. Zhu Lingchun, elite of the 21st Legion of the Federation, Del, currently the second peak of the Xianxing Sect Sword Peak, Falcon, Ariel James, Mars of the 4th Legion, the Battle Marshal Hall, and Siren, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. Safety pins are pulled. Battle intent ignites. It begins. Chapter 442. Good. Sun Rang? The general is talking about Sun Rang? Captain Sun Rang from Selene? Didn't he retire? It really is him. Not only that, there's also Captain Zhu from the 21st Legion. Immediately afterward, on the communication channel, Gu Jianshan took over the entire Central Star battlefield. System, synchronize enemy and friendly data. Large-scale Zerg breach detected. Engineers, level B threat 200,000 plus, 30,000 plus Mutalisks, 10,000 plus Martyrs. Lords, level B threat 5,000 plus Cerebrates. Level A threat 300 plus Queens. Level S threat 3 neurointerference type Cerebrates detected. Queen, Cerebrate marking failed. The Central Star Command Center, and the people stared intently at the numbers. The atmosphere tensed once again. Taking a few? 200,000? 3 queens. This is just the vanguard? Everyone had only one question in their minds. How do we fight? But the group of people in the live stream showed no sign of seriousness, their tone was even somewhat relaxed. First wave, not bad. Is that enough for your warm-up? SOSO. Arrogant. Even if you don't respect your opponent, please at least respect the number 200,000, okay? Stop joking around, there's more to come. We give you enough to fight today, until you feel like throwing up whenever you see Zerg. I feel like throwing up even if I don't fight. The group joked around like this, and the ordinary people, who were initially invigorated by the general's return but tense due to the enemy's overwhelming strength, unconsciously relaxed. Siren, the rebels are yours. Okay. Xiang, little radish, let's go. Before the words were finished, Fushi, carrying the siren, vanished instantly, leaving only a streak of light. Sinrang, the ground forces are yours. Protect the civilians. Alright, Zhan Muhal, follow me into the city. I want members of our 2 peaks in every legion. Let's go! Everyone gradually took their positions. The ground forces were poised for action, and the Zerg were drawing ever closer. Large-scale Zerg invasion, ground contact countdown, 30, 29, 28. 0. Central District, Starlight Plaza, approximately 12,000, 15% piercers plus 23% martyrs. Old City Street Battle, Black Iron Street, approximately 600. Cross Star Overpass, approximately 200. Federal Building, energy reading exceeds limit, suspected Zerg Queen appears. Troops move rapidly according to the data and commands. The disciples of the Xianxing sect led their troops forward, hurling handfuls of explosive talismans into the swarm of insects. Then, boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out incessantly, the streets turned into a sea of fire, and the shockwaves vaporized the insects within 100 meters. Amidst the flames, the insects screamed and howled in agony. The live stream, witnessing the power of those bizarrely drawn symbols, elicited gasps of astonishment. Is that the same kind of amulet sold on the Starnet? Is this thing really that terrifying? Wholesale version of a paper planet destroying cannon? I knew this thing could both defend and attack. What's the working principle of this thing? Scratch his head, JPG. Legendary squadrons appeared en masse, each unit representing the pinnacle of the Federation's, and even interstellar military might. Power-armored warriors from Legions 1 to 21 advanced shoulder to shoulder, heavy lightsabers carving a bloody path through the swarm. Peregrine rapid strike groups roared overhead, their machine guns clearing a path for the ground troops to charge. The ground corps, wielding energy shields, pushed forward against the swarm's charge, while plasma spears pierced through gaps in the shield array, penetrating even more distant Zerg behemoths. The Dawn Guard swept into the battlefield like a silver storm, their ion blades scattering insect limbs wherever they went. Utilizing their tactical advantages, they dispersed or converged, leaving only scorched earth and wreckage in their wake. This is the Federation's strongest fighting force. Meanwhile, everyone noticed that the men Gu Jianshan sent out, regardless of their mental strength level or the quality of their mechs, displayed combat power far exceeding expectations. They moved across the battlefield like ghosts, each advance striking the insectid's vitals. Amidst the flashing blades, the insectids fell like waves of wheat. Even amidst chaotic battles or sieges, he can still accurately anticipate crisis and support his teammates in critical moments. Excuse me, is this like slicing through melons or vegetables? The opponent is Zerg, right? Or are this year's new Zerg week? Can they really take them down one by one? This kill efficiency is going to break records. Is Captain Zhu really that terrifying? I want to know. General Gu entrusted the task of eliminating the traitors to Siren alone. How does he plan to do it? Investigate them one by one? There's not enough time, is there? Then, Siren gave everyone the answers, but also left more questions unanswered. Fushi swiftly arrived at every suspected area of rebellion. Sky Fortress, Iron Curtain Defense Center, Camp 12. The Sirens did only one thing. Took a glance? Is it because the other party looks too abstract? Ugly appearance and savagery mean a traitor? Could there be a mistake? Fought back, damn it. It really is a traitor. Holy crap. How did he figure it out? He definitely figured it out. As a cultivator, the ability to sense malicious intent is almost instinctive. Moreover, some people even carry a chilling demonic aura. With a flash, he locked onto his target in a scan, instantly darting into the center of the crowd. With a swift movement, before the other party could react, they were lifted into the air and subdued. You weren't hiding very well. The rest of the process went smoothly. He quickly went to various locations, observing, locking in, and apprehending people. Xiang, little radish. As soon as he finished speaking, two vines, one green and one white, instantly expanded, extended, and sprang up, quickly binding enemies who were trying to attack or escape. Okay. Well done. He didn't forget to add a few words of criticism after apprehending them. Dad, you were careless. Sade's face flushed red. Who knew this person could hide under his command for over 10 years, and even climb to the 4th-ranking officer in the 8th Legion? He was secretly delighted. His child had grown into a towering tree, his back straight. But being swarmed by crickets in front of them was a loss of face. Enraged, they roared at the sirens. Even if you're weak, you're still my father. Get to work. In Black Iron Street, over 100 people who hadn't had time to enter the underground bunkers were forced to hide in a warehouse on the first floor of a shopping mall. The scent of humans was a delicacy to the insectids. The swarms of insects that had landed quickly found them. Hearing the high-pitched chirping and occasional hissing of insects outside, those inside were terrified. They desperately covered their mouths and noses, holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. But quickly, the insectid's claws pierced through the heavy steel door of the warehouse. Death was just a wall away. Boom! The heavy iron door was pierced through, completely dismantled, and carelessly discarded. The stench of insects assaulted their nostrils. It's over. At the most critical moment. Whoosh! The cold glint of a lightsaber halted the swarm's advance. The battle began, and the people were saved. That's Captain Zen of Selene? Great. He's come to our rescue. What? I thought I was going to die. Chapter 443. Large-scale survivor cluster detected. Signal source A coordinates. Supernova Entertainment City, 4th floor, West Storage Area. Vitality: 23 people, 3 children/15 adults/5 seriously injured. Threat alert. Engineer level Zerg X-1545. Signal source B. Signal source C. Warhol received. Execute rescue. Peregrine Team A, please provide fire support. Falcon Mars, we split into 3 groups. Okay. Senrang is a hero of Selene, and tonight, he is also a hero of Central Star. Starlight Plaza, the whole world is watching. After 8 years, the legendary god-level mech Poseidon has seen the light of day again. Its awakening is not just a return, but a judgment. Gu Jinshan's lightsaber was so fast, it was almost impossible to catch. Only a streak of purplish-black lightning could be seen leaving after images in the air. Wherever it passed, the Zerg carapace shattered like paper. Gu Jinshan's personal combat stats are skyrocketing. His kill rate and annihilation rate are continuously breaking historical records. Poseidon weaves through the swarm, his targets never being low-level engineers, but rather the swarm's central nervous system, the cerebrates and overlords. Every charge, every strike, is aimed directly at the Zerg's command nodes. Central control severed, annihilation across the board. Once command collapses, engineers will only scatter in disarray, killing on instinct. Losing coordination and tactics, the Zerg swarm's combat power is greatly reduced, and it is quickly routed by the Federation forces. So strong. Even more terrifying than 8 years ago. Speed, strength, agility, and command skills have all seen a qualitative leap. It wasn't a battle, but a one-sided public execution. Fu Yuan looked at his old friend. Their backgrounds, abilities, growth paths, and experiences were similar. He had already gone much further. And now, they finally had the chance to fight side by side again. Old Gu, I treat you to a victory drink after this. Yeah, I introduce you to a job later. Okay, I be waiting. Fu Yuan. The first 4S level mental power awakener in human history. The 12th generation core commander of the Fu clan military group. The only general awarded the rank of general by the Empire. The overlord of Proxima Centauri. The instant the nanoscale general's armor covered his body. My turn. Seeing this, the entire Proxima Centauri fell silent for a full 3 minutes before a deluge of bullets erupted. To be able to fight the Zerg under the leadership of these 2 generals in my lifetime. Even death would be worthwhile. Kill! Xiongwu Pass battle report. First wave of Zerg breach detected. Engineers. Level B threat 300, 000 plus, 40, 000 plus Mutalisks, 50, 000 plus Piercers, 10, 000 plus Martyrs. Queens. Level S threat 5. The Bastion heavy armored core erected an ironclad defense line on the front lines, self-propelled artillery arrays roaring deafeningly. The Vulture flight wing swiftly swept across the battlefield, while Punisher Annihilators simultaneously opened their bomb bays. On the ground, the Arbiter Special Sniper team calmly searched for targets. Cerebrate Commander spotted, bearing 174, range 2800. Immediately following, the Gauss sniper cannon emitted a piercing hum. A saturation attack covered the surging Zerg tide, various artillery attacks intertwined, creating a death symphony on the battlefield. Zerg carapaces shattered under the barrage of fire, splattering slime and blood everywhere. But the next second, more Zerg burst forth from the smoke, continuing their charge over the corpses of their own kind. Maintain firepower. Don't give them a chance to breathe. A Zerg queen has been spotted at the Central Memorial Park, level S+. 18,000 plus engineers. The queen is building her nest. Estimated spawning time is 35 minutes. Fu Yuan received the report from Commander and led his team towards the Central Memorial Park. Thanks, Commander. You're welcome. It's a pleasure to serve you. Oh! We already have reinforcements on their way. Reinforcements? Hurry! Hurry! In another half hour, this S+ queen, already an ultimate weapon, will be continuously hatching Zerg. The entire mission team was mentally prepared. This would be a race against time and overwhelming force. But when the main force arrived, chaos reigned. A agonizing roar echoed, accompanied by an eerie light. What is that? The voice preceded the person. A powerful female voice seemed to emanate from the void. Prison Spirit Lord, great god of Fengdu. Golden nets and iron chains, capture evil spirits. Black winds and fire bells, crush all ghosts. Hurry, hurry, as the supreme pure law commands. Spirit stones, talismans, and banners soared into the air, flying to their designated locations. The battlefield's celestial phenomena visibly shifted. Howling winds, dark clouds loomed overhead, and banners flickered. 9 prisons locking god array. Activate. The circular array beneath the woman's feet emitted a blinding light. 9 enormous chains burst forth, their surfaces inscribed with runes, each link burning with a ghostly blue flame. The chains coiled around the Zerg queen's body like living creatures, binding her tightly and rendering her immobile. Heavens! What the hell is this? Has the entire interstellar army collectively transmigrated into a fantasy novel? Wait, this is definitely Cheongwu Pass, and that's definitely the Zerg queen. Retract. The chains tightened, and the queen let out a painful roar. Hiss. The outer Zerg heard the summons, and tried to return to reinforce. San, are you left? I right. Roger. Zhang San, former manager of the Garbage Mountain, an employee of the Su family. Currently ranked 12th on the first peak of the Xianxing Sect Sword Peak, at the 5th level of Qi refining. A year ago, he would never have imagined that he would have the opportunity to go to the battlefield and fight the Zerg. Where the sword light reached, the Zerg fell like wheat fields. He exclaimed inwardly, awesome. The right defensive line was completely blocked by Tony's Pangu. One man can hold off 10,000. He delivered a seemingly effortless punch to a charging Zerg. With a deafening roar, the insect was blasted hundreds of meters away, smashing through the swarm behind it and leaving a bloody path. When the dust settled, the giant insect's carapace was shattered. It was utterly dead. The Imperial army gasped in shock at the sight. My God! Who was that? What kind of strength is that? The energy of that attack was at least equivalent to a kinetic weapon, with a yield of 500,000 tons, and the attacker seemed completely unfazed. Tony, keep it, otherwise Jinyu will accuse me of destroying his materials. But look at those queen fragments. I haven't collected enough. Chapter 444. Not only heavy, but fast too. Before anyone could react, he had taken down another large group. What kind of person is this? So fierce, Tony turned around, about to charge towards the queen. For a senior brother, spare the insects. Leave them for little 14 to refine the myriad soul banner. Little 14, thank you, senior sister shyly. Refine the myriad soul banner with insects? The myriad soul banner, it doesn't say what kind of souls to use. So many insects, it's a waste not to use them. Little 14, hesitant but confident. You really found this loophole. Insects, have some humanity. Tony wanted to roll his eyes dozens of times. He glanced at the excited, gleaming-eyed young cultivator, eating Zerg, wearing Zerg clothing, using Zerg as weapons, practicing evil arts. This was the true nemesis of the Zerg. He truly didn't know who was more wicked, him or the queen. But looking into those sincere, clear eyes, righteous yet wicked, wicked yet righteous, wicked in a righteous way, he couldn't refuse. All right. Come on. The team's division of labor was clear. Xiao Xuanzi was responsible for array attacks, restricting or reducing the enemy's mobility. Tony and Zhang San were the main force for killing the enemy. Labu was responsible for picking off stragglers, and incidentally using the Zerg's evil energy to enhance his own cultivation. Song Ruotang was responsible for vigilance and support. This 5-person team displayed the momentum of a 1,000-strong army. Ah, someone's coming. Seeing the Imperial troops arrive, Xiao Shursi knew it wasn't appropriate to do this under their noses. The big guy immediately shrank behind Xiao Xuanzi. Fu Yuan stared at the bizarre scene before him, a spectacle that defied both science and common sense. But the moment he saw Tian Shu, he was certain. Are you reinforcements from the Federation? If the Federation team was playing coy, this 5-man squad, aside from still using mechs, had essentially laid their cards on the table. Were they afraid others wouldn't know their bizarre tactics were questionable? His mind raced, and he seized every opportunity to probe. Xianqing sect? The others were all encased in mechs, making them difficult to see, but Fu Yuan keenly noticed the moment Xiao Xuanzi and Labu's expressions froze. He was right. The Federation had an exceptionally powerful non-governmental organization, powerful enough that 5 people dared to storm the Insect King's lair. The only remaining question was, what made the Xianqing sect so powerful? Are you General Fu? The 5 men's voices even trembled with excitement. Ah! The Star Trek duo. Fu Yuan of the Empire, Lab, Idol number 2, can I get an autograph? Fu Yuan, oblivious to the adoration and joy in the other's eyes, directly asked, yes, how should we assist? He originally wanted to ask if they needed help. But it was obvious these guys were taking down the S+ Queen like it was nothing. On second thought, wait a minute, this is the Empire's battlefield, they can't rely entirely on external forces. Oh, then how about killing the outer Zerg? Or there's another one 10 kilometers to the west, should we split our forces? Okay. The Arbiter will stay to assist, the rest of you follow me. The Arbiter's commander, Hopkins, hadn't recovered from the bizarre situation, his CPU was practically crashing. Hopkins, me? General, are you sure? The enemy is S+? Shouldn't you be the one assisting me? Leaving the Queen to me and these 5 people? You just pack up and leave? You really think highly of me. Wait. He shook his head vigorously. General Fu must have his reasons for doing this. Sure enough, the reason came to him the next second. Tony, Xiao Xuanzi, and Lab exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and regret. It seemed the myriad soul banner couldn't be forged. If so many people saw the manufacturing process, it would either scare them to death or ruin their reputation. The Xianqing sect is a prestigious and righteous sect. Then kill them! I've been waiting for you to say that. Brothers and sisters of the Empire, follow me to kill the enemy. For body cultivators, the physical body is the most powerful weapon. Pengu, in a way, actually limited his performance. He punched the Zerg Queen at the center of the trap formation. Bang! Where the fist passed, the Queen's first layer of bioarmor cracked like a spiderweb until it disintegrated. Then the second layer of bone fractured at the molecular level, almost turning to powder. Finally, the third layer of flesh almost completely collapsed and exploded. All of this happened in just a few seconds. The last thing reflected in the Queen's compound eyes was a fist wreathed in spiritual energy and a listless face behind it. It was as if she were saying S+? Nothing special, no match for a single punch from my Foundation establishment stage. The arbitrator and the viewers in front of the screen were stunned. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then the comments exploded. Who is it? I thought one punch to kill an engineer was already outrageous. One punch to kill the Queen. To reiterate, it's S+. Queen. Where did this reclusive hero come from? I heard the girl call him Tony. General Fu said he's from the Federation? It's obvious. Look at the mecha on that guy called Sanner. Doesn't it look familiar? Isn't that Tian Shu? Huh? From the Federation? Do we have such terrifying warriors? To be frank, even General Fu might not be able to take down a queen with one punch. Compared to General Gu, he seems quite strong. Your Federation has hidden someone again? No, we never seen him before. We never heard his name, and his face is quite unfamiliar. Also, the girl deserves a lot of credit for how easily Tony fought. What kind of technique did she use? This 5-person group is too fantastical, like something from a science fiction movie suddenly intruded into another dimension? She just said it's called the 9 Hells Locking God Formation? Formation. Array, why does that sound so familiar? How could it not sound familiar? The commander mentioned before that the central star has a defensive layer called the 9 Heavens Mysterious Dome Star Control Array. And also, Samir just sent General Gu back to the central star, saying it's called the 9 Luminaries Star Shuttle Quantum Teleportation Array. Are they all arrays? Why are they all 9s? Little Xuanzi, That's my lucky number. Wait, isn't that the kitchen goddess? Holy crap. Negus kitchen goddess? That's right, it's her. I watch all her videos, and I even watch her live streams every day to snag radiation-free vegetables. No, Negus kitchen goddess is a food blogger, right? And a warrior too? The Federation's cooks. The threshold is SSS? In other words, your Federation's cooks can go to the battlefield to fight the Zerg? What cooks? These are the kitchen army. Song Rotang didn't attack often, but her attacks were quick, accurate, and ruthless. While the others charged, she was the one patching up the gaps in the defenses. That mecha weapon. A kitchen knife and a shovel? Seriously? Are you sure the mecha pilot isn't messing with her? Isn't she a cook? That makes sense. Doesn't the design and color scheme look familiar? The Pengu on Tony's body is clearly from the same lineage as the Federation team. The producer's surname is definitely Sun. Just a reminder, the other one is also a familiar face. That rock and roll kid who looks like he's been poisoned is Labu Salvador, the only survivor of Chinga Plain. The Federation's unofficial organizations are so powerful that they can destroy the insect hive themselves? Federation people, we can't answer any of your questions. Chapter 445. At first, everyone was confused, then utterly shocked. Following this, an irrepressible anticipation ignited in their hearts. Far away in the dark domain of Pluto, Tony's former friends watched this scene in stunned silence. That's a hairdresser? My hairdresser? Tony? The Tony we know? He went to Cheongwu Pass to kill the Zerg? Was he really that strong? S-rank, what do you think? Obviously no. At Tony's original level, he'd be cannon fodder on the battlefield. But now? How could this hairdresser be so dazzling? I heard he's working for a boss. Which boss? In the dark domain? No, his codename is Sect Master of the Xianqing sect. Holy crap. The Xianqing sect? The one that sells the purifying elixir? A savior has emerged from the dark domain of Pluto. Various clues assaulted the minds of the Federation's people. A closer look reveals that Tony is a freelance mercenary from the dark domain. La Boon was once a mech pilot in the 1st Legion, and Zhang San was a private before retiring. Some of their combat prowess is plausible. Are you sure? Little Schwanzi, a fortune teller under a bridge. A family of metaphysicians. Their feudal superstitions are just nonsense. The most suspicious one is Song Rotang. Before today, she had absolutely no connection to the Zerg battlefield, but in just a few scenes, her combat skills were terrifying. Who could believe she's just a food blogger? Song Rotang, Sun Qianyu, Shuelingling. Radioactive vegetables, puppet mechs, talismans, purifying liquid. What kind of organization is the Xianqing sect? I have another question. Sun Rang, Labu, and Fu Jin, Ariel, James are all survivors from the liberated area. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? How did these people get together? No way. I suspect the liberation of the occupied area is related to the Xianqing sect. There are many clues, but no one has connected them all before. The revelation of the truth is like brewing a fine wine, all it takes is time. Xiao Xuanzi's array controlled the battlefield, greatly restricting the Zerg's movements. Tony and Zhang San, leading the Arbiters, launched a full-scale attack. Tony had always fought alone and wasn't skilled in command. But as a cultivator, his divine sense's acceleration was a game-changer on the battlefield. He could survey the entire battlefield from a godlike perspective, pointing out weaknesses, maneuvering quickly, and providing timely support while simultaneously commanding. Group A, attack. Group B, provide support. Group C, break in. Right. Coordinate. Open up vision. Watch out. With a thud, Tony suddenly appeared behind Hopkins, blocking a fatal blow with a single punch. Thanks, Tony. Teacher? You're welcome. When fighting with me, there's only one principle: no casualties. Tang, keep an eye on things. Okay. Hopkins felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even in a crisis, they can be completely trusted. How many people like this does the Federation still have hidden away? I still want to ask, are the Zerg a new breed this year? Are they weak? Please take a closer look at other battlefields. It's clearly not. The difficult ones are still difficult. They're even more difficult now. Where the Federation appears, things are going smoothly, almost effortlessly. Meanwhile, Fu Yuan quickly arrived at another suspected location. Phoenix City's commercial district. The data was correct. Here, half a building was already covered by a Zerg hive. A kilometer away, engineers had completely blocked off the area. Heavy fire saturation attack. Heavy artillery fired from above and below. A swift victory is crucial, otherwise, the more you kill, the more the Queen can hatch. Ineffective warfare only weakens our forces. The Cheongwu Light Legions 2 to 4 joined the battle, quickly eliminating the low-level engineers. The Queen before us was smaller than the one in the Central Memorial Park, but the surging, violent energy around her was far more concentrated. Her body was almost completely humanoid, and she had been continuously hatching new Zerg during the recent battle. Her compound eyes flashed with a ferocious light, and her high-pitched screams nearly shattered eardrums. Nearby Zerg swarms, heeding the command, surged towards her. General Fu, the Queen's level exceeds SS+. I found you backup. A fiery red mech descended from the sky, its powerful voice resounding throughout the area. Let me handle this. Zhu Rong was like a small, fiery red cannonball, moving so fast that even the mech's monitoring system couldn't keep up. General, that's Alice Yang from the Federation. Stronger than he imagined, even stronger than himself. A new generation surpasses the old. Fu Yuan wondered if he was getting old. A surge of emotion and hope welled up within him. Full cooperation in the battle. Alice led the charge, the Imperial Army provided cover, clearing the surrounding area, allowing her to focus on her duties. Half an hour later, Zhu Rong's red-tasseled spear pierced straight into the Queen's body. Hiss! A shrill scream, filled with resentment and pain, echoed throughout the commercial district. Scream! Scream for me! She shouted, continuing to stab the Queen repeatedly. Keep screaming. Louder. Have you not eaten? My God, she's a living devil. Is she here? Is she here? She turned to look at Fu Yuan, her tone full of anticipation. Sure enough, the Queen's cries continuously attracted the surrounding Zerg to provide support. The troops were lying in wait. Sis, are you using the Queen as a fodder unit? After killing one wave, she attacks again, attracting the next wave, then kills again, attacks again, kills again, attacks again. Fu Yuan, classmate, welcome to the interrogation room. Speechless. For the first time, I feel a little sorry for the Zerg Queen. Ha ha ha. Torturing prisoners of war. How can someone with such a cute appearance do such a cruel thing? Cute? You mean Alice? Are you sure? Those muscles all over her body. She could crush you with a single finger. How did she come up with that? You should first ask why the Zerg Queen is so easily killed in her hands. That's an SS+ level queen. Even the two Interstellar heroes would have a tough time fighting her alone. Yeah, 8 years ago at Cheongwu Pass, General Fu led his team to face 5 queens, including 2 S-rank and 2 SS+. A super SSS rank warrior, and as you all know, Cheongwu Pass fell, and he was severely injured. Indeed, your queen and my queen are truly different. Wrong. The problem has always been Alice. In her hands, insects seem to be nothing more than insects. As easy as crushing an ant. Wrong again, the problem isn't just with Alice. With Zeus controlling the situation in space and Tongquan commanding from the ground, Alice, Tony, and the Xianqing Sex team acted as the vanguard, while the Imperial forces formed the main force. The dire situation at Cheongwu Pass was quickly brought under control. This battle went unexpectedly smoothly. Chapter 446. Jordan Korea. To the Jordan Korea War Zone Command Headquarters, Federation support has arrived. Support numbers. 3. Support will prioritize clearing the Zerg hatchery on the western side. The battle situation in Korea is currently under control. But if this is just the vanguard, and more troops are pouring in, they will truly be caught in a fierce battle. Look at the Empire and the Federation. Their invasion level has already surpassed the Third Zerg War. Therefore, reinforcements are absolutely necessary. But 3? Seriously? What can 3 people do? Not even enough nutrient solution for mealtimes. That's what I thought in my mind, but I couldn't say it aloud. But when Sun Qianyu, Ivan, and Liang Yuang arrived in Korea with an army of hundreds of thousands of puppets, the command center almost burst out laughing. Ask them how this support is. Who said this support is bad? This support is fantastic. The puppet army began to take over the battlefield completely, and the tide of battle began to turn from this moment on. It's Federation reinforcements. Great. Someone saved us. That's Luban Puppet. Federation Sun Qianyu. Qing Nu. Ice Queen Liang Yuang. Ms. Liang, let the cheers come even louder. I'd love to hear them. My goodness. The Mecha Legion, how magnificent. Tianyin has an undead legion, we have a puppet army. Let's see who can handle it. How many mechas can he control at the same time? Depending on the situation, 6 figures is possible. Comparison is the thief of joy. I can't even do it with 2. That's normal, okay? Ordinary people don't even have mental power. Omega Sky City. Reinforcements 2, and over 2,000 high-level star beasts. Comrades, follow me and break through the insect horde. Charge! The roars of the beast horde echoed across the land. Yang Chung led the charge. Yuan San wasn't even there to provide support. She was there to protect the star beasts. Anyone who dares to hurt my beasts, die! If any star beasts were to suffer any damage, Alice would cry. I'm going to cry myself to death. So strong. Overwhelmingly strong. Just a side note, after the war ends, is there any need for the military academy battle? The Federation is using single-digit casualties to turn the tide in each war zone. These aren't just cadets or soldiers. I feel like I'm seeing a new era of gods. Guishu City. Su Xiang's eyes sharpened as his gaze quickly swept over the soldiers in uniform. You? You? Him! And the one behind him! One by one, the traitors were exposed. Some tried to resist, but he pinned them down with one hand, rendering them immobile. What makes you think we're traitors? Do you have any evidence? Your stench is suffocating me, and you're asking me for evidence. Su Xiang, demonic energy is blinding. You eat anything and everything. After a thorough search, he led Yifeng to launch a full-scale attack and rescue operation in the city. Xianqing Sexy Feng, its peak master and disciples are the strongest in the sect. The battle was under control, and the tide of war began to turn rapidly. Su, Commander, record this part and show it to Alice, Commander. At this moment, Li Yuanbo was happily running around in Guishu City. I throw. I explode. I explode. Boom. 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 Explosive runes were thrown into the swarm of insects without restraint, instantly turning flesh and blood into carnage. Although our combat strength is lacking, and we even failed our exams, there's one thing we're incredibly lucky about. Carl, unable to refute. What good deeds did this old guy's ancestors accumulate? Lu Ruyan, standing nearby, played her flute, and the insectids in front of her seemed to be stuck in quagmire, their movements sluggish. This created countless attack opportunities for the others in the dark domain. The battle report arrived in the second 24 hours after the insected attack. Central Star Zone. S plus Zerg Swarm X3. 370,387 Zerg units eliminated, 5 queens destroyed. 6 node hatcheries destroyed. Our forces lost 1,817 armored vehicles, 12,163 personnel, including seriously wounded. Xiongwu Pass Zone. S plus Zerg Swarm X4. 580,091 Zerg units eliminated, 7 queens destroyed. Guishu City Zone. S plus Zerg Swarm X6. 760,150 Zerg units eliminated, 11 queens destroyed. In 48 hours of Zerg invasion, the scale of the invasion, the level of the Zerg swarm, and the number of troops all broke through the previous observation limits, even exceeding the total of the previous 3 Zerg wars. However, the tide of war took a dramatic turn. The Allied forces launched a full-scale counterattack with lightning speed, achieving increasing victories, while casualties plummeted. Humanity is creating new history. In the ancient battlefield with the highest level of invasion, the Zerg were largely wiped out, leaving the Undead Legion with less than 100 members. Fu Jiwei participated in the entire process. Shuren wasn't even wearing his mech, and he even had the time and inclination to instruct Gu Zhanting and the Federation team in battle. Instructing in a competition is one thing, but this is a Zerg war. While others were exhausted and disheveled, she looked as if she had just stepped out the door that morning. Her uniform was spotless, her hair neat and tidy, a stark contrast to the hellish battlefield around her. Her cleanliness was chilling, as if she existed in another dimension. All the instructors and trainees knew she was no ordinary trainee, and might not even be a soldier in the conventional sense. Kimura Yoshi's seemingly immortal body was half dead, covered in purplish-blue lividity. He was unwilling to accept defeat, shouting, "Don't be too happy yet. You have a backup plan, but we don't?" He stared intently at the enormous crack in the sky, his gaze burning, as if waiting for something. The war entered its 3rd day, and the sun rose as usual. After repelling 2 more waves of insect swarms, the major war zones gradually began to wrap up. The people thought the war was nearing its end and began to celebrate, preparing to welcome the dawn of victory. However, the veterans on the battlefield silently gripped their weapons. Especially the higher-ups, they clearly remembered that the commander had said, There would be 4 waves of attacks on this battlefield. Clearly, they were still in the 3rd wave. The current calm was likely the last respite before the storm. Sure enough, half an hour later, the sky suddenly distorted, the heavens illuminated by the eerie green light of the wormhole, displaying an even more bizarre spiral of blood-red aurora. The clouds were torn apart by the violent gravity, revealing a pitch-black vacuum. The ground trembled, rubble rose abnormally, and the gravitational field began to spiral out of control. Like the prologue before the gates of hell open. A piercing alarm blared once more. Warning! Warning! Large area orbital anomaly detected in Proxima Centauri. Space curvature exceeds threshold. Space wrinkling coefficient distortion. Gravitational wave distortion rate 1400%. Continuing to rise. Signs of local vacuum decay detected. Quantum entanglement collapse range. Radius 1,187 kilometers. 13.7 times greater than normal wormhole size. The data was so exaggerated that even the command center thought they were seeing double. Something was coming. Everyone stared intently at the ever-expanding abyss-like rift in the sky. The wormhole twisted and writhed, as if brewing some terrifying entity. Suddenly, from the pitch-black rift, a colossal shadow slowly emerged, its grotesque outline lurking. Each of its movements caused spatial tremors. Even before it fully appeared, the terrifying oppressive force suffocated the entire territory of Proxima Centauri. What is that? Chapter 447. Looking up from the ground, the approaching behemoth seemed to have slowed down 1,000-fold. But on the light screen, crimson data was pulsating wildly, real-time speed exceeding the limits of all existing interstellar ships by 32 times. Its mass was equivalent to a small asteroid. When it finally broke free of the wormhole, its overwhelming shadow almost completely covered the planet. Ultimate terror descended. It was a moving abyss. That is. Songwon swallowed hard, finally finding his voice amidst the overwhelming fear. The Queen Mother. The Queen Mother, the ultimate weapon of the Zerg civilization, a living abyss roaming the universe. It was not just a warship, but a moving, living Zerg hive nation. Within its planet-like, gigantic shell dwelt countless Overlord-level Zerg, every inch of its flesh soaked in destruction. When it sailed, it was a fleet of destruction, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. Upon landing, it can drain the energy of an entire planet, turning it into a nest. This isn't an invasion, but the beginning of an ecological extinction. Historically, the Queen Mother has only appeared once. During the Third Zerg War, it appeared at Cheongwu Pass. Humans named it Annihilation. It was over 100 kilometers long, with a mass equivalent to a small planet. It contained 7 Super S-class queens. Its army exceeded 1 million. It was during that battle that Cheongwu Pass completely fell. Fu Yuan was defeated and severely wounded. 6 months later, the Queen Mother departed on its own, and Cheongwu Pass only managed to reclaim its territory after sacrificing almost half the Empire's forces. That battle was merely a fluke. Humanity did not win, and now, highest red alert across the entire region. The Queen Insect Mothership Swarm has arrived. Real-time invasion coordinates. Imperial Cheongwu Pass X1, Imperial Guizhou City X3, Federation Central Star X1, Jotun Korea X1, Omega Sky City X1. The entire Proxima Centauri region seemed to be paused. Commander, which wave of attack is this? Fu Yuan's question was filled with despair and helplessness. After a long silence, he replied, 3.5. Is there an even more terrifying 4th wave? The same question lingered in everyone's mind. Does humanity still have it tomorrow? Proxima Centauri region at maximum combat readiness. Operational guidelines updated. All means permitted. Authorized scope, including but not limited to Sky-class weapons. Final order, protect the flame of human civilization. The heads of state of the major powers trembled, not from fear, but from this power heavier than death. They had pressed the button themselves, lighting up the deep red button they thought they would never light in their lives. Immediately following, the final commands from each nation resounded across every lit terminal. The Interstellar Sovereign Federation Empire's Fire Seed project officially launched. Countdown to the departure of the Dawnbreaker. T plus 120s. 120, 119, 118. The Interstellar Republican Human Federation Sovereign Federation's Fire Seed project officially launched. Countdown to the departure of the Ark of the End. T plus 150s. 150, 149, 148. The Jotun Interstellar Industry and Defense Alliance's Fire Seed project officially launched. Countdown to the departure of the Fire of Prometheus. T plus 120s. 120, 119, 118. The Omega Heavy Industries Community's Fire Seed project officially launched. Countdown to the departure of the Watcher of Eternal Day, T+, 120s, 120, 119, 118. If one day, Proxima Centauri faces destruction, the ship carrying millions of human fertilized eggs, billions of crop seeds, a database of plant and animal DNA, and a database of human civilization will leave port and head to an unknown star system to find a new home. This is the Fire Seed project, devised to ensure the continuation of the human species and civilization. The Fire Seed project was already in preparation for the very first moment of the Zerg invasion. Now, the Fire Seed project has been activated. Proxima Centauri has been abandoned. Is today our last day? Fear followed by deep despair, then silence. The heads of state began their final speeches. Citizens, this is the darkest moment in human history. Today, we activate the Fire Seed project, not to surrender, but to declare to the universe, human civilization will never perish. Except Songwon. He knew that the current situation was truly hell. But he still held on to that one last hope. Marshall, if you have any backup plans, can you use them now? Marshall, is there something you're hiding from us? Those unaware of the situation noticed that Songwon's expression was off, his eyes flickered, and he didn't seem like he was about to die. Those who knew the inside story were unsure if the Xianqing sect could withstand the 7 Queen insect motherships. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, under the scorn of everyone, Song asked, "It's over, Li Yuanhua isn't here, he's the scapegoat now." But, wait a little longer, it will definitely work. Pray. Everyone pray. No, praying won't work. After saying this, everyone saw the Federation's leader kneel down before their very eyes, hands clasped together, chanting, Namo Amida Buddha. This battle is not for slaughter, but for the salvation of karmic obstacles. May the plasma cannon fire be the red lotus fire to purify the evil karma of this insect race. Om Mani Padme Hum. No! That's Buddhism. We're Taoism. Let's start again. 9 heavens responding to the origin of thunder, universal transformation heavenly venerable. This battle is not for slaughter, but to carry out the decree of the thunder ancestor. Jade pivot divine thunder transforms into plasma true fire, Tai elixir chi refines the karmic obstacles of the insect race. Hurry, as the law commands. You all come too. The more gods you worship, the more divine protection you receive. Crowd. The marshal has gone mad. Trillions of people on Proxima Centauri don't blame anyone. Because at this moment, the nation's top leadership and frontline soldiers are still fighting bloody battles on the front lines. Keep going. I want to live. I want everyone to live well. Countless people prayed in darkness and despair. A clear, cold voice pierced through the chaos, like a sharp sword cleaving through the eternal night. It's okay, you survive. In an instant, the entire star field fell silent. Shuren's voice was as calm, resolute, and unhurried as ever. Through countless terminals, it pierced the silence and resounded throughout the entire region. Those few words carried immense weight, gently soothing the anxious emotions of the crowd. Humanity, never give up, glory forever. If today were the last day, I would protect the people behind me and the land beneath my feet. Frontline warriors, rouse yourselves. As long as one person lives, there is still hope. The Queen Insect Mothership, its surface writhing in black bioarmor, carrying the Queen, billions of Zerg, and countless biological weapons, advanced towards the surface. 3 motherships in Guishu? 3 colossal motherships, each the size of a planet, blocked out all sunlight. Guishu was suddenly plunged into darkness. The Queen Insect motherships were synonymous with military strength. Their size and number revealed the Zerg's objective. Fu Yuan and Feynman were right. Guishu City was the enemy's ultimate target. Among them was a stellar-class mothership exceeding 1,000 kilometers in length. This size surpasses the entire planet 9,527. Commander, let's test the waters first. Here it comes. Ultra-long-range saturation strike initiated. Planetary weapon arrays within range began rapidly charging, cannon fire soaring into the sky, various colored lights illuminating the surface. Boom, boom, boom. It was described as a volley of 10,000 cannons, but the variety and quantity were far more than that. Commander, leave it to me. The commander didn't rest for a minute, mobilizing all computing power to observe, record, analyze, and calculate. Chapter 448. The ship's surface wasn't industrially manufactured steel and iron, but rather soft yet resilient skin and flesh, resembling the beating of lungs or a heart. Ordinary naval guns had a charging and flight time exceeding 10 seconds, which it could easily evade. Even if hit, the wound would rapidly throb with secreted mucus or shed its charred outer shell, quickly growing a new one. The healing speed reached an astonishing 1 kilometer per second. It's a living being. The barrage lasted for half an hour. Attack wave statistics: weapon types fired, 1,014. Total projectiles, 57,443, continuously increasing, total energy equivalent to the core explosion of 1.3 stars. Mothership attack response classification: perfect evasion. Directed energy weapons, particle beam cannon, plasma cluster. Effective wounds: quantum probability collapse bomb, entropy increase spear. Invalid hit. Information has been synchronized with all theater fleets. The ferocious and overwhelming attack, theoretically capable of annihilating any living being. The Queen Mother, aside from a few rapidly healing wounds, remained unscathed and continued its relentless advance towards the surface. The images of that hellish behemoth on the screen were reflected in the eyes of the people, a chilling despair spreading like poisonous fog throughout the star system. Only a calm, composed, and slightly magnetic female voice rang out in the public channel. A tyrannical creature, being a creature, has weaknesses. Whether it dodges or not, its weaknesses will be exposed. Keep applying pressure, and see how long it can keep jumping. Interstellar warfare has its own methods, and science is actually quite interesting. Roger, boss. Sharon's voice was filled with contempt and disdain, as if she had foreseen this moment. The devastating battlefield before her was merely a negligible variable in her calculations. Energy supply allocation optimization in progress. Optimal attack plan in synchronization. After 3 salvos, the Queen Insect mothership was damaged and repaired, then damaged again and repaired again. It seemed that no matter how fierce the artillery fire, it couldn't stop its advance, but the commander had also dealt with it quite thoroughly. Most importantly, Nirvana had inflicted immense damage on it, and its healing speed was dozens of times slower than other wounds. Shuren, as long as a breakthrough is found, this colossal behemoth that blots out the sky is nothing more than a high-level star beast. Global tactical commands and execution steps are as follows. Phase 1, Battlefield Lock-On. Phase 2, Weapon Coordination. The sky cannon is overloaded to 140%. Phase 3, Spacetime Killing Array. All combat units, 4th round. Fire. The 5-figure number of weapon ports were reduced to just over 1,000, concentrating their coordinated fire to attack the Queen Insect mothership's most vulnerable points. Or perhaps a powerful blow while it's healing. After luring it to the designated location and charging up, the azure blue, lightning-streaked main cannon, like a gigantic azure dragon, tore through the sky and hurtled towards the Queen Beetle mothership. Whoosh! A violent tremor emanated from the Earth's core, a deafening roar echoing across the land. Everyone on the screen held their breath, awaiting the result. Did it hit? Please tell me. It hit! Their hearts were pounding in their throats, but the blue light streaked across the sky and quickly faded. Missed. At that moment, Shuren's soft laughter rang out. That's it, Commander, continue. If it could be so easily defeated, it wouldn't be the top-tier fighting force of the Zerg civilization. But everything has 2 sides. That dodge speed was incredibly fast. It panicked. It panicked. The leader's excited cheers rang out. Yes, interstellar weapons allow it to fully charge its energy for dodges. That's a good thing. Shuren knew that humanity needed some hope. That's why she insisted on speaking out on the public channel. It wouldn't be good if internal chaos erupted while the outside world was still fighting. What she wanted was to help humanity win this war and ensure everyone could survive. Samir Xiaoxuanzi. The Guishu City garrison's anchored launch silos are ready. The Chilmu Pass weapon launch center is ready. Good. Leader, fire with confidence. Okay, second round begins. Boom. 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 The attacks poured down on the Queen Worm mothership. More and more parts of the ship were hit, the wounds grew larger, and the healing became slower and slower. It's working. The viewers in front of the screen wiped away tears of tension and excitement. Great. Go for it, Commander. You're the best. And, boss, no matter who you are, you're the boss of all humanity. Amidst the cheers of trillions of people, attacks came wave after wave. Boom. The sky cannon charged again, and flames erupted in space. Hit. One of the ships above Guishu was struck hard at the stern, the blue dragon piercing through it. This was the most gratifying result so far. But then, a crimson beam shot from the bow, piercing towards the Guishu base. The counterattack was coming. If it can defend and dodge, it can probably attack too. Before the red light enveloped the earth, all everyone heard was Sure-An's nonchalant remark. The Queen Insect Mothership is not only capable of both offense and defense, but it also possesses intelligence. The fact that it withstood so many attacks suggests only one possibility: it also needs intelligence. The Sky Cannon is currently the greatest known threat. Identify the threat, then eliminate it. This is the normal problem-solving approach. Similarly, humanity needs to either attack or defend. The logic is that simple, and neither of the two members of the Xianxing sect, Xinfeng, was idle. Half a year ago, Xiao Xuanzi had secured the defenses of most of the Federation's important military bases at a cost of 50,000 each. Not to mention the Queen Insect Mothership, even the Queen Mother herself wouldn't be able to get in. Having just finished fighting a wave of insectids, she was drenched in sweat. She didn't rest, she patrolled Qiongwu Pass, most importantly protecting the Qiongwu Pass weapons launch center, where the Sky Cannon was deployed. Samir, the chief disciple of the Array Peak, was in charge of anchoring the launch silos at the Guishu City garrison. Go ahead and fire, they all be silent. Sure enough. The red beam pierced through several layers of protective shields, finally striking precisely the coordinates of Qiongwu Pass, Guishu, and the Central Star, the coordinates of the Azure Sky main cannon. Absolutely. A direct hit. Just as everyone's eyes widened in horror, the protective shield formed by the power of chaos emitted a shimmering white light. The phantoms of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise appeared, forming alternating light shields of blue, white, red, and yellow in the four directions. The ice blue Bagua ray suddenly expanded, protecting the entire garrison within. Immediately afterwards, 9 golden dragons soared into the sky. Finally, the celestial stars flickered and rotated, drawing upon vast stellar power. The primordial Chi array, the 4 symbols defense array, the 9 Yang Bagua array, the 9 heavens profound sky star control array, the celestial star defense array. Shuren, they gone too far. Chapter 449. A fantastical scene struck the entire interstellar space, like a thunderbolt. It's confirmed, I transmigrated into a fantasy novel. The 4 divine beasts have all appeared, and they even blocked the attack of the Zerg Queen's mothership. One day, someone suddenly told me that the defense against the Zerg attack wasn't a defensive matrix, but the Dragon Clan? Ha ha ha. It's all an illusion. Everything that's happened these past few days is an illusion. Without war, humanity wouldn't be extinct. This isn't interstellar society, this is a mythological world. Fu Yuan, it's that girl. I think her name is Xiao Xuanzi. He saw it with his own eyes. She used some strange array to bind the queen with glowing virtual chains. This is definitely not a method that interstellar space possesses. What kind of organization is the Xianxing sect? On the other side, the Guishu garrison watched helplessly as Samir suddenly appeared. The official said he was reinforcements from the Federation, helping to deploy defenses. The troops believe that defense should involve adding energy, adjusting parameters, and repairing and replacing damaged equipment. Samir's defenses consisted of stones, talismans, spirit banners, and a stick of incense. He stomped his foot 3 times, sat cross-legged, and chanted incantations of unknown meaning. What's he doing? Has he been driven mad by the Zerg? Is he having an attack? Should we call a medical team? In my experience, we need to find a master to examine him. It's probably some kind of religious prayer ritual. Before the garrison could finish their teasing, that thing suddenly started glowing. Then, even with all 9 layers of protective shield shattered, it withstood the attack of the Zerg Queen's mothership. One layer broke, then another appeared, layer upon layer, and the hellish red light had no effect on his few broken stones. Samir, worried his power wasn't enough, added several more layers of defense. Shuren, as expected of the richest man's kid, doesn't care about money at all. Xiao Xuanzi, well done. As expected of my eldest disciple, all-around excellence. Samir, will the Empire reimburse me after the war? He nodded in satisfaction. The effect was quite good. It should have 30% of Master's power, and the Sect Masters 1%. A little progress every day. I protect my formation peak. These are spirit stones. The maintenance system will issue them to you. I have to go now. He stuffed a pile of spirit stones into the person in charge's hand. To the stunned silence of the garrison troops, he took out spirit stones and talismans again. Heavenly Tao is boundless. Instant shadow travels 1,000 miles. A golden light flashed, and the person was gone. The person in charge rubbed his eyes, and looked at the spot where he had disappeared. He gripped the stone tightly in his hand, unable to utter a single word. Xiao Xuanzi and Samir's next stop, Jotun and Omega. Cities with the Insect Queen mothership all need to be well defended. Soon, deployments at several key locations were complete. Commander, all done. Okay. Round 9 attack initiated. The attacks continued relentlessly, the strategy was constantly optimized, and the attack's effectiveness and efficiency became increasingly apparent. Shuren's goal was to break the enemy into smaller, scattered units. If the naval cannons could make the Insect Queen mothership disappear before it hit the ground, casualties would be minimized. The problem is, it's clear that even using all the weapons and combat power of Proxima Centauri wouldn't achieve this. Several attacks from the sky cannon could inflict damage, but not fatally. Each planet only has one of these, and charging and organizing the attack takes time. And Shuren himself, currently at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, is still a little short of being able to slay a Yama with a single sword strike. The key is, the Queen mothership. It's just too big. Breaking it down into smaller parts is the most scientific approach. Although the war will spread, and the battle zone may expand, this is the only way. If we lack the ability, we make up for it with sheer stamina. Before it lands, find its weaknesses, weaken a portion of it, and conserve our stamina. Shuren gave this battle its final definition, a physical battle. Target, Queen Mothership Guishu No. 1 Core Gun Attack Rounds, 9 rounds of saturation attacks, Sky Main Gun X4, Railgun X3, Antimatter Missile X2, results confirmed. Outer Shell Penetration 62%, Healing Status, 76%, Healing Speed slowed down. Target, Queen Mothership Cheongwoo Pass No. 0. Attack rounds, 9 rounds of saturation attacks, Sky Main Gun X5, Railgun X2, Antimatter Missile X4, results confirmed. Outer Shell Penetration 92%, Healing Status, 16%, some wounds difficult to heal. Looking at the data broadcast, everyone's eyes widened, then turned into extreme elation. Great! It worked! Keep it going! So what if it's the Queen Insect mothership? Blast it away. That one at Cheongwoo Pass is obviously badly damaged. Have you noticed that the places Zeus struck heal very slowly? One wound almost went through, and it's been over 10 minutes with no sign of fully healing. Is there anything special about Zeus? Of course it's special. That's spiritual energy damage caused by the heavenly treasure. If that could heal normally, humanity's hope would be slim. This is the funniest question I ever heard in my life. Isn't it unusual enough? How many times in your life have you seen a 7-year-old boy charging into space with a sword to cut down the Queen Insect mothership? Even screenwriters wouldn't dare write something like that. Yeah, could it be some new technology from the Empire? I thought so at first until those things that Samir made blocked the Queen Insect mothership's attack. The root of the problem might still be the Federation. The data just calculated shows that the peak energy of that beam of light exceeded that of the sky cannon. That means the enemy has weapons many times more powerful than ours, yet they were blocked by something Samir tinkered with for 10 minutes. Who is he? I didn't notice him at all before? Federal Team, Captain of the Hades 1st Military Academy, Samir, ranked 65th in the Federation's top 100. 65. That's normal, the King of Beasts is ranked 98th in the Federation. Now I'm not blind anymore, these people aren't using normal methods. Pluto, in the Federation's 7th star sector, isn't a particularly important planet geographically or militarily. The Zerg invasion only numbers 2,000, and the surface operations are nearing completion. In the underground bunker, in the darkness, Salon looked at the familiar figure on the screen. Remembering how he was only the size of a kitten when he was born, the old father's eyes welled up with tears. That's Samir, isn't it? Yes, yes. Well done. Truly a child of Pluto. With a warrior like this, Proxima Centauri will surely overcome this difficulty. Yes. Sarung, you raised a fine son. My son has found a good teacher. Zeus. Well done. Hee hee. Mothership bow energy reading abnormal. It has been avoiding this area, concentrating its firepower. That's its weak point. Roger. Watch me cleave the heavens with my sword. Chapter 450. The sword hummed, its light dazzling, illuminating the entire star field. Nirvana, you are me. And I am you. He roared, his voice resonating with the sword's hum, the ancient inscriptions on the Nirvana sword lighting up one by one. Zeus, Nirvana, the artifact and its spirit, merging and resonating. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Thousands of Nirvana phantoms converged into a single azure sword beam spanning 3,000 miles, its power overwhelming, cleaving through the sea of stars. Even cosmic dust was torn to shreds in its wake. The sword pommel of the Queen Insect mothership ripped apart like paper, the explosive flames blinding like the rising sun. The ship is destroyed. The ship's bioarmor was cleaved open, convulsing like a living thing, high-pressure purple blood mist spewing from the cracks, spreading throughout space. The exposed internal structure, machinery and flesh. What kind of high-level life form is this? It looks like a brain. In the cavity exposed after the attack on one-third of the ship's hull, a deep red, nearly circular, groove structure, resembling a brain, pulsates amidst dark green blood and flesh. Energy detection anomaly. Increased pulsation frequency after the attack. Highly suspected to be the central nervous system of the Queen Mother, the main brain. Humanity has only faced the Queen Mother once, 8 years ago. But the battle was brief, and the intelligence gathered was extremely limited. The information from various countries regarding it is almost entirely based on inference and speculation, but this time, with wave after wave of attacks, the top-tier combat body of this overlord-level creature is unveiling its mysterious veil. The system quickly confirmed this based on energy analysis, and Shuren immediately issued orders. That's it. Attack that spot. Having found the weak point and the direction of attack, Zeus, the space warships, and all coordinated long-range weapons activated. Saturation attack. Boom. 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 Cheongwu Pass 0, after being hacked to pieces by Zeus, was then subjected to concentrated ground fire. The massive hole pierced right through it, its red brain gushing blood. Healing wasn't just slowed down, it almost stopped. The hull visibly convulsed. The deck hull twitched abnormally, twisting and gradually peeling away. Warning! An abnormal energy level detected on the Cheongwu Pass No. 0 Queen Insect Mothership. Main neural link terminal malfunction. Bioreactor critical overload. Final state prediction. Residual mass. 4.2 times 10 to the power of 10 tons impact yield. 132 million TB. Good news, the battle plan worked. The target is severely damaged. Bad news. No. 0's trajectory remains unchanged. If it falls at this speed, the impact consequences will be beyond everyone's imagination. It will be a true stellar mass collision. The entire Cheongwu Pass will disintegrate on the spot, and the explosion will engulf nearby planets. The final chain reaction will create a massive black hole that will devour the entire Proxima Centauri. This is the true prelude to doom. Don't let it freefall. The female voice remained calm as an abyss. As if the cataclysm before her, capable of destroying stars, was merely a wisp of starlight in her eyes. Commander, find a way to shrink it. Here it comes. The commander and the ship are at each other's throats. They're even complaining in the public channel. What a crappy Queen Mothership. We can't fight it, and we can't not fight it. I've been working non-stop for 4 days straight. Even God needs a breather. Exactly. It's caused my commander so much trouble. And you guys still have time to chat. 1 warship and 1 AI, what are you working so hard for? The attack pace has clearly accelerated. The cannon fire has never stopped, but that thing is just too big. Even though it can't be repaired quickly, with this amount of attack, it's still difficult to completely disintegrate it in a short time. With swords and cannons, the outer skin peels off piece by piece. The peeled-off flesh chunks curl into spheres, and after entering the atmosphere, limbs and wings grow on them. Flesh and bone transformed into insects. They flew to various battlefields and joined the ground battle. After all that, it was all for nothing. The flesh and blood of the Queen Insect Mothership is the insected race itself, or rather, it's a high-level giant insect composed of countless insectids. The enormous mothership blotted out the sun, and under the attack and atmospheric friction, it peeled away again. This scene gave countless people a glimmer of hope in their despair. But as it gradually approached the surface from the distant sky, Cheongwu Pass was gradually shrouded in darkness. Go! Commander! Go Zeus! Rebirth! Go! Warriors! The sky, previously obscured by Zero, was now dazzlingly bright. Missile tails traced countless blinding trails through the smoke, the shockwaves of the explosions layering upon each other, causing the entire Cheongwu Pass to tremble. Bomb it! This is my home. If I known you Tianyin people weren't good people, I wouldn't have done business with you. Get out of the Empire. Get out of Proxima Centauri. Fight to the death. That was the Empire's #1 space pirate group, the Avengers, a space pirate fleet led by the flagship Blood Falcon, the Empire's Mecha Dynasty, the Novak family's civilian fleet, the Empire's Cosa Nostra gang's underground fleet, the International Bounty Hunter Alliance fleet, the Gold Diggers, the Dark Domain Empire branch, armed private armies of various families, hastily armed merchant ships, even civilian transport ships. Every ship that could fly, every person who could fire, joined the battlefield. The cannons opened, fully charged, and unleashed their full power. Let's defend humanity's home together. The roar of ships, the shrieks of the Zerg, the explosions of artillery fire, and the screams of humans mingled together. The instant the mothership plunged into the atmosphere, countless cannon shots, and the falling behemoths created a brutal yet magnificent spectacle across the heavens and earth. This is a true war of the entire people. Contact countdown, 1200, 1199, 1198. Only the static of electricity remained on the communication channel. No one roared, no one cried, even breathing became barely audible. Humanity's final moments were silence. Long afterward, from some unknown corner, an old man finally uttered a soft voice. Thank you, warriors on the front lines. Warriors who defend Proxima Centauri. Whatever the outcome, we accept it. Yes. Life or death, we stand together. For so many years, thank you for guarding peace. To live to this day is worthwhile. Believe that human civilization will continue. Project Fire Seed will carry humanity's hope to distant lands. But please remember, this is your former home, this is Proxima Centauri. Sobbing. Live well with hope. The morning light kisses the wreckage of warships, pale blue flowers bloom from the cracks in the steel, children plant olive branches with bullet casings, waiting for spring to sprout in the stardust. Close your eyes. Listen, listen, meteorites are singing ancient songs, the Milky Way swirls into a gentle vortex, weaving the smoke of war into the veil of dawn. With choked voices, the interstellar song, a symbol of peace, slowly rose, the most desperate yet purest and most moving song in the universe. Chapter 451. In the channel, the commander couldn't bear to disturb them. But with the intense friction of the atmosphere, the mid-range and close-range defensive attack matrices activated simultaneously, and the rate of Zero's stripping increased rapidly. Summary of the fall of the Cheongwu Pass No. 0 King Insect Mothership. 87% limb stripped, 20% falling. Residual mass. 0.8 times 10 to the power of 10 tons. 20%, 19%, 18%, 15%. Commander, is it possible that the song was sung too early? The stripped-off extraterrestrial insectids landed on the ground and joined the enemy forces. But visibly, the massive wreckage was getting smaller and smaller. Contact countdown, 300, 299, 298. Countdown lasts 5 minutes. In the shelter, the crowd descended into a final frenzy. Screaming, shouting, weeping, praying quietly, chanting silently, or embracing loved ones. Suddenly, all the screens went black, with a line of cold white text flashing on them. Authorization level, Imperial General. Voice confirmation, in the name of humanity. The magnetic male voice responded. Commander, what are you doing? Zeus sensed something was wrong and immediately became alert. Fu Yuan, in the name of an Imperial General, used the highest privileges to access the communication channel and the Imperial War AI from the background and issued the final order. Imperial Supreme Operational Order. Final Impact Protocol initiated. Tactical objective: all combat units immediately execute self-destruct impact. Target: Cheongwu Pass No. 0 wreckage. Coordinates locked. Impact sequence initiated. 2817 ships, including units with 59% damage. Disarmament protocol: all remaining energy is diverted to the shield generator. Eject all escape pods. Note: survival rate confirmation not required. He desperately suppressed his turbulent emotions, his Adam's apple bobbing 3 times before he managed to quell the trembling. Attention all non-combat personnel, merchant ships, and private fleets, evacuate immediately. Escape pods eject completely. Repeat, eject completely, don't come back. Follow the direction of Project Fire. There will be a new home there. Navigation crew, stay. Please say goodbye to your families and friends. May our steel bodies become stars for our descendants to look up to. On 2817 warships, utter silence. Countless escape pod indicator lights went out simultaneously. The captain gently kissed the diamond ring on his ring finger. The fire controller looked at the familiar smiling faces in the family photo. The navigator silently hummed a folk song from their hometown. They shouted in unison, "We are willing to live and die with Cheongwu Pass." Not a single person left. He simply whispered goodbye to his family, friends, and lover. Boss, should we escape? Yeah, we're space pirates. We can survive anywhere. If this thing doesn't die today, nobody's going anywhere. If you want to leave, take the spare pod. Just kidding, boss, I'm yours in life and in death. Fire. The bombardment can't stop. We won't leave. We're willing to live and die with the Empire. The soldiers on the front lines roared in unison once more. Commander, give me 5 more minutes. Zeus's eyes were bloodshot with rage, his sword flashing like lightning, trying to finish off Zero before it landed. There's still hope, Commander. Believe me. My boss is on his way. On the other end, Fu Yuan's tone was unusually relaxed, as if he had let go of everything and accepted the outcome with equanimity. Zeus, you've always been my most trusted comrade in arms, my most reliable partner. To fight alongside you is the greatest honor of my life. His voice became hoarse and choked again. If this is the end, then please live on. The flame is entrusted to you. Zeus roared, no, his sword still flashing, trying to cancel the final agreement that had already started and entered its countdown. Pa! I don't want to hear your nonsense. No. The war is about to end, everyone will survive. Why can't the order be cancelled? The desperate shouts pierced everyone's hearts, bringing tears to their eyes. At this moment, Zeus was no longer just a warship, it was the child of the Empire. Commander, why can't the order be cancelled? Your authority isn't as high as his. Wait a moment. The final protocol is above all else. This is the only irreversible ultimate order in the war. Old Gu, this is all I can do. If there's another chance, I definitely work hard for the new job you introduced me to. Communication abruptly ended. Gu Jianshan was charging through the swarm of insects when he saw the scene, but it was too late. Old Fu, what's the rush? Our people haven't even entered the fray yet. All 2817 warships were overloaded beyond 300%, their roar echoing through the starry sky. All ships changed course and headed towards the massive number 0 Queen Mother. Activate. No! Fu Yuan's final command and Zeus's desperate pleas echoed throughout the communication channel. Everyone was reluctant but had to face it. Today, Jiungwu Pass would become the burial ground for the Imperial Army. However, at the critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Tong. Wait, I just shut it down for you. The command level was too high to be withdrawn, but it could infiltrate ships one by one, shutting down their command systems. Whoosh! The overloaded roar clearly slowed down. The dazzling blue light during charging also diminished. The self-destruct mission was urgently and forcibly halted, the navigation direction was disrupted, and the bows of the ships collectively turned around, heading away from Zero. Ha ha! What supreme command? It's all fluff in front of Tong. Suddenly, Tong's unrestrained laughter took a 180-degree turn. Boss, is it here? General Fu has gone mad, he's leading his men to their deaths. Fu Yuan, ? Speed up clearing the airspace. It was still that female voice, still that clean and decisive command. The enemy's target was Guishu, where there were still 3 Queen Worm motherships. She couldn't leave for too long. Meanwhile, everyone cheered that the self-destruction operation had been halted, but they were also worried about number 0, whose death was looming large. They had no time to think about anything else. Except for Fu Yuan, whose eyes flashed with lightning speed after hearing the woman's response, and he began searching everywhere. Forced airspace clearing. All flying units, immediately evacuate. Retreat. 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 To avoid friendly fire. To avoid friendly fire. Attention all ground units, evacuate towards Dungeon 6. You have 120 seconds. Take cover. Or evacuate to the outskirts of the city. Chapter 452. In the shadow of Zero's fall, suddenly, the weather changed dramatically. A fierce wind arose. Dark clouds churned. Thunder roared. Blinding lightning tore through the sky like dragons and snakes, illuminating the previously dark world shrouded by Zero, as if it were daytime. Thick white fog surged from the void, churning like a raging sea, but suddenly solidified. A figure emerged from the fog, appearing and disappearing intermittently. The white figure gradually solidified, like a lighthouse in the night, dazzlingly bright. Her robes fluttered like a cascading Milky Way, her figure like ancient, unyielding ice. Within 3 zhang of her body, cannon fire roared, the earth crumbled, and despair fell from above, yet she remained untouched by dust. She lightly touched the void with her toes, remaining motionless on the trajectory of destruction. At this moment, Fu Yuan was aboard the bow of the First Legion's flagship, the Xiaolong. His eyes were bloodshot, his knuckles white from clenching his fists, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his chest. He was certain the answer lay in his very thoughts. His gaze was fixed there. That was Shuren. The wreckage of Zero hurtled towards them, growing larger and larger in the distance. Is there someone there? Finally, others noticed the sudden halt to the self-destruction, the abrupt change in weather, and the figure that suddenly appeared in midair. The world seemed to freeze. Everything moved in slow motion. All anyone could hear was the rapid beating of their own hearts. Thump, 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 thump. It felt like half a century had passed when a voice spoke for countless others. God has descended. The scene that followed was etched deeply into everyone's hearts, forever engraved on the monument of interstellar history. December 7th, Star Calendar 425. This day is considered the closing day of the interstellar age, and also the first day that the immortal cultivation era officially begins. The figure stood high in the sky, a slight parting of her lips, uttering 5 words. Heavenly Dipper star-suppressing hand. She raised her right hand slightly, and a golden palm shadow suddenly condensed. Initially no larger than an ordinary person, it exploded in size the instant it left her hand. Where the palm shadow passed, space distorted and collapsed, the resulting gale crushing debris and fragments into dust. It seemed to gather the most powerful force in the universe. What is that? The instant the palm shadow touched debris number 0, buzz. The Big Dipper constellation suddenly appeared in her palm, bursting forth with a dazzling light that pierced the universe, but then the phantom immediately vanished without a trace, as if nothing had happened. Gone? Before the audience could react, the girl's voice resonated like a distant celestial bell. Freeze! The enormous hand that had vanished on the bow of Ship 0 solidified once more. A flash of golden light. The massive, mountain-like hull, with terrifying inertia several times faster than light, slammed into the invisible barrier. Emergency braking. A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. The ship began to tremble violently, billowing dust. The sounds of metal scraping, the roars of the insectids, and the rumble of energy overload followed in quick succession. Countless people swallowed hard. Ship 0. It actually stopped. That was a hand? It was a girl? A god descended? The entire knowledge system of civilization collapsed at this moment. Countless scientists, military strategists, and ordinary people exhausted all their brain cells, yet could not explain the scene unfolding before their eyes with their knowledge. But the girl didn't stop. Chang'ing! A streak of blazing white light, like the first ray of dawn after the creation of the world, pierced through layers of dark clouds and thunder, arriving from the void. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry echoed throughout the star field, suppressing all the clamor and noise of the battlefield into silence. The sword's light sliced across the starry sky, and ancient runes lit up one by one. The sword grew larger and larger, so large that every line and groove on it could be clearly seen. An ancient and sacred aura swept over, filling one with awe and wonder. That's a sword? The divine sword was drawn. The entire airspace began to tremble. Space seemed to scream, time twisted, and the laws of physics began to collapse. The Queen Insect mothership itself was a higher life form. It felt a deadly pressure assaulting every pore. Instinctive fear made it tremble, but it was held immobile by a giant golden hand. Is it afraid? It struggled desperately with all its might. The hull convulsed, the bioarmor writhed wildly, and the mental system's energy began to overload. Suddenly, countless gigantic maws filled with sharp teeth cracked open on its surface, spewing out corrosive scarlet blood mist. Countless fleshy tentacles burst forth from the ship's hull, lashing and whipping wildly through the void. A golden hand, flickering in and out of focus, pinned it firmly in midair, unable to move. Everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. Was this still the same Queen Insect mothership that had driven humanity to the brink of destruction? Now, it resembled a piece of meat on a chopping board. Its blade was already on its way. The Chang'ing sword pierced through the thunderclouds, landing in Shuren's palm like a bird returning to its nest, then swung towards 0. The sword's grip was as casual as picking up a feather, the blade effortlessly gliding through the air. Like a cloud in the wind, a gust of wind in the air, a bird in flight, or a child gliding a branch across the water. No sword energy crisscrossing, no dazzling brilliance, ordinary and seemingly harmless. Severing the mountain. A soft shout made everyone unconsciously hold their breath. Her entire being seemed to be in slow motion, every movement clearly reflected in everyone's pupils. Sword energy rose from her slender right hand. At first, it was merely a thin, shimmering white line, as thin as a hair in the vast universe. But in an instant, it surged to a height of 10,000 feet, a massive white light splashing out like ink. The sword light pierced the sun like a blue rainbow. A faint white barrier pierced through the very center of Unit 0. In that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. All the observation instruments froze, and then the data began to jump wildly. Crack! The Queen Worm mothership, spanning hundreds of kilometers, began to spew out black slime from its central axis. Inside the ship, piercingly terrifying screams echoed everywhere. Everyone watched in disbelief as, after the prologue, the final blow arrived with a deafening roar. The star-sized Queen Insect mothership was cleaved in two. Its internal structure crumbled inch by inch, like a mountain collapsing. One sword. Only one sword. With a single strike, the stars paled in comparison. Under the gaze of millions of viewers, Sharon did not stop her sword. With a blur, she instantly appeared in the other direction of Zero. Another sword strike came. Star Slayer. A horizontal sword strike, a vertical sword strike, perfectly drawing across. Zero seemed to have completely lost its vitality. Its menacing tentacles went limp. The ship's hull has begun to disintegrate. It's scattering everywhere. In the utter silence, the system's real-time battlefield data broadcast begins. Target status update. Cheongwu Pass 0 confirmed to have disintegrated into 4 large wrecks, numbered Alpha/Beta/Gamma/Delta, with the following mass distribution. Alpha block, 1.5 x 10 tons. Beta block, 1.1 x 10 tons. Gamma block, 9 x 10 tons. Delta block, 7 x 10 tons. Regeneration landing speed, 58 km per hour. Real-time thread data, 1. Neural synaptic network integrity, 8%. 2. Live hatching units, 877,458. 3. Regeneration acceleration, 0. Completely inactive. Threat status adjustment, SSS plus downgraded to S level, repeat. The target has lost its strategic level threat capability. Chapter 453. Dawn breaks. 1 second ago, the final impact protocol was activated. The next second, the target has lost its strategic threat capability. 1 palm strike, 2 sword strikes. The Zerg's top combat power seemed like a mere insignificant stumbling block in Sharon's hands. She had only been there for a mere 10 minutes. She turned the tide. She saved the entire Cheongwu Pass with overwhelming force. Before everyone could even recover from the ecstasy of going from hell to heaven, they heard her speak softly. 780,000? That's a bit much. Can you handle it? Leave it to me. Boss, I face any danger without flinching. Your trust is my motivation. Sharon, where did you learn this stuff? System. 21st century upward strategy. From executor to leader's confidant. Liang Wang, this system is unusable. It's too eclectic. Me too. Me too. Full speed ahead. We won't fail in our mission. Sure enough, the workplace is a big melting pot. Zeus only joined the ranks a month ago, and this good kid has turned into this. Me too. Me too. Leave it to me, master. Don't worry. Alice started shouting in the channel. Cheongwu Pass is her battlefield. Who dares to act recklessly? Then I'm going back. Before the words were finished, she turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared before the eyes of millions. At this moment, complex and surging emotion surged in people's hearts. It seemed the long night had finally ended, a sliver of light piercing the thick clouds. Translate this for me. Loss of strategic threat? Is that what I understand? It's not a hallucination, is it? The biggest crisis at Cheongwu Pass is over, right? Yes, yes, that massive Queen Worm mothership, just disintegrated like that? Ah! Great. We survived? Cheongwu Pass held. Can someone save Proxima Centauri with a single sword? Is she a god? Time and again, the rebels appeared, only to be repelled by combined forces. The undead legion returned, only to be suppressed once more. Billions of Zerg attacked, yet humanity did not yield. Now, the strongest force representing death and fear itself, the Queen Mothership crisis, has been resolved once more. Proxima Centauri will not lose. Humanity will live on. The people looked at each other's eyes, filled with the ecstatic joy of surviving a catastrophe. A light called hope. They were certain of victory in this battle. They embraced, cheered, screamed. After things calmed down, a question arose. Who was the hero? That face was like a goddess descending, but many recognized her at a glance. A goddess. Absolutely a goddess. A goddess come to save us. A goddess from the 7-star sector, 9,527 star, who was scavenging for trash. Why do you say she's from the Federation? She's from Proxima Centauri. She belongs to everyone. Yes, yes, yes. Sharon came from the heavens. That face turned to ash too. Even if she flew to the heavens, I recognize her. Aside from her overly flamboyant entrance, which is unlike her usual style, isn't that Sharon herself? Wait, isn't your information a bit too specific? Why didn't you specify the address? Sharon? Is that the goddess's name? Wait. How did you know? You know her. Federal team, second year, mecha pilot, B-level mental strength. Shuren. Just a flick of your finger, a search. She pop up. You're saying she's not a goddess? She's human? Is she a Federation member? Or a participant in this military academy battle? Everyone starts investigating. Holy crap. She's a real person. Commander, are you guys being polite? No offense intended. I think it's easier to convince me if she's a goddess. I just want to say, your Federation is really dishonest. We're not taking the blame for this. Nobody's ever seen anything like it before. Stepping through the air as if on flat ground, a single sword cleaves the vast ocean. These techniques can't be explained by interstellar knowledge. How can flesh and blood forge miracles? How did humans manage all that? Shuren. 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 This name echoed in everyone's minds. Shuren. Don't you Federation people find all of this very strange? Were those techniques taught at the 18th Military Academy? The principal, you really think highly of me. If I had that ability, I'd be the one flying today. It's not just her who's suspicious. The Federation team has been doing a lot of strange things since they first appeared this year. The Federation people vaguely sensed that a huge black pot was falling from the sky. Purifying elixir? This stuff is bizarre. Technological advancements usually happen gradually, one step at a time. Radiation sickness, which has plagued humanity for hundreds of years, suddenly has a solution, and it's already being mass-produced. The Star Beast thing is the same. Hostile groups suddenly become allies, both intelligent and loyal. It's illogical. Radiation-free vegetables are even more outrageous. Countless research institutions in other countries can only produce small quantities of low-radiation vegetables. Even spending a fortune, it's difficult to get a single bite, and you're already selling them for 9.9. One person controlling 100,000 mechs is already absurd. No warning whatsoever. And with the groundwork laid, the occupied territories were liberated, and immediately 3. Yes, you saw it too, millions of Zerg. Chungwu Pass mobilized almost half the Empire's forces, and your Federation didn't make a sound beforehand. Federal, something really doesn't seem right. The Nirvana awakening and adulthood both happened after the Federation forces appeared at Chungwu Pass, and it even called itself Goddess Boss. It stole our 1,000-star ring star beasts. But so be it. They seem quite happy about it, and we are quite happy about it too. And there's more. Those scribbles that explode when thrown out. What kind of formation did that little Schwanzi and Samir create? A giant hand, a sword that flies from the clouds when you call its name. The art style is completely different from everyone else. We play with technology, you guys are all about magic. In short, your Federation, specifically the Federation team. From top to bottom, almost everyone is acting strangely. The Federation members were already trembling with fear. This is really our fault. We actually dared to dream of winning a championship against a team like this? Have we lost our minds? No, it's still your Federation's fault for sending a team like this to the competition. They're obsessed with winning. Absolutely insane. Federation members, Songwon, now the whole Federation is taking the blame. I only ever seen these things in movies and TV shows before. But then again, wait. Movies and TV shows. Fantasy novels? Martial arts movies? Myths and legends. Everyone was struck dumb. A flash of inspiration struck them. Those plot points just now seemed a little familiar. I have a feeling. A wildly absurd yet perfectly plausible guess appeared in their minds. If ordinary people can think of it, the authorities certainly can too. Chapter 454. Marshal, should we investigate? No need, the answer should be revealed soon. The Federation has already drawn its sword. It's no longer hiding anything. Similarly, in the Heavenly Hidden Dynasty, at the Hidden Abyss Imperial Court in the capital, Fujiwara Sawa's old face instantly contorted, the hatred in his eyes seemingly poisoned, as if he wanted to tear the person on the screen to shreds. They had meticulously planned for over a century. Cultivated countless pawns. 10,482 planets, 7 overlord motherships. Hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers. Billions of troops. He even sacrificed his own son. All for today. So much sacrifice and infiltration. And yet, they've been defeated like this. The Federation. Shuren. Her tactics definitely didn't originate from interstellar space. She's one of us? One of us. Humph. Can you cleave a mothership in two with a single sword strike? Fujiwara had a premonition that the Master and this Shuren, with their opposing power systems, one righteous, one evil, were likely from the same origin but different lineages. Has the master arrived? Soon. We must inform the master of this immediately. This is not someone we can handle. Moreover, there's more than one. This crushing defeat, if they fail, will mean not only certain death for all of them, but perhaps eternal damnation. As soon as Sharon left, Zeus began his incessant complaining. I'm not the only baby in the Xianqing sect? Could you use a different word? Damn, the domineering Zeus is starting to act cute. This thing can command, fight, and even act adorable. There are quite a few people in the Xianqing sect who fall for this. The commander feels a strong threat. I better send it to the weapon peak. My internal affairs hall doesn't have any openings this year. Hee. Isn't a heaven-reaching magic treasure a treasure? Brother, that's a divine sword, a divine sword. Before it was a sword, it was a god. You're man-made. It was born and raised by nature. It's probably tens of thousands of years old. Second only to one person, above 10,000 others, understand? It can shatter your heaven-reaching magic treasure with a fart. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. You joined late. Your combat power isn't high. You need to calm down. Young man, study hard. Is this how artificial intelligence should talk? The smell is too strong. It's at least a 20-year-old ox or horse. Liang Yuang's head was buzzing as she listened to this. This system, it really has mastered all the dregs of the workplace. No, Zeus can't be allowed to carry it anymore. Can't you talk about this in private? Liang Yuang's voice interrupted the conversation between the two unidentified beings under the table. And look at the number of online users. 1.2 trillion. Well, the Xianqing sect hasn't even officially appeared yet, but the impression it left on the entire galaxy is incredibly sleazy. Whether it's sleazy or not, we don't know, but this workplace gossip is packed with information. Xianqing sect. Heaven-reaching magic treasure. Divine sword. Is Chungying the name of the divine sword? I don't understand, but it sounds impressive. I think I heard something incredible. Xianqing sect, this term doesn't seem unfamiliar at all. Hee. The name itself speaks volumes. Put it all together. It all connects. Did they let something slip? That's a high-dimensional, high-tech life form. Bro. The mistakes it can make are the mistakes it wants to make. They probably aren't going to hide it anymore, friends. I have a feeling we're about to witness the greatest miracle of this century, even in history. Based on my decades of reading countless articles and watching countless films, I have a bold guess. They're cultivating. The word immortal hadn't even been uttered yet. Sure-An's figure suddenly appeared above Guishu City. Reports came in from various battlefields via the communication channel. Master, the pressure is a bit high. Can you unlock the new skin? The biggest crisis at Cheongwu Pass has been resolved, but on other battlefields, the workload is enormous in the face of massive insect swarms. This translates to, the mecha is hindering my performance. Can I go all out? Master? That title is quite common in literary works, especially in certain types of works. Yes. Received. Good. Sect Master. Finally. Sect Master. Received, my great Sect Master. Although this mecha is strong, it does limit my abilities. If you had a plate of peanuts, you wouldn't be this drunk. Even without this skin, you're still just SOSO. Looking for death? Let's have a match. Let's match. Who's afraid of who? Finally, we can fight freely. The public chatter came from different people. On this battlefield ravaged by gunfire, black demonic energy gradually permeated the planet's surface, and 3 queen insect motherships were already under imminent danger. The chaos was strangely reassuring. Finally, they could unleash their full power. Even after all this fighting, they were still holding back. Was that just a warm-up? Their foundation was almost thick enough to pierce through interstellar space. The audience clearly grasped the key information. The girl said yes. Fu Yuan recalled what Tong had once said. A new era. It's about to begin. Let me see for myself what kind of new era this is. The senior brother's booming voice pierced through all the flames of war, penetrating the public channels. It seemed to resonate from the highest heavens, or roar from the depths of the earth. The celestial music was vast, resonating throughout the universe. Disciples of the Xianqing sect, heed my command. Slay demons and monsters. Eliminate evil from heaven and earth. A long roar, like thunder, shook the world, echoing throughout the universe. Recorded by countless cameras, this moment was etched into the collective memory of human civilization, like an undying star, hanging high above the river of history, forever illuminating the path for those who come after. On the battlefield of Cheongwu Pass, fighting alongside Alice was the First Legion, the Empire's strongest force in terms of overall strength. Commander Realhard, after Fu Yuan, was the Empire's most elite active-duty fighter. His mission was to defend Qingwu Pass at all costs. But he seemed to be being protected by someone else. Old Realhard, watch out. Red cannonballs darted across the battlefield. For every one others took down, she could take down 100. She could protect herself and everyone in the First Legion, and still have time for battlefield training. Realhard had fought on the battlefield for decades, participating in all 3 Zerg wars. This was the first time he truly admired a warrior from the bottom of his heart. Her energy was so abundant enough to single-handedly protect the entire battlefield. Thanks, Alice. You're welcome. Mr. Yang, you're a sweetheart outside, but at home you're a tyrant to your old father. What a sin! Realhard thought Alice had already given him enough surprises and shocks, until he heard that line that echoed across the battlefield. Wielding a sword to slay demons and monsters, eliminating evil between heaven and earth. The girl beside him let out a cry of surprise, as the restriction was broken. Whoosh! The red mecha on his body collapsed layer by layer from his head to his right arm, finally transforming into an iron sword gleaming red. Xianxing new energy mecha / fire type immortal sword twin system. The entire audience was stunned. You're taking down the mecha after fighting like this? Ironclad flesh has become flesh-clad iron. In an instant, countless scarlet compound eyes locked onto this opening, and a tidal wave of insected surged in from all directions. Alice, watch out. Before he could finish speaking, the girl leaped into the sky on her flying sword, riding the hail of cannon fire straight to the heavens. Only long streaks of light, and the mournful roars of the insected race remained behind her. Disciples of the 3 Peaks, follow me and charge through Qingwu Pass. Chapter 455. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the 9 disciples of the 3 Peaks, Daedara, Jiangwen, Zhang Xinyue, simultaneously removed their mechs, their iron swords flashing from their sheaths. The still air began to boil, distorted currents of energy forming around the 9 figures, as if to annihilate everything. In an instant, purple, white, gold, and cyan sword energies crisscrossed, like rainbows and ribbons, tearing open rifts of death. The swarm of insects roared and howled, their massive bodies falling in swathes, like harvested wheat. The 9 men's swordplay was like a rainbow, their destructive power exponentially increasing in an instant. What started as 1 sword against 1 enemy has become 1 sword against a whole swarm. You guys are wearing far too many layers of armor. Warning! Energy level exceeds threshold. The soldiers of the First Legion's pupils constricted, their faces filled with disbelief, as they stared at the exploding red data on their monitoring instruments. Energy exploded. Kill speed shattered records instantly. The PK match turned into a complete rout. This was a one-sided massacre. The charge, defying the laws of physics, was utterly fantastical. So that wasn't a mecha? It was a limiter? An officer's voice trembled, as the observation device in his hand shattered with a crack. Immediately afterward, a red phantom rushed into the Zerg encirclement from the sky. Hands rapidly formed hand seals, and spiritual flame surged around him, almost igniting the air. Blazing flames. A crimson ring of fire erupted from beneath his feet. Tongues of fire, like raging dragons, stretched out, turning the area within 100 feet into a scorched inferno. Sister! I called you sister? Are you performing magic? Realhard finally couldn't hold back any longer, his exclamation bursting from his chest. Don't call me sister. I am the 3rd peak master of the Xianqing sect. Heavenly Fire Spiritual Root. Alice Yang. The Xianqing sect? They're cultivating immortality. The answer was suddenly revealed. Boom! Listen. That's the sound of a civilization's barrier collapsing. The entire galaxy fell into a deathly silence of shock. Over 400 years of learning, thought, faith, common sense, technology, all vanished in the face of that sword light that cleaved through the galaxy. Before billions of light screens, there was frozen breath, trembling pupils, and shattering worldviews. At this moment, the entire universe heard the roar of the Tao. Pills can reach the divine. Talismans can defy the heavens. Arrays lock the galaxy. Swords shatter all laws. The immortal cultivation civilization is writing a new heavenly Tao law on Proxima Centauri. In another corner of Qingwu Pass, the Xianqing sect, having received orders, finally broke free from its restraints and began to slaughter in all directions. Xiao Xuanzi, holding an array plate, spirit stones, talismans, banners, and array flags, flew out one after another. Burning flame. Another fire-wielding enthusiast. No fire source, no accelerant, no explosives. A flash of inspiration, and suddenly a raging fire erupted on the east side of Central Park. The red flames illuminated the darkness, burning the bodies and souls of the Zerg. Second Army Commander Carol was shocked by what she saw. She even tried to approach the flames. A scarlet alarm immediately sounded inside the mech. Warning. Unknown high-energy flame contact detected. 10,000 degrees Celsius plus. Outer armor melting point warning. His. She had only taken a small step closer, and before she could react, the outer shell of her right mech instantly melted like a candle, the liquid metal dripping onto the ground with a hissing boiling sound. She quickly took a few steps back. Damage report. Right arm Type 3 composite armor layer melted through. This wasn't a holographic projection, it was real fire. Initiate nano repair. Alarm. Unrepairable. Unrepairable. Just a little closer, and the energy is so strong. And so fast. She should be thankful she only got a little closer. Namingly fire, immortal and indestructible, look before her, a true Zerg graveyard. With soul withers. To the west, countless thick vines shot into the sky, carrying sharp, blade-like spikes, binding the surging Zerg like giant pythons. Piercing. Strangling. Frenziedly sucking Zerg bodily fluids, then, vomit. Don't eat everything. Xiao Xuanzi frowned at the disgusting scene. Golden edge crack. To the north, 10,000 golden rays suddenly rose from the ground, like swords drawn from their sheaths, piercing countless Zerg bodies. Water soul condenses. A sudden chill rose to the south. Thousands of ice crystals condensed in midair, the frost on the mech's surface clearly visible. Suddenly, the water within the Zerg's body backfired and exploded. Mountain collapse. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, dozens of massive layers of black iron rock rising like mountains, and crashing down on the Zerg swarm. Enveloped in earth elemental spiritual power, they smashed the armored Zerg into a bloody pulp. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 elements killing array. On the other side, Tony sheathed his incredibly powerful Pangamech. Barehanded? Without any weapons, even wearing a large undershirt, revealing 2 strong arms. If anyone else had done this, Carol would have scoffed. Are they trying to get themselves killed already? But clearly, there wasn't a single normal person among them. A fist the size of a cooking pot rose, charging straight at a gigantic engineer opposite them. With a single punch, the Zerg's body, dozens of times larger and seemingly indestructible, exploded. One force can overcome 10 techniques. Faced with absolute power, the surging swarm of insects was like paper. Not only was it ridiculously strong, but it was also astonishingly fast. Its speed suddenly increased dozens of times, so fast that even the mech's detection equipment could hardly keep up. With each punch, before one insect had even exploded, a large number of others were already knocked down. Impact statistics. Impact power. 250,000 TB units. Contact time. 0.003 seconds. Punch speed. Mach 1.8. Target penetration. Wound. 0.8 meter diameter through hole. Carol rubbed her eyes. This was data from pure physical power? The monitoring equipment was practically burning out. The dark-skinned rock youth was even more bizarre. Standing between him and the swarm of insects was the Zerg? Those insects? Something's not right. Their dull, gray compound eyes had clearly lost their luster. They weren't barking or drooling. Numbers 1 to 100, left. Numbers 101 to 200, right. Numbers 201 to 300, charge. Numbers 300 and beyond, take down the cerebrates at the 6 o'clock position. At the command, the insects trembled, silently beginning to execute the order. The Zerg's joints made a cracking sound. It sent chills down one's spine. Very clear. Clearly, they're dead beyond dead. An undead army, the Zerg version. They fear no death. No pain, no fear, even battered and bruised, with severed limbs, as long as their heads are still intact, they keep charging. An eye for an eye. The only downside, it's sinister. Labu, this 9 nether corpse refining technique is too sinister. It gives me the creeps. Hearing his senior brother's complaint, he felt a little aggrieved, staring down at the tips of his shoes stained with insect flesh and blood, forcing out a sorry. The eerie atmosphere was so palpable that even ordinary people, who couldn't see it, could feel its bone-chilling cold. Seeing his frustrated expression, Tony realized he misspoke and immediately tried to make amends. I didn't mean you were bad. It's all the Zerg's fault. You did the right thing, making the most of them. Letting them fight amongst themselves. We Labu are the best. Chapter 456. Our little evil cultivator really needs some emotional support. Upon hearing his 4 senior brother praise him, Labu revealed a bright and gentle smile. I do my best. There was another girl, clearly the weakest among them. But this weakness is relative. Within the imperial military, including Fuyuan, she was among the top 3 elite soldiers. Meteor chasing the moon. Flying swallow through the forest. Fleeting light and shadow. 10,000 swords returned to the source. A slender figure, as light as a breeze, wielded a cyan sword, slicing through the swarm of insects. The sword flashed with cold light, swish, 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 the thin, cicada wing-like blade lightly slicing through the throats of each insect. The wound was as smooth as a mirror. Black blood splattered out. Countless insect corpses fell. The carapace, which even a light-powered cannon, with a yield of less than 50,000 kilotons couldn't inflict fatal damage on, was being swiftly reaped by a mere melee weapon. As easily as taking candy from a baby. This world is magical. One day I can actually see an internet celebrity killing Zerg online. And this strong? Is that the unlocked kitchen god? The strongest internet celebrity in interstellar combat. Also the best cook in interstellar space. Wrong. He's the pride of our cooking army. If Carol hadn't been on the battlefield herself, she would have doubted that this year's Zerg breed was any better. Everything these people did far exceeded her understanding of human combat power. For people, achieving the effect of a 10,000-strong army battle, top-tier elite troops. Look at the kill statistics. Tony alone has over 30,000 kills. That's already surpassed the total kill count of the entire 2nd Legion in this war. When did an individual become capable of unleashing such ridiculously powerful group attacks? This is terrifying. Carol genuinely suspected she encountered a god. Sir, it's confirmed. Their Federation support. The communications officer's urgent shouts echoed through the 2nd Legion's channel, his voice cracking with overwhelming excitement. They're from the Xianqing sect. They cultivate immortality. Cultivating immortality? The kind of cultivation I'm thinking of? Confirmed. The one who just cut down that Queen Worm mothership above us was their sect leader. They say he's a student from the Federation team this year, not even 20 years old. He single-handedly took down Zero. Holy crap, Zero disintegrated in less than 5 minutes. I truly opened my eyes. They cultivate immortality, they're real immortals. In the channel, the communications officer chattered incessantly. He tried his best to use vivid and ornate language to describe the glorious achievements of other disciples on different battlefields. Every description, every scene, was as fantastical as a movie or a legend. Carol's world, however, was silent. The ground battle hadn't stopped for a moment. She didn't have time to follow the live stream like a StarNet viewer. Contact with the outside world was limited to intelligence and orders. The rest was endless battle. Until victory or death. The 4 people descended from the sky, tearing a rift in the insect swarm. Then the world turned upside down. She was excited, moved, and relieved. Finally, all she heard was the communications officer's heartfelt exclamation. Sir, there really are immortals in this world. Are you talking about me? Tony, with his keen ears, turned to Carol and said, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Tony Smith, the 5th peak master of the #1 immortal cultivation sect in the interstellar space, the Xianqing sect. He even had the time and energy to send Carol a personal computer number. I'm also a legal representative of the Xianqing sect. Our sect's main products include pills, talismans, formations, mechs, and radiation-free vegetables. If needed after the war, you can contact Dark Domain or me personally. Legal representative? Are you running a company here? Tang Tang. Tony gave her a wink. Song Rotang began distributing supplies. These are defensive talismans, repair fluid, and hemostatic pills. You can let your comrades try them first. If we have complex escort or rescue missions, our Xianqing sect also takes on the work. We also have a StarNet account with over 40 billion followers. We undertake live streaming e-commerce, variety show performances, advertising endorsements, wedding and funeral MC services, shop opening ribbon-cutting ceremonies, and more. We guarantee to provide you with excellent service. Wait, what the hell has gotten in here? Wedding and funeral MC services, shop opening ribbon-cutting ceremonies. System, this is my job, Corolla. It's so down-to-earth it's practically reaching underground. Her feelings. From utter admiration to utter shock, and now a complete 180-degree turn. Speechless. Even if you haven't seen a pig run, you surely eaten pork, right? In literature, cultivation sects should be detached from worldly affairs, ethereal and otherworldly, filled with reclusive masters. But these few. It's hard to describe. They're doing business on the battlefield? But she still instinctively memorized the personal terminal number, her movements somewhat hurried. She even wanted to bow to Tony, legal representative. My apologies for not respecting you. This was definitely a minor official in the cultivation sect. Oh, I almost forgot. Gongzi, come out and stretch your legs. Tony released Gongzi from the spirit beast space before he even finished speaking. That's a star kangaroo? The first star kangaroo in interstellar history. No, possibly human history. To cultivate immortality, Gongzi had been sleeping soundly in the spirit beast space when it was suddenly woken up. The moment it opened its eyes, it was met with a swarm of roaring insects and deafening artillery fire. The highly corrosive spittle was practically splattering its face. Carol saw for the first time on a kangaroo the expression of someone who had just eaten shit. It rubbed its eyes vigorously with its paws, its fur bristling, its sleepiness shattered by the sight before it. Gongzi, I dared not open my eyes, hoping it was just my imagination. Then my eyes widened. Suddenly, I leaped 3 meters high. With less than a third the size of a zergling, I swiftly began a defensive counterattack. I could fight. I could jump. I could kick. I could even bite, and every move was deadly. Carol, the commander known for his calm and composed demeanor, swore for the first time. Is that a star kangaroo? It can kill Zerg? Are the star beasts of the Xianxing sect stronger than her? And look at Tony. All those muscles. He's like a pampered pet. At Xiongwu Pass, the battle is beginning to turn around. Xiongwu Pass battle update: King Zerg Mothership 0 paralyzed Zerg numbers Queen X8, Engineers X 1.01 million. Current results: Xianxing sect disciples. King Zerg Mothership X1, Queen X3, Brain Bugs X 1089, Engineers X 210,000. First Legion, Brain Bugs X 789, Engineers X 34,000. Battle forecast: the Xiongwu Pass battle zone can be completely cleared within 3 days. Chapter 457. Fu Yuan and the Empire's high command stared at the strings of bright red numbers on the battle report. Like medals of honor, they shone with the light of hope and victory, resonating in everyone's hearts, especially the Xianxing sect. Kills: 210,000, 210,000, 210,000, 210,000, 10,000. Federation? No. How long has the Xianxing sect been supporting the battlefield? Less than 24 hours. In reality, for the first 20+ hours, they were using mechs to hold the line. Only this last hour did they really unleash their full power. How many Xianxing sect disciples are there at Xiongwu Pass? 15. Not 150,000? Sorry, I'm out of touch. They're not blind, they could easily count those few. 15 people, less than a day, and they kill 210,000 Zerg? Other legions, tens of thousands, only managed a maximum kill count of around 30,000. Alice crippled 2 queens, Tony punched 1 to death. And that doesn't even include the long time she spent torturing prisoners. An hour ago, Fu Yuan staked everything on the Imperial military, activating the final impact protocol, prepared for a collective sacrifice. An hour later, the Federation, specifically the Xianxing sect, reversed the entire battle with only double-digit reinforcements, from hell to heaven. Individual combat power was elevated to another dimension. Is this the dimensional reduction attack of cultivation culture on interstellar civilization? And that final battle prediction: complete eradication within 3 days, over 1 million Zerg. In the past, Xiongwu Pass would have declared its fall the moment the invading numbers reached 1 million, immediately initiating survivor evacuation and planetary containment plans. This reversal happened too fast, too suddenly, too dramatically. The Xianxing sect? Absolutely terrifying. Xiongwu Pass is alive. The Empire is saved. Far away in the 7-star region of the Federation, on the battlefield of Pluto, the only 3 waves of insect swarms, totaling 90,000, had been dealt with. Among them, the most prominent figure was surprisingly the cousin of the 3 peaks, Charles Young. He and his classmates had joined the battle as soon as the insectoid invasion began. He was talented, and under the pressure of his peak master and cousin, he underwent rigorous daily training. 6 months was nothing short of catapulting him to new heights. He had reached the 7th level of chi refining. His fire magic had also made some progress. In a short time, his personal kill count had already exceeded 3,000. This attracted the attention of countless classmates and comrades. The local garrison on Pluto was the 17th Legion. Its highest commander, Xiao Qian, frowned as he looked at his combat situation and data. Who is that? Clearly, his soldiers were almost all using standard-issue mechs, each bearing a unit number. But Charles was using a custom-made mecha from the Yang family, clearly not an active-duty soldier. He's a third-year student at the Alliance Strategic Military Academy, Charles Young. Mental strength? A rank? Has Pluto produced a genius? His kill count was terrifying. It was already top tier among those Zhao Qian had ever seen. People like him could be counted on one hand throughout the entire Federation. Charles's classmates had the same reaction. Cha-cha, did you take performance-enhancing drugs? So powerful. Charles, I'm suffering inside, but I won't say. You only see me slaughtering on the battlefield, but you have no idea what I'm going through behind the scenes. Not only is his kill count high and his speed fast, he even has time to save people. His battlefield was miraculously free of casualties. Not long after the battle began, Zhao Qian, instead of assigning him a support role, moved him to the central battlefield to provide reinforcements. Meanwhile, Shuren of Qiongwu Pass had just begun his legendary sword strike. Up to this point, neither Zhao Qian nor the people of Pluto had connected this battlefield newcomer with the bizarre combat power of the Xianqing sect or the Federation teams. Until Sun Qianyu uttered, with sword in hand, I slay demons. I vanquish evil from heaven and earth. Charles found it rather cheesy, but he wanted a kind of coolness too, so he put away his mecha. He was left completely exposed to the swarm of insects. Charles, what are you doing? A violent spiritual pressure erupted, the surrounding air twisting and boiling. His fingers flew like magic, forming 9 layers of fire seals, and he shouted, Southern bright fire, burn away all calamities. Hurry! Following the direction of his 2 right fingers, red flame surged rapidly into the insect swarm. The karmic fire churned, the air waves rolled, as if to burn the insect race's sins to ashes. Check, you went to study magic during your vacation too? I'm ranked 11th among the 3 peaks of the Xianqing sect Sword Peak. I really have connections above me. Dark Domain also joined the battle, but at this moment, as Tony's former colleague, his heart was filled with complex emotions. That old bastard. Tony, didn't everyone call me Brother Blowing? I should have been wary when he excitedly said he was following a boss. I thought he was going to join the Mafia and go astray, but you escaped to the immortal realm. As a former sworn brother, he was both afraid his brother would suffer, and afraid his brother would drive a Land Rover. Peak Master? And a legal representative? Brother, you have quite the official airs. Wu Feng, that number is so small. His official rank is definitely not low. I heard the younger one call him 4 senior brother. Only 3 left? This is a blatant betrayal. With such a good thing, why didn't you call me, your brother, on the other side of the city, in the Yang family's underground fortress? Cousin is so cool. Can I join the Xianqing sect in the future? Cousin! My idol. I want to join the Xianqing sect too. Breathing fire, bugs. So fragrant. Looking at his little cousin, not even 3 years old, with a snot bubble hanging from her nose, excitedly waving her arms and legs, her eyes sparkling. Father Yang's heart was filled with complex emotions. His position and dignity as the head of the Yang family were probably doomed. After this battle, this rebellious daughter could completely ride roughshod over him. She even be ranked first in the family tree, who understands his bitterness and tears, his 7 parts hardship and 3 parts relief. Sherlock was currently on the battlefield in Leshan. When the communications officer brought the message, his comrades were stunned. Sir, Alice is from the Xianqing sect? Alice went to cultivate immortality? The Xianqing sect is a cultivation sect? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, this would sound like a joke. You knew all along? The 3 Peaks Master? When did it start? When she transferred schools? It's obvious. Shuren is the sect master. Alice transferred schools after the Star Domain competition. The most likely explanation is that something happened during the Star Domain competition. Shuren took Alice in. I remember now. The beast tied. She saved the sirens, and Alice then. It must have been around that time that Alice learned about cultivation and ran away. At the time, I thought she was stupid. A captain from a prestigious university ruining her future to transfer to a bottom-tier military academy on a garbage planet. So, the clown was me. Alice, I'm very smart. Chapter 458. On the other side, at Alice's former employer, the Federal Star Glory Military Academy. Director Chen Ping and his students had just finished a battle in the suburbs. What's going on? Director Chen, do you know what Alice and Zhang Xinyue were borrowed for? See for yourself. On the live stream screen, Alice uttered blazing flames, and the Crimson Lotus Inferno, the Zerg Hell. Everyone's pupils constricted in shock. The 18th Military Academy teaches cultivation? Chen Ping's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He couldn't accept this fact for a long time. Xianxing sect? A cultivation sect? Is this real? Is it some pre-recorded movie trailer? This is a live broadcast of the Cheongwu Pass battlefield. Look behind Alice, that's the Azure Dragon mech of the Empire's 1st Legion, Relhart. Chen Ping's throat bobbed, finally managing to calm his emotions. This troublesome student has practically ripped the sky out of the interstellar realm behind my back. 3 peaks? Peak Master? This guy can be a Peak Master? Is the Xianxing sect doomed? But Director Chen, think about it from another angle. All the students under your command have joined cultivation sects. That's incredible luck. Hey! You know what? You really do know what? He taught a group of cultivators. One of them is even a Peak Master. Let's not even talk about how high the rank is. At least he's an official. He has over 10 people under him. Can she manage them all? Except for you. Ha ha ha. You know how to pour cold water on things. You brat. Why didn't you tell me about this good thing? And Natalie Yuanbua? He almost robbed my Chen family clean. No way, I have to get revenge. Cultivating immortality, huh? Old Chen can do it too, right? He's decided to take advantage of his age. He go to the 3 peaks of the Xianxing sect and throw a tantrum. He do any job, even sweeping and cleaning, star 9527, as the Xianxing sect's home planet. Its people are just poor, not stupid. The plot is too fantastical. I'm not very educated, you can't fool me. Shuren. No, now she should be called Sect Master. No wonder she's like a fairy. She really is a fairy. Her home is in the garbage dump, right? Yes, the garbage dump. There are so many strange things there, like the complete relocation of residents. Like the newly built radiation-free vegetable logistics industrial base. I thought it was just a cargo transfer station. But now it seems the radiation-free vegetables might actually be grown in the garbage dump. Don't you guys think the environment on star 9527 is frighteningly good this year? I thought technology had advanced, and other planets were like this too. Star 9527 has many poor people. Most of them have never been to other planets. No, the effect is very noticeable, even better than on Central Star. I used to have severe asthma, but I haven't had a single attack this year. Don't you think you're too healthy? I thought it was because I exercised a lot. Exercise can expel radiation? I didn't dare say before because of a confidentiality agreement, but it shouldn't matter now. There is indeed a large-scale project inside the garbage dump. Last year, our company went in and worked on several hilltops. We also did the relocation project. Later I went in to check, and there was nothing there. I couldn't even find the construction site. This is the most terrifying thing. The mountain I personally built has vanished right before my eyes. I used to think it was some secret government project, but now it seems that it's very likely the headquarters of the Xianxing sect. It's not difficult for a cultivation sect to hide a place. Where there are immortals, there is spirit. Could the improved environment be related to the Xianxing sect? Most likely. Think about it. A bunch of cultivators living on a garbage planet. Wouldn't they clean up their nest? Moreover, the Federation knows about this and supports it. How do you know? Well, doesn't the radiation-free vegetable market prove it? Also, the person we're dealing with isn't Old Wang from the Garbage Mountain or Zhang San from the Su family, but Planet Commander Lu Ran. So, our planet 9527 has become the birthplace of a cultivation sect? Our ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. A cultivation sect has emerged from the Garbage Mountain. At this moment, the entire Federation was plunged into a frenzy of relief and impending victory. Only one person, or more precisely, one family, the Sure family, now utterly fallen. Cultivating immortality? Really? That must be Shuren. She's the sect leader of an immortal sect? Dad, you knew all along? Shurong's fingertips dug deeply into his palm, blood dripping down his lines, yet he remained oblivious. He drove away not only a prodigy capable of revitalizing the family. She might very well have been the pioneer of a new era. Where did she learn all this? I have a feeling that ever since she left star 9527, she's no longer the same Shuren. Sure Kaiyuan recalled his past interactions with Shuren. When they met again, her demeanor had drastically changed. Like a celestial being looking down upon ants, her indifference was chilling. The Sure family was utterly insignificant before her. If only he had fulfilled his duties as a father, been fair, and understood her better, would things have turned out differently? Alas, the past cannot be retrieved. Sure Lele watched the figure on the screen, wielding her sword, invincible. Ha ha! How laughable! Her laughter was tinged with bitter tears. She actually dared to consider such a person as an opponent. Shuren probably doesn't even remember who she is. Pathetic, truly pathetic. On the battlefield of Jotunkolia, before the arrival of the Queen Worm mothership, the invading forces ranked fourth among all planets. On the ground, Sun Qianyu, Ivan, and Liang Yuang brought a puppet army, and the battle was gradually brought under control. The commander, in coordination with the Jotun Royal Army, began to organize a counterattack. After the Queen Worm mothership landed, the authorities urgently dispatched surrounding forces to provide support. Korea's reinforcements have tripled, but those are Queen Insect motherships. Jotun has neither 4S nor any combat experience or relevant information. This inevitable defeat plunged everyone into despair, until Sure-En's identity was revealed, and Sun Qianyu shouted out a voice that shocked the entire world. "Disciples of the Xianxing sect, heed my command." The voice was deep, distant, and ethereal. The entire battlefield fell silent. This wasn't the end. What is that? The space around Sun Qianyu suddenly rippled like water. A giant wolf, its body shimmering with a silvery sheen, burst forth from the void. It was about the size of a low-level insectoid, but lacked any of the ferocity of a star beast. Moonlight-like radiance flowed through its fluffy fur, dreamlike and ethereal. Its pupils were like the moon suspended in the sky, seemingly possessing a transcendent, otherworldly charm. Is that a star wolf? Chapter 459. Little one, want to exercise a bit. Every step the silver wolf took seemed to be bathed in a sacred aura. It obediently walked towards Sun Qianyu, affectionately nuzzling and sticking close. Looked so familiar. Gaia's level 1 star wolf? Wasn't it killed? Wasn't it Sun Qianyu who did it? This even made it to the trending topics back then. You two are carrying us on your backs. Doesn't it look like it? It does. It looks so much like it. It's not just similar, it's like, look at that tuft of white fur on its back. Its entire aura. It's as if it's been purified. Before, it was a ferocious and violent level 1 star beast. Now, the aloof mount of the Antarctic immortal, although Gongzi is also a spirit beast. Firstly, its cultivation time is short, and secondly, its inherent aura is slightly greasy. It felt like it was about to put the cigarette in its mouth any second. In terms of looks, Little Wolf could easily rank in the top 3 among the star beasts of the Xianxing sect. Awah! As the silver wolf howled to the sky, the pressure of the spirit beast spread outwards. The sound of gunfire across the entire battlefield seemed to be muted. A sharp gaze was cast towards the enemy ranks, just that one glance. The swarm of insects visibly became chaotic. Animals have a natural fear of higher dimensional life forms, especially since this life form also possessed a bit of immortal affinity. Pressure and intimidation. Bloodline suppression. Let's warm up first. Then we deal with the one on top. He looked at the queen in the insect hive, with a cold killing intent in his eyes. Awah! As soon as he finished speaking, the Lu Ban puppet's body shimmered with a flowing metallic luster. Those intricate gears, armor, machinery, and components rapidly contracted like countless small cubes. Crackling sounds. It finally materialized into a seemingly ordinary, dark brown wooden sword. With a whoosh, it hovered at his feet. Sun Qianyu lightly touched the ground with his toes, and the Luban puppet emitted a clear, dragon-like sword cry, carrying him into the air. The silver wolf, in the same manner, swooped and leaped a few steps before soaring to his right, piercing the clouds. The air raid sirens blared mournfully, only to malfunction again in the next second. Finally, the image froze in the static of the snow, showing 2 figures defying the laws of physics. A man, a sword, and a wolf traversing the heavens. In the Jotun Royal Army Command Center, time seemed to stand still. After a long while. Holy crap! This scene should only exist in dreams. Jotun's Marshal Ling Xiao used all his strength to finally calm his shocked emotions. Master, may I ask, who is Sun Qianyu? Oh! The first disciple of Master Yining, the sect master of the Xianxing sect, and the peak master of the weapon peak. The eldest disciple. I'm flattered. The Xianxing sect really thinks too highly of Jotun. A man, a sword, and a wolf charged through the insect swarm, reaping countless lives at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Where the wolf's claws swept, the insects were as fragile as paper, their carapaces flying everywhere. With each snap of its jaws, the wolf could easily crush the heads of every insect, yet remain unscathed. A killing aesthetic imbued with a divine grace, both bloody and sacred. Suddenly, Sun Qianyu shifted his stance, flipping himself onto the small back, his right hand gripping the Luban puppet. Like a general conquering the battlefield, soaring into the heavens, his iron cavalry shattering the stars. The queen's 12 compound eyes stared at everything before her, her anger turning to fear. It began to howl and scream desperately, trying to summon more engineers for support. But the steel walls formed by the golems prevented the frenzied swarm from advancing an inch. The swarm was cleared, creating a wide path that did not hinder the progress of the man and wolf. The queen flapped her wings, revealing her sharp limbs, ready to fight. But in the blink of an eye, a silver blade flashed past, and Sun Chinyu had already darted behind it. The queen didn't even have time to turn around before black blood spurted from her neck. The queen, at SSS plus level, killed in a mere second. Sun Chinyu stared at the queen's flawless body. Undamaged. He silently gave himself a perfect 10. Inside the Jotun Royal Army Command Center, deathly silence reigned. The officers froze, staring at the live broadcast screen, forgetting even to breathe. 5 minutes. Taking the head of a general from among 100,000 soldiers is as easy as taking candy from a bag. They felt as if they had just witnessed history. This wasn't the kind of history that unfolded gradually, but rather history that was forcibly rewritten, cleaved in two by a sword. Is this what cultivators are like? Ivan, the ground is yours. Roger. The sky hung low, the sea of clouds churning. A man and a wolf ascended step by step, as if climbing an invisible staircase. They headed towards the massive Queen Insect mothership in the sky. System data. Korea number 5 Queen Insect mothership, ship length 170 kilometers, total mass 2.7x10 superscript 1 tons. Weapon configuration: main weapon, star destroying biological plasma cannon X1, secondary weapons, pulse acid turret X1200, suicide flying dragon type X100, 000. Combat status: shell penetration, 56%. Healing status, 82%. Sun Chinyu might not understand biology, nor did he possess Shuren's overwhelming combat power. But he understands warships. As long as this thing is still half a warship, it has mechanical weaknesses. Commander, attack positions, plasma cannon muzzle, turret, assault pod, suspected mainframe and breeding pod locations. Let's launch a probe. Roger. After several rounds of attacks, the damage gradually increased, but without Zeus's continuous spiritual energy attacks, number 5's healing was much better than number 0's. Confirmed? Hee. You can trust me with my work. First, the least recommended target is the biological plasma cannon muzzle. The energy is too strong, and if you don't time it right, your lowly foundation establishment level won't be able to withstand it. Others. Lowly foundation establishment level? Calling the power that can instantly kill the queen lowly? The second least recommended target is the breeding duct. This is number 5's obvious weakness. We can both defense and attack, but... You know? Not really want to know. It feels like you were born from it. Disgusting. If you're disgusting, then don't say it. Others, I can picture it. This might become your dark history. Others, the sacrifice is too great. And it's in HD. 1.2 trillion people online. Next. The acid turret is okay, but the corrosive concentration is a bit high, which will increase the puppet damage rate. So, I suggest invading from the dragon hatches. Ha ha ha. 100,000 dragons, thousands of hatches. This thing is full of weaknesses. The leader laughed arrogantly in the public channel. Chapter 460. I given you the coordinates. Very close to the suspected mainframe core, power system, and energy transmission pipelines. My personal recommendation is 5 stars. You're getting better and better at chatting. Of course, my previous job was a strategy system, practically a half-emotional blogger. I'm an expert in emotional value. Liang Wing, oh no, this guy has completely let loose after the battle. Once you're inside, hee, you can do whatever you want. Hee, that's such a lewd laugh. Ling Xiao frowned upon hearing this. That's the Queen Insect mothership. We can't even avoid it, going in. Isn't that suicide? After the Third Zerg War, Jiangwu Pass was occupied by the Queen Insect mothership for half a year. At that time, the Imperial military conducted various studies and formulated countless battle plans and future contingency strategies. Reverse infiltration has been proposed before, but it was immediately rejected because it's simply impractical. First, getting close to the Overlord mothership is harder than hitting it. Second, the mothership's corrosive fluid is far more acidic than that of ordinary Zerg. No metal or living being can withstand it. It's speculated that any mech or human entering the mothership would be dissolved into a pool of unidentified liquid within 5 minutes. Third, it can repair itself rapidly. Ordinary ammunition cannot effectively damage the mothership's interior. This doesn't even take into account its complex internal structure and the million-strong Zerg army. Every step is utterly unfeasible. It's a complete dead end. But now, someone is telling you, This thing is riddled with weaknesses? And yet, it can do whatever it wants? Are you sure? That sounds like you're talking in your sleep. They're here to help. We can't ignore safety. Commander, excuse me, Master Sun. Are you sure you want to go in? Isn't it too dangerous? Oh. Marshal Ling, don't worry. If it weren't so big, we wouldn't need to dismantle it from the inside. We can coordinate our ground defenses. Okay. The commander's tone was relaxed, unlike someone on a critical battlefield. It even carried a sense of eager anticipation and imminent action. Come on, everyone. It's about to begin. Mission codename, Open Sesame. Executing units, Jotun Fleets 1 to 27, Korea ground-based long-range and medium-range launch units Phase 1, Fire Guidance Main Attack Fleet, Ships 1 to 10, Target Coordinates, Attack Mode, Saturation Plasma Cannon Barrage. Phase 2, Hatch Breach Window Trigger Condition. When the following signals are detected, launch bay hydraulic pressure drops by 15%, energy backflow appears on the ventral side. Execution action, Fleet Ceasefire. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 0, fire! In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn open. Plasma cannons trailed eerie blue flames, pulse cannon arrays erupted crimson beams of light, and electromagnetic railgun projectiles, accelerated by magnetic fields, transformed into a shower of incandescent meteors. A barrage of cannon fire, an overwhelming attack that bloomed like fireworks across the surface of Ship 5. Counterattack is coming. Prepare. Sure enough, hatches and gun barrels on the ship opened one after another. The counterattack began. Each fleet, while carrying out its mission, just cover yourselves. Leave the rest to me. At this moment, Sun Qianyu, astride the back of a silver wolf, hovered amidst the raging explosions. The shockwaves from the artillery fire whipped his robes and tiny hairs wildly in the wind. Behind him was a burning galaxy. Less than 10 minutes later, the commander's arrogant laughter echoed through Korea once more. Open sesame! Little one. Go! With a whoosh, the silver flash vanished into the overwhelming shadow of number 5, utterly silent. The heart of the entire Korea stopped beating at that moment. In the dungeon, the air was deathly still, and countless eyes gushed tears uncontrollably. But they still stared, unwilling to give up, at the massive black shadow on the screen. He'd die. What do we do? Will something bad happen? No, he's an immortal. May the immortal protect us. No, protect the immortal. He wasn't Jotun's child, yet he risked his life for this strange planet. Countless people began to kneel and pray. Gods and Buddhas, please protect our hero and bring him back safely. Don't stop attacking. The fleet snapped out of its daze, transforming its worry and pain into furious artillery fire, unleashing it upon the ground-based Zerg and Unit 5. The short half-hour felt like an eternity. Everyone's hearts were pounding. It's done. Shall we come out now? Coming. Sun Qianyu's voice was like sweet rain falling on a barren plain. Great. He's alive. The dungeon. The space fleet. The ground command center. A deafening roar of cheers and screams erupted. Ceasefire. The commander issued the order. Immediately afterward, a silver flash streaked through the air. In the blink of an eye, the man and the wolf were already standing in midair 100 kilometers away from the Queen Worm mothership. Ling Xiao zoomed in on the screen to check carefully. Sun Qianyu and Xiao were completely unharmed. Hairstyle not messy. Clothes not dirty. No injuries. Full of energy. Great. My heart is finally at ease. The next second, number 5 suddenly stopped all movement. After a 5-second pause, a huge muffled boom came from inside. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosion, huge hemispherical shapes swelled up in its abdomen. One after another, for a long time without stopping. How much ammunition did you use? All the explosive talismans and self-destructing puppets on my body. The system swallowed non-existent saliva. Ruthless. It was starting to feel sorry for number 5. The explosive talisman's little Schwanzi gave everyone could at least level 3 Korea. I also casually placed a few small devices in the main brain, bioenergy core, and incubation chamber. Little? Are you sure? Old Lee's fear of insufficient firepower has infected you. Hee. For 10 minutes, there was no firelight, only constant activity inside number 5. The tentacles struggled in their death throes, relentlessly releasing the Zerg and their eggs from their cavity, until a deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. Boom! A massive burst of flame, accompanied by biological debris and black blood, erupted. Good news. The mainframe has exploded. Bad news. Absolutely disgusting.